The apocalypse arrived unexpectedly as an asteroid collided with Earth, ushering in a series of calamities: tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, acid rain, earthquakes, extreme heat, and frigid cold. Zhang Xun could not manage others. He only sought to ensure the safety of himself and his family throughout this life. There were no grand gestures, merely a desire for peace and security. There were no spatial anomalies, no supernatural abilities, no mutated viruses, no pretentious displays of superiority, and no harem intrigues. Chapter 1. The Mundane Days. On February 12, 2023, in Jiangsheng, at the Bali Garden community, Zhang Xun, feeling a hint of fatigue, retrieved his keys and unlocked the door to his home. Upon surveying this 83-square-meter apartment, excluding common areas, a faint smile graced his face. This was his abode, a culmination of 7 years of hard work in Jiangsheng, and finally, he and his girlfriend had scraped together the down payment. The title deed bore both their names. Hailing from a rural background, he had no connections, graduated from a third-tier university, and managed to save over 300,000 yuan through frugality. Coupled with his girlfriend's 200,000 yuan, they won a lottery for a home, promptly paying the down payment to secure this property valued at 1.6 million yuan. After receiving the keys in May of last year, they hastily invested 70,000 yuan for simple renovations and eagerly moved in. Upon entering the house, Zhang Xun changed his shoes and headed to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for dinner, needing to cook the rice in advance. His girlfriend worked as an orthopedic nurse in a tertiary hospital and endured a demanding schedule. After preparing the dishes, he planned to ride his electric scooter to pick her up, fortunate that their home was not far from her workplace. 20 minutes later, after splashing cold water on his face to wash away his weariness, he grabbed his keys and stepped outside. Whistling as he sped along, he suddenly spotted a traffic officer ahead, prompting Zhang Xun to shiver and swiftly stop to don a helmet that had been resting beneath his seat. Approximately 10 minutes later, he saw his girlfriend waiting at the hospital entrance, gazing around. "Xiaodu, hop in," Zhang Xun called out as he turned around. Her name was Du Jing, and they had been a couple for 5 years. In the early days of their acquaintance, he affectionately called her Xiaodu, and even after they became closer, she insisted on keeping the name, claiming it sounded more comfortable. "Put on the helmet in the back. There's a traffic officer up ahead," Zhang Xun instructed. "You never wear yours either, yet you lecture me," Du Jing retorted as she donned the helmet, playfully pinching Zhang Xun's waist. "Time to head home. Homeward bound." In reality, Du Jing's workplace was quite close to their home, and she could ride the electric scooter herself. Zhang Xun had long contemplated purchasing another scooter, but Du Jing insisted he pick her up and drop her off daily. "Every girl feels a sense of happiness when her boyfriend picks her up," she had said, and Zhang Xun remained silent, dutifully adhering to her wishes. Soon, they arrived home, and Du Jing dropped her bag, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhang Xun poured her a glass of warm water, handed it to her, and gently placed her legs on his lap, massaging them tenderly. "Why are you so worn out today?" Zhang Xun inquired. "Oh, don't mention it. The department is having an inspection from the Health Commission tomorrow. We not only have to care for patients, but also maintain cleanliness. How can that not be exhausting?" Du Jing complained while sipping the warm water Zhang Xun had provided. "If you can take a break, then do so, my future wife. You can't wear yourself out," Zhang Xun joked. Du Jing shot him a look before picking up her phone to scroll. "You take a rest. I'll call you when dinner's ready." He returned Du Jing's feet to the sofa and proceeded to the kitchen, preparing 2 dishes and a soup: braised crucian carp, stir-fried baby bok choy, and seaweed egg drop soup. After serving the meal, Zhang Xun called out to the living room, "Xiaodu, dinner's ready." Du Jing sluggishly rose and made her way to the table, receiving the bowl from Zhang Xun while lamenting. "Next week, I have to switch to night shifts again. Great, my skin is going to suffer. Why not consider changing jobs?" Zhang Xun suggested, taken aback. Du Jing shot him a glare, picking at her food while responding irritably. "It's easy for you to say. I don't have any skills outside the hospital, and we have a mortgage of over 4,000 yuan each month." Hearing this, Zhang Xun mumbled and fell silent. The only sounds in the room were the two of them eating, the atmosphere quiet. After a prolonged silence, Du Jing suddenly turned to Zhang Xun, her expression brightening as she gently said, "I want to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "I'd like to bring my father over." Du Jing's voice trailed off. Both were only children from single-parent families. Zhang Xun's hometown was a rural area at the intersection of Hubei and Jiangxi provinces. His father passed away when he was 10 after a drunken accident on a motorcycle, leaving his mother to raise him alone. Du Jing, on the other hand, was from Guizhou, with only her father remaining. Her mother had succumbed to complications from an illness last year. "That sounds good. After dinner, you can call your uncle to discuss it," Zhang Xun said, taking a sip of soup. After all, once we get married and have children, we'll need someone to help look after them. Du Jing put down her chopsticks, smiling sweetly. Really? I thought you would oppose it. Zhang Xun playfully pinched her nose and replied, Silly girl, the house is not just mine. You're the boss here. But you must not play favorites. My mother will want to come over as well. Du Jing nodded. Yes, mainly because I'm concerned about my father being alone back home. Previously, it was inconvenient without a house, but now that we have one, it would make things easier for us if he came to stay. But you should ask first. Perhaps your father may not want to come. Last month, as you saw, my mother stayed for less than 5 days before she rushed back home. She has friends there and isn't accustomed to city life. Zhang Xun remarked. Du Jing gave him an okay gesture. After dinner, Zhang Xun washed the dishes and then collapsed onto the sofa, watching his girlfriend on a video call, feeling a profound sense of happiness and contentment. Both came from modest backgrounds. 5 years ago, when Zhang Xun's rent was about to expire, he contacted an agent to view apartments. It was there that he met Du Jing, who was also looking at properties, and they exchanged contact information, promising to inform each other of any good listings. After some time, Zhang Xun fell off his bike and injured his leg, prompting a visit to the hospital where he encountered the nurse, Du Jing. As their interactions became more frequent, they gradually grew closer, eventually becoming roommates and, later, a couple in a simple yet harmonious relationship. Despite Zhang Xun's financial limitations, Du Jing never expressed disdain for him, nor did she ever pressure him to purchase luxury items. Occasionally, there would be moments of playful stubbornness and banter, yet the specter of a breakup was never a topic of discussion. How is it? Zhang Xun inquired upon seeing Du Jing on a video call. Du Jing shook her head and sighed. The old man refuses to come over, claiming he will only visit once we are married and have children, to help look after them. I told you so, Zhang Xun remarked lazily. Du Jing shot him an annoyed glance before heading to the bathroom to fetch a mop and began cleaning the floor. As she drew nearer, she noticed Zhang Xun staring at her with a silly grin, which irked her, prompting her to exclaim, Hey, could you lift your feet? Instead of complying, Zhang Xun encircled her waist and pulled her close, feigning mystery as he declared, I have a surprise for you. A surprise? What is it? Upon hearing the word surprise, she ceased her struggles and leaned closer to Zhang Xun, her anticipation palpable. Finish what you're doing, and I'll tell you later. Are you going to say it or not? Hurry up, Du Jing urged, pinching his waist, causing Zhang Xun to grimace in pain. Okay, I'll tell you, Zhang Xun relented, reaching behind the sofa cushions to retrieve a bag. Your phone often freezes, so I bought you a Huawei Mate 50. Du Jing eagerly accepted the bag, though she chided Zhang Xun for frivolous spending. Sitting up, she opened the box and, after fiddling with her new phone for a while, embraced Zhang Xun and planted a heartfelt kiss on him before returning to her task of mopping. Just as he was about to scroll through Douyin, he heard his girlfriend's voice. What are you doing with these expired lottery tickets? Just throw them away. Why keep them here? Zhang Xun enjoyed playing the lottery, purchasing 2 tickets for the double chromosphere each week. He fancied the idea of becoming wealthy overnight. Yet his luck had been dismal, with his sole win yielding only 5 yuan. He worked in after-sale service for mechanical equipment, frequently visiting factories and often traveling for business, but his salary was modest, ranging between 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. He had studied electromechanical engineering in school, but in this day and age, finding work was challenging, especially in Jiangxun, a central city with relatively low wage levels. Despite having spent many years in the workforce, he remained a frontline employee with little increase in pay as he struggled to express himself verbally. After purchasing a home, his financial situation became even tighter, leading him to reduce his lottery purchases from 2 tickets a week to just 1. Zhang Xun picked up an expired lottery ticket and stood up to toss it into the trash bin. Chapter 2. Dreams and Memories. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhang Xun's alarm clock blared. He gently shook his girlfriend, but upon seeing her reluctance to rise, he proceeded to wash up. After using the restroom, he began to brush his teeth. Gazing in the mirror while brushing, he felt relatively pleased. However, as he looked at his reflection, Zhang Xun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Time is indeed relentless. Approaching his 30s, he noticed the thinning hair on his forehead, a sign of impending baldness. Just as he was about to rinse his mouth, darkness suddenly engulfed him, accompanied by a sharp pain in his head. One hand braced against the sink for support while the other cradled his aching head. Visions flickered through his mind like frames from an old projector. In some images, countless fireballs rained down, causing buildings in the city to collapse amidst a sea of flames. In others, torrential rain transformed the broken city into a vast swamp. There were also scenes where everything was blanketed in white, with only a few high-rise buildings peeking through. hinting at the former existence of a city. This was a world frozen in ice and snow. Before long, Zhang Xun reopened his eyes, his vision restored. Yet, the haunting images remained etched in his memory, as if permanently inscribed. Am I under too much stress? Zhang Xun mused, hands resting on the sink as he scrutinized his reflection. After a prolonged moment, he heard his girlfriend stirring awake. Taking a deep breath, he hurriedly rinsed his mouth and washed his face, then casually settled onto the sofa in the living room. His head still felt somewhat heavy. 15 minutes later, his girlfriend had finished her morning routine, and they prepared to leave. Why do you look so pale? Are you unwell? Du Jing asked anxiously, placing the back of her hand against his forehead. Feigning nonchalance, Zhang Xun replied with a smile. It's nothing, probably just a restless night. I'll catch up on sleep later. Sensing the warmth radiating from his forehead and still feeling uneasy, Du Jing suggested, should I take you to the hospital for a checkup? You don't seem like someone who merely had a poor night's sleep. No need. By the time I get off work, you'll see me full of energy again. Let's go. We don't want to be late. Zhang Xun interrupted, pulling her out the door before she could protest. As they strolled towards the hospital, the bustling traffic around them induced a surreal feeling, and the heaviness in his head grew increasingly burdensome. The hands wrapped around his waist suddenly tightened. Zhang Xun suppressed his discomfort, shaking his head to clear his thoughts, and continued onward. Before long, they arrived at the hospital entrance. Just as he reached for the helmet his girlfriend offered, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his head, as if it were being forcibly filled with mercury, painful, heavy, like a mass of thick sludge. Once more, darkness descended upon him, and he collapsed along with his bicycle, the faint sound of a distressed voice reaching his ears. Zhang Xun, what's wrong? Get up. Don't scare me, Zhang Xun. It seems as though he has traversed an exceedingly lengthy dream, an experience that instills both fear and an indelible impression upon him. Within this dream, in the year 2024, they are wed and aspire to save some funds to welcome a child the following year. In 2025, just days before the Lunar New Year, having purchased a vehicle, he takes his wife to the cinema, and life begins to appear increasingly promising. Yet on that day, the mobile signal falters and the communication devices in the car malfunction, attributed to a solar storm, though he pays little heed to such matters. As he parks in the underground garage of the shopping mall, preparing to ascend, everything changes. A throng of people surges towards the garage, which becomes overcrowded, with some entering while others attempt to escape. Some drivers, in a reckless frenzy, press the accelerator and plow through the crowd. The sudden chaos terrifies Zhang Xun and Du Jing, who sit in their vehicle, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Moments later, an announcement reverberates through the garage, declaring an asteroid collision with Earth, rather than cursing the nations for their lack of warning and response. All that fills the air is an overwhelming sense of panic and despair. Zhang Xun and Du Jing find it hard to comprehend this reality. This announcement is merely the beginning. Those who rushed in from outside have likely already learned of the calamity through television and other media. Due to the solar storm's interference, their mobile communication is severely compromised, preventing them from receiving timely news. In their desperation, they attempt to contact relatives back home, yet the calls go unanswered. Frantic and bewildered, they find themselves at a loss. The first level of the garage no longer seems safe, prompting them to gather the snacks and water they brought and follow the crowd down to the third underground level. Around 8:57 p.m., a tremendous tremor shakes the ground, followed by the thunderous sound of collapsing buildings, the result of the catastrophic impact and ensuing shockwave. Subsequently, they remain in the third-level garage, trembling with fear for 3 days. As their provisions dwindle and the temperature soars to nearly 40 degrees Celsius, some individuals utilize demolition equipment found in the garage to breach the underground warehouse, uncovering new supplies. However, with nearly 2,000 people crammed into this space, the available food is woefully inadequate. After a chaotic scramble, countless lives are lost. Eventually, some robust individuals form a temporary organization, compelling everyone to surrender their resources for collective distribution based on necessity. They also attend to the deceased, as the extreme heat causes rapid decay, posing a significant risk of infectious diseases. Each day, new illnesses arise and suicides occur. In such dire circumstances, human life is reduced to mere statistics. Zhang Xun manages to secure a fair amount of supplies, yet ultimately, they are confiscated. The rations he receives daily are scant, and an overwhelming sense of hunger envelopes both him and his girlfriend. Fortunately, his girlfriend, a nurse, begins assisting with the treatment of the sick, which slightly improves her conditions. However, she too eventually succumbs to illness, suffering from heat stroke, just like many others. The onset of coma-like states began to emerge. Zhang Xun, frantic with worry, scoured the surroundings in search of water and medicine. In the third week of calamity, the day after Du Jing fell ill, temperatures finally began to decline, yet remained alarmingly high. The remaining over 1,000 individuals resolved to escape, aware that remaining would inevitably lead to their demise. Despite the myriad dangers of nuclear radiation lurking outside, young adults utilized any tools they could find to begin the arduous task of breaking through, and at last, on the following day, they managed to create an exit. The crowd erupted in exhilaration, yet upon emerging, they were met with a world far more devastated than they had anticipated, littered with corpses and engulfed in flames. The heat even more oppressive. The air was thick with smoke and dust, accompanied by a drizzling rain that carried a foul stench. Some individuals caught in the rain soon realized the peril as their clothing and skin began to corrode and burn. Supporting his girlfriend, who exited behind him, Zhang Xun surveyed the panicked masses seeking shelter, his heart heavy with despair. Fortunately, government vehicles discovered them and transported them to a bomb shelter. There were only a handful of such refuges scattered throughout Jiangxing. For the next 2 years, they resided within these walls, as the majority of buildings had been reduced to rubble and the remnants deemed unsafe for habitation. Scarcity of food and diminishing oxygen levels posed the greatest challenges. Initially, Zhang Xun braved the acid rain and radiation daily in search of supplies, food, medicine, winter clothing, and timber for constructing shelter. The acid rain persisted for 3 weeks, followed by torrential downpours that extinguished the remaining fires, and temperatures gradually fell. The deluge lasted an entire month, transforming the city into a swamp, with water levels rising to 5 meters, thereby blocking the shelter's exit. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight, with temperatures continuing to plummet. Once the torrential rain ceased, water levels began to recede, only for the outside world to morph into a frozen landscape. Zhang Xun heard from those escaping from the east that when the disaster began, the tsunami had inundated the entire city of Yellowstone. This asteroid had triggered tsunamis reaching heights of at least 300 meters, penetrating inland areas. Jiangxing, which had housed 13 million residents prior to the disaster, saw an estimated 5 to 6 million perish within the 3rd month following the calamity. Daily deaths continued to mount, frozen, starved, succumbing to illness, suicide, or violence. In the 2nd year after the natural disaster, the number of survivors dwindled, with the persistent gloom overhead showing no sign of abating. And the cold continued to threaten every soul. The thick ice outside rendered food increasingly scarce, leading to frequent instances of cannibalism and violence. According to surviving ecological experts, this dire situation is projected to endure for at least another 200 years. Volcanic ash and debris from the catastrophic impact obstructed sunlight, and a vast number of plants perished in the flames. The remaining flora gradually succumbed as they were deprived of sunlight, unable to photosynthesize. Oxygen and nuclear radiation are the foremost killers, aside from sustenance. High-altitude sickness and radiation sickness have also intensified. 2 years after the natural disaster, Du Jing silently succumbed after pushing the last morsel of food to the slumbering Zhang Xun. Upon awakening, Zhang Xun discovered his girlfriend, now lifeless and rigid, alongside the final remnants of their sustenance, plunging him into an abyss of grief, leading him to depart the following day. Chapter 3. Astonishment. In the hospital bed, Zhang Xun's eyes gradually fluttered open. The overhead light was blinding, yet felt achingly familiar. Instinctively, he attempted to shield his eyes, only to realize that his right hand was being held. Turning his head, he beheld Du Jing, peacefully resting beside the bed. Such tranquility bestowed upon him an almost surreal sensation. As if sensing the movement of Zhang Xun's arm, his girlfriend stirred awake. Upon seeing Zhang Xun gazing at her with rapt attention, Du Jing's face lit up with joy as she choked out, "You're finally awake. You scared me to death. How do you feel now?" Zhang Xun appeared to still be ensnared in the remnants of his prior memories, dumbly inquiring, "What happened to me? You fainted suddenly yesterday." Fortunately, right at the hospital entrance, the doctors conducted some examinations and found nothing amiss. They suggested it might be due to the immense pressure you've been under lately, causing your nerves to fray. They advised you to rest well, Du Jing explained, observing Zhang Xun's still pale complexion. She gently patted his hand and continued, "You needn't worry. I've already arranged for your leave at work, and I've spoken to your aunt as well. Zhang Xun nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "You've worked hard." After consuming a bit of food, Du Jing temporarily departed. Zhang Xun closed his eyes once more, reminiscing about the vivid dream he had experienced. It felt so real, as if etched deeply in his memory. Everything from the apocalyptic world seemed vividly present, yet it brought him immense anguish. Could this dream be a fragment of reality? Zhang Xun pondered, but he was undeniably lying in the hospital now. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly surged through the ring finger of his left hand. He lifted his arm, only to discover a circular indentation on his finger. The mark was visibly sinking deeper, though it soon ceased its descent. This indentation resembled the one left by a wedding ring after he and Du Jing were wed in his dream. Was this some form of portent? He found it challenging to distinguish between the dreamscape and reality. Meanwhile, domestic news was broadcasting. According to the Zhang Observatory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a near-Earth asteroid designated 2025 CA1 has been newly discovered. This Apollo-type near-Earth asteroid is currently approaching Earth and is expected to make a close flyby on January 25, 2025. The asteroid 2025 CA1 was identified by the Zhang Observatory's Near-Earth Object Telescope at 2057:03 Beijing time on February 12, 2023. The asteroid measures a diameter of 15 kilometers, and orbital calculations indicate a high probability of it being a near-Earth object. That evening, several asteroid monitoring telescopes across Europe conducted follow-up observations, including the Visentin Observatory in Croatia, the Kleta Observatory in the Czech Republic, the Giuggier Observatory in Italy, and the Clixby Observatory in the United Kingdom. The Zhang Observatory also initiated tracking observations the following day at an astronomical site in the western regions of our country. By the evening of November 7th, a total of 15 observatories worldwide had participated in the monitoring. Orbital calculations forecast that this asteroid will make a close approach to Earth at 8:50 Beijing time on January 25, 2025, at a distance of 1.5 million kilometers. This close encounter poses no threat to our planet. The International Astronomical Union, IU, has confirmed that this asteroid will be named Kaijin with the designation number 347735. Upon hearing the news report on the television, Zhang Xun's pupils dilated in an instant. This number, 347735, was the very one etched deeply in his dreams. There is speculation that this asteroid had been altered in its trajectory and momentum due to an impact from an unknown celestial body before its approach to Earth, propelling it headlong towards our planet. The haunting broadcast from his dreams echoed relentlessly in Zhang Xun's mind as he gripped the blanket tightly, his fear reignited. The apocalypse was set to unfold in 2 years. What was he to do? Zhang Xun was merely an ordinary individual. He could not remain unfazed like the protagonists in novels. He spent the entire night awake, contemplating many thoughts, his mother, his girlfriend, and even the future. His singular thought was the necessity of self-rescue, and as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into his hospital room, his resolve solidified. Early in the morning, when his girlfriend arrived, he pleaded with her to assist him in completing the discharge paperwork. She remained at the hospital for work, while he took a taxi back home. Exhausted from lack of sleep, he dozed off until the afternoon and ordered takeout upon waking. After finishing his meal, Zhang Xun retrieved a new notebook and began crafting his self-rescue plan. He had no desire to reside in the chaotic official shelters any longer. First and foremost, he needed to construct a sanctuary of his own, one that would not draw unwanted attention. Furthermore, with the impending torrential rains poised to submerge the entire city, locating it on higher ground was imperative. A remote area with elevated terrain would be most suitable. Even if he were to build, he needed a plausible pretext for doing so. Next came the task of stockpiling survival supplies. Within 2 hours, he filled pages of the notebook, revising and refining his thoughts. Yet he had only completed a fraction of his plan. Closing the notebook, he concealed it, not wishing for his girlfriend to discover it just yet. After preparing a meal, he grabbed his keys and ventured out, riding his electric scooter to fetch his girlfriend from the hospital. What happened to your finger? One evening, after finishing her nighttime routine, Zhang Xun's girlfriend lay down in bed and noticed his finger exposed. It's nothing, he replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. I found an iron ring during the day. Played with it for a while, and now it won't come off. It's quite tight. How careless of you. Let me see, Du Jing said, taking his hand to examine it. After a moment, she went out to fetch some ointment and patiently applied it. as Zhang Xun watched his girlfriend tending to his wound. An inexplicable wave of emotion surged within him, prompting him to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. She shot him a playful glance and then took a band-aid to wrap it up. That night, with the lights extinguished, Zhang Xun spoke into the darkness, Xiao Du. I promise to treat you well for a lifetime. Hearing her boyfriend's sudden declaration warmed Du Jing's heart like honey. She nestled her head against his shoulder, wrapped her arms around him, and softly replied, if you treat me well for a lifetime, I will do the same for you. Zhang Xun kissed her forehead again, sighed softly, and urged, let us get some rest. Closing his eyes, he pondered over the plans they had discussed earlier that day, realizing that the sole obstacle was funding. Where would the money come from? He was merely an ordinary worker, a chosen cog in the machine of labor. Constructing a shelter was an endeavor that would require substantial financial resources, and his savings were but a drop in the ocean. Then it struck him, lottery tickets. He vividly recalled a dream where a grand prize of 60 million would be drawn the following Tuesday, and he remembered the winning numbers. In his dream, he had purchased a ticket and lamented that if only 3 more digits matched, the jackpot would be his. After dinner, he searched online for information about shelter construction. Resources were scarce domestically, but plenty existed in America, showcasing various types from modest to extravagant. Simpler designs were priced at around 100,000, while luxurious ones soared to 1 billion, resembling a doomsday hotel with myriad styles. Unsure of how to begin, he resolved to visit an engineering design firm the following day for further insights. The next morning, Zhang Xun did not go to work, as his girlfriend had previously arranged a week's leave for him. After escorting her to the hospital, he made his way to the lottery shop, purchasing several tickets based on the numbers etched in his memory. Chapter 4. Information and Deduction. After acquiring the lottery tickets, he followed his phone's navigation to the engineering design firm. However, once the sales personnel realized he was merely an ordinary worker, their patience waned swiftly. They provided a perfunctory overview before dismissing him. Nevertheless, Zhang Xun gleaned some useful information regarding shelter construction, albeit limited. There were few companies in the country engaged in this field, many merely offering gimmicks. Some repurposed abandoned air raid shelters, presenting them as shelters. But these bore no practical value. In contrast, numerous firms in Europe and America, particularly those driven by profit, were genuinely constructing shelters to meet doomsday standards. Various doomsday bunkers dazzle the eye. However, following the methods of those affluent Americans, these bunkers can span numerous levels, accumulating nearly 10,000 square meters. While the corresponding seismic and nuclear standards have indeed been met, the opulence is truly extravagant, often featuring amenities such as swimming pools. It is estimated that one would require at least several $billions to realize such a venture. Zhang Xun speculated that the lavish interior design would consume a significant portion of the total construction costs. He could not compare himself to those wealthy individuals and certainly would not indulge in such extravagance. In the face of apocalypse, a refuge should prioritize practicality. Moreover, even if he won that lottery, the construction costs would likely fall short, not to mention the funds required for subsequent stockpiling. He would need to continue generating income, and swiftly at that. He must keep the lottery ticket safe and not misplace it. As Zhang Xun felt the ticket in his pocket, a complex mix of emotions washed over him. He both hoped to win and wished he wouldn't. Winning would mean he could no longer harbor doubts about the apocalyptic dream, whereas losing would imply that the apocalyptic vision was mere fiction. Nevertheless, he did not halt his planned preparations. In the afternoon, he visited 2 engineering design firms of a similar nature, receiving identical responses. Neither had experience with such projects. However, one designer offered a suggestion: to seek out a specialized American design firm to devise a plan tailored to the geological structure of the chosen site, and then to engage a domestic construction unit for the actual building. Zhang Xun inquired if there were any contacts for the firms abroad, but the designer shrugged, indicating none were available. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he did not return home immediately. Instead, he ventured to Jiangshang University of Geology. After inquiring about several students' majors, he discreetly slipped into a classroom. This was a geology course, laden with terminology that Zhang Xun did not comprehend. He was not there to attend the lecture. The instructor, Professor Wang, appeared to be in his 50s. After the class concluded, Zhang Xun waited a few minutes until the professor finished addressing the students' inquiries before he approached him. Good day, Professor Wang. I am Zhang Wei, a senior majoring in environmental engineering. May I ask if you have a moment to discuss a few questions with me? Zhang Xun felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if anyone would believe he was a student. Well, I have no classes afterwards, What would you like to ask? Professor Wang appraised him, but did not refuse. Let us step inside for a moment. You've been standing for quite a while, and must be tired. Zhang Xun gestured towards the adjacent vacant classroom. All right, let us go in, Professor Wang replied as he entered. Once seated, Zhang Xun began. The time for graduation approaches, and I wish to write my thesis on the effects of asteroid impacts and high-altitude nuclear explosions on the Earth's geology and environment. There are certain aspects that pertain to geology, and as I am not well-versed in this field, I came to seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, Professor Wang chuckled. You must have watched yesterday's news to decide to write this thesis, haven't you? Zhang Xun, feeling a tad embarrassed, nodded and replied, Indeed. I have envisioned that if the asteroid 347735, with a diameter of 15 kilometers, were to collide with the Pacific Ocean 1,000 kilometers west of Chile, at a speed of 40 times the speed of sound, it would unleash catastrophic geological and environmental disasters, posing an existential threat to all species on Earth. From a geological perspective, what immediate shocks and long-term impacts would such a substantial impact have on the Earth's geological structure? Particularly, I wish to inquire about the implications for our country's geological framework. This is my foremost question. Professor Wang, intrigued, displayed a glimmer of interest on his face, lightly tapping the table as he pondered for a few minutes before speaking. Assuming these conditions exist, I will hypothesize from the moment the asteroid enters the atmosphere. Everyone on the side of the Earth facing the impact would witness a colossal fireball, radiating brightness over 8 times that of the sun, descending from the heavens. A phenomenon resulting from the friction as the asteroid penetrates our atmosphere. Within 1,000 kilometers west of Chile, the waters belong to the shallow zone. And at the moment of impact, a crater plunging 500 to 1,000 meters deep would be formed on the ocean floor. The energy released would rival that of billions of atomic bombs, with sufficient thermal energy to vaporize the nearby crust. Everything within a 2,000-kilometer radius of the impact point would be obliterated by the intense heat and shock waves. The instantaneous surge of heat would cause extensive evaporation of crustal rocks, with debris soaring like fireworks from the impact site, reaching high altitudes, even into space. Simultaneously, seismic tremors exceeding magnitude 12 on the Richter scale would reverberate thousands of kilometers away from the impact zone, while coastal regions of the Americas would be struck by tsunamis exceeding 500 meters in height. Given the considerable distance from the impact site to the Asian coastline, the repercussions would be notably less severe than those experienced in the Americas. However, substantial tectonic activity would still ensue, with earthquakes of magnitude 8 and above frequently occurring along various fault lines, while other regions would also experience tremors of varying magnitudes. The coastal tsunamis would arrive somewhat later, but I estimate that their height would not be less than 200 meters. Professor Wang took a sip from his thermos and continued, This is merely the initial wave. The violent energy would heat the atmosphere within a 3,000-kilometer radius to 1,500 degrees. This represents only a transient peak in atmospheric temperature, which would soon diminish. In the subsequent wave, tens of thousands of tons of rock debris, ejected into the atmosphere during the impact, would begin to descend, resembling a rain of fire from the skies, transforming the entire hemisphere into an inferno, causing surface temperatures to soar drastically. The third wave would involve severe geological upheaval, with all active and dormant volcanoes, including newly formed ones, erupting. As temperatures rise, vast amounts of smoke and ash would be produced, while the suddenly heated air would gradually expand and rise. Engulfed by clouds of ash and smoke, the Earth would ultimately be shrouded, as the volcanic eruptions release a plethora of acidic substances, leading to an unprecedented deluge that would blanket the entire surface. All freshwater sources would become tainted, and even those fortunate enough to evade immediate peril would ultimately succumb to the ravages of acid rain, compounding the calamity. The thick veil of dust would effectively obstruct the majority of sunlight, plunging the planet into darkness. It would be akin to being ensconced deep within a cavern where visibility is utterly absent. Photosynthesis would cease, and the food chain would collapse entirely. Although Zhang Xun had previously envisioned such a scenario in his dreams, he remained astounded by Professor Wang's extrapolation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he dryly inquired whether humanity could possibly endure. Professor Wang sighed in response, indicating that a select few might survive if they remained in robust underground shelters, provided they were not subjected to seismic activity exceeding the shelter's capacity. In the short term, survival was conceivable. However, for the long term, a critical condition must be met: The shelter would need to have been pre-prepared, equipped with a self-sustaining closed-loop ecological system adequate for the existing population. Otherwise, death would be an inevitable fate. Furthermore, the collapse of the Earth's ecosystem would precipitate another dire consequence: a gradual decline in oxygen levels. Chapter 5. The Investigation. Zhang Xun pondered for a moment before turning to Professor Wang, stating that 2 to 3 months post-cataclysm, as the torrential rains subsided and tectonic and volcanic activities lessened, with minimal solar radiation penetrating the atmosphere, the Earth would likely endure an extended period of extreme cold. You are indeed correct. The atmospheric dust will gradually settle over time. Yet this process is expected to be protracted, Professor Wang affirmed with a nod. Professor Wang, how long do you believe this condition will persist before recovery occurs? Zhang Xun further inquired. I cannot say for certain. It could be a century, perhaps 2. All previous conjectures were predicated on the asteroid impact event that transpired 66 million years ago, which I used as a reference to amplify the potential hazards and repercussions. After all, that asteroid was merely about 10 kilometers in diameter. Professor Wang paused momentarily before continuing, based on my research of the Cretaceous geological strata. The time required for ecosystem reconstruction is approximately 500 to 1,000 years. Additionally, international studies indicate that the organic content in marine ecosystems requires at least 3 million years to return to pre-catastrophe levels. The marine algae that survive this calamity, along with terrestrial ferns and fungi, will be pivotal in restoring the ecosystem. Certain subterranean organisms and small animals adapted to cave life may also have a chance of survival. You mentioned earlier that your paper also addressed the effects of nuclear explosions, correct? Professor Wang inquired. Indeed. I hypothesized that major powers would launch nuclear weapons prior to the asteroid's entry into Earth's orbit, utilizing the shock waves from the explosions to reduce the asteroid's velocity. Zhang Xun replied. As I observe the current level of defense capabilities, it appears woefully inadequate for accurately targeting such high-speed objectives. Our defensive measures are virtually non-existent. Zhang Xun remarked. Indeed, your thoughts are quite intriguing. However, this particular inquiry eludes my ability to address, necessitating your own contemplation. If circumstances permitted, I would gladly procure a supercomputer to conduct a simulation, for the data I previously mentioned is merely speculative. Professor Wang expressed with a hint of regret. Zhang Xun felt an immense gratitude, but was reluctant to squander time. Professor, he began, as an esteemed geologist, in your opinion, what locations in our country would be suitable for constructing shelters to withstand these impacts? What criteria must these shelters meet? Well, Professor Wang hesitated, pondering carefully for a moment before responding. Firstly, you should identify a geologically stable area, one that has not experienced significant earthquakes historically, and which is distant from major impacts. Additionally, this location must be situated at an elevation exceeding 500 meters above sea level, with considerable structural strength, ideally composed of hard granite geology. It is also essential to have reliable underground water sources. At sufficient depths, acid rain would have negligible effects on the groundwater. This pertains to the site selection. Moreover, regarding the design of the shelter and the establishment of a closed-loop ecological system, this is not within my expertise. You may wish to consult other professors at the university. Professor Wang seemed to relish the discourse, providing patient responses to Zhang Xun's inquiries. Which region do you believe is most suitable for such a shelter? Zhang Xun pressed further. Which location, indeed? Professor Wang mused, soon arriving at a conclusion. Yushu and Chuan province lie within seismic zones, and the eastern areas are at a lower elevation. The initial wave of a tsunami could potentially inundate inland. The southern regions face similar challenges. But there is a site that appears quite suitable, a place called Yisengwen in Enshi Prefecture in Shenanjia. It boasts numerous mountains comprised of hard granite, stable structures, and abundant underground water. Furthermore, the mountainous terrain would aid in resisting shock waves. Additionally, this region is a tourist area. While the population is sparse, transportation is relatively convenient, facilitating construction. Having concluded his thoughts, Professor Wang took a sip from his thermos. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xun glanced at his phone, realizing time was of the essence. Thank you immensely, Professor. I sincerely apologize for taking up so much of your time. If it isn't too much trouble, may I have your contact information? I would like to invite you to dinner another day. Professor Wang waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Contact information is no issue, but as for dinner, must I burden you, a student, with such a gesture? However, your inquiries today have pleasantly surprised me, and I find your ideas quite fascinating. Nonetheless, I would advise considering a different direction for your thesis. Our discussion today merely skims the surface of speculation. If you truly wish to pursue this, it might be more prudent to develop it as a research topic, given the multitude of facets involved. Moreover, the data necessitates the utilization of supercomputers for simulation, which not only consumes considerable time, but also demands substantial research funding. As a senior student on the verge of graduation, it is evident that such a thesis would likely fail to pass the defense without robust data support. Zhang Xun scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he confessed. I had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Today, your lecture has illuminated the underlying issues for me, and I have gained invaluable insights. There is no need for embarrassment. Professor Wang reassured him. Your initiative in seeking my guidance reveals your commendable qualities. Professor Wang then retrieved his phone, opened the WeChat QR code, and continued. This is my WeChat. Should you have any uncertainties in the future, feel free to reach out to me directly. Zhang Xun promptly added him on WeChat, expressing his gratitude several times before Professor Wang departed with his thermos cup. As Zhang Xun watched Professor Wang leave, he felt a deep sense of appreciation. He had helped resolve the first dilemma concerning the site selection for the refuge. Soon after, Zhang Xun exited Jiangxing University of Geology, took a bus to the location of his electric bicycle, and rode directly towards the hospital. He timed it perfectly to coincide with his girlfriend's end of work. Once she donned her helmet, Zhang Xun revved the throttle, and a rush of acceleration surged through him. Du Jing quipped, "Did you manage to rest well at home today?" "Yes," he replied. "After dropping you off at work, I returned for a quick nap and then went out for a stroll in the afternoon." Zhang Xun relished every moment spent with his girlfriend. "Were you out admiring beautiful women on the streets? With you at home, how could I possibly notice other women? You must trust that I am a man of integrity, free from base desires." "Ah, that hurts." In the following days, Zhang Xun fabricated an excuse about a wedding of a classmate from another city to bid farewell to his girlfriend. In truth, he journeyed to Enchi Prefecture, where he financially engaged 2 technicians from the geological department, rented a vehicle, and brought along several specialized tools to conduct field research at Yisangwen. The 2 technicians, finding themselves relatively free during these days, gladly accepted Zhang Xun's offer to earn some extra income. Before long, they arrived at Yisangwen, which indeed lived up to Professor Wang's description. The scenery was magnificent, surrounded by mountains, a natural oxygen bar, frequented by numerous tourist routes, yet still sparsely populated with widely dispersed villages. After 2 days of investigation and observation, the technicians finally pinpointed a specific location. It was situated approximately 30 kilometers from the nearest village, at an elevation of around 1,200 meters. Based on their past experiences, they estimated an 80% probability of an underground river existing in the area, though further precise instruments would be required for thorough exploration. A provincial road traversed the vicinity, winding into the mountains. The dense jungle presented no accessible routes. However, the proximity was advantageous, being only about 1 kilometer away. During construction, a simple road could be established to reach the site. At the end, before departing, Zhang Xun addressed the 2 geological technicians, expressing his intention to construct a resort hotel here, which would involve excavating the mountainside to create themed rooms that evoke the essence of caves as part of the hotel experience. He inquired whether they could assist him in preparing a geological structure and environmental assessment report. He assured them that financial considerations were not an issue, as he would subsequently seek the necessary permits from the local business and public security departments. The 2 technicians hesitated momentarily, deliberating before responding to Zhang Xun that they could indeed assist, albeit without attribution to their names, and wondered if he would be amenable to this arrangement. Zhang Xun readily agreed, stating that he would later engage a professional entity to produce an official assessment report under the company's name. However, he urgently required their report for the construction team's review, thus requesting a swift delivery. The technicians nodded, affirming that this would not pose a problem, and promised to deliver it by the following week. However, they inquired about the compensation. After some negotiation, it was settled that each would receive 7,000 as remuneration upon the report's completion. 10 hours later, it was already late at night when Zhang Xun returned home, weary. His girlfriend was not at home due to her night shift this week. He collapsed onto the sofa and soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 6, Resignation. In the morning, Zhang Xun was startled awake by the sound of the door opening. It was his girlfriend, Du Jing, who, upon entering, was equally taken aback to find someone on the sofa, momentarily thinking their home had been burglarized. "What on earth?" You return without even sending me a message? I only bought one breakfast. Du Jean comprend. Ah, I came back too late last night and fell asleep immediately, Zhang Xun replied, rubbing his eyes. You go ahead and eat. I'll grab something later. You slept on the sofa all night? Du Jing asked, placing the breakfast down and feeling his forehead. Don't do this again. It's so cold, you'll catch a chill. Zhang Xun nodded in agreement, grasping her slightly cold hand to warm it with his breath. Soon, she withdrew her hand to eat breakfast. After finishing her meal and freshening up, she prepared to catch up on sleep. Noticing that Zhang Xun had not yet left, she urged him to hurry and eat breakfast. After she retired to the bedroom, he finally stepped outside. Upon returning after his breakfast, he found that she had already fallen asleep. By the way, the lottery results were announced yesterday. He had forgotten to check them due to returning late. He pulled out his phone to look up the results. Before long, Zhang Xun discovered that all the numbers matched. Although he had won a substantial prize, a sense of unease lingered within him, as it seemed the end of days was truly approaching. Zhang Xun decided against revealing his lottery win to his girlfriend, not out of distrust, but because the plans he harbored for the coming year were exceedingly audacious, and he did not wish to jeopardize their relationship. As he pondered these thoughts, his phone rang, a call from his company's leadership urging him to come to work. After hanging up, he realized that he had no pressing matters at hand, so he decided to visit the company to formally resign. Before heading out, he donned a hat and mask, ensuring he was thoroughly covered. He did not forget his lottery tickets and identification card. After resigning from his job, he proceeded to the lottery shop to register. At noon, after formally leaving the company, he had a light meal and then went to the lottery shop, conveniently located near his workplace, where no one recognized him. Amidst the envious gazes of the staff, he produced his numerous lottery tickets, completed the registration, and familiarized himself with the procedure for claiming his winnings. Once finished, he visited the municipal lottery center to obtain a winning certificate, followed by a trip to the provincial lottery center to process the ticket verification and prize claim. The proximity of these two locations saved him considerable time. With a staggering jackpot of 60 million, he realized that the tax alone would amount to 20, and he would also need to make a symbolic donation. He estimated that he would receive less than 50 million in hand, which caused him some concern, as he worried that this sum might not be sufficient to construct a shelter. After completing these tasks, he awaited notification from the lottery center regarding the prize collection, which he anticipated would arrive within 2 to 3 working days. On his way home, he decided to stop by the market to purchase some vegetables, including some delicacies such as abalone, lobster, and sea cucumber, which he rarely indulged in. His girlfriend had been working hard lately, so he planned to prepare a delicious meal to nourish her. Upon arriving home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Noticing his girlfriend still asleep, Zhang Xun refrained from disturbing her and went straight to the kitchen to prepare soup. His girlfriend was scheduled to go to the hospital around 10 that evening, so he patiently worked on dinner. By 5 o'clock, she awoke to a table laden with delightful dishes. Although she pretended to complain about his extravagant spending, she was genuinely touched inside. They relished their meal together, enjoying each other's company for a while longer. Zhang Xun then heated some supper and placed it in a thermos for her to enjoy later if she felt hungry. As they cuddled on the sofa, an idea suddenly struck Zhang Xun, prompting him to ask, Dudu, how can nurses upgrade to become doctors? His girlfriend chuckled and replied, Upgrade? Do you think this is a video game? However, the pathway for nurses to transition to doctors has virtually disappeared. Previously, one could take an exam to become an assistant physician, but now there are 2 primary routes to becoming a doctor. One is to retake the college entrance examination and enroll in a medical university for 5 years to obtain a medical license. The other is to enroll in a full-time vocational program, which requires 3 years of clinical studies plus 2 years of assistant general practitioner training. The latter only qualifies one to serve as a community general practitioner. Zhang Xun was taken aback. It's that stringent? What did you expect? After all, it's a matter of life and death, she replied. Zhang Xun's eyes twinkled as he suggested, Why don't you resign now and pursue a degree in medicine? His girlfriend shot him an incredulous look. Are you out of your mind? How impractical. I'm already this age. Going back to school? Are you going to support me? Zhang Xun grinned. Of course, I'll take care of you. His girlfriend playfully threatened to hit him. Finally, Zhang Xun added, Since 5 years is too long, why not learn more from the doctors while you're in the hospital? You're not a surgeon, are you? When performing surgical procedures, observe how the doctors execute their tasks and grasp the underlying principles. Additionally, it would be prudent to acquire some knowledge in internal medicine. Possessing a medical license is not an absolute necessity. Why the sudden insistence on this? My girlfriend inquired, perplexed. Zhang Xun chuckled lightly and responded, recalling his previous episode of fainting, stating that should such an incident recur, having you to assist would suffice. Moreover, if my parents were to experience health issues, you would be capable of identifying them promptly, wouldn't you? My girlfriend, oblivious to any hidden implications, nodded and remarked that she had harbored similar thoughts while I lay in hospital that day. For both your sake and that of our elders, I shall study discreetly. By the way, I must delve into more medical literature and consult doctors whenever I encounter uncertainties, Zhang Xun added. Understood. You're quite bothersome, she replied. At 10 o'clock, Zhang Xun rode his electric scooter to the hospital to drop off his girlfriend. Upon returning, he retrieved a notebook and began jotting down notes. Once he claimed his lottery winnings, he intended to establish a hotel investment management company. The construction of a shelter would necessitate a facade of operating a resort hotel. This sum was far from sufficient. He needed to acquire additional funds. Zhang Xun pondered for considerable time until a spark of inspiration struck. Stocks. He recalled a rather inconspicuous publicly traded pharmaceutical company that was set to release 3 new drugs in June, having concurrently completed all clinical trials and received national certification. One was a specialized treatment for the previous pandemic, boasting a remarkable 99% cure rate in clinical trials for severe patients. The other 2 were targeted therapies for Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease, demonstrating exceptional efficacy that outperformed all comparable medications on the market. Upon the announcement of these 3 specialized drugs, the company's stock price surged by an astonishing 1,000 within a remarkably short span. Furthermore, it continued to rise over the subsequent year. In the recesses of his dreamlike memory, Zhang Xun recalled having invested in this company, albeit modestly, netting a profit of 30,000 yuan. He remembered the last news article he had read regarding the company, which indicated that its market value had escalated to nearly 20 times its worth prior to the drug releases. Zhang Xun resolved that once he collected his lottery prize, he would register the company and invest half of his winnings in the stocks of this pharmaceutical firm. The remaining funds would be allocated to complete the preliminary construction of the shelter. Additionally, he needed to find a design firm for the shelter, though he currently lacked the necessary channels, especially for foreign design companies. He also planned to travel to the United States to ascertain whether their doomsday bunkers lived up to their reputation. Tomorrow, he would gather information on which domestic construction firms offered the best value for money. In truth, sourcing contractors locally would be more convenient. However, considering their capabilities, he placed greater trust in firms from larger cities. Moreover, the proximity of local individuals made him somewhat uneasy. After completing several pages of plans for the upcoming days, Zhang Xun finally retired for the night. Chapter 7. Company. The following morning, Zhang Xun rose early to pick up his girlfriend from the hospital after a shift. Once she had returned home and gone to sleep, he refrained from joining her and instead sought out a real estate agency with the intention of renting an office space of approximately 100 square meters. Establishing a company alone would prove unfeasible for him. He would be unable to manage finance, procurement, and cashier duties single-handedly. When it came time to procure construction materials and hire contractors, formal arrangements would undoubtedly be necessary. Thus, he would need to recruit a few individuals to assist him with various tasks. Naturally, Zhang Xun kept his true intentions concealed from them. Before long, he had identified a suitable location, complete with pre-existing furnishings as the previous company had recently ceased operations. Without hesitation, he paid 6 months' rent, amounting to over 40,000 yuan, and received copies of the property deed and the landlord's identification. In the afternoon, he approached a registration agency. As he was unfamiliar with the process of registering a company himself, and engaging professionals would ensure greater efficiency. He submitted the copies of the property deed and landlord's ID, along with some personal documentation, and would simply need to return the following week to sign at the business bureau. After completing these tasks, he intended to purchase several computers. Yet he was promptly informed by his bank that his funds were depleted. His savings of 50,000 yuan had been exhausted, and he had yet to receive the lottery prize notification from the Welfare Lottery Center. Reluctantly, he returned home, reflecting that the day had gone relatively smoothly, though he still had no leads on foreign design companies. Noticing that it was still early, he decided to call his mother back home and his girlfriend's father to assure them of his well-being. After hanging up, Zhang Xun suddenly remembered a high school classmate who had immigrated to America. This friend had returned for the new year, and they had gathered together, exchanging new contact information. He hurriedly dialed the number, but the call did not connect. Slapping his forehead, he chided himself for his foolishness. It was still the middle of the night for his friend, who was likely fast asleep. Stowing his phone, he He revved his electric scooter and made his way home. Arriving home after 4 in the afternoon, he found his girlfriend awake. Noticing his early return, she inquired about his early departure from work. He pulled her onto the sofa and said, "I've resigned." Startled, she asked why. "Are you still feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital?" "No, listen to me," he replied. "A few days ago, when I attended a classmate's wedding out of town, he introduced me to a prominent businessman. This businessman wishes to open a hotel in Hubei province, but due to his hectic schedule, he has asked me to oversee the construction of the hotel." Zhang Xun explained. His girlfriend, somewhat skeptical, questioned, "Is that true? You can't possibly trust someone you've just met so easily, can you? My classmate's father holds a government position, and the owner of the company is quite affluent as well. With such connections, he would not deceive me, especially considering the generous salary he offers, 20,000 a month." Zhang Xun feigned a semblance of excitement as he spoke. "Really? Such a high amount? Have you signed a contract?" His girlfriend exclaimed. "The owner will be coming to Jiangsheng in the next few days to handle the hotel construction paperwork, and we will sign the contract together then." Zhang Xun hesitated for a moment before adding, "However, this hotel is located in Inchi Prefecture, so I might be traveling frequently over the next couple of years. But do not worry. Once this year is over, I will strive to save some money, and next year we shall marry and host a grand wedding." Zhang Xun declared with enthusiasm. "All right, I trust you. I will go prepare dinner," his girlfriend said, touched by his words. And she leaned in to kiss him gently before getting up. Watching her busy in the kitchen, Zhang Xun sighed and retrieved his notebook from the bedroom. Placing it in his work bag, he was cautious, knowing she never rummaged through his belongings, yet he feared that should she accidentally discover it in the bedroom, complications could arise. After dinner, in high spirits, his girlfriend took him to see a film. Once the movie concluded, he drove her to her workplace. Upon returning home, as soon as he opened the door, his phone rang. After securing the door, Zhang Xun answered the call. "Hello, Heisey, it's Zhang Xun. I apologize for not considering the time difference when I called." "No worries, I was asleep and didn't hear it." "Old Zhang, what made you think to call me?" Came the voice on the other end. "Isn't it true that absence makes the heart grow fonder?" "Ha ha ha," Zhang Xun chuckled. "Cut the nonsense, you know me too well. You're not one to enjoy socializing, so your call must pertain to something important." "Just say it," Heisey remarked, having been Zhang Xun's desk mate in high school. Their camaraderie allowed for such familiarity. "I actually need a favor. Recently, I changed jobs, and my boss wishes to establish a themed hotel. You know how popular cultural and horror-themed hotels have become in the country lately, but my boss prefers to avoid following trends. He has been reading apocalyptic novels and came up with the idea of creating a post-apocalyptic themed hotel. As you are aware, there are a few design companies in the country with experience in this area. So I was hoping you could assist me in finding relevant information and design firms in the States, preferably those with substantial experience in similar projects." Zhang Xun explained in one breath. "You've come to the right person. I have a client from a construction design company that I am currently working with. Coincidentally, my colleague, and I will visit them tomorrow, and I can inquire on your behalf," Heisey replied with a smile. "That would be great, thank you. If there are any good design firms, please help me find their contact information. My boss is quite anxious," Zhang Xun said. "Sure, I'll keep that in mind. I have to get back to work now, so I'll talk to you later," Heisey concluded. "All right, you take care. I'll treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xun sighed in relief. Finally, there seemed to be a promising lead regarding the design company. Today, February 20th, 2023, less than 2 years remain until the apocalypse. Zhang Xun, not being part of the construction industry, is unaware of the time required to build such a refuge. However, he understands that expediency is paramount, and thus, he cannot afford to squander time. The following day, he adhered to his routine of picking up his girlfriend after work. Once she fell asleep, the long-awaited notification from the lottery center finally arrived. In the afternoon, he visited the provincial lottery center to verify his identity and the lottery information. Upon entering the hall, the staff presented him with a check for 48 million. Wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, Zhang Xun paid little heed to the inquiries from the media, briefly sharing his thoughts and experiences. He also promised several journalists and the leaders of the lottery center to donate 1 million to the provincial charity foundation as a personal contribution to society. After he endorsed the check at the bank, he would delegate the operations to the bank. Finally, after taking a photo with the leaders and staff of the provincial lottery center, he hailed a taxi to the bank. The process was remarkably smooth. The bank had been informed in advance and treated Zhang Xun with utmost courtesy. They expedited his transaction, and he donated 1 million to the provincial charity foundation on the spot. After receiving the funds, Zhang Xun felt a tumult of emotions. He transferred 300,000 to his other bank card and promptly headed to the computer market, purchasing 5 desktop computers, a Huawei tablet, and a Huawei laptop. The 5 computers were intended for future company operations. The tablet was a gift for his girlfriend, and the laptop was for his own use. After securing the tablet and laptop, he left an address and contact information for the staff to deliver the items the next day. Chapter 8. Evaluation Report. Just as he reached the ground floor, he received a call from his girlfriend inquiring when he would return for dinner. Zhang Xun replied that he was already downstairs and would be home shortly. Upon entering, he found her preparing dinner, and he discreetly concealed his purchases before joining her in the kitchen. When it was time to eat, Zhang Xun feigned mystery, telling his girlfriend that he had another gift for her and challenged her to guess what it was. She placed her bowl down and, with a serious demeanor, asked if he had been spending money recklessly again. "Please don't be upset. My boss came by today, and I completed some formalities with him. Soon, we will be opening a branch here, specifically to manage hotel projects. I will hold a managerial position, overseeing project progress without dealing with the minutiae. My boss provided me with a laptop and a Huawei tablet, and he even sent me a month's salary in advance," Zhang Xun explained. "Really?" His girlfriend responded with skepticism. "Indeed, I am not deceiving you. I need the laptop for work, and since I have no use for the tablet, you can use it to watch some dramas if you're not busy when you work tonight." As he spoke, he revealed the concealed tablet and laptop. Having just acquired a new phone the previous week, his girlfriend was overjoyed to receive a tablet, her delight akin to that of a child. Neglecting his meal, Zhang Xun fiddled with his tablet for an extended period, only reluctantly setting it down upon receiving a warning. The following day, he received a call regarding the delivery of a computer, prompting him to arrive early to open the door. After picking up his girlfriend from work, he made his way to the rented office to await the arrival of the computer store personnel. Approximately 20 minutes later, the technicians arrived, and the after-sales service included assembly. While they assembled the computer, Zhang Xun took the opportunity to tidy up the space. Once finished, he called the agency to inquire about the progress of his application. The response indicated it would take a few more days and that his presence was not necessary, but a power of attorney needed to be signed. They would deliver the 3 certificates along with the official seals and contract when the time came. After hanging up, he locked the door and proceeded to the agency. Upon arrival, he signed the power of attorney and then returned home. Reclining on the couch while browsing his phone, he stumbled upon a video news segment about a wealthy individual in central China who had constructed an apocalyptic bunker, completed last week. It had been featured in the news the previous day. The affluent man displayed his creation with pride, showing no signs of modesty. Zhang Xun recognized the video's sensationalism immediately. Although the bunker was underground, encompassing 9 levels and totaling 7,000 square meters, equivalent to that of 2 medium-sized supermarkets, the design was evidently reminiscent of a luxury hotel. The wealthy individual boasted to the reporters about the bunker's cost, which amounted to 600 million yuan, with a construction period of 9 months, employing foreign design and domestic construction teams. This particular aspect piqued Zhang Xun's interest: the cost, the design firm, and the construction company. Consequently, he began searching for information regarding the project online. After 10 minutes, he felt a sense of disappointment as the news was fresh, yielding scant information, and he could not locate the foreign design company. However, he did find a construction firm, a state-owned enterprise headquartered in the provincial capital of Hunan, operating as a subsidiary under China Railway Construction Corporation. Zhang Xun delved deeper into this company's information, discovering that the online documentation was comprehensive. Leveraging the technology and strength of China Railway, their project capabilities were formidable in the surrounding regions. Notably, this project marked the company's inaugural venture in this field, having achieved success in engineering and past inspection. Given that the provinces were not far apart, it was entirely feasible for them to conduct the construction, and he preferred not to hire a local contractor. After noting the address of the company, Zhang Xun planned to visit them soon. Just then his phone rang, displaying the contact of a representative from the geological department he had previously spoken with. With his girlfriend still resting, Zhang Xun stepped into the stairwell to take the call. "Boss, the geological structure and environmental assessment report we discussed last time is ready and has been sent to your email. When can we settle the payment?" The voice on the other end inquired. Zhang Xun listened attentively and replied, "Oh, all right, I will take a look shortly. If there are no issues, I will settle the payment for you immediately. Additionally, please inform your colleague to send the account details to me via WeChat." "Thank you, boss," came the response before the call ended. Returning to the living room, Zhang Xun powered on his computer and logged into his email, opening a new message with an attachment, which he examined meticulously. However, many terms remained unclear to him, prompting him to download the attachment and forward it to Professor Wang via WeChat. Chef Wang, this is Xiao Zhang. I have a report that I would greatly appreciate your assistance in interpreting. Zhang Xun continued. Chef Wang, I have shifted my research focus and selected a singular aspect. I believe this report could provide some assistance and inspiration, yet certain parts still elude my comprehension. Chef Wang. He received a cheerful response from his neighbor. Just a moment, let me take a look. Although the report was rather rudimentary, most of its content aligned with practical realities. Based on the granite formations and geological layers, alongside the topographical features and the humidity data of the surrounding rocks, his neighbor articulated. The analysis in the report is quite accurate, although it did not utilize more sophisticated instruments. The existing data and environmental conditions suggest the presence of groundwater beneath. The assessment in the report coincides with my own. The rigid granite structures are stable enough to withstand seismic activities below a magnitude of 12 without significant structural changes. As for the environmental aspects, you should be able to comprehend that on your own. After consulting with Professor Wang, Zhang Xun expressed his gratitude via WeChat and promptly transferred the payments to the two individuals. Subsequently, he scrolled through his phone and was astonished to find news regarding himself. Shockingly, a certain man from Jiangqing's peculiar attire was indeed related to that incident. Extra. Zhang from Jiangsheng wins a staggering 60 million in the lottery. This year's largest lottery prize in Jiangsheng. Why did this fortunate individual only donate 1 million? What hidden circumstances surround this lucky winner? Zhang Xun stared at the headlines with a grimace, particularly at the accompanying image showcasing his bizarre outfit, awkwardness personified, although he had concealed his entire head during the award ceremony. The photograph with the lottery center representatives was undeniably unflattering. One might easily mistake him for a captured robber. Having skipped lunch, he felt a twinge of hunger. He retrieved an apple from the refrigerator and, after consuming it, recalled that he had previously transferred 300,000 via a separate card. Moving quietly into the bedroom, where his girlfriend still slumbered, he picked up her bag and discreetly closed the door behind him. Upon opening the bag, he discovered his girlfriend's wallet, containing some loose change, several cards, her identification, social security card, and bank cards. Zhang Xun then extracted the 300,000 card from his wallet, affixing a label that read, "Password, your birthday." After placing the card into his girlfriend's wallet, he closed it and returned it to the larger bag. Nowadays, aside from identification cards, people seldom handle wallets, as everything is conducted via smartphones. Zhang Xun harbored no ulterior motives. He simply could not disclose his intentions to his girlfriend at this moment. The funds on the card were reserved for her emergencies, and he estimated that she would not notice it in the near future. Chapter 9. Recruitment at the company. How could he have forgotten about purchasing stocks? Zhang Xun slapped his forehead and quickly opened his mobile app. He located the company S-code, reviewed its performance, and proceeded to invest. At that moment, its market capitalization stood at a mere 50 billion renminbi. Zhang Xun was aware that by the end of this year, the company's value would rival that of international pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer, Roche, and Merck. Presently, these foreign firms boasted market capitalizations exceeding 1 trillion renminbi each. Why? One might wonder, was this domestic company so small yet capable of such significant achievements? Zhang Xun speculated that perhaps it had produced a genius in the fields of biology or medicine. With Zhang Xun's purchase, the company's stock price surged to its ceiling. After completing the transaction, he turned his attention elsewhere, as he did not intend to touch this stock for several months. Of the 48 million renminbi bonus, he donated 1 million, invested 20 million in stocks, gifted his girlfriend 300,000, and was left with 26.7 million. Despite the substantial amount, Zhang Xun felt no exhilaration. Instead, he sensed the urgency of time. The 26 million he had should suffice for the initial funding of a shelter. Unlike the wealthy, he did not plan to construct an extravagant and grand refuge. He knew he would require more funds as time progressed. After June, by July, he anticipated that the stock's value would multiply tenfold, reaching approximately 200 million. At that point, he could liquidate a portion, which would be adequate. The remaining stocks would serve as capital for stockpiling supplies. This was his plan, though the specifics of the financial outlay remained uncertain. The next day, he visited the talent market again, paid a fee, and set up a stall. Without any promotional flyers, he hastily printed a sign seeking an accountant, cashier, and procurement officer. Although the company had yet to be formally registered, he needed to recruit personnel. He was uncertain whether anyone would take him seriously. Zhang Xun had contemplated asking his girlfriend to resign and assist him, but ultimately decided against it. On one hand, he wished for her to acquire more medical knowledge to ensure some degree of healthcare in the post-apocalyptic world. On the other hand, as the sole legal representative of the company, it could arouse her suspicions. Zhang Xun spent half a day at the talent market, but most applicants merely glanced at him before moving on. His recruitment method indeed raised doubts about the legitimacy of his enterprise. Just as he was about to break for lunch, a woman in her 30s, somewhat overweight, took a seat across from him. "Are you really hiring?" the woman inquired, her tone tinged with hesitation. Indeed, as this is a new company, many arrangements remain unprepared. However, rest assured, salary and benefits are negotiable. Zhang Xun replied, elated, and continued. "May I ask your name? What position are you applying for? Do you have any relevant experience?" "My name is Li Yin, and I wish to apply for the finance position. I'm also capable of handling cash management. I previously worked as an accountant for 6 years," she explained. After a brief pause, she added, 3 years ago, I took time off to have a child and have since been at home caring for him. Now, with the increasing household pressure, I am seeking employment." "Ah, Ms. Li, let me provide you with some details. Our company specializes in hotel management. We have a project for a resort hotel in Enshi Prefecture, but all procurement and financial matters will be handled in Jiangxing. However, there may be occasional business trips to Enshi Prefecture. I wonder if that would be acceptable to you?" Zhang Xun inquired. "That is fine, but may I ask about the compensation?" Li Yan responded. "Compensation? Please share your expectations," Zhang Xun replied. 7,000? Li Yan hesitated before stating. "That is agreeable." Zhang Xun continued. "As a new company, we have yet to complete many procedures for the resort hotel, so there will be a considerable workload initially." "Is your child well taken care of?" "My child is fine. My mother-in-law is here to help watch him," Li Yan assured. "Very well then. Since it is noon, let me take you to the office location," Zhang Xun said, putting away his sign. Li Yan was taken aback by the urgency of her prospective employer, feeling a twinge of regret for agreeing. However, she soon calmed her thoughts. Zhang Xun had taken the subway and planned to hail a taxi, but Li Yan suddenly suggested, "Why don't we take my husband's car? He drove me here and is waiting over there." Zhang Xun nodded in agreement and got into the vehicle parked at the roadside. Her husband occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror, assessing him with a skeptical eye. During the journey, Zhang Xun elaborated on some specifics, and upon arrival, he guided them to the office. Li Yan soon realized that the company had not yet finalized its registration. Nevertheless, Zhang Xun had advanced half of the salary and, in front of her husband, mentioned that once the company's procedures were completed and the preparatory work for the resort hotel was underway, they would consider awarding her a bonus. With the financial assurance, much of their apprehension dissipated. "Prepare yourself. You will start work tomorrow. There's little to do in the coming days, so please visit the talent market to recruit personnel, 1 cashier and 1 purchaser." Although Li Yan could manage both roles, Zhang Xun was hesitant to assign finance and cash management to a single individual. Li Yan had no objections, but inquired, "Are there any other positions available? What is the salary for the new hires?" Zhang Xun contemplated briefly and replied that filling the 2 positions would suffice for now, with the option to hire more should the need arise in the future. As for the salary, he left that decision to her, suggesting a modest increase in accordance with market trends. Li Yan nodded in agreement, after which Zhang handed her a key to the office. During lunch, he treated the 2 new hires to a meal, and afterward he purchased a vehicle valued at around 300,000 yuan. Following the completion of the paperwork, he drove it home, knowing that it would take some time to receive the license plates, though he had no immediate use for them. Upon returning home, he shared the news of his new car with his girlfriend once she awoke, claiming it was provided by the company, and invited her to sit in it for a while. Du Jing expressed her joy for him. They opted not to cook and instead indulged in a lavish meal out. After dropping his girlfriend off at her workplace, Heisey called. "I inquired about the matter you mentioned, and their SA design firm here that has undertaken many similar projects. I will send you their company information and contact details shortly. However, it would be best for your boss to meet with them in person, as we need to clarify your specific requirements. Additionally, geological data regarding the hotel will be necessary." Zhang Xun was elated to have found a lead so quickly. After expressing his gratitude and ending the call, he decided to travel to the United States. Early the next morning, after picking up his girlfriend, he applied for a passport and subsequently visited the consulate to apply for a tourist visa. However, the processes for both were rather slow. The fastest would take a week, while the slower option could extend to a month. With no alternative, Zhang Xun resigned himself to waiting. Fortunately, The company's paperwork was set to be completed within a couple of days, and he planned a trip to Hunan province to meet with the construction company. He aimed to gather insights about the wealthy individual's doomsday bunker design and hoped to establish a preliminary agreement. In the afternoon, the agency indeed completed the necessary arrangements, and Zhang Xun headed over there. He collected the 3 certificates, the official seal, and settled the final payment. After returning these items to the company, he encountered Li Yin, who had surprisingly managed to recruit 2 individuals within the morning. As expected, both were women, one in her mid-20s and the other in her 40s, both possessing considerable work experience. She led them on a brief tour of the office, where they fortuitously ran into the boss. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang entrusted Li Yin with the financial seal, official seal, and 3 certificates, retaining the contract seal for himself. I will be traveling to Hunan province tomorrow. Please discuss among yourselves what equipment the company is lacking and make necessary purchases. I will transfer funds into the company account in a few days. Li, I will send you 50,000 yuan shortly. If that is insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more, Zhang Xun stated. No need. You can pay through WeChat when the time comes, Li Yin quickly declined. It's quite all right, Li Jia. I trust your integrity. I have been rather busy lately and may have to travel abroad again next week, so my presence at the company will be limited. It's prudent to leave this money with you for now. Just let me know if you need anything. After Zhang Xun finished speaking, he promptly transferred the money. He then sent an additional 500 yuan for the women to enjoy a meal together in the afternoon, allowing them to get to know one another. Zhang Xun chose not to accompany them, feeling somewhat out of place as the only man among 3 women. Chapter 10. Hunan Province. This morning, Zhang Xun collected his license plate and informed his girlfriend that he would be going on a business trip before driving towards Hunan Province. Hubei and Hunan are neighboring provinces, and it takes just over 3 hours to reach the capital of Hunan by car. Zhang Xun traveled along the Hongrui Expressway, arriving at the navigated address around 2 in the afternoon. Having made a cooperation call through the official website the previous night, someone was there to greet him. The tall and slender individual before him was a salesperson from their company, named Gao Shan. After a brief registration at the security office, Zhang Xun entered the premises of Qiangji Engineering Company, Limited. In a reception area, Gao Shan had also called upon their leader and a technical staff member. The 2 greeted him amicably, presenting their business cards, but Zhang Xun, claiming to have forgotten his, did not provide one in return. However, he did present his company credentials to avoid any suspicions of deceit. The leader, Li Pan, was the project director, and the technical head was Zhang Xun. Zhang Xun began. I saw in the news that your company is the construction unit for an apocalyptic-themed hotel in Zhongyuan province. Our company is interested in developing a similar project. However, our endeavor will not be open to the general public. Our target audience consists primarily of high-end clients. To enhance their experience, the project will be constructed to reflect genuine apocalyptic standards. We have chosen a site in Enshi Prefecture characterized by hard granite structures. I wonder how this might affect the construction difficulty. He retrieved a geological structure report from his bag and continued. Here is a report for your review. Zhang Xun, the technical staff member, took the report and began to peruse it. Project Director Li Pan inquired, "What is your company's expected investment?" Zhang Xun replied, "Including renovations and equipment, the total is estimated to be around 3 to 5 billion yuan. However, I have yet to find a suitable design firm. Do you have any recommendations?" Li Pan responded, "Domestic design firms lack experience. It is best to seek one from abroad. The previous project was also handled by a foreign design company. We can assist in making an introduction, but you will need to negotiate with them directly." Nodding in agreement, Zhang Xun asked for the name of the company. To his surprise, it was the same firm that Heisey had mentioned, located in Houston, Texas. "I would appreciate your help in facilitating the introduction. Once my visa is approved this month, I will make a trip," Zhang Xun said with a smile. "Certainly. That won't be a problem," Li Pan replied, pulling a business card from his cardholder. He added, "If you go, you can reach out to this person, Dawson, who is also the sales manager. We will communicate with him in advance." At this moment, Zhang Xun finished reviewing the report and addressed Zhang Xun, stating that while the construction posed certain challenges, they were all surmountable. Zhang Xun felt a sense of relief and inquired about the duration of the project. Zhang Xun replied that the timeline depended on the scale of the construction. Based on the investment previously discussed, it would likely take over a year, particularly due to the significant time required for excavating the granite mountains. However, the specifics would ultimately depend on the construction blueprints. Zhang Xun found this timeline acceptable. as there was still ample time. Subsequently, he sought clarification on several questions, gaining valuable insights, especially regarding the distinction between the construction unit and the contracting unit. He realized that their roles were fundamentally different. The construction unit, akin to a landowner, was the investor overseeing the project, while the contracting unit was akin to laborers, responsible for the execution of the construction. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Director Li Pan insisted on treating Zhang Xun to dinner, given the substantial investment involved. It was a significant project that they needed to secure with utmost effort. Zhang Xun did not decline, and after a hearty meal, Manager Li expressed a desire to take him to MMC. However, Zhang Xun had a video call scheduled with his girlfriend that evening and politely declined the invitation. Observing his reluctance, Li Pan did not press further and escorted him back to the hotel before departing. After checking into his room and completing his evening routine, it was already 8:30. Assuming his girlfriend had not yet gone to work, he opened WeChat for a video call. The two conversed for half an hour before ending the call. As Zhang Xun lay in bed, he reflected on the day's discussions and contemplated the future, eventually succumbing to slumber. The following morning, after checking out, he drove back home. However, upon passing his hometown, he made a deliberate detour to visit. His mother was at a neighbor's house chatting when she noticed a car parked outside. Just as she approached to investigate, she was pleasantly surprised to see her son emerge. "Son, when did you buy a car?" she exclaimed, a mix of joy and confusion evident on her face. She wondered how he could afford a vehicle so soon after purchasing a house, questioning why he wasn't saving for marriage. "Mom, I've changed jobs, and this car was provided by the company for my business trips," Zhang Xun explained. "Really? My son is doing well. The company even provided a car." His mother beamed with pride, promptly rushing inside to prepare a meal. After lunch, she subtly inquired about his plans for marriage with Du Jing. Zhang Xun mentioned that they were planning for next year. Upon hearing this definitive timeline, she was even more elated, wishing for them to wed this year. After spending a night at home, he returned to Jiangshan the next day, first heading to the office. 3 employees had already set up the printer, water dispenser, and other office supplies, while some financial software and invoicing systems had also been installed. The procurement staff, feeling somewhat idle, took it upon themselves to thoroughly clean the office. Zhang Xun comforted them, assuring that there was no need for concern. Salaries would be disbursed as scheduled this month. If there were any issues, they need not come to the office, as operations would commence as early as next month. Upon returning to his office, Zhang Xun saved the contact details from the business card onto his mobile phone. He then proceeded to Li Yan's office, presenting her with the card for safekeeping, as future interactions would be necessary. "Mr. Zhang, the funds you provided for purchasing office supplies amounted to a total of 27,400 yuan. I will return the remaining amount to you. I have also archived the receipts, categorizing them as financial expenditures," Li Yan explained. "Let us keep it with you for now. It will be more convenient if you need it later. Additionally, you and I should visit the bank shortly. I need to transfer a sum to the company account." "You two can leave for the day," Zhang Xun instructed. "Understood. I will notify them," Li Yan replied as she rose from her seat. With over 26 million yuan in liquid assets, Zhang Xun planned to transfer 6 million yuan to the company account, reserving the remaining 20 million for other purposes. After locking the door, Zhang Xun departed with them. Once he had completed their business, he also accompanied Li Yan on her way home. Upon arriving home, his girlfriend was awake. As it was the weekend, she was transitioning back to the day shift after a 2-day break. Zhang Xun had been busy for 2 weeks, and with his passport and visa still pending, he decided to rest for 2 days and spend time with his girlfriend. On Saturday, after she completed her last night's shift, she rested at home during the day. In the evening, Zhang Xun took her to a shopping mall followed by a movie. On Sunday, they drove to a scenic spot in the suburbs, enjoying a day filled with leisure. Observing the radiant smile on his girlfriend's face filled Zhang Xun with profound satisfaction. While an unprecedented sense of responsibility surged within him, he silently vowed to protect this happiness with unwavering determination. Chapter 11. Going Abroad. "My dear, I have something to discuss," Zhang Xun suddenly said while embracing his girlfriend that evening. "What is it?" she inquired, glancing at her phone. "My boss intends to send me on a business trip to the United States in a few days," Zhang Xun revealed. "The United States? That's quite far. Didn't you mention that your boss only wanted you to supervise the hotel construction? Why the need to go abroad?" his girlfriend questioned, tilting her head in confusion. "My boss has engaged a design company in the United States and wants me to liaise with them. Beyond that, I'm not entirely certain. There will be others accompanying me," Zhang Xun explained. "Then you should go, but please ensure your safety. Avoid any dubious places. I've seen news reports about rampant gun violence in the U.S., and, well, women there are quite liberal. I understand. I'll only be gone for a few days and will return swiftly. In the following days, while his visa was still being processed, Zhang Xun seized the opportunity to purchase numerous books on basic construction, engineering, and machinery, diligently enhancing his knowledge. After receiving notifications from the Immigration Bureau and the consulate, he promptly booked his flight and hotel. Prior to this, he made another visit to the company. The cashier and the procurement staff were absent from the company, leaving only Li Yin steadfastly present. Sister Li, during my absence these few days, could you gather some information for me? Zhang Xun inquired. What do you need to know? Li Yin replied. Firstly, I would like you to research small-scale civilian power generation equipment, its types, advantages and disadvantages, consumption, and lifespan. Additionally, please inquire about the inventory list of a large supermarket. However, there is no rush. Take your time, Zhang Xun instructed. Are you planning to open a supermarket? Li Yin asked, puzzled. There are some considerations in that direction. We shall see how things unfold, Zhang Xun replied nonchalantly, though his true intention was to stockpile resources for future contingencies. Naturally, the scale would not approach that of a large supermarket, and food items have shelf life. Even specialized vacuum-packed goods would last at most 2 to 3 decades. One cannot solely rely on canned food indefinitely. Moreover, in such apocalyptic scenarios, even if preserved supplies remained outside, the threat of nuclear radiation would deter him from seeking them recklessly. The refuge he envisioned would possess a degree of self-sufficiency. What troubled him most was the issue of electricity and fuel. It was impractical to store vast quantities of fuel. In the event of significant tremors, safety concerns aside, he might not even afford such extensive procurement. It seemed prudent to consult some survival experts upon his arrival in the United States. If design firms there possessed relevant experience, it would alleviate much of his burden. Furthermore, he would require a translator during his visit. He could not impose on his classmates, as they had their own work commitments. Sister Li, tomorrow please visit the bank to open a foreign currency account. I will commission a foreign company to design the vacation hotel, and once the design is finalized, our company will engage in financial transactions with them, Zhang Xun suddenly stated. Additionally, I will deposit 20 million RMB into this company account, and I need you to assist me in applying for currency exchange at the bank to convert this sum into US dollars, which should then be transferred to the foreign currency account. That is no problem, Li Yin responded, jotting down the tasks Zhang Xun had assigned. Well, that will be all for now, Zhang Xun concluded before returning to his office. He picked up the phone, intending to dial He Zi's number, but reconsidered and put it down. It was likely that the other party was still asleep. He would wait until evening. What else have I overlooked? Zhang Xun mused, tapping his fingers on the desk. After contemplating for a while, without any clear direction, he decided to set aside his worries and focus on the tasks at hand. At noon, he treated Li Yin to a meal at the company before sending her on her way. He then visited the bank to exchange some currency before heading home, anticipating his flight around 10 o'clock that evening. Upon returning, he found that his girlfriend had already packed his luggage, alleviating him of that concern. After a brief check to ensure his documents were in order, he spent some time relaxing before making a trip to the market to purchase some groceries. Having prepared a meal, and with the clock nearing 6, Zhang Xun rode his electric bicycle to the hospital to fetch his girlfriend from work. After enjoying dinner, under his girlfriend's gentle reminders, he stepped out with his luggage. Upon arriving at the airport, he collected his boarding pass and reached the waiting area. Noticing that he had an hour before boarding, he took out his phone to call He Zi. He Zi, I'm arriving at your place tomorrow, and I need to ask you for a favor. Zhang Xun chuckled. What is it? What? You're coming to Texas tomorrow? Is it Houston? Came the surprised voice from the other end. Yes, regarding what I mentioned last time, my boss wants me to come and get acquainted. I'm not familiar with life in the United States. Could you assist me in finding a translator? Zhang Xun explained. That is no problem at all. I know many international students who would be more than willing to take on a part-time job. What time do you arrive? I'll come to the airport to pick you up. He Zi responded cheerfully, then added, remember, that is American time, not Beijing time. Since there are no direct flights from Jiangxing to Houston, he would need a transfer in Tokyo, estimating a journey of around 20 hours. I'll check the time difference and send you a message shortly, Zhang Xun said. Don't forget to help me with the translator. Of course. Once you're here, I'll make sure you experience the decadence of capitalism. He Zi laughed before hanging up. At nearly 30 years old, Zhang Xun had never traveled abroad, and a sense of anticipation stirred within him. Regrettably, he had not brought his girlfriend along, having forgotten to arrange her passport and visa. Otherwise, they could have explored together. He realized that in less than 2 years, his family had not truly enjoyed any leisure time, let alone traveled abroad. Would it be possible to seize an opportunity before the impending doom, to take his family on a grand journey? Zhang Xun pondered. He was uncertain about the progress of the future shelters and whether he would have the time. If time proved elusive, perhaps he could enroll them in a travel group, allowing them to explore and relish the beauty of the world before the end. Boarding the plane commenced a nearly 20-hour journey. Truth be told, air travel was exhausting, especially in economy class. The limited space and prolonged hours of confinement were quite uncomfortable. The vastness above the clouds soon fatigued his eyes, and Zhang Xun found himself forcing sleep. Texas, specifically Houston, is situated in the central time zone, and Zhang Xun's journey extended beyond 20 hours, with lengthy layover times. He finally arrived at local time around 10 in the evening. "Old Zhang, over here." As soon as he stepped outside, he heard Haizi's voice. Turning, he saw Haizi waving at him. Fortunately, it was evening, and the airport pickup area was not overly crowded, allowing Haizi to spot him easily. "Cool, mate. I'll take you to my home for dinner," Haizi said. "I booked a hotel online," Zhang Xun replied. "What hotel?" "Cancel it. You're staying at my place tonight. Tomorrow, we'll explore Houston together, and I'll bring the translator along for you to meet." Haizi pulled him outside, while explaining that there wasn't much to eat on the streets at night, unlike back home, and it was a perfect opportunity for him to sample his family's culinary skills. Seated in Haizi's car, he engaged in conversation while responding to numerous messages from his girlfriend. It was around noon in Beijing, so your girlfriend must be on her lunch break, right? Why not give her a call to assure her you're safe? Haizi suggested. "Oh, right. I got a bit confused," Zhang Xun exclaimed, hastily opening WeChat for a video call. That night, he would be staying at Haizi's home, where his entire family had immigrated, and their financial situation seemed quite comfortable. Haizi himself worked in finance, enjoying a middle-class lifestyle in America. Since Zhang Xun was a classmate of their son and had come from China, his parents greeted him warmly. Zhang Xun toured their house and, to be honest, felt envious compared to his own. He mused that even if he struck a lottery worth 60 million, it might not rival their family's wealth. Chapter 12. Understanding. On the second day in America, Haizi took a day off from work, driving Zhang Xun around Houston. It was quite similar to other cities, showcasing skyscrapers that Zhang Xun found rather unremarkable. The primary experience was simply feeling like a foreigner. In the afternoon, the translator Haizi had arranged arrived, and they sat in a cafe to chat. The translator was a girl named Zhang Xun. According to Haizi, she was a student from China pursuing her doctorate and planned to return after completing her studies. Zhang Xun briefly shared his situation before discussing the translation fees. It was 200 per day, and since Haizi nodded in agreement, Zhang Xun didn't dwell on it further, asking, "I might not have enough dollars. Can I transfer you RMB instead?" "That is perfectly fine," Zhang Xun replied. "For RMB, you can pay me 1,500 for each day." Sipping her coffee, she inquired, "When shall we commence?" "We'll visit that company tomorrow, but I'll need you to help me make an appointment." Zhang Xun found Dawson's number on his phone, dialed it, and handed it to her. Once connected, Cheng conveyed the details of their visit as Zhang Xun had instructed. She mentioned that a few days prior, he had received a call from a partner in China, indicating he was aware of Zhang Xun's arrival and would be available in the coming days. "When you arrive tomorrow, just tell the front desk that you're looking for Dawson," Cheng relayed. Zhang Xun nodded, asking her to extend his gratitude to Dawson, and they arranged a meeting time. After hanging up, Haizi told Zhang Xun, "I want to accompany you tomorrow. I have a business trip to Washington." "It's all right. You got a beautiful companion after all. If you return from your trip, and I'm still here, I will treat you to a grand meal to thank you for your immense help," Zhang Xun said, clinking his coffee cup with hers in place of toast. That evening, the three of them dined together, with Zhang Xun picking up the tab. Regardless of Haizi's objections, he insisted on staying at a hotel. Haizi was about to leave on a business trip, and it felt inappropriate for Zhang Xun, as an outsider, to stay in his home. For a temporary stay of 3 days, he had many thoughts regarding the design of the shelter that required communication with the designers from that company. The following morning, around 8:30 a.m., Cheng was waiting for him downstairs at the hotel. After Zhang Xun invited her to breakfast at the hotel restaurant, they took a taxi straight to the design firm. This company, known as Rising S, had a reputation that Zhang Xun discovered online, largely exaggerated by social media. Nevertheless, it was indeed a firm specializing in the construction of doomsday bunkers. Before long, the taxi arrived at the entrance of a grand building, where Cheng accompanied Zhang Xun to register in the lobby. After the security personnel at the front desk made a confirmation call, they were granted access. The company occupied the 17th and 18th floors of the building. Upon exiting the elevator, a blonde, blue-eyed woman awaited them. Instead of leading them to Dawson, she first took them to the exhibition hall, which showcased models and photographs of their designed and constructed doomsday shelters. The variety dazzled Zhang Xun, leaving him in awe and silently questioning the extravagant costs involved. With the assistance of the blonde hostess, Zhang Xun finally comprehended the company's capabilities. They had completed numerous similar projects not only in the United States, but also in Europe, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, all customized to meet client-specific demands. Furthermore, they had made inroads into the Chinese market, collaborating with local construction units, thereby enhancing their reputation. Another wealthy client from China has arrived, the blonde beauty mused. What is the largest project you have here? Zhang Xun inquired. Please follow me, the hostess instructed, pointing to a central model. This shelter's total construction cost reaches a staggering $800 million, encompassing 13 stories and a total area of 25,000 square meters. The interior is designed to meet 5-star hotel standards and can withstand earthquakes of up to magnitude 12, as well as tsunamis and nuclear biochemical attacks. Zhang Xun was taken aback and asked, "What other types do you offer?" "Look at this one. It is our most affordable product, approximately $40,000 for 97 square meters. It is also constructed from reinforced concrete, but contains only basic amenities such as a bedroom, kitchen, storage room, and bathroom." The hostess then pointed to another model. "This is our most popular product, priced at 4 times that of the previous one, yet boasting an area of around 500 square meters with significantly upgraded functionalities." Here's a humorous story. In the first year of Trump's presidency, we sold 100 units of this model. Zhang Xun, upon hearing the translation, felt a peculiar sensation. Was Comrade Trump truly that effective? "What other types do you have?" Zhang Xun continued to inquire. "Our products vary by size, ranging from small 97 square meters to 500 square meters and up to 1,000 square meters. We can even construct up to 5,000 square meters. Our current technology can achieve depths of 30 underground floors, accommodating up to 100,000 square meters without issue. The costs are prohibitively high, deterring anyone from making such an investment." The young woman expressed a hint of regret. Nevertheless, she proceeded to explain that the types of shelters vary according to their protective levels, such as resilience against earthquakes, tsunamis, and nuclear biological threats. Some clients seek refuge solely from nuclear radiation, while others aim to withstand seismic events. The requirements for each shelter differ. However, a considerable number of clients hope for a facility that offers comprehensive protection from all calamities. Zhang Xun nodded thoughtfully and inquired about the lifespan of such shelters. "This," she admitted, "hinges on one's budget and the level of disaster preparedness." She shrugged, as she found it challenging to provide a definitive answer. After a half-hour tour of the exhibition hall, the young woman escorted Zhang Xun to Dawson's office, closing the door behind her as she departed. "Greetings, Mr. Zhang from the East. Welcome to Rising S. I am Dawson, the business manager of this establishment," he said, rising to shake his hand. He invited Zhang to take a seat and poured coffee for both of them. After a few minutes of pleasantries, Zhang Xun transitioned to the main topic. He began by presenting the essential information and produced a report containing details on the geological structure and environmental terrain. Dawson glanced at it briefly, but could not comprehend it as it was written in Chinese. Zhang Xun had intended to prepare an English version, but had forgotten amidst his busy schedule, recalling it only that morning. Nevertheless, he deemed it inconsequential, confident that they could translate it themselves. "Is there an electronic version? We can translate on our end," Dawson inquired. "Yes, I will send it to you shortly. However, you will only be responsible for the design. The actual construction will be handled by the unit you previously collaborated with. For subsequent key equipment, materials, and electronic systems, you may communicate directly with them," Zhang Xun replied. Upon hearing the translation, Dawson picked up the office phone and made a call. Moments later, 2 individuals from the design department entered, and he provided a brief introduction. Dawson continued, "Regarding what you mentioned earlier, that is not an issue. Please share any specific requirements you have for the shelter with these 2 designers. We will take them into consideration during the design process." Zhang Xun retrieved a notebook from his bag and addressed the designers. "Please take note of the following." After Chung completed the translation, Dawson handed 2 notebooks and pens to the designers. Zhang Xun then elaborated on his ideas. Chapter 13, Requirements for the Shelter. "My vision is to create a refuge in the event of an asteroid collision with Earth, where governments would attempt to intercept it using nuclear weapons, albeit unsuccessfully. For reference, consider the cataclysmic event 66 million years ago, which occurred in the Gulf of Mexico. Additionally, incorporate factors such as nuclear radiation into the design of the shelter. Zhang Xun picked up his coffee, awaiting Cheng's translation. He then articulated his aspirations to construct a self-sufficient, closed-loop system shelter designed for large families. Capable of withstanding a magnitude 12 earthquake, extreme temperatures, nuclear radiation, acid rain, and hypoxia, the challenges posed by such an environment were formidable. The two designers, upon hearing the translation, exchanged astonished glances with Dawson, impressed by the ingenuity of the Chinese individual before them. Typically, other clients, especially the affluent, had numerous demands concerning interior decoration. The designers shared a brief look with Zhang Xun, engaging in a dialogue regarding his vision and objectives, occasionally jotting down notes and sketches. This segment of conversation was left untranslated. 10 minutes later, they ceased their discussion. One of the bespectacled designers turned to Zhang Xun and articulated, "Based on your objectives, our preliminary concept involves incorporating an agricultural cultivation system within the shelter. This small ecological system, tailored to the types of disasters anticipated, will necessitate the installation of a power supply system, air and temperature monitoring controls, a water recycling and filtration system, both wired and wireless communication systems, an oxygen generation system, a waste recycling system, a security system, and a master control system." The designers presented their initial ideas. Upon receiving the translation, Zhang Xun felt a wave of admiration. This exemplified true professionalism. However, he proceeded to outline several specific requirements. 1. All piping and wiring, including equipment, must be designed to be explosion-proof, preferably allowing for easy disassembly and replacement. 2. All equipment with control systems must be programmable, facilitating the addition of new features in the future. 3. The main structure of the shelter, along with its ceiling and piping, must address issues of rust and corrosion, utilizing the finest materials available. 4. All equipment and control systems should have backups, with at least 3 sets, functioning independently, and spare parts should be interchangeable, with a lifespan exceeding that of standard products. 5. Movable equipment should be equipped with energy recovery systems to conserve and reclaim excess energy. 6. The interior of the shelter should employ fire retardant and waterproof materials, with fire suppression devices distributed generously across each level. 7. The fuel and chemical storage must be situated outside the shelter, connected by a reinforced and fire and static electricity resistant main access corridor, utilizing bidirectional pressure doors. 8. Apart from the main cargo elevator, no personnel elevators are necessary on each floor. Stairways should be interconnected, with doors that can be closed when required. 9. Ideally, the upper-level garage should be spacious enough to accommodate at least 10 medium-sized trucks. 10. Escape routes and entry points must also be reinforced, along with a design protocol for entering and exiting the shelter. After articulating these detailed requirements, Zhang Xun noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the 3 members from Rising S, including the translator, Cheng. Fortunately, Dawson and his colleagues, seasoned in their experiences, did not delve into Zhang Xun's stringent demands for the shelter. "According to your vision, the area and budget for this shelter will be significant," Dawson remarked, regaining his composure. "For the time being, this is all that comes to mind. Should there be further requirements, I will promptly inform you before commencing the design. Please assist me in realizing the feasible functionalities. As for the budget, you should be able to provide me with a rough assessment report later," Zhang Xun remarked. Dawson nodded in agreement and replied, "Certainly. Now, let us discuss the business aspects, such as the nature of our tripartite collaboration. Indeed, initially, I intended for you to solely provide the design proposal. However, I have since changed my mind. Beyond design, your involvement is imperative, as this shelter requires your expertise for many internal control systems, apart from construction." As Zhang Xun spoke, he suddenly recalled something and added, "Please initiate communication with Qiangji Company, the construction unit, so that the 3 parties can find a suitable time to finalize the cooperation plan." Understood. Many materials for the shelter, such as specialized alloy steel springs, serve as crucial components for shock absorption. To achieve corrosion resistance and a lifespan exceeding a century, we have invested significantly in research conducted by the University of California. Dawson elaborated. Subsequently, Zhang Xun shared the electronic version of the geological structure report with Dawson, arranging for company personnel to translate it. After which, both parties discussed several specific matters. At noon, Dawson treated two individuals to a meal at their company's restaurant, subtly inquiring about Zhang Xun's budget. Zhang Xun, not wishing to conceal anything, candidly disclosed that it falls within the range of 120 million. Should the project exceed budget, there is potential for adjustment upwards. After all, he did not intend to construct an excessively large and luxurious shelter. $200 million is already considered top tier for a medium-sized shelter. Furthermore, domestic construction costs are significantly lower than those in the United States. It is implausible for their expenses to exceed American rates. Observing Dawson's cheerful demeanor, Zhang Xun felt a pang of guilt. Despite the stock market's potential surge in the latter half of the year, his assets would only amount to about 200 to 300 million renminbi, far from the 100 million mark. Moreover, the contract signing would not entail a lump sum payment. Design, construction, testing, and acceptance involve a series of processes. Delaying payments could very well extend to the end of the world. By the afternoon, the geological structure report had been translated. After preliminary examination, the two designers informed Zhang Xun that a more detailed investigation report would be necessary for the design proposal. However, there is no need for concern, as Rising S Company will commission a domestic partner to produce this report. This process may take approximately a week, after which formal design work can commence. Nevertheless, a formal agreement must be signed to initiate this undertaking. Zhang Xun expressed his agreement and requested that Rising S Company contact Li Pan of the construction unit to expedite the finalization of their collaboration. Seeing Dawson readily acquiesce, Zhang Xun bid farewell alongside the translator. Is your boss really planning to undertake such a project in the country? Chung inquired in the taxi. It is essential to ensure authenticity, especially since our offerings are not accessible to the general public, but are tailored for affluent individuals seeking thrilling experiences. In today's society, it is not uncommon for the wealthy to spend money on ventures that promise excitement. Once this project gains notoriety, it is likely that these affluent patrons will shower the proprietor with funds, compelling us to confine him. Zhang Xun chuckled, remarking on how your previous solemnity led me to believe the apocalypse was imminent, only to discover it was merely a gimmick. Chung smirked. Subsequently, you shall escort me to a consulting firm, as I require assistance in reviewing the contract during the impending tripartite negotiations, Zhang Xun stated, glancing at the early hour. The consulting firm was swiftly located. Such establishments abound in the United States, and Zhang Xun once again appreciated the conveniences afforded by capitalism, though, of course, only for the affluent. Before long, the terms were finalized, with the consulting firm awaiting Zhang Xun's notification, at which point payment would be rendered. That evening, Li Pan from the construction unit in Xiang province called to inform him that Xiangji Company had decided to dispatch a team led by him to Xiaoduan to discuss collaboration. Zhang Xun elucidated the alterations in the partnership approach, asserting that this was the company's decision, and he would be wholly responsible for subsequent negotiations. Li Pan expressed his understanding and hoped for Zhang Xun's support in the forthcoming discussions and agreements. He naturally leaned towards Xiangji Company, not out of nationalism, but to avert potential delays from this foreign entity. Chapter 14, Earning Money. It would take Li Pan and his team 2 days to arrive in Xiaoduan. After attending to his affairs, Zhang Xun found himself with leisure time. Yet since he was in America, generating wealth remained paramount. His stay was limited, and engaging in a lottery was not feasible, especially as he was unaware of anyone's winning numbers. However, he conceived a simpler and swifter method to acquire funds: sports betting on the NBA and the Super Bowl. Although Zhang Xun rarely played basketball himself, he had a profound appreciation for watching NBA games, with recent matches and outcomes vividly etched in his memory. Tomorrow marked the 57th Super Bowl, and while Zhang Xun was not particularly knowledgeable about it, this occasion was unique. Each Super Bowl features international superstars performing, and this year's event would showcase a sultry celebrity he had long admired, prompting his heightened interest in the news surrounding the Super Bowl. For the next couple of days, his focus would be solely on the Super Bowl. Can you take me to a casino tomorrow? Zhang Xun inquired of Chung over the phone. Chung, taken aback yet not inclined to refuse, agreed, recognizing the potential for financial gain. That evening, Zhang Xun immersed himself in the regulations governing American sports betting to avoid any confusion later. The following day, upon Chung's arrival at the hotel, Zhang Xun descended and summoned a vehicle, heading straight for the largest casino in Xiaoduan. Upon arriving at the casino, Zhang Xun was entranced by the dazzling spectacle before him. The venue was teeming with patrons, many of whom, like him, had come specifically to engage in sports betting, particularly in the designated area of the casino. I wager on the Kansas City Chiefs to score 38 points. Please place a bet of $2 million for me, Zhang Xun instructed, relying on Cheng for translation. The staff member was taken aback, for the odds were an astonishing 1 to 100. Such a method of betting was exceedingly rare. Typically, only fervent gamblers, desperate to reverse their fortunes, would consider such a risk. The staff member scrutinized Zhang Xun, pondering that he did not seem like the type to gamble recklessly. Cheng, standing nearby, urged Zhang Xun to reconsider, but he remained resolute. Prior to his arrival in the United States, he had instructed Li Yin to facilitate a currency exchange, converting 20 million yuan into dollars, all for this very moment. Although he had incurred a loss due to currency fluctuations, he was confident that after today, he would recoup his losses manifold. This meant that if he succeeded in his wager, his $2 million could swell to $200 million. Even after accounting for the hefty tax deductions, he would still pocket over $100 million. However, the casino, in conjunction with the betting company, was apprehensive about such a substantial wager and summoned their supervisor. After a brief wait, the supervisor arrived, though eager to secure the profit. They feared Zhang Xun might retract his bet, prompting them to persuade him to sign a preliminary agreement. This was precisely what Zhang Xun desired. He harbored no trust in the casino's integrity and felt reassured by the existence of contract. After all, a sum of $200 million would certainly provoke a reaction from both the casino and the betting company's owners. Once the agreement was finalized, Zhang Xun transferred $2 million from his account, leaving a balance of over $500,000. This wager became the largest placed at the casino that year, even attracting the attention of journalists. Yet, Zhang Xun declined to give interviews and instead wandered through the casino. The Super Bowl final was to take place that afternoon in Arizona, pitting the Kansas City Chiefs against the Philadelphia Eagles. Every gambler in the casino fixated on the large screen, for the outcome of the match would determine their own fortunes. Zhang Xun felt a flicker of anxiety, wondering if his mere presence might instigate a butterfly effect that could alter the outcome. In the final moments, the tension in the air was palpable, and Zhang Xun was no exception to this collective anxiety. Ultimately, the Kansas City Chiefs triumphed over the Philadelphia Eagles with a score of 38 to 35. The astonishment among the patrons was overwhelming, their gazes fixed intently on Zhang Xun, the biggest winner at the casino in recent years. 10 minutes later, the casino owner hurried over, somewhat breathless, standing before Zhang Xun with an expression of complex emotions. After a moment of silence, he extended his hand, proclaiming, "Congratulations." The Oracle for the East. With so many witnesses to the signed agreement, including journalists, he dared not resort to any trickery. However, it was certain that the casino's management would face repercussions. Such a substantial sum, apart from the losses incurred by other gamblers, is ultimately borne by the casino and the bookmakers, leaving him feeling as though he were bleeding internally. Subsequently, he proceeded to the bank with the casino and the betting department to complete the necessary formalities, ensuring that this fortune would soon be deposited into his account. $200 million, with a 20% tax, would ultimately yield him a net of $160 million. Zhang Xun transformed from a millionaire into a billionaire with remarkable swiftness. On the return journey, he observed Cheng, still in a state of shock, and decided to transfer her a modest sum via his phone. He chuckled, remarking that she deserved a share of the bounty for her efforts over the past few days, and presented it as a reward. Cheng gazed at the substantial amount on her phone, feeling a surge of temptation. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted it, her eyes glimmering with excitement as they met Zhang Xun's. Zhang Xun, sensing her gaze lingered a bit too long, jested with such a look. "One might think I'm already taken." Upon returning to the hotel, he recalled there was an NBA game to watch. As he turned on the television to catch the match, he simultaneously downloaded the app of the largest betting company in the United States, cautiously registering for an account. He resolved to place his bets discreetly in the future, avoiding the ostentation of the day's events. "Old Zhang, I heard from Cheng that you become a billionaire." Black ZS call came through unexpectedly, his voice laced with disbelief. "Indeed, fortune favors the unassuming. Life is full of surprises," Zhang Xun replied nonchalantly. "When you return, I'll prepare a grand red envelope for you. But please keep this under wraps. You know the wisdom of not flaunting one's wealth." He hoped that news of his windfall would not reach his relatives and friends back home. Thankfully, He had worn a mask during the event and had requested anonymity from the journalist, so as long as Black Z didn't mention it, no one should be the wiser. Not a problem, I understand. But as for the red envelope, let us forego that. You know, my family isn't lacking in that regard. Just treat me to a sumptuous meal when I return, Black Z said before abruptly ending the call. That rascal. Zhang Xun muttered under his breath. After a video call with his girlfriend, Zhang Xun reclined on his bed, perusing domestic news when an international call interrupted him. The caller ID displayed a landline from a new materials company. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang? A sweet voice inquired from the other end. Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? Zhang Xun responded, having no recollection of the company. I'm a customer service representative from Yangtze New Materials Company, Limited. I noticed you left an inquiry on our website. May I assist you with information about our products? The young woman asked. Suddenly, Zhang Xun recalled that he had previously sought materials capable of shielding against nuclear radiation and had come across this company while browsing their website. It was a collaborative entity with the Hefei Institute of Plasma Physics, affiliated with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which was, in fact, a stakeholder. Yes, our company aims to establish a themed hotel centered around post-apocalyptic nuclear disaster scenarios, and we are interested in materials that offer effective radiation shielding, Zhang Xun elucidated. Chapter 15. The Contract. Our company primarily specializes in the production and research of innovative coating materials, focusing predominantly on anti-corrosion and anti-rust technologies. The advancements you mentioned were not available a few years ago. However, last year, we collaborated with the Plasma Institute of the Hefei Institute of Physical Science under the Chinese Academy of Sciences to develop a novel material coating. This composite material, composed of gadolinium, hydrogen, and boron, effectively slows down and absorbs neutrons, facilitating inelastic collisions with high-energy incident neutrons and elastic collisions with hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen until they become thermal neutrons, ultimately being absorbed by gadolinium and boron. Notably, gadolinium, as a heavy nuclear element, also possesses the capability to absorb gamma rays. Our testing results indicate that this composite material achieves a neutron shielding rate of 98 at a thickness of 8 millimeters. In a radiation environment, concrete walls also exhibit commendable shielding capabilities. When this material is applied to concrete walls, the neutron shielding rate approaches an impressive 100. Most radiation-resistant coatings available on the market contain lead, including those used in nuclear power plants to encase reactor cores. However, the long-term use of lead poses toxicity risks to human health. Therefore, our novel composite material represents an optimal choice for both environmental safety and human health. Furthermore, our product has already been implemented in multiple nuclear power stations across the country last year, which you may find intriguing. Upon concluding her introduction, Zhang Xun felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely the radiation-resistant material he had been seeking. Hello, I am very interested in this material. Could you kindly send me the information? Zhang Xun inquired. Certainly, sir. Please provide me with your email address and your company's name, and I will send the detailed information shortly, the young lady replied over the phone. After sharing his company name and email, Zhang Xun hung up, contemplating the incorporation of this coating into his upcoming design plans. Just as he was preparing for bed, another international call came through. Engineer. The caller identified himself as an individual from the geological department of Enchi Prefecture, whom Zhang Xun had previously engaged. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I have some news to share. Our geological team organized an investigation recently, located just 3 kilometers from our previously selected site, where we have confirmed the presence of underground water, specifically, an underground river flowing through your area, Engineer Lee reported. Oh, I see. Thank you for relaying this information, Engineer Lee. I appreciate it, Zhang Xun responded. There's more good news. This underground river is a thermal river with a high water temperature, albeit quite deep. Do you realize what this implies? It means you could harness it for electricity generation, heating, and even develop a hot spring-themed hotel, Engineer Lee added with a chuckle. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Xun was unable to contain his excitement. After ending the call, he sent Engineer Lee a red envelope as a token of gratitude. Rising from slumber, he grasped a notebook and pen, diligently revising his plans throughout the night. This was geothermal energy at its finest. Previously, he had harbored concerns regarding his electricity supply. Yet this thermal river held great potential to liberate him from his dependence on fossil fuels. However, he soon pondered the possibility of a new ice age. Would the water temperature of this subterranean river similarly plummet? Though geology was not his forte, he knew there were experts who could enlighten him. He picked up his phone and dialed Professor Wang's number, but the line was met with silence. Likely, he was engaged in a class. 20 minutes later, his phone rang. It was Professor Wang returning his call. After articulating his concerns, Zhang Xun found the professor surprised that he still cared about such matters. Yet Wang patiently addressed his inquiries. Unlikely, Professor Wang explained. Though the cataclysmic impact led to an ice age that challenged species survival on a planetary scale, the average minimum temperature would only dip to around minus 50 degrees Celsius. The subterranean river you mentioned lies approximately 80 meters below ground and is significantly influenced by the Earth's crust. This indicates that the area receives more heat from the mantle and core, so there is no cause for alarm. Understood. Thank you, Professor Wang. Zhang Xun replied, feeling relieved. What is your major and class in your 4th year of environmental studies? I asked Professor Ouyang about you. But he hadn't heard of you, Professor Wang inquired suddenly. Zhang Xun was taken aback. His identity was fabricated, and he grappled with how to explain. Summoning his courage, he replied, I'm in class 5, with instructor Zhu. Oh, Zhu Huaixiang? No worries, just curious. Professor Wang concluded the call, clearly aware of this Zhu instructor. And Zhang Xun managed to evade detection once more. The following morning, Zhang Xun learned that Li Pan and her team had arrived, lodging in the same hotel. They shared a meal together, exchanging opinions, and after minimal rest, they set off to Rising S Company that afternoon. Upon their arrival, Dawson greeted them with a smile. Addressing Zhang, "You've become quite the celebrity in Houston." Observing the puzzled expressions of Li Pan's team, Dawson elaborated on Zhang Xun's previous betting escapades. This revelation filled Li Pan and her colleagues with envy and astonishment, as the local tycoon had transitioned from a mere landowner to a wealthy magnate, heightening their anticipation for the forthcoming collaboration. After some pleasantries, the representatives from the consulting firm arrived, including several individuals alongside the translator, Zhang Xun. The 3 parties convened in the conference room to formally address the matters at hand. Throughout the afternoon, heated debates ensued between Li Pan and Dawson regarding who would serve as the general contractor. After considering their respective arguments, Zhang Xun ultimately decided to appoint Li Pan's company as the general contractor. However, in light of various other interests, both Zhang Xun and Li Pan made certain concessions, ensuring that Rising S Company would also reap substantial benefits. Recognizing Zhang Xun's resolution, Dawson refrained from further deliberation, and the focus shifted to negotiating and formalizing the specific collaboration agreement. The process was agonizing, and Zhang Xun could not help but recall those apocalyptic novels he had read in the past, where the protagonists effortlessly constructed shelters and stockpiled supplies, as if they accomplished it all within days or even mere months. Why, then, must it be so cumbersome for him? Sighing, he lamented the absence of spatial abilities or a system to facilitate his endeavors. Another day passed, and after several hours of parched negotiations, the content of the contractual agreement was finally established. Zhang Xun had brought the company's official seal and contract stamp with him, all for this moment. The contract delineated the responsibilities of all 3 parties, as well as the payment terms for the project, its timeline, and legal liabilities. Payments for the project would be made according to progress, typically settled every 2 to 3 months, based on specific milestones. Additionally, a portion of the final payment would be reserved as a guarantee to be disbursed only after satisfactory completion of inspections. As for the budget, Zhang Xun deliberated extensively and decided to increase the original estimate as much as his available funds would allow. He did not seek grandeur. He simply insisted that all materials and functions must be of the highest quality. Of course, his available funds were limited, and once exhausted, he had no intention of repaying any subsequent debts. Upon signing the contract, Zhang Xun shared with Dawson and Li Pan the discovery of the subterranean geothermal river. He hoped that during the design phase, they could lean towards utilizing geothermal energy for the energy and temperature control systems. With a geothermal source, not only could they expand the thematic boundaries of the hotel, but they could also save a significant amount on energy expenses, which would indeed be a pleasant surprise for them. I have no issues with the design, Dawson assured confidently. Zhang Xun observed the 2 designers, and, seeing their nod of agreement, felt a wave of relief. Is there any issue with the construction on your end regarding the installation of the 80-meter deep underground water pipes? He inquired of Li Pan. No problem. We have executed such operations numerous times, Li Pan assured him. That evening, Dawson invited Zhang Xun and Li Pan to indulge in a luxurious nightclub in Houston. The atmosphere was an eye-opener for both Zhang Xun and Li Pan, revealing the decadent lifestyle of capitalism. Exotic dancers, intimate performances, and even a modeling showcase awaited them. During this segment, if one fancied a particular model, they could discreetly place dollar bills in her attire. Typically, wealthy patrons would return to their hotels with a group of beautiful women to continue the festivities. Translator Ching Chung had never visited such a place and felt quite out of place, prompting Zhang Xun to suggest she leave early. As he felt the hands of the exotic dancer exploring him, he maintained a facade of calmness, though internally he was stirring with anticipation. Humans are inherently influenced by those around them. Observing Li Pan's team, who remained composed and unaffected, he suppressed his thoughts and raised his glass to drink. In stark contrast, Dawson exhibited no restraint, engaging with dancers on either side, exuberantly enjoying the atmosphere. One of the dancers was unexpectedly pushed towards Li Pan, startling him. Li Pan, who valued his dignity, observed Zhang Xun's composed demeanor and silently acknowledged that he must be quite affluent, remaining unflustered in such circumstances. Ultimately, they did not dare to take even a single woman away. However, when Dawson emerged, he was accompanied by 2 women, insisting that Zhang Xun and Li Pan escort him back to their hotel. It was evident that he still possessed some semblance of reason, for he refrained from bringing anyone home. That night, the giants from the east were left solitary in their empty abodes. Chapter 16, Returning Home. Subsequently, the technical team, brought by Li Pan, remained for several additional days. On one hand, they coordinated with the design team from Rising S Company to finalize project timelines and responsibilities. On the other, it was a rare opportunity to experience the decaying yet unpretentious lifestyle of the capitalist world. On the 5th afternoon post-betting, Zhang Xun was to receive the winnings, but he needed to visit the betting center to sign documents. At that time, the casino and betting company owners, along with representatives from the bank and notary office, would also be present. He accompanied Cheng Chung to the betting center, where after confirming their identities and accounts, the substantial amount of money, subjected to a hefty tax, was finally transferred under the witness of the notary. A staggering sum of $160 million was now in his possession, politely declining interviews from the press. Zhang Xun promptly informed Li Yin to use the company's overseas account to make an advance payment to Rising S Company and Xiangji Company. The design fees for Rising S Company were to be paid separately, while Xiangji Company would serve as the general contractor. Subsequently, all project funds will be directed to them, who would then allocate a portion to Rising S Company for systems and materials. The day after receiving the funds, He returned from his business trip. Zhang Xun treated his entire family to a meal and also transferred $500,000 to He as a token of gratitude. Although He was reluctant to accept, he could not withstand Zhang Xun's earnest insistence and reluctantly acquiesced. After such an extended stay in America, it was time to return home. Before leaving, Zhang Xun earnestly advised He to purchase a shelter from Rising S Company, suggesting that in the event of a disaster, it would provide a safe haven. Whether He heeded this advice remained uncertain. The $500,000 he received could indeed buy a decent shelter product. As for He's decision, Zhang Xun refrained from imposing. Later, Zhang Xun returned alongside Li Pan and the others. After several days of exploration, he had finally grasped the rules of the betting app. Now, as he gazed at the English text displayed, he was proficiently able to navigate the interface. While waiting at the airport, he placed bets on a few upcoming NBA games through the app. After a journey exceeding 20 hours, they finally arrived back in Jiangxing. Li Pan was also transferring through this location to return to Xiang province. But, due to time constraints, Zhang Xun did not plan to invite them for a meal. After a brief visit home to drop off gifts for his girlfriend and parents, Zhang Xun, whose girlfriend works the day shift and had yet to return, set off for the office to deliver contracts and the company's seal. Having previously discussed the construction of the vacation hotel with Li Yin, and with the strong foundation company also in contact with her, Zhang planned to convene a meeting with them to meticulously arrange future tasks. An hour later, at 4 p.m., Zhang retrieved 3 red envelopes from his pocket, each containing $300 as a token of his return from America. He then dismissed them for the day. Zhang intended to take a few days to rest, feeling somewhat mentally drained from his recent travels. Following this, he would need to visit the local Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Public Security Bureau, and Environmental Protection Bureau in Inchi to secure project construction permits. Although environmental regulations in protected areas are stringent, his project is not a manufacturing enterprise and poses no pollution risks. Rather, it would bolster local consumption and tourism. Zhang had already inquired about the process, which seemed straightforward, with government support for such initiatives likely ensuring quick approval. as he leisurely drove to his girlfriend's workplace. He found no available parking space and was about to head back on his electric scooter when he spotted her. After a brief honk, he paused to pick her up. This was, it seemed, Zhang's first time driving to collect her, despite having owned a car for only a short while. "Why didn't you finish work by 5 p.m. today?" he asked, puzzled. "Knowing you were coming back, I asked the head nurse for an early departure," she replied cheerfully. The couple exchanged sweet nothings during the 20-minute drive, eventually arriving at an upscale Western restaurant. "I received a bonus of 100,000 yuan for successfully handling matters in the States. So today's meal is on me," Zhang declared grandly. His girlfriend rolled her eyes, teasing, "Look at you, so proud." However, she refrained from commenting on extravagance. As they dined, Zhang shared amusing anecdotes from his time in America, carefully omitting certain details. "By the way, why do I find one of your cards in my wallet with 300,000 yuan on it?" she suddenly inquired as their meal neared its conclusion. Zhang had anticipated her discovery and had prepared a response. Wiping his mouth, he calmly replied, "I wanted to surprise you. I've kept it with you as our wedding fund for next year." He explained that part of the money stemmed from last year's salary and year-end bonus, amounting to over 100,000 yuan. Additionally, upon resigning, his former boss had granted him over 80,000 yuan as a long-term service award. Coupled with his current salary and earnings from lottery tickets and stock trading, the total reached 300,000 yuan, all entrusted to her care. After hearing this, my girlfriend was both touched and envious, wondering how my boss could be so kind to me. "Indeed," I replied, "if my boss treats me well, and I treat you well, it is akin to you having a benevolent boss as well." Zhang Xun chuckled. "So, how does your boss plan to treat me?" my girlfriend inquired, resting her chin on her hands and gazing at Zhang Xun with narrowed eyes. "How about this?" Zhang Xun suddenly stood up and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. This display caught the attention of several onlookers, leaving my girlfriend both embarrassed and irritated, prompting her to hurriedly pull him away from the scene. Upon returning home, her heart soared upon discovering the gift Zhang Xun had bought her, prompting her to shower him with kisses and playful nibbles. After their passionate interlude in a refreshing bath, Zhang Xun shared with her, "I have an additional 100,000 yuan. I intend to send my mother and your father on a trip. After all, they are advanced in age and have not traveled much. Now that I have some financial leeway, it is time they enjoy some of the comforts they deserve." His girlfriend, moved yet slightly anxious, responded, "What if they are unwilling to go?" "Not to worry," he reassured her. "I'll simply mention that our company has a family travel quota, and it would be a waste not to utilize it. On your next day off, let us search for senior travel tour information and book them a package soon." Zhang Xun contemplated, "Tomorrow, I will purchase a camera so they can capture plenty of photos during their journey." His girlfriend nodded in agreement, snuggling against his chest and gazing at him affectionately. "Darling, you are truly wonderful. This year may be quite busy for me, so please take good care of my mother and your father. Once this hectic period is over, we shall marry, and then we can embark on our honeymoon." Upon hearing the words marriage and honeymoon, she buried her head deeper, softly murmuring, "As you wish." The night was tranquil, yet filled with whispers and tender murmurs. Zhang Xun returned home utterly exhausted. The following day, he purchased a DSLR camera online and visited several travel agencies to inquire about tour routes and services. After some comparisons, he made a decision. Subsequently, he called both his mother and his future father-in-law, persuading them to join the group tour. In truth, he felt a pang of regret for having worked tirelessly over the years without taking his family on any outings. With less than 2 years remaining before the impending apocalypse, Zhang Xun thought it prudent to allow his mother and future father-in-law to see the beautiful world while they still had the chance, for opportunities may soon vanish forever. Chapter 17. Family Reunion. After much effort, Zhang Xun succeeded in convincing the two elders to agree to the trip. Once he confirmed their arrival in Jiangcheng, he registered them with the travel agency. He selected numerous routes, beginning with an international excursion to places like Japan, Vietnam, and Thailand, countries with similar cultural backgrounds. Afterward, they would return to rest for a few days before traveling domestically to various locations such as Beijing, Inner Mongolia, Xinjiang, Yunnan, and Sanya, completing a journey from north to south. He had often heard his mother express a desire to see Tiananmen Square in Beijing, and this trip would finally fulfill one of her dreams. The cost of this group trip is substantial. For 2 individuals, it amounts to over 300,000. Having promptly paid the deposit, the matter was thus settled. On the 3rd day after returning, Dawson called to inform that the detailed investigation report had been completed and they had commenced the formal design work. It would take no longer than a month to finalize the design proposal. Zhang Xun pondered for a moment and instructed Dawson to prepare a preliminary design sketch within a few days, based on the type of hotel. Alternatively, they could modify the architectural drawings from previous projects. He needed to apply for the construction permits soon, as the local industry, public security, and environmental protection departments required the design drawings for record keeping. Of course, he would cover the costs separately. Dawson agreed and promptly arranged for it. Meanwhile, the company began its normal operations. Although it was just a handful of people, Li Yin had already communicated with Xiangji Company to have them conduct an early site inspection at the project location and to prepare as best as they could. After a day of rest, Dawson sent the revised design drawings to Zhang Xun's email. After printing them out, Zhang Xun, accompanied by the company's cashier, Huang Min, set off for Enshi Prefecture. Since cashiers are generally well acquainted with the procedures at the industrial and commercial bank, Zhang Xun found it convenient to have her accompany him. After 2 days of visiting the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Public Security Bureau, Environmental Protection Bureau, and Tourism Area Management Department, they finally completed the land acquisition and registration. The next step was to await the issuance of the construction permit and business license. Zhang Xun understood that this process was exceedingly tedious and required multiple layers of approval. Consequently, he spent an additional 2 days treating the leaders of various departments to meals and presenting them with numerous fine local specialties. Given that the investment was relatively substantial, these leaders granted him some favor and promised to expedite the processing. Once these matters were concluded, he visited the project site. Driving around the vicinity, he discovered a flat plot of land less than 5 kilometers from the shelter. He intended to temporarily establish a warehouse at this location, where future supplies could be stored before being transported to the shelter. The construction site for the shelter was quite remote, accessible only by a provincial road, with no villages within a 30-kilometer radius. Nonetheless, Zhang Xun deemed it prudent to exercise caution. The construction team was from Xiang province and comprised outsiders, so he was not concerned they would have any ulterior motives regarding this area. The urban center of Enshi Prefecture was also quite distant. The drive took over an hour along winding roads. Before the apocalypse, everyone had only about an hour to prepare. By the time someone realized the existence of the shelter, it might already be too late. The catastrophic impact would not only bring shockwaves and tremors, but also shower down fiery debris from the sky. It was likely that the entire tourist area would be engulfed in flames. Zhang Xun sent his girlfriend a location pin from this site, noting the precise address before driving back home. By the time he arrived, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Driving had proven to be quite exhausting for Zhang Xun. Although Huang Min possessed a driver's license, she had not driven in years, leading Zhang Xun to refrain from allowing her behind the wheel. Thus, he took on the entirety of the journey himself. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto the sofa, and within a mere 2 minutes, he succumbed to sleep. When he finally awoke, it was already 7 in the evening, and he discovered that a blanket had been draped over him. His girlfriend had returned without disturbing his slumber. Upon noticing Zhang Xun was awake, she called out for him to wash his face, as dinner was nearly ready. For the subsequent week, Zhang Xun found solace in the company office. Engrossed in books and videos, his focus lay predominantly on subjects related to electromechanics, construction, and programming. Having originally studied electromechanics, he had spent his career in the after-sales service of mechanical equipment. He possessed a solid understanding of common machinery and some fundamental programming knowledge. Yet he remained rather unfamiliar with the construction industry. His intention in delving into these studies was to deepen his understanding, as he anticipated spending the latter half of his life within the confines of a shelter. Lacking relevant knowledge, he feared he might struggle to differentiate between the neutral and live wires in an electrical circuit. As he leisurely perused his books while sipping tea, Huang Min knocked and entered, addressing him as Zhang Xun. She conveyed that a notification had arrived from Enshi regarding the approval for land purchase and construction, which had been finalized sooner than expected. Zhang Xun expressed his surprise at the swiftness of the process, having anticipated a timeline of 2 to 3 weeks. He instructed her to notify Sister Li that the Xiangji Company could commence site leveling. Additionally, a simple construction road needed to be established to connect to the provincial highway, and he urged them to expedite the design plans from Rising S Company. After noting his requests, Huang Min exited the room. Zhang Xun reflected on the month of relentless effort that had finally borne fruit, as the commencement of the shelter project was no small feat. He wished he could stretch a day into 2, yet the reality was unforgiving. Money, design plans, construction preparations, and government permits all required time. Nothing ever unfolded instantaneously. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he decided to call Li Pan from Xiangji Company, urging him to ensure adherence to both progress and quality standards. Upon receiving Li Pan's assurances, Zhang Xun inquired about the previous visit he made for registration, recalling that personnel from the Environmental Protection and Public Security departments would inspect the construction site. Li Pan clarified that such inspections were indeed part of the process, typically occurring at the start of construction and again before the project commenced operations. However, he noted that these visits were largely procedural. Zhang Xun, relieved by this information, had initially feared the inspections would be stringent, especially given the discrepancies between the registered design and the actual plans. After concluding the call, he suddenly remembered an outstanding task. A company specializing in composite materials had previously sent him a document that he had yet to finish reviewing. He promptly opened his computer and delved into the contents of the email. An hour later, after perusing the product introduction and relevant case studies, Zhang Xun compared them with the radiation-proof materials he had previously researched online and sincerely concluded that the product developed by the Plasma Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences was commendable. He resolved in his heart to apply this innovative composite material coating to the surface of the main structure of the shelter. He forwarded the email to Dawson, requesting that they incorporate this material coating into the design plan, with the subsequent arrangement for Xiangji Company to procure it domestically. Before the end of working hours, Zhang Xun departed early, heading straight for the bus station. His mother had arrived in Jiangxing today, and, after picking her up, he would also go to the train station to greet his future father-in-law. In the evening, Zhang Xun felt too weary to cook, so he took his family out for dinner. At the dining table, the elders frequently discussed matters pertaining to marriage, including the wedding date, the venue for the banquet, and how many children to have after the marriage. After spending 2 days in Jiangxing, the couple packed their luggage and camera and finally joined the elderly travel group organized by the travel agency. Their journey abroad was scheduled to last approximately 2 weeks, which provided Zhang Xun with the perfect opportunity to focus on his studies and recharge during this period. Events unfolded as he had meticulously planned. Although the process was somewhat taxing, it was relatively smooth. He often pondered whether it would be wonderful if the apocalypse never occurred. As his current life was quite satisfactory, he had a home, a girlfriend, and family with manageable stress levels. However, a month ago, the news about winning the lottery and becoming a billionaire through gambling served as a constant reminder to him that this was not merely a dream, but a tangible reality that could transpire. Chapter 18. The design plan is finalized. On the second day, after sending the 2 elders off on their trip, Zhang Xun purchased an inexpensive mobile phone and acquired several anonymous SIM cards. He began disseminating information regarding the apocalypse across various platforms using external networks. This action was motivated by his fear of being accused of spreading rumors, as he wished to avoid reprimand and detention by the authorities. Yet, his efforts proved futile. The internet was inundated with apocalyptic rumors, most of which people dismissed as mere casual chatter. After several days of such endeavors without receiving any constructive feedback, Zhang Xun ceased this fruitless pursuit. Over the next 2 weeks, he returned to his previous routine of commuting between home and the office. In truth, he could have chosen not to go to the office, but sitting at home felt devoid of the stimulating atmosphere necessary for study. It was only within the company that he could experience the joy of being busy. 2 weeks later, his mother and future father-in-law returned from their travels. Observing the blend of exhaustion and fresh exuberance on their faces, Zhang Xun and his girlfriend felt a deep, indescribable sense of happiness. They rested for 3 days in Jiangxing before embarking on the second half of their journey. This time, they remained within the country, with their first stop being the capital city, Beijing, which had long been on the elders' minds. Additionally, Zhang Xun received good news. The design plan and engineering drawings from Rising S Company had finally been completed. In a couple of days, Dawson, accompanied by 2 designers from his company, will personally visit Jiangxing to provide Zhang Xun with a comprehensive explanation of the design proposal. Once Zhang Xun grants his approval, the project can officially commence. In truth, Dawson need not travel to China. However, this collaboration with Zhang Xun has illuminated the immense potential of the Chinese market for Rising S Company. Besides meeting with Zhang Xun, Dawson is also tasked with evaluating the prospects of the Chinese market in this domain. Zhang Xun has expressed a warm welcome to Dawson, though his anticipation revolves more around the design proposal. 2 days hence, not only will Dawson arrive, but Li Pan will also be present alongside the project manager. They intend to familiarize themselves with the intricacies of the design proposal in advance and will lodge at the same hotel. Zhang Xun opted not to take them to the office, not for any particular reason, but because it is too small and lacks a conference room capable of accommodating so many individuals. Consequently, a modest meeting room was reserved at the hotel. Prior to the meeting, the designers from Rising S Company projected the renderings of the shelter before the attendees, providing Zhang Xun with a more intuitive understanding of the shelter structure. Subsequently, the designers offered a more detailed presentation, in alignment with Zhang Xun's objectives and requirements. They proposed the construction of a closed-loop system designed for family units with a degree of self-sufficiency. They conceptualized a 5-story structure, encompassing a total area of 800 square meters. The entire shelter is constructed with 2 layers of poured concrete, reinforced by an intermediate layer of thick alloy steel plates. The insulation materials employed are flame-retardant and provide thermal resistance, while the structure is sealed with steel pads. Additionally, steel beams are embedded into the granite mountain surrounding the main structure, further enhancing its external structural integrity. Each surface of the concrete walls is equipped with 4 high-strength, corrosion-resistant alloy steel springs, which will significantly mitigate the impact of seismic activity, providing both seismic protection and safeguarding the essential equipment and piping within. The exterior of the outer walls and the surface of the intermediate steel plates are coated with a novel composite material developed by the Plasma Institute of the Hefei Research Academy of Sciences, with a thickness of 3 centimeters. Together with the concrete structure, this serves as the primary barrier against nuclear threats. The entire shelter is situated 20 meters beneath the mountainside, with an exit at the foot of the mountain leading to a passage that descends to the first level. The passage extends 50 meters in length and 5 meters in width, also constructed with high-strength concrete and reinforced to ensure safety and accessibility. The passage descends in an L-shaped configuration, and upon entering, one proceeds straight for 20 meters before encountering a right-angle bend. This 90-degree turn is crucial for the shelter, as when Zhang Xun opens the exit door, external nuclear radiation may surge into the passage instantaneously. This bend effectively diminishes the speed and measurement of radiation diffusion to the opposite side. The shelter's exit features a reinforced steel airtight door, which is likewise coated with radiation-resistant composite materials. It not only effectively shields against nuclear radiation, but also proficiently obstructs various toxic gases and pollutants emanating from the external environment. In order to combat the corrosive effects of acid rain, in addition to the radiation-resistant coating, it is equipped with thick anti-corrosive materials and layers. The 5-tiered shelter comprises 2 freight elevators and 2 staircases as backups. The first level serves as the protective layer, boasting the highest security level aside from the living quarters. Its primary focus is on earthquake resistance and radiation protection, covering an area of 900 square meters with a height of 38 meters. And it includes a garage capable of accommodating a recreational vehicle, 2 small excavators, 2 medium-sized trucks, 3 household SUVs, 2 loaders, as well as multiple forklifts. In addition to the garage, there exists a processing area outfitted with various small machine tools, CNC machines, and an array of cutting and welding tools. Adjacent to the processing area is a storage room designated for an assortment of materials such as steel, sheets, cement, lubricants, and antifreeze. The second level is designated as the supply warehouse, spanning 800 square meters, akin to a modest supermarket. This area is subdivided into several sections, including a frozen section specifically for storing perishable meats and seafood. The third level encompasses the living area, which also contains a material storage room of 300 square meters, typically housing essential food supplies. The dedicated living space, measuring 600 square meters, consists of a living room, 5 bedrooms, each with an en-suite bathroom, a kitchen and dining area, a viewing room, a gym, rudimentary medical room, a study, a game room, and most critically, the main control room. The protective level of the entire living area is expected to be the highest, and it connects to an escape passage. The fourth layer, aptly termed the ecological level, features an agricultural zone, an 80 square meter small-scale breeding area, an agricultural storage room, as well as a seed and feed storage room and a water storage chamber. The agricultural zone primarily employs hydroponic and soil-based methods to cultivate wheat, rice, fungi, and various common vegetables. The breeding area, while modest, focuses on small livestock such as chickens and geese, providing occasional eggs for the family. The agricultural storage room houses farming machinery, including a threshing machine, a flour mill, and an oven, along with other agricultural tools, and the nutrient solution for the crops are stored here as well. Additionally, there is a storage room for seeds and feed. which maintains stringent temperature and humidity controls. Furthermore, there exists a water chamber designed for water storage and treatment, equipped with 10 large water tanks capable of holding up to 50 tons of water at a time, along with various pumps and filtration systems. The lowest level is designated as the equipment area, featuring an electrical machine room, an air conditioning room, 2 independent distribution rooms, and a maintenance area. Moreover, a fuel warehouse has been developed in a parallel space behind the 5th level, isolated from the main shelter and connected by a dedicated passage, wherein flammable materials such as diesel, gasoline, coal, and liquefied gas canisters are stored. Certainly, the design has taken into full consideration the requirements previously put forth by Zhang Xun. All essential equipment and piping systems come with additional backups, and all devices equipped with control systems utilize programmable systems. After approximately an hour of presentation, the overall impression was quite favorable. However, some suggestions were made, particularly regarding redundancy in design, urging for a more rational spatial layout. For instance, the concealment of the garbage disposal area, the design of entry and escape passages, and the fire safety system were all points of concern. After noting Zhang Xun's recommendations, the designer expressed intent to make minor adjustments. If Zhang Xun approved the current proposal, construction could commence. Zhang Xun nodded and informed Li Pan that the plan was ready for implementation. Li Pan replied affirmatively, stating that their project team would review the construction drawings, and full-scale construction could begin by next week at the latest. Subsequently, the designers from Rising S Company began detailing each subsystem. Zhang Xun jotted down key information while carefully confirming aspects he did not fully comprehend. Chapter 19. The construction of the shelter officially commenced. During noon, everyone had a simple buffet lunch at the hotel, followed by further explanations of the design plan in the afternoon. After listening to their presentation, Zhang Xun signed a confirmation document, signaling his principled approval of the design plan, which allowed for the official commencement of the shelter's construction. However, Zhang Xun stipulated that a comprehensive manual for maintenance, repair, and upkeep of the shelter must be drafted for him. The preliminary budget for the entire shelter was estimated at $1.6 billion, primarily due to the underground construction within the mountain, the short timeline, and the high intensity of the work, all while excluding extravagant finishes. The designer's idea of incorporating a swimming pool was promptly dismissed by Zhang Xun, deeming it excessively luxurious and impractical, as it would waste water and electricity and potentially foster lethargy. The following day, Zhang Xun initially intended to extend a hospitable invitation to visit Donghu Lake and the Yellow Crane Tower. However, Li Pan was eager to return and implement construction plans, so he departed early. Dawson also declined Zhang Xun's invitation due to time constraints, as he needed to travel to Beijing and Shanghai. Zhang Xun, pleased with the tranquility, anticipated returning to Enshi Prefecture when the construction officially began, but that would have to wait until the following week. It was now April, and after visiting the construction site, the two elders should have returned from their travels. Once he returned them to their hometown, Zhang Xun intended to take his girlfriend on a trip during the upcoming May Day holiday. However, when he inquired about her availability, he discovered that her hospital would not grant an extended break, as they primarily offered compensatory time off, making it challenging to request leave. For a fleeting moment, he considered suggesting that his girlfriend resign, but the thought of their future together quelled that impulse. It seemed that the prospect of travel would have to wait until after their marriage. During this period, aside from the smooth progress of the shelter project, there was another cause for celebration. He engaged in sports betting through an application primarily focusing on the NBA League. Due to his modest investments, the winnings were not excessively high, amounting to approximately $15 million. He was cautious not to attract too much attention, hence refrained from substantial investments. After all, predicting outcomes with precision every time is implausible. With frequent bets, the platform would likely suspend his account before any official investigation occurred. A week later, Zhang Xun received notification from Li Pan that the on-site construction had officially commenced. Instead of driving, he opted for a high-speed train ticket to Enshi Prefecture. His previous drive had left him quite fatigued. This time, he planned to rent a vehicle upon arrival, thus reducing travel time to the site. Around 2 p.m., Zhang Xun meandered along the provincial road, which typically saw little traffic. Before long, he noticed a rudimentary dirt path winding into the mountains on the left side of the provincial road. He had rented an SUV, yet even so, the journey along this rough terrain was quite jarring. The dirt road, spanning just over a kilometer, was not particularly long. Upon reaching his destination, he parked the vehicle beside the road. Ahead lay the construction site, with a modular house situated at the far left against the hillside, presumably serving as a resting area for workers. To the right, a sizable canopy had been erected, housing numerous bags of cement and steel plates. Various pieces of heavy machinery, including excavators, rock drills, and bulldozers, were actively at work. When Zhang Xun sought out the construction supervisor, Ren Gong, he found him donned in a safety helmet, directing operations on site. After a brief wait, around 3 p.m., Ren Gong concluded his tasks and approached Zhang Xun with alacrity. Ren Gong, I appreciate your hard work. How long will this excavation take? Zhang Xun inquired. If all goes well, for months. If not, it could extend to 6 months due to potential complications with the geological structure, Ren Gong explained, wary of Zhang Xun's expectations regarding the timeline. In a few days, a large tunneling machine will arrive on site, and we will do our utmost to ensure progress. Zhang Xun nodded thoughtfully and asked how long the main structural pouring, internal decoration, and equipment installation would take. Ren Gong estimated that the main structure, which would incorporate steel plates, would require about 5 months. With sufficient manpower, the subsequent decoration and equipment installation could be completed within 3 months. Zhang Xun calculated in his mind. It was now late April 2023. Based on the longest projected timeline, completion would not occur until June or July of the following year, which he found acceptable. There remained over 4 months to accumulate supplies, provided the construction did not face undue delays. Besides stockpiling materials, he had ample time to contemplate suggesting his girlfriend resign so they could travel and enjoy. After spending some time at the site, Zhang Xun realized he had little to occupy his attention and found watching the drilling process rather uninteresting. Consequently, he drove back to Inchi Prefecture and spent the night there. The following day, after spending half the day exploring the wholesale market, Zhang Xun returned the car in the afternoon and took the high-speed train back to Jiangxing. Upon arriving home, he found that his girlfriend, who was working the night shift, was still asleep and would not leave for the hospital until around 10 p.m. Thus, Zhang Xun busied himself with preparing a meal. To his delight, he had prepared an array of delectable dishes. When his girlfriend awoke, she was greeted by the sight of Zhang Xun's culinary efforts, and, before he could serve the rice, she seized a shrimp and began to indulge. You must be exhausted from the night shift, so I made sure to prepare something nutritious for you, he remarked while serving her rice. Thank you, darling, she replied, peeling another shrimp and presenting it to his lips. After finishing their meal, they took a leisurely stroll downstairs before returning to snuggle up and enjoy over an hour of their favorite television series. Oh no, I've gained so much weight these past few days, she exclaimed, patting her belly in dismay. Surely not, Zhang Xun responded, looking at her with skepticism. The weight has all settled in my stomach, of course. You and T notice, she shot back, casting him a playful glare. No more. Starting tomorrow, no. For my day shift, I'm determined to lose weight. But you work so hard at the hospital. Doesn't tea that count as exercise? Zhang Xun inquired. That's entirely different, she retorted. And yet, I see you eat so much, yet you don't seem to gain an ounce. I have a robust constitution, Zhang Xun chuckled. Her playful banter elicited a strong reaction from her, and she feigned an attempt to hit him. They playfully tussled until it was nearly 10 p.m., at which point they ceased their antics. After seeing her off to work, Zhang Xun returned home to sleep. It was the most restful night he had experienced in a while, during which he dreamt of his wedding to Du Jing. She was by his side, exchanging vows and rings in the presence of their families. The following morning, Zhang Xun rose early to pick up his girlfriend after a shift before heading to the office. The first payment of over $4 million had been sent to Qiangji Company, and another payment was anticipated for the following month. During a meeting at the company, Li Yan also discussed financial matters with the construction unit. They would need to procure some internal equipment and specialized materials themselves, but fortunately, both partners were quite reliable, providing a straightforward list for which they only needed to handle the payments and auditing, with the remainder managed by Qiangji Company. Director Zhang, please review the second payment for next month. This document outlines the subsequent project plans along with the arrangements for each payment. Li Yan handed him a document. Zhang Xun took it, glanced over it, and asked Li Yan, what is the current balance in our accounts? Previously, you transferred 6 million renminbi to the company account, and later, the overseas account increased by another $16 million. In the first payment, you allocated $2 million to the design firm and over $4 million as an advance to Qiangji Company. Currently, the domestic account remains unchanged at 6 million renminbi, leaving us with over $15 million in total. It appears that previously not much money was spent. In fact, he possesses a personal account and has earned over $10 million from a gambling application. If we factor that in, the amount increases significantly. Thus, if we withdraw $100 million from the overseas account and convert it to RMB, we can subsequently utilize our domestic account to make payments to the contractors. Moreover, for the next remittance, we could increase the amount. The 30 million seems rather insufficient, and we could allocate 60 million instead. Zhang Xun waved his hand decisively and instructed. Understood, Mr. Zhang. I will make the arrangements immediately, Li Yan replied. And Lin Fong, regarding your side, Zhang Xun directed his gaze towards another young lady, the youngest among them. The list of equipment and materials contains the names of suppliers. Please follow up on this and ensure the quality is satisfactory and that prices are not inflated. Lin Fong, the procurement officer, noted Zhang Xun's words and assured him there would be no issues. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, the company can hire additional personnel. You can decide this for yourselves and inform me later. Chapter 20. Bonuses and travel. It was already late April, and the May Day holiday was approaching. Many companies would be closing, and Zhang Xun was no exception. He had informed Li Yan about the holiday in advance, advising her to resolve all matters before the break. He had also inquired with the site's supervisor, Ren Gong, who assured him that there would be no delays, much to Zhang Xun's relief. A holiday would inevitably postpone the project timeline, and although he did not wish to be perceived as a heartless capitalist, he had not skimped on expenditures. On the last day of work, he arrived at the company, ready to fulfill his earlier promise. Sisterly, when I hired you, I mentioned that if the project commenced smoothly, I would provide you with a bonus. He continued, I will transfer the funds from my personal account, so you won't have to pay taxes on it. Li Yan had nearly forgotten this promise, but upon hearing Zhang Xun mention it, she was filled with joy. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Furthermore, Zhang Xun instructed, please inform the site supervisor Ren Gong that for those brothers who remain during the May Day holiday, we will increase their daily wages by 300 yuan, with the company covering this expense. Understood, I will take care of it. As Li Yan left, she glanced back at Zhang Xun, silently acknowledging that this boss was indeed exceptional and generous. Had she not been married, she might have been tempted to express her admiration more openly. Once Li Yan departed, Zhang Xun opened WeChat and transferred some money to each of the 3 female employees as bonuses. After work, he returned home to find his girlfriend already awake and preparing dinner. Has your company announced the holiday schedule yet? Zhang Xun inquired. Yes, I have 3 days off. His girlfriend replied. How about I take you on a trip? Zhang Xun suggested. Where to? I saw on the news that everywhere during May Day is overcrowded and congested. His girlfriend hesitated. Tomorrow your mother and my father are coming back, right? They mentioned they would stay for a day before returning. After they leave, we can go to Shenangjia. It's within the province and relatively close. Moreover, the air is remarkably pristine, akin to a natural oxygen bar, serving as a perfect retreat for relaxation, suggested Zhang Xun. His girlfriend nodded in agreement, not declining the proposition. The following day, around 11 in the morning, Zhang Xun drove to pick up his mother and father-in-law. After lunch, the elderly couple presented Zhang Xun with a collection of photographs they had taken from various locations, notably a plethora of images from Beijing, which vastly outnumbered those from other places. After spending a night at Zhang Xun's residence and transferring the photos to their mobile devices, they eagerly returned the next day, likely to boast about their adventures in their village. Once the elders departed, Zhang Xun suddenly remembered he had yet to book a hotel. He opened his phone to check for accommodations in the tourist area. Due to the holiday season, most hotels were fully booked. However, this posed no challenge for Zhang Xun. He utilized his financial resources and directly contacted a homestay, persuading them to free up a uniquely themed room in the prime viewing area. A day later, he set off in his car, with his girlfriend falling into a deep slumber as soon as she entered. When she awoke, they had already arrived at their destination. Under the warm welcome of the homestay owner, they checked in smoothly. How much could this possibly cost? His girlfriend exclaimed as she opened the window, gazing at the picturesque scenery and the remarkably clear air. Do not concern yourself with that. Just enjoy these 2 days, Zhang Xun replied while unpacking their belongings. After about 10 minutes, the homestay owner brought them lunch, consisting entirely of organic, natural foods. Once they finished eating, his girlfriend was completely re-energized and insisted on hiking up the mountain. Along the way, they encountered numerous tourists capturing memories, and Zhang Xun took many photographs of his girlfriend, as well as several of the 2 of them together. They continued their leisurely ascent until they reached the summit. The higher they climbed, the colder it became, prompting him to drape his jacket over her shoulders. They settled on a stone slab at the viewing platform, where a sea of clouds stretched before them. an ocean of pure white, reminiscent of cotton. As the gentle breeze caressed the landscape, it created ripples, akin to waves lapping at the shore. From behind, their intertwined silhouettes appeared to merge with this breathtaking scene, radiating harmony and beauty. Click! The sound of a camera shutter broke the tranquility as a fellow tourist, witnessing this moment, hastily captured the image. Subsequently, this photograph was shared on social media, garnering considerable attention. "This is the most healing photo I have seen this year," the caption read, depicting a cloud sea, a man draping his coat over his beloved, who nestled against him. They remained in silent appreciation of the beauty surrounding them, relishing the presence of one another. What could be more exquisite than this? Indeed, the poster of the photograph may not have sought the couple's consent. Does anyone know where this location is? I wish to visit with my boyfriend. Important matters must be reiterated thrice. This has nothing to do with Zhang Xun. He and his girlfriend have not paid attention to the happenings online. Over the past couple of days, they strolled leisurely through various attractions and indulged in a plethora of local delicacies, experiencing a fulfilling time. Their usually tense minds eased from the pressures of work. Beautiful days always pass swiftly. On the third day, with a tinge of reluctance, they embarked on their journey back home. By the time they arrived, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, having set off around noon, primarily due to traffic congestion. After lounging at home for a while and feeling disinclined to cook, they decided to dine out. "Zhang Xun," a voice called out to him at the entrance of Huqing Shuixiang, a restaurant known for its retro decor and reputedly exquisite dishes. It was not far from his residence, and previously, due to financial constraints while saving for a house, he had always refrained from indulging in a meal there. This time, he brought Du Jing along to experience it together. After shutting the car door, he turned towards a voice, but as dusk approached, he could not discern the person's features clearly. "It's me, Yang Mingjian. Don't you remember?" The person approached Zhang Xun, accompanied by a young woman. "Yang Mingjian? Class monitor, is that you?" Zhang Xun blinked in surprise as he recognized him, exclaiming, "It's been so long since we last met after university. You haven't changed much." Yang Mingjian smiled back. "Yes, I'm doing well. You, on the other hand, seem to have changed quite a bit. Especially your forehead seems higher." Before Zhang Xun could respond, Yang Mingjian inquired, "Is this your wife?" Zhang Xun nodded. "Yes, this is Du Jing. We haven't married yet, but we plan to tie the knot next year." "Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Yang Mingjian," he said, then gestured to the girl beside him. "This is my wife, Lu Xiaoya. Are you here for a meal as well?" "Yes, we didn't feel like cooking, so we decided to eat out." "What about you?" Zhang Xun asked. "Well, since we're at the entrance, what else would we do but dine?" Yang Mingjian chocolate. "How about we all eat together? It's on me." Zhang Xun glanced at Du Jing, saw her nodding in agreement, and consented. The four of them entered a private room, and while they were perusing the menu, Yang Mingjian began to engage in conversation again. "By the way, where are you working now?" Zhang Xun hesitated for a moment before replying. "I'm employed at a hotel management company. What about you? What have you been up to since we graduated?" Although he and Yang Mingjian were classmates, their relationship had never been particularly close, as only those who shared a dorm could be considered true friends. Yet, over 4 years of university, some camaraderie had inevitably formed. "At a hotel? What exactly do you do? Since we studied electromechanical engineering, are you involved in logistic support?" Yang Mingjian inquired. It's akin to supervising. Zhang Xun fabricated, maintaining a composed demeanor. He was hesitant to reveal the truth, especially with his girlfriend present. Otherwise, he would have boasted about being a boss long ago. "Ah, then it sounds like you have a leadership role." After Yang Mingjian emerged from his predicament, his family granted him a sum of money, which he utilized to establish a training institution in Jiangxing, primarily aimed at fostering children's interest in robotics and programming. He has since expanded to 3 chain locations. "That's quite commendable. You possess exceptional foresight," Zhang Xun praised. Chapter 21, Donations. "It seems that among our class, you are faring the best," Zhang observed. In truth, Yang Mingjian's success was evident from the Tesla car keys worth over 700,000 on the table. "No, I'm just muddling through," he chuckled modestly. "Du Hang, what do you do?" Lu Xiaoya inquired, breaking the silence that lingered between the two girls. "I work as a nurse at Shui Hospital," Du Hang replied, slightly embarrassed. "A nurse? That must be quite strenuous daily," Lu Xiaoya remarked. "My father was hospitalized there once, and I noticed you all have night shifts. Well, I've gotten used to it. It's manageable. What about you?" Du Hang asked. "I used to work at a bank, but I resigned to assist my husband," Lu Xiaoya said, a hint of pride gracing her features. "That's wonderful. It must be nice to work together, especially since you're both the bosses. It must afford you quite a bit of freedom, Du Heng expressed with envy. Indeed, we often travel together, Lu Xiaoye replied, pulling out her phone to share photos from their trips. The dishes soon arrived, and the four of them dined while reminiscing about their university days. The two girls shared snippets of their daily lives, creating a harmonious atmosphere, despite the subtle air of superiority emanating from Yang Mingjian and his wife. However, as old classmates reconvene, such discussions are to be expected, and Zhang Xun understood this well. If the roles were reversed, he would likely behave similarly. Yet, Yang Mingjian's playful jest about Zhang's receding hairline left him in a state of amusement, as it was undeniable that Yang was more handsome. In the future, let us make a point to gather more often. I haven't seen many classmates in Jiangcheng for years, Yang Mingjian lamented. Indeed, with families now, it is understandable that everyone is busy, Zhang Xun concurred, sharing the sentiment. At that moment, Zhang Xun's phone rang. It was Professor Wang from the University of Geology. He intended to step outside to take the call, but, noticing the crowd and noise outside, opted to answer it within the private room. Hello, Professor Wang, Zhang Xun greeted. Hello, Zhang. Do you have time next Wednesday? Professor Wang inquired. I'm available. Is there something you need? Zhang Xun asked, puzzled. The second National Planetary Defense Conference is being held in Jiangcheng next Wednesday. I recall your interest in this topic, so I want to know if you would like to attend. I'm a keynote speaker and can assist with your registration, Professor Wang explained. What a peculiar proposition. Zhang thought to himself. Previously, he had fabricated an identity to fit in, and attending would only amplify his discomfort, especially since he lacked substantial knowledge in this area, leaving him in a state of amusement. What astonished him, however, was the National Planetary Defense Conference, a term he had never encountered before. Could it be that the nation had uncovered something amiss? Zhang Xun pondered. Should he attend? He felt conflicted. If he went, Professor Wang would undoubtedly request his identification information. And at that moment, Professor Wang would surely realize he had been deceived. There was no guarantee he would assist with the registration either. On the other hand, if he chose not to attend, he could not shake the feeling of regret. What if the government had clandestine measures in place that could significantly impact his refuge? This could also serve as an excellent opportunity to glean insider information. Zhang Xun found himself in a quandary, so he replied to Professor Wang. Could you allow me some time to contemplate? May I get back to you tomorrow? Certainly, there is still time for registration. If you choose to go, it would be a splendid learning opportunity, Professor Wang responded. After hanging up, Zhang Xun fell into deep contemplation. It wasn't until he noticed those around him staring that he realized they had overheard his conversation. Although the call had not been on speaker, the content was still discernible. Great. Now he faced the challenge of explaining this to them. After all, how could a student of electromechanical engineering, working in hotel maintenance, possibly be connected to a national planetary defense conference? It was a notion that would baffle anyone. Zhang Xun, what is going on? Yang Mingjian inquired. Bouslet. Nothing. Just a scammer who called earlier. I was merely toying with him. Zhang Xun quickly fabricated an explanation. Oh, I see. So it was a scammer. Why did you engage with the telemarketer for so long? Yang Mingjian retor exasperated. The atmosphere lightened, yet Zhang Xun continued to eat with a distracted demeanor. What is the matter with you? On their way back, Du Jing sensed something was off and asked. What did you say? Zhang Xun replied, momentarily caught off guard as he drove. I asked what's wrong. You seem preoccupied, Du Jing reiterated. Nothing, I was just contemplating whether I had fallen short after graduation. While others have become successful business owners, I remain just an employee, Zhang Xun offered as a pretext. How could that be? We have a home, a car, and savings. Our lives are improving, all thanks to your hard work. And that classmate of yours, ISNT, where he is solely because of his family? Du Jing, concerned that he might feel burdened, quickly reassured him. It's fine. You need not worry about me. Over the years, it has been you who has endured hardships alongside me. Zhang Xun expressed, touched. What are you saying? We neither steal nor rob. Our lives are getting better. There is no need to envy others. I am with you because you treat me well, you know? Du Jing replied calmly. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xun assured her, I will cherish you for a lifetime. Upon returning home, Zhang Xun had made his decision to come clean to Professor Wang. The following day, after dropping his girlfriend off at work, he arranged to meet Professor Wang. At 11 a.m., when Professor Wang was free, Zhang Xun went to his office for a discussion. At 11 o'clock, he knocked promptly on Professor Wang's office door. Professor Wang. At this moment, Zhang Xun felt like a grand deceiver. The lies he had told over the past 2 months far exceeded the total of all his previous 20 years. Even at this instant, while confessing to Professor Wang, he continued to weave another falsehood to conceal the earlier one. So, you are merely an affluent individual with a keen interest in apocalyptic theories? Upon hearing Zhang Xun's confession, Professor Wang did not display any signs of anger. Instead, he curiously inquired why individuals like him, akin to foreign capitalists with boundless wealth, would concern themselves with such ethereal matters. This could be interpreted as us being excessively indulged. Perhaps? Zhang Xun replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Professor Wang regarded him with a bemused expression, tapping his fingers on the table, lost in thought. After 2 minutes, he spoke, stating that assisting Zhang Xun with enrollment was not out of the question, but his identity posed some challenges given that he was not a student of their institution. Do you have a solution? Zhang Xun inquired eagerly upon hearing there might still be hope. There is a solution, but it hinges on your willingness to make sacrifices. Professor Wang hinted. I am willing. Zhang Xun instantly understood. Our laboratory is in need of a batch of exploration equipment. I will provide the funds. The financial aid from the school for impoverished students is woefully insufficient. I will fund that as well. The cafeteria renovations for the second semester are also underfunded. I will cover that. The new campus library is facing financial constraints. I shall provide moral support. Zhang Xun listened with trepidation, fearing that Professor Wang would continue and leave him bankrupt. Subsequently, Professor Wang escorted him to the principal's office, where they met the principal. Upon hearing their intentions, the principal convened a meeting with several committee members, of which Professor Wang was one. After a cordial negotiation, Zhang Xun voluntarily pledged to donate 5 million RMB to Jiangshan Geological University to support the noble cause of education. In return, Jiangshan Geological University decided to confer upon Zhang Xun an honorary bachelor's degree. Initially, they wished to hold a small commendation ceremony, but Zhang Xun declined, expressing a preference for anonymity. Thus, Zhang Xun spent some money and transformed from an obscure university student into a graduate of a prestigious institution. Simultaneously, with his new identity secured, Professor Wang successfully registered him for the Planetary Defense Conference. Chapter 22. The National Planetary Defense Conference. After finalizing the arrangements, Professor Wang invited Zhang Xun to a meal on behalf of the university, which took him by surprise. Rest assured, it is not a banquet of rare delicacies, merely a visit to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. Holding the principal's approved note, Professor Wang led him to the 3rd floor dining hall. This area typically saw few patrons, mainly chosen for business dinners or student gatherings unwilling to venture beyond campus. Professor Wang, could you enlighten me about the National Planetary Defense Conference? After placing their orders, Zhang Xun eagerly inquired. The Planetary Defense Conference is, quite literally, as its name suggests. As Professor Wang washed the dishes, he remarked that the National Planetary Defense Conference had convened in Guilin, Guangxi, on October 23, 2021. At that time, the Deputy Director of the National Space Administration expressed the intention to establish a near-Earth asteroid defense system. The initial plan was to conduct an experimental orbital alteration of a threatening asteroid by the end of the 14th five-year plan, around 2025 or 2026. Zhang Xun was secretly astonished. How could he have been unaware of such a significant matter? Previously, as a corporate worker, he seldom followed news in this domain. Hence, he had never heard of it. How is it that you attended this time? Aren't these events typically for astronomers and aerospace scientists? Zhang Xun inquired, puzzled. It was initially not my concern, but subsequently, a spacecraft named Tianwen-2 will be launched to perform an asteroid impact sampling mission. As geologists, we must investigate the geological structures of extraterrestrial bodies, Professor Wang replied, somewhat proudly. In the past, we studied extraterrestrial bodies through meteorites, and Jiangshan University of Geology has some foundation in this area. Whether in terms of national planning projects or the asteroid defense system itself, planetary geology is a crucial component. Finally, Professor Wang asked, do you understand now? Zhang Xun nodded, but expressed his confusion, saying, why does it all seem so similar to what the Americans are doing? Indeed, there is nothing surprising about it. The United States is a superpower, while China is a rapidly developing superpower. Since we are both superpowers, what they can accomplish, we can too. It is merely that we started later and are a step behind the Americans in practical actions, Professor Wang explained, pointing to the ceiling. On September 27th of last year, the United States successfully conducted a directional test mission on an asteroid, marking the first time humanity employed an artificial spacecraft to collide with an asteroid as part of the Asteroid Defense Initiative, attempting to alter its orbital path. While I do not deny that there is a competitive mindset with the United States, it is nonetheless a positive development, at least in the future, we can produce our own science fiction films. However, Zhang Xun was not optimistic. He recognized that, with current human technological capabilities, it would be possible to respond to such a disaster if all resources were mobilized. By deploying numerous space shuttles or deep space vessels to the surface of the asteroid, the crisis could undoubtedly be averted. With a diameter of 15 kilometers and located far from Earth, even the most powerful nuclear weapon could not shatter it. But the explosive impact could potentially alter its trajectory. Yet, based on current observations and calculations, this asteroid's orbit appeared stable, posing no threat to Earth, at most. It was merely a bit too close, approximately 400,000 kilometers away. Even if Zhang Xun were to raise a warning, would anyone heed him? Would they believe that this asteroid could be struck by some unknown celestial body, altering its course towards Earth, coinciding with a solar storm that affected global communications and observational equipment? Such coincidences bear no distinction from the myriad doomsday theories proliferating online. The sheer volume of information available has undeniably influenced the judgment of every individual. Do you need to prepare a report? Inquired Zhang Xun. Of course. Why else would they invite me? Professor Wang retorted with a hint of irritation. I have prepared a report concerning the structure and composition of near-Earth asteroids. Currently, humanity lacks the genuine capability to confront the threat posed by asteroid impacts on Earth. However, numerous theoretical countermeasures have been proposed, including nuclear destruction, laser ablation, solar sail deflection, and kinetic impactors. Among these, kinetic impactors are presently the most feasible. By analyzing the structure of asteroids, we may be able to disintegrate them through kinetic impact or explosive means. Naturally, at this stage, we can only target small, irregular bodies. After listening to Professor Wang's exposition, Zhang Xun could not help but exclaim, "Professor Wang, after your professional explanation, I feel as though you have traversed from terrestrial studies to the cosmos, which is quite a leap. Young man, do you think geological research is confined to land and rocks?" Professor Wang remarked while savoring his meal. Modern geology intertwines with physics, chemistry, history, and astronomy, giving rise to geophysics, geochemistry, and historical geology, all of which serve as crucial pillars of earth sciences. Zhang Xun, having absorbed Professor Wang's insights, felt immensely enriched. The professor's ability to distill complex concepts into comprehensible terms is indeed legendary. After their meal, Zhang Xun posed another question to Professor Wang, laced with a hint of conspiracy theorizing. Professor, considering the heightened emphasis on space defense by both China and the United States in recent years, could it be that something has transpired that we are unaware of? Nonsense. We live in the information age. Even if there are matters we are oblivious to, a nation cannot suppress them indefinitely. Just look at the issues that are supposedly censored online. Many individuals remain informed, yet choose to remain silent, Professor Wang chuckled. I am referring to the American internet. Their capitalists dare to silence even the president, let alone information detrimental to the West. I previously had accounts on Twitter and Facebook, as I often traveled abroad for academic exchanges, but after I shared some factual observations, they suspended my account. Don't you think that's rather sinister? Professor Wang expressed with a sense of indignation. Ahem, Zhang Xun interjected, feeling somewhat perplexed. How did our conversation shift so dramatically? Weren't we discussing the National Asteroid Defense Conference? Now it seems we've digressed into criticizing America. He was indifferent, as most of his financial dealings were tied to American interests, rendering any further commentary unnecessary. On the following Wednesday, Zhang Xun set a reminder on his phone, while his primary aim was to uncover any insider information. He considered it beneficial to broaden his knowledge on other topics as well. After bidding farewell to Professor Wang, Zhang Xun visited the company once more, where he listened to Li Yan's report on various financial matters. Upon hearing that Zhang Xun intended to donate $5 million to the University of Geosciences, she could not help but admire his wealth while feeling a twinge of respect for him. By the way, regarding your earlier request for information on small power generation equipment and product categories for large supermarkets, I have compiled the document. Should I send it to your email now? Li Yan inquired. Certainly. Thank you for your efforts, Zhang Xun acknowledged with a nod. As for the small generator, it has already been finalized. The design firm has considered it thoroughly, making full use of the geothermal characteristics. Concerning the product category list for large supermarkets, Zhang Xun merely intended it as a reference for future stockpiling, and he did not plan to adopt it verbatim. Before the appointed time, Zhang Xun left without heading directly home. Instead, he went to Chow Tai Fook specifically to select a diamond necklace for his girlfriend. Although it was not grand, it still cost over 30,000 yuan. May 13th, the day after tomorrow, marked his girlfriend's birthday, a date he could not afford to forget. After concealing the necklace box in his bag, Zhang Xun timed his departure to pick her up from work. On the day of his girlfriend's birthday, Zhang Xun made a special trip to purchase a bouquet of roses and a cake. Upon returning, he prepared several of her favorite dishes. For the past few days, he had said nothing, pretending to have forgotten, as her mood seemed somewhat low. When the time came, he set out to collect her from work. After picking her up, he still refrained from mentioning the birthday celebration. Upon arriving home, he found her resting on the sofa. Taking out the roses he had hidden, he said affectionately, "Happy birthday, my dear." His girlfriend, surprised and touched, covered her mouth with her hands as she accepted the flowers. Next, he produced a small box from his pocket. Upon opening it, a dazzling necklace caught her eye. At that moment, tears filled Du Jing's eyes as she embraced Zhang Xun tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you." Holding the necklace in one hand and gently patting her back with the other, Zhang Xun chuckled, "Don't cry. Let me put the necklace on you." After she released him, he carefully adorned her with the necklace, gazing at her face as he said, "You look stunning. Do you like it?" "I do." "How much was it?" "Du Jing instinctively asked. 30,000, he replied. "So expensive. What if?" "It's non-refundable. It's already purchased. You mustn't spend so recklessly in the future." "All right. I'll heed your advice. Now, let's go eat. I prepared something delicious." "Honestly, I thought you had forgotten my birthday," she said, still somewhat pouting. "How could I? I would forget my own birthday, much less my leader's." "I wanted to give you a surprise," Zhang Xun replied, serving the food and handing her a bowl. "Would you like some red wine?" "I bought some," he asked. "It's just a birthday. What is the point?" "We have work tomorrow," she responded. The change in her demeanor was swift, leaving Zhang Xun helpless, and he did not press the matter further. After dinner, Zhang Xun took out a cake, placed candles atop it, dimmed the lights, and urged his girlfriend to make a wish. With her chin resting on her hands, she closed her eyes and, after a moment of silence, blew out the candle in one swift breath. "What did you wish for?" "Let me see if I can help you fulfill it," Zhang Xun inquired curiously. His girlfriend shot him a sideways glance and pouted, "I want to tell you. If I say it out loud, it won't come true." "All right then." Subsequently, his girlfriend retrieved her phone, pulling Zhang Xun into a few photos and selfies, which she promptly shared on social media, even insisting he post as well. By Wednesday, Zhang Xun arrived early at Jiangxi University of Geosciences, as he was to accompany Professor Wang to the Second National Planetary Defense Conference. The conference was set to take place at the Jiangxi Planetarium, where Professor Wang had asked Zhang Xun to meet him. Upon arrival, Zhang Xun encountered Professor Wang, who was accompanied by two young individuals, one male and one female. Likely students. After exchanging greetings, Professor Wang introduced them as doctoral candidates in earth sciences whom he supervised, Sun Jian and Zhou Yu. He then gestured toward Zhang Xun, saying, "This is the wealthy individual I mentioned before who pretended to be a student at our university." Zhang Xun, feeling a bit embarrassed, awkwardly greeted them. After assisting Professor Wang into the front passenger seat, Zhang Xun drove them to the planetarium. Upon reaching their destination, Professor Wang retrieved an invitation letter from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Xun as proof of entry. The Planetary Defense Conference was organized by the Planetary Defense Alliance, composed of a core group of experts from government-formed planetary defense teams, along with distinguished scholars from relevant research institutions. The conference was scheduled to last 2 days, featuring speeches from prominent figures in the aerospace sector during the opening and closing ceremonies, alongside a series of individual reports, lectures, and discussions. Experts from fields such as astronomy, aerospace, physics, geology, and technology were invited to engage in dialogues regarding the feasibility, preparation, and latest concepts surrounding asteroid defense. As anticipated, the opening ceremony saw addresses from the organizing body, the Deputy Director of the Aerospace Bureau, and the Chief Commander of Deep Space Exploration. Today, Zhang Xun had the opportunity to meet these influential figures whom he typically only saw on television. "Zhang, which session do you plan to attend?" Zhou Yu asked curiously as she noticed him examining the event schedule after the opening ceremony. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xun replied, "I intend to first attend the specialized report on monitoring and early warning of near-Earth asteroids in Hall B. Oh, Sun Jian and I are heading to Hall C. The professor's lecture will be there," Zhou Yu informed him. Zhang Xun held little interest in the geological structure of asteroids, and he had no intention of attending Professor Wang's lecture, having previously agreed not to. This afternoon, the chief engineer of deep space exploration will present a report on China's deep space exploration program and the progress of the asteroid impact detector. Will you be attending? These are all key national aerospace projects. Sun Jian expressed his excitement, feeling a tinge of regret for not having chosen a school specializing in aerospace. Zhang Xun nodded in agreement. The report session was set to include a Q&A segment, providing an opportunity to inquire about topics that piqued his interest. With 30 minutes remaining before the presentation commenced, Zhang Xun wandered through the planetarium, marking his inaugural visit to this venue. Observing the various rocket models, the Long March series, space stations, remote sensing satellites, and the Beidou navigation system, Zhang Xun marveled at the nation's prowess. The array of scientific demonstrations also captivated him. Soon, the report he was keen to attend began, and Zhang Xun arrived at the venue 5 minutes early. The speaker was an expert from the Purple Mountain Observatory. The presentation primarily covered monitoring principles, the development of new observational equipment, domestic and international monitoring data, and future plans. Many of the specialized terminologies eluded Zhang Xun's comprehension, yet certain points captured his attention. For instance, the expert noted that the monitored near-Earth asteroids had their orbits categorized into different levels, with no immediate risk of collision with Earth. He also mentioned a detail regarding the numerous unobserved and unrecorded asteroids in both near-Earth and distant orbits, highlighting this as a focal point for their future monitoring efforts. The 40-minute presentation was succinct, with several opportunities for questions at the end. Zhang Xun was the first to raise his hand and was granted the chance to inquire. If an unmonitored celestial body were to unexpectedly collide with another asteroid, causing the latter's orbit to shift and intersect with Earth's path, could such an event occur? What is the probability of this happening? The expert chuckled, acknowledging the intrigue of the hypothetical scenario. He replied that while such an occurrence is theoretically possible, the likelihood is exceedingly low due to the vastness of the universe. Despite the extensive data collected on numerous asteroids, the cosmos remains largely uncharted. Thus, he could not provide a precise answer, only stating that if such a situation were to arise, it would simply be a stroke of bad luck on humanity's part. His response elicited laughter from the audience. Zhang Xun felt a sense of disappointment. After all, humans are not omniscient and cannot know everything. In the afternoon, he attended a specialized report by the chief designer of deep space exploration, which leaned more towards aerospace technology and applications. Zhang Xun intended to pose a question during this session, but was unsuccessful, feeling disheartened as he had hoped to glean some insights from these high-ranking professionals. The following day, Professor Wang was absent, having concluded his lectures, so Zhang Xun refrained from joining the throng. However, Zhou Yu and Sun Jian returned. After guiding them to the planetarium, Zhang Xun resumed his exploration, listening to presentations that piqued his interest. He also encountered several experts within the system and seized the opportunity to pose some inquiries. Although he did not receive substantial answers, it became evident to him that the nation seemingly remained oblivious to the impending catastrophe. The conference served multiple purposes, primarily revolving around 3 key objectives: to bolster the aerospace industry and stimulate the development of a new economy, to initiate cutting-edge research in planetary defense, and to engage in space competition with the rogue entities across the Pacific. With a tinge of disappointment, Zhang Xun concluded his participation in the conference. After exchanging pleasantries with his girlfriend, he treated Sun Jian and Zhou Yu to a meal that afternoon. Chapter 24. Stockpiling supplies, beginning with spiritual nourishment. Following the conclusion of the National Planetary Defense Conference, Zhang Xun redirected his focus towards the construction of a shelter, diligently contacting Ringong every other day to confirm progress. Fortunately, while minor issues arose during the excavation process, they were swiftly resolved without hindering progress. After nearly a month of work, he made another visit to the site and was relieved to see the significant transformation of the construction area. Spending 3 days in Enshi Prefecture, he contemplated the necessity of gradually beginning to stockpile supplies. If he were to suddenly amass a large quantity of items later on, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. With over a year remaining, he opted for a gradual approach to minimize risk. He sought out a local construction firm, providing them with the previously identified location, and requested assistance in erecting a warehouse. This facility would be situated a mere 5 kilometers from the shelter, allowing him to discreetly transfer supplies from the warehouse to the shelter once it was completed. Fortunately, as it was merely a warehouse, only a basic framework was required, and the groundwork needed minimal alteration, costing over 500,000. There were no procedural complications to worry about, as it was simply a temporary structure that could be completed within a month. Upon returning from Inchi Prefecture, it was already 3 in the afternoon. His girlfriend, working the night shift, was still asleep. The following day, he visited a computer market to inspect hard drives. The most common on the market were 2 terabytes in size, with the largest reaching up to 20 terabytes. As he browsed, he sought to discern which brands offered quality and substantial memory. After much consideration, he settled on the Seagate Galaxy Enterprise level 16 terabytes solid-state drives. Rather than purchasing them at the computer market, he accessed the official flagship store of Lanka on Taobao and placed an order for 50 units. Each 16 terabytes solid-state drive cost 2,000 yuan, totaling 100,000 yuan. Before long, a large box was delivered to his home. Upon seeing the multitude of hard drives, his girlfriend was filled with curiosity and asked, "Why have you bought so many hard drives?" He replied, "These are for our vacation hotel, since it will soon be operational and include a cinema. I needed a batch of pre-downloaded film and television resources, hence the purchase of these hard drives." Zhang Xun chuckled and said, "At present, we lack the manpower to undertake this task. Would you be interested in taking on a part-time role? If you fill an entire hard drive, the hotel will provide you with a subsidy of 2,000 yuan, and all your memberships on various video websites can be reimbursed." Upon hearing this, his girlfriend's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Can I take it to the hospital? The internet speed at our nurse's station is quite fast." "Of course not. If you bring something that large to the hospital, people might think you're trying to steal confidential information. Take your time during breaks to work on it. However, you can download some documentaries, like A Bite of China. The more, the better. Just ensure you don't mix them up. It's best to separate your downloads for dramas, movies, and documentaries." Zhang Xun continued. He added, "Just let me know once you fill the hard drive, and I will contact the company for the payment." "Oh, that sounds wonderful. I can spend a little time each day selecting resources, leaving the computer to download on its own," his girlfriend replied joyfully. "But I can't. Our home internet is too slow. Call the mobile service to upgrade our connection," she insisted. Seeing her enthusiasm for spending money, Zhang Xun reluctantly called 10086, upgrading their package from 100 M to the highest speed available. After dinner, with over 2 hours until work, Du Jing eagerly opened their desktop computer. After connecting the hard drive, she unhesitatingly subscribed to a video website's VVIP service and selected 50 to 60 drama series, amassing hundreds of episodes to download locally. "Xiaoju. If you don't leave soon, you'll be late," Zhang Xun urged, noticing her stillness in front of the computer. "Just give me 5 more minutes. The 3rd episode is almost finished downloading. I want to see if the speed changes," she replied without glancing at him. "Just let it download on its own. You aren't turning off the computer tonight anyway," Zhang Xun remarked, exasperated. "You should keep an eye on it. Don't let it get interrupted," she said before finally standing up. After seeing her off to work, Zhang Xun glanced at the screen of the desktop computer and decided to focus on his own laptop instead. He logged in the National Digital Library of China. After registering an account, he selected numerous books on architecture, medicine, electronic information, and mechanical equipment, commencing the download. These could potentially prove invaluable in the future, though he also wished to download other genres, such as humanities, history, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The former could serve to pass the time, while the latter would allow Zhang Xun to retain a sense of nostalgia. There was no rush. He had time to download them gradually. This service was not free. Downloading and reading required payment. With sufficient funds, Zhang Xun subscribed to the highest membership tier, allowing him to download a plethora of books at significant discounts. In addition to these, he also downloaded several books on survival in apocalyptic scenarios, such as Friend of Dual-Use Talents and Wiseman's Survival Manual, along with the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. These 3 books, in addition to their electronic versions, necessitate the acquisition of several physical copies. Thus, he retrieved his mobile phone and placed an order online, purchasing 5 sets of each book. After completing this task, he extracted a notebook and a pen from his bag to jot down some notes. He needed to download online novels and procure some foreign study materials, pondering how many spoken works could fit onto a 16 terabytes hard drive. However, sourcing these resources proved to be quite cumbersome. Zhang Xun contemplated for a moment before he unearthed an old contact number from his phone and dialed it. "Hello, son, what are you up to?" "What the hell? Is it you, kid? I was just playing League of Legends." "Are you done?" Zhang Xun chuckled. "Just finished, about to take a shower." The weariness was palpable in his voice. "Wow, you really are playing League of Legends. What are you thinking?" "I just got off a plane." A gruff voice responded from the other end. After exchanging playful banter for a while, Zhang Xun broached the main topic. Who would have thought you'd be so eager for resources? Understanding Zhang Xun's intent, laughter echoed through the phone. Spit it out. How do we go about it? Zhang Xun inquired. Actually, it's quite simple. Just buy it online. Buy it online? Indeed, you need resources, spend a little money. And others will provide you with what you need, novels, study materials, and in abundance. Do you have connections? Of course, if you want them. I can provide you with the contact information, and you can reach out yourself. Great. Zhang Xun replied with enthusiasm. After hanging up within a minute, he received the contact details. More than one, in fact, several individuals' information. Consequently, Zhang Xun began calling and adding them on WeChat. If it were any other matter, he might have hesitated to make calls during the day, but the time was now too late. Yet for academic pursuits, nighttime was undoubtedly the most suitable. Fortunately, as these were introductions through acquaintances, there was little need for convoluted negotiations, and they swiftly reached an agreeable collaboration. This platform's cloud drive. That platform's cloud drive. There was an overwhelming abundance of study materials. Zhang Xun did not concern himself with issues of duplicate downloads. He simply proceeded to download. Novels were also available, all conveniently packaged in genres such as urban fiction, fantasy, and immortal tales. Zhang Xun diligently navigated through the process, losing track of time until it was 3 in the morning. Had he not been utterly exhausted, he might have continued into the night. The following day, several alarms finally roused him from slumber. After checking his progress, he hurriedly shut down his computer and removed the hard drive. There was an overwhelming amount of data, and he would need to continue downloading later. The most pressing matter at hand was to pick up his girlfriend from work. Upon retrieving her, Du Jing looked at him with suspicion, questioning why he appeared so haggard. Did he not sleep well last night? Insomnia. It's best not to drink tea at night. It tends to cause sleeplessness. Zhang Xun explained, maintaining his composure. Chapitre 25, Surveillance. In the days that followed, Zhang Xun remained engrossed in downloading these materials. 16 terabytes hard drives indeed constituted a substantial volume. Various types of novels and short films can indeed be quite cumbersome to download from numerous major platforms. However, after purchasing resources online, Zhang Xun found the process of downloading to be remarkably convenient. He amassed a plethora of books, ranging from children's fairy tales to diverse educational materials for elementary, middle, and high school, as well as introductory texts across various professions. Although he might never glance at 99 of these works, their mere presence offered him a modicum of solace. When his girlfriend had leisure time, she would continuously download films, television dramas, documentaries, and animated series from various platforms. The family computer remained perpetually powered on, buzzing incessantly, prompting Zhang Xun to ponder whether he should invest in another one. Time swiftly progressed to June, marking 2 months since the official commencement of the shelter project. Zhang Xun occasionally made phone calls to inquire about the progress, and fortunately, everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. The local construction team he had engaged in Enchi Prefecture, tasked with building a warehouse, was nearing completion, and he anticipated being able to conduct an inspection the following week. While diligently downloading various resources online, he also contemplated the logistics of stockpiling supplies. Each day, after his girlfriend left for work, he would take out his notebook to jot down notes and sketches. The extensive lists filled with a myriad of terms were indeed overwhelming. In the days to come, he would need to explore various channels to ensure that all necessary supplies were gathered. One day, Zhang Xun ventured out to explore the largest wholesale market in Jiangxing. After an entire morning of browsing a dizzying array of items, he shamelessly collected numerous business cards from the wholesalers. On his way back at noon, he sought a place to dine and stumbled upon a high-end hotel. Given his financial means, he thought, why not indulge a little? Thus, he confidently entered the establishment. Just as he was about to place his order, he unexpectedly encountered Yang Mingjian and his wife, Lu Xiaoya. Accompanying them was a bespectacled man, whose presence caused Zhang Xun's pupils to constrict momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure. What a coincidence, Zhang Xun! Yang Mingjian exclaimed, halting in his tracks. Indeed. Have you both dined? Zhang Xun responded with a smile. Not yet. Would you care to join us? No, I'm here with a friend. Yang Mingjian hesitated before introducing the man beside him. This is Section Chief Qi from the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. Hello, Section Chief Qi. My name is Zhang Xun, an old classmate of Yang. Zhang Xun extended his right hand. The bespectacled man reciprocated with a brief handshake. Section Chief Qi, he is my university classmate. Currently working at a hotel, Yang Mingjian added with a smile. Ah, a pleasure to meet you. Section Chief Qi nodded in acknowledgement and suggested to Yang Mingjian. Shall we proceed? As Zhang Xun observed the retreating figure of the bespectacled man, he let out a cold snort and returned his attention to the menu. Section Chief Qi Sijuan was a name he recognized even without Yang Mingjian's introduction. The man had harbored inappropriate intentions toward his girlfriend since their arrival at the official shelter. Du Jing, being a nurse of considerable beauty and possessing medical knowledge, held a rare and esteemed position within the shelter, affording her a higher status than that of the average individual. On the other hand, Qi Sijuan, who had been a government official prior to the apocalypse, leveraged this identity to become a mid-level manager within the same refuge. He took a particular interest in Du Jing, often harboring inappropriate thoughts, yet was consistently reprimanded by Zhang Xun. However, harboring resentment, he frequently attempted to undermine them, even going so far as to withhold supplies. Fortunately, within a year, he succumbed to illness, passing away. Upon seeing him today, Zhang Xun's memories were stirred, and in his vengeful spirit, he contemplated how to settle the score with Qi Sijuan during mealtime. He recalled an instance when he inadvertently overheard Qi boasting about his past glory in the Ministry of Education, where he claimed to have been highly regarded by superiors and courted by subordinates, not to mention his affairs with several mistresses. Qi Sijuan, now in his 40s, had a wife who appeared to be rather unremarkable. This thought ignited an idea in Zhang Xun's mind. After finishing his meal, Zhang Xun drove to the Golden Age community, parking at the entrance. Upon noticing his vehicle, the security guard promptly approached and stated, "Sir, parking is not permitted here. Are you a resident? If so, you may enter." "Apologies, I'm here to find someone. Could you please tell me which building Zhang Xuejiao resides in?" Zhang Xun inquired from his car. "Zhang Xuejiao? You're looking for her and don't know her residence?" "We cannot disclose resident information casually," the guard responded. "The thing is, she just called me and I forgot the details. I attempted to reach her again, but to no avail, so I must wait here for a bit," Zhang Xun explained. "Sir, could you please move your car? This is the entrance, and parking is prohibited," the guard insisted. "I had no choice but to park here for just a few minutes. The roadside is completely full," Zhang Xun retorted, undeterred. "Please wait. I will check the records and try to contact her," the guard conceded. Zhang Xun exited the vehicle and followed the guard to the security station, where he watched as the guard rummaged through a ledger. Soon, the guard found a phone number and turned to dial it on a landline. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xun discreetly pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of the ledger. "Sir, I cannot reach her, but we truly cannot allow parking here. Perhaps you should come back another time," the guard reiterated. "I will make one more call. If it doesn't work, then so be it," Zhang Xun replied. Seeing the guard nod, Zhang Xun pretended to dial a number, but when no one answered, he left without further ado. At the second community, not far from Golden Age, Zhang Xun employed the same tactic, successfully capturing information about another woman, including her name, phone number, and building details. Qi Sijuan, a section chief in the Provincial Department of Education, may not have held a significant title, yet he occupied a position of real authority. Regardless of whether it is the school, the suppliers, or even the affluent parents, all hold him in high esteem, often seeking his counsel. Leveraging the advantages bestowed by his power, he has acquired 5 properties in Jiangcheng, 2 of which are discreetly used to accommodate his mistresses. The following afternoon, after concluding his affairs, Zhang Xun strolled into the Golden Age establishment. This time, he did not drive. Instead, he registered upon arrival and entered directly. He made his way to the 19th floor of Building 13, where only one unit was occupied. From his pocket, Zhang Xun retrieved a compact camera and discreetly positioned it beneath the opposing fire escape window. Once he had set it up, he settled into an inconspicuous corner of the corridor to pass the time on his phone. At 4 o'clock, the elevator doors on that floor opened. Zhang Xun peered through the crack of the stairwell door and saw none other than Qi Sijuan emerge. Moments later, a woman poked her head out and ushered him inside. An hour later, the sound of the door opening echoed once more. After the elevator descended, Zhang Xun waited a while before stealthily emerging to retrieve the camera, then quietly departed from the premises. In the subsequent days, Zhang Xun spent each afternoon surveilling another residential complex. Finally, on the 3rd day, he captured valuable information. He connected the camera to his computer, extracted several frames where faces were visible, and then transferred them to his phone. Chapter 26. Avarice. Hello, Professor Wang. Is there something I can assist you with? Zhang Xun inquired, still groggy from sleep when he received Professor Wang's call early in the morning. Indeed, tomorrow a vice governor responsible for education will visit the school for an inspection. The school committee has also invited several benefactors who have contributed to our institution over the years to participate in a discussion. Professor Wang paused momentarily before bluntly stating, in essence, they are inviting individuals like you, esteemed patrons, to familiarize yourselves with the higher-ups, as well as to explore the possibility of further contributions. Professor Wang, you know I am merely a nouveau riche, a small player with little financial clout. Is this really necessary? Zhang Xun replied, lowering his voice as he entered the restroom. That is up to you, but don't businessmen generally enjoy mingling with officials? Would you not wish to meet the vice-governor? Professor Wang enticed. Well, all right. Please provide the specifics, Professor Wang. Zhang Xun contemplated for a moment before responding. Arrive at the school's administrative building, 7th floor conference hall, before 9 a.m. The vice-governor will arrive at 10, Professor Wang concluded before hanging up. With a click, the restroom door swung open. What are you up to so sneakily this early? His girlfriend entered, eyeing him suspiciously. Zhang Xun handed her his phone, explaining, it's Professor Wang, the con artist I mentioned to you before. Why are you hiding from my calls? She expressed disbelief, taking the phone and dialing the most recent call. Hello, General Zhang. Is there anything else? A man's voice echoed from the other end. Zhang Xun quickly snatched the phone back, uttering an apology. No, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. After ending the call, he spread his hands in front of his girlfriend, asking, do you believe me now? The girlfriend, feeling a bit shy, quickly said, hurry out. I need to use the restroom. After finishing breakfast, she unexpectedly emerged from the room holding 2 hard drives, smiling as she said to Zhang Xun, I've downloaded everything onto these. When will you pay me for them? Really? Zhang Xun finit surprise. Yes, one is filled with television series and the other with movies. She flipped the hard drives over and added, look, I've even labeled them. Since you've completed the downloads, continue to work diligently on the rest. And when I return from work tonight, I'll settle the payment with you. How does that sound? Zhang Xun replied, sound great. It feels so easy to make money. Having completed one in just 3 days. The girlfriend exclaimed, hee, soon you shall become a little wealthy lady, Zhang Xun teased. After breakfast, Zhang Xun drove his girlfriend to work before heading to the office. He first checked the accounts and the current balance on his phone. Previously, he had 160 million renminbi from a lottery, netting 48 million, followed by a win of $200 million from sports betting, bringing in 160 million. Additionally, he had earned over 10 million from a gambling app, giving him a peak amount close to 180 million. Among this, 20 million renminbi was invested in a pharmaceutical stock. He had also paid the design company $2 million for design fees and made a prepayment of $4 million to Qiangji Company, followed by a payment of 60 million renminbi for project costs. He donated 5 million renminbi to Jiangxing University of Geosciences and spent an additional 3 million renminbi on various expenses. Currently, he had approximately $150 million remaining. In about 2 months, Qiangji Company was expected to receive a payment of 1 billion renminbi for the project. Since this was a significant milestone, the cooperation agreement stipulated clear payment proportions. Fortunately, at the end of this month, his stocks were projected to surge, potentially turning 20 million into 200 million, thus providing another influx of funds. Financially, there were no pressing issues. On the procurement side, all materials and suppliers had reached procurement agreements. Qiangji Company would handle inspections and communications, while Zhang Xun only needed to make payments as per the contract. The procurement of materials and equipment would entail substantial expenses, preliminarily estimated at 200 to 300 million renminbi. Rising S Company would also contribute some critical materials and control systems, accounting for approximately 10 of the total project cost. It must be noted that domestic companies lack sufficient experience in this area. Otherwise, Zhang Xun might have spent even less. In the afternoon, Zhang Xun received a call from Dawson, who had stayed in the country for over a month, traveling through numerous provinces and even opening an office in Shanghai. To Zhang Xun's surprise, Dawson had managed to secure 2 contracts during this time for constructing doomsday bunkers in the suburbs of Hangzhou and Guangzhou. Certainly, the investment is not as substantial as that of Zhang Xun. These 2 belong to a category of small and medium-sized havens, accommodating approximately 30 million individuals. During the phone call, I overheard Dawson boasting about these 2, claiming there is recent affluent acquaintances who assist him in boosting his performance. Zhang Xun, undoubtedly skeptical of such fabrications, perceives them through the lens of a Chinese individual, likely concluding that these individuals, having indulged in comforts, are merely seeking to establish clandestine retreats akin to extravagant banquets. After ending the call, Zhang Xun summoned Li Yan. Sister Li, here are two 16 terabytes hard drives. Please have them download some single-player games during their free time. He handed the hard drives to Li Yan and continued, You are aware of our hotel's theme. There will certainly be limited internet access. We will provide these single-player games for guests to alleviate their boredom. Li Yan nodded, preparing to leave, when Zhang Xun added, Inform them not to download duplicates. Furthermore, if they complete their tasks, I will reward each of them with an additional 2,000 yuan. Understood, Zhang Xun. Upon hearing this, Li Yan felt intrigued and cautiously inquired, Is there anything else you need my assistance with? Zhang Xun smiled and replied, Yes, with this hard drive. Please download a variety of songs, classical, modern, popular, and various forms of operatic music. Of course, ensure they are well categorized and not haphazardly arranged. Once completed, your reward will be the same as theirs. Thank you, President Zhang. When do you need it? Li Yan asked. You may take your time. There's no rush. Zhang Xun responded. He then recalled something and asked, Is there cash available in the company? Yes, there's 500,000 yuan in the safe, Li Yan replied. Previously, due to certain needs, she had withdrawn some cash to keep at the company, and Zhang Xun had not paid much attention to it since. After confirming, he instructed Li Yan, Please help me withdraw 10,000 yuan and keep a record of it. Certainly, President Zhang. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Zhang Xun nodded in acknowledgement. As dusk approached, Zhang Xun, as usual, picked up his girlfriend from work. When it was time for dinner, he pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket, waving it playfully and saying, Look, what is this? Money, is this mine? Du Jing's eyes sparkled at the sight of the bright red notes. Though she expressed some confusion, Why is there so much? Wasn't he at 4,000? I only completed 3. The boss mentioned that the remainder is in advance for you. How do you feel about that? Zhang Xun clarified. Really? Of course, here, take it. Zhang Xun placed the 10,000 yuan into Du Jing's hands. As she thumbed through the bills, her eyes nearly narrowed into slits, momentarily forgetting about dinner. Zhang Xun had to remind her several times before she finally rose to put the money away. When his girlfriend returned to her seat, she joyfully exclaimed, Did you know? Our savings are nearing 500,000 yuan. Considering all the things you've bought for me, I reckon it's over 600,000. Seeing these numbers truly brings me joy. Indeed, we are on the cusp of becoming wealthy. Little Du, the affluent lady, it's time to eat. Zhang Xun replied with a smile. Dining today? One must indulge a bit more. Just as my girlfriend lifted the bowl, she suddenly set it down again. Speaking of which, I must remember to deposit some money into my card tomorrow afternoon, lest it be stolen if left at home. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xun couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at this little financial enthusiast at home. She truly is rather endearing. Chapter 27. Following. The next day, after escorting his girlfriend to work, Zhang Xun drove directly to the administrative building of Jiangxing University of Geosciences. Upon arrival, he was warmly received by a designated student attendant. Guided by a charming young woman, he ascended to the 7th floor reception lounge. Inside, he encountered several individuals. Some were relatively young like himself, while a few others were notably balding, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. As Zhang Xun entered, everyone greeted him and began to introduce themselves. After a brief period of awkward small talk lasting about 10 minutes, he gleaned the identities of these attendees. Among them were real estate magnates and prominent figures from the realm of internet technology. Some were distinguished alumni of Jiangxing University who had returned to support their alma mater after achieving considerable success in their careers. After exchanging business cards with them, Zhang Xun engaged in further conversation with those nearby. Around 10 o'clock, the main door of the reception lounge swung open, and a procession of over a dozen individuals entered. Leading the way was undoubtedly the vice governor, accompanied by several university officials, while Qi Sijuan was also notably present in the line behind them. Everyone in the lounge rose, forming a line to shake hands with the vice governor. Qi Sijuan, upon spotting Zhang Xun, felt a flicker of surprise. To be honest, during their first encounter, Zhang Xun appeared rather unremarkable in his ordinary attire, and having heard from Yang Mingjian that he worked in a hotel, she had dismissed him as merely an average office worker. It seemed he had misjudged. Those who made it here were either billionaires or individuals of exceptional renown. Zhang Xun had not previously been known to Qi. Could he be an invisible tycoon? Qi pondered. Greetings, Vice Governor Li. I am Zhang Xun. It is a great honor to meet you today. Zhang Xun introduced himself with a composed yet respectful demeanor. So you are the esteemed Xiao Zhang. I just heard the president mention that you recently donated 5 million to Jiangxing University of Geosciences. On behalf of the government and the university, I extend our gratitude for your contributions to the field of education, Vice Governor Li remarked, gently patting the back of Zhang Xun's hand. This is merely my duty. Money, no matter how substantial, is merely a series of digits. Its true value lies in its application towards education and giving back to society, Zhang Xun replied earnestly and humbly. After exchanging pleasantries, it was time for the next individuals to continue. After approximately 10 minutes, the initial greetings concluded. Please, everyone, take your seats and do not be shy, the vice governor urged, and as everyone settled, he continued, earlier, in the company of several university leaders, I took a walk around the campus. I must say, the teaching facilities and living environment have significantly improved since my last visit 3 years ago. Upon his conclusion, the lounge erupted in enthusiastic applause. Zhang Xun reflected on the key points of his address, which could be summarized in 3 main aspects. 1 is the hope that the esteemed individuals from the business and technology sectors present here will continue to support our institution by investing more funds into higher education. Secondly, we wish for them to leverage their networks to recommend and recruit more talented individuals to teach at the university. Thirdly, we aim to promote a virtuous cycle between academia and industry. During the symposium, Zhang Xun actively shared his insights and expressed his intention to allocate a sum of money at an appropriate time to provide financial assistance for impoverished students. With Zhang Xun leading by example, the attendees of the symposium made various commitments. The vice governor also left his contact information with them, offering some words of encouragement. At noon, they shared a meal in the school cafeteria. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Zhang Xun found himself slightly inebriated. Following the meal, the vice governor was scheduled to visit another university. After bidding farewell to Professor Wang, Zhang Xun summoned a chauffeur and departed from Jiangxin University of Geology. Qi Sijuan. Zhang Xun muttered this name as he sat in the passenger seat. Earlier, during the meal, Qi Sijuan had approached Zhang Xun's table, shared a couple of drinks, and exchanged contact information, exhibiting a demeanor starkly different from their first meeting. Driver, please take me to Jindi Community, Zhang Xun suddenly instructed. Upon reaching Jindi Community, he asked the chauffeur to wait on the roadside for a moment while he made his way to the entrance of the community, blending in when a resident opened the gate. In the villa area, Building 23, Zhang Xun settled himself on a distant stone bench and observed for a while, until a fashionable woman emerged from one of the villas. He followed her all the way to a leisure club outside the community. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to follow her inside. Disguising himself as a guest, he spent 5,000 yuan to acquire a basic membership card. What services did that woman partake in earlier? Zhang Xun casually inquired. Sir, the ladies who consume our services have numerous options to choose from, such as sauna, steam therapy, bathing, health massage, spa, and beauty treatments, most of which are similar to those offered to gentlemen, the front desk explained. Are there no special services? Zhang Xun cautiously probed. Sir, we are a legitimate establishment, and such services are not available here, the staff member replied with a smile. Oh, if that is the case, never mind, Zhang Xun said, twirling the membership card in his hand with a hint of regret. Please lead me to a massage. Soon, Zhang Xun was escorted to a dimly lit room, adorned with pink lighting and an ambiguous decor that made him gulp. Hello, Technician 98 will be at your service. A sweet voice resonated, and as Zhang Xun reclined on the massage table, beads of perspiration formed in his palms. Fortunately, this was a legitimate venue, Zhang Xun thought to himself. Otherwise, he would struggle to maintain composure. After approximately 30 minutes, Technician 98 continuously urged him to relax, and Zhang Xun found himself on the verge of slumber. Sir, we are halfway through. Are you satisfied with my service? The technician inquired sweetly. Very satisfied, Zhang Xun replied. Our establishment offers a myriad of services. Would you care to indulge in some? No, I have perused your offerings, and they seem rather unremarkable. A simple massage for relaxation suffices for me. But I must clarify, the services I refer to are not listed publicly. They are designed to provide genuine relaxation, the technician's voice taking on a seductive tone. Are they exclusively for men? Zhang Xun turned his head, his eyes glimmering with intrigue, coupled with a hint of skepticism. I see women entering as well. Do you believe only men have such needs? A considerable portion of our clientele consists of affluent middle-aged women, often feeling emotionally unfulfilled and lonely. The technician replied with a smile, adding that we also have many handsome male therapists, as these wealthy women tend to favor younger companions. Zhang Xun pondered this notion, casting a glance at the technician, and with a hint of regret remarked that today would not be suitable. His intoxicated state left him lacking the energy to explore other services. As he spoke, he retrieved his jacket from the bedside and produced 500 yuan from his pocket, presenting it to the technician, saying, "This is a tip for you. Your technique was commendable." Initially disheartened at the loss of a potential sale, the technician's spirits lifted upon receiving the generous gratuity, and her subsequent massage became even more vigorous. After the session, Zhang Xun departed from the establishment, waiting across the street for a while, and indeed his eyes caught sight of that woman, Qi Sijuan's wife, emerging from the venue. He hastily captured a few clandestine photographs. Upon returning to his vehicle, he discovered the designated driver had dozed off. Zhang Xun promptly roused him. "Boss, I saw you enter that establishment, so I refrained from calling you and fell asleep in the car. What do you think about this fare?" The driver chuckled. "All right, just drive me home, and I will give you an additional 500 yuan, Zhang Xun replied, bemused. "Sure thing, please make yourself comfortable." Half an hour later, Zhang Xun arrived home, and the first order of business was to take a shower, after which he set out on his electric scooter to pick up his girlfriend from work. Chapter 28, a reminder. The warehouse in Inchi has been completed, and Zhang Xun paid another visit to assess its status and check on the progress of the refuge. He took the high-speed train to the province, then rented a vehicle to reach the warehouse, where the contractor awaited him. As a local entity of modest scale, this warehouse held considerable significance for the owner. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Xun entered to inspect the premises. The warehouse, though not expansive, spanned approximately 800 square meters. The rear section was already adorned with numerous shelves of varying sizes, as Zhang Xun had specifically requested. The contractor had ensured the area was immaculate prior to Zhang Xun's arrival. After thoroughly examining the walls for any issues and finding none, he instructed the owner to present the documents for his signature. Once the paperwork was completed, he called the company's finance department in the presence of the owner, requesting Li Yin to process the payment. "I am prepared to transfer an additional 20,000 yuan to you, due to some pressing matters I must attend to. This warehouse is unlikely to be utilized this year. I kindly request that you frequently send someone to check on it, to prevent any potential damage from the villagers." Zhang Xuandao. "No problem. We have another project nearby. I will have the workers assist in monitoring it during their commutes." The boss replied readily. Subsequently, the boss handed the key to Zhang Xun, retaining a spare for himself. After departing from there, he drove towards the shelter. "Is Ren Gong present?" Upon arriving at the location, Zhang Xun did not see Ren Gong and inquired with a worker. Ren Gong had to attend to a family matter and has returned. Currently, Feng Gong is in charge here, the worker informed. "All right, thank you." After locating Feng Gong, Zhang Xun inquired about the progress of the work. The excavation work has already progressed significantly, and it is estimated that in just over 2 months, we will enter the main construction phase. While explaining, Feng Gong pointed towards the dark entrance of the cave and asked, "Would Zhang Xun like to take a look inside?" Zhang Xun pondered for a moment and replied, "Not this time, perhaps next time. In fact, during the excavation, we will simultaneously reinforce the internal walls of the mountain, injecting steel bars and cement. So there is no need to worry about safety. Moreover, this will save a considerable amount of time during subsequent construction phases," Feng Gong elucidated. That sounds promising. I believe we can expect a successful completion by mid-next year, correct?" Zhang Xun inquired. "Indeed, if the subsequent testing and acceptance phases proceed smoothly, that timeline is feasible." "All right, please put in the effort on your end. Once the project is completed, I will prepare a bonus for everyone." "Thank you very much, Zhang Xun." After discussing some additional details regarding the shelter, Zhang Xun departed from the site. Upon returning to Inchi Prefecture, he visited the local wholesale market, collecting some business cards. He planned to procure supplies such as staple foods, fuel, and tobacco locally for convenience. After returning the vehicle, he spent the night there, and the following day took the high-speed train back to Jiangxing. During this period, aside from downloading some films and television shows, he diligently studied architecture, programming control, emergency rescue, and equipment maintenance. He possessed a foundational understanding of equipment maintenance and programming control. However, he recognized the necessity of being thoroughly prepared for various potential situations in the future. Every time his girlfriend returned, she was astonished by Zhang Xun's discipline and eagerness to learn, which also inspired her to observe and learn more diligently during her shifts at the hospital. Each evening after work, following dinner and a brief engagement with his computer, she would earnestly delve into a medical textbook. Zhang Xun naturally welcomed this. Yet, he sometimes worried about her health. Thus, he frequently purchased various nourishing ingredients and prepare diverse meals to ensure her well-being. In a serene setting amidst fragrant waters and the intermingling of fragrant osmanthus and sweet-scented blossoms, 3 individuals were seated. Director Chi, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. It has enabled me to successfully secure this financial allocation, Yang Mingjian remarked, raising his glass in gratitude to Chi Sijuan. Yang Mingjian's company specializes in children's interest training. Recently, the government has increasingly emphasized the importance of early education in this format. However, the market has become increasingly unregulated. In response, the state has enacted laws to crack down on fraudulent institutions while simultaneously providing subsidies to capable training organizations, encouraging them to address the shortcomings of public institutions. Yang Mingjian has long been eyeing these subsidies, especially given the challenging economic climate over the past 2 years and the financial strain from opening several chain stores. Reluctant to seek a bank loan, he seized the opportunity to approach Chi Sijuan, a department head in the Education Bureau, through personal connections, seeking his assistance. However, such favors are seldom free. 30% of the funds would be expected as a token of gratitude. His wife, Lu Xiaoya, raised her glass and toast to Chi Sijuan. After downing a drink, Chi Sijuan remarked with a knowing tone, "Brother, you are not being very straightforward." Startled, Yang Mingjian inquired, "Chigo, what do you mean by that? You mentioned your classmate, Zhang Xun, right? You told me he worked in a hotel?" Chi Sijuan replied, "Yes, that is what he told me. Is there a problem?" "Kuyi," Yang Mingjian asked, feeling confused. Chi Sijuan, sensing he had struck a chord, responded, "No problem at all, just curious." He lifted his glass, and Yang Mingjian promptly refilled it. Just as Chi Sijuan was about to take a sip, he set it down again and said, "Your classmate is quite remarkable. Even the governor has praised him." Both Yang Mingjian and Lu Xiaoya were taken aback, exclaiming, "Chigo him?" Chi Sijuan waved his hand, interrupting Yang Mingjian. "Don't pry too much. It's better to act as if you know nothing. If he hasn't mentioned it to you, it signifies he is quite modest. And the rest no need to delve deeper, understand?" Chi Sijuan, seasoned in the nuances of political discourse, spoke in an enigmatic manner. Despite his myriad questions, Yang Mingjian refrained from further inquiry. After their meal, Yang Mingjian arranged for a designated driver to take Chi Sijuan home. Upon returning, he hesitated about whether to call Zhang Xun. "Why are you being so indecisive? Just call to check in. It's not as if you were prying into anyone's private matters," Lu Xiaoya chided for the side. Once the call connected, Zhang Xun's teasing voice soon came through. "Hello, General Yang. What is up so late?" Nothing much. Just want to chat for a bit," Yang Mingjian replied, hesitating before asking, "Did you know Chi Sijuan previously?" There was a brief silence on the other end before Zhang Xun responded, "Yes. Didn't you introduce me last time?" "Oh, then it's nothing. We had dinner tonight, and he mentioned you," Yang Mingjian probed. "He mentioned me? What did he say?" Zhang Xun asked, surprised. "Nothing much. Just that you're a low-key person," Yang Mingjian chuckled. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xun advised, "Old classmate, I suggest you keep your distance from him in the future to avoid any potential entanglements." Upon hearing this, Yang Mingjian felt a surge of panic and hurriedly inquired for clarification. "What do you mean precisely?" Zhang Xun replied, "It is merely the literal interpretation. I have already cautioned you. As for whether you heed it or not, that is beyond my control." With that, Zhang Xun terminated the call. Yang Mingjian remained in the posture of having just received the call, staring at Lu Xiaoya, utterly at a loss for words. Lu Xiaoya, having overheard the conversation, fell into silence for a moment before softly articulating, from Zhang Xun's implication, "Does that mean Chi Sijuan is about to be apprehended?" Yang Mingjian set down his phone with a sigh, responding, "How could I possibly know? The crux of the matter is that we recently sought his assistance. What if he implicates us?" Lu Xiaoya, upon hearing this, became alarmed. "How could this happen? What will we do now? Should we turn ourselves in?" Chapter 29, Retribution. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xun fell into deep contemplation. The information he possessed was insufficient to plunge Chi Sijuan into the depths of despair. How could he acquire more substantial evidence? Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he set out early and returned to the Jindi community. Seated opposite a villa, Zhang Xun retrieved the anonymous prepaid mobile phone he had purchased earlier and made a call, then awaited a response. Before long, a man donning sunglasses and a mask approached him and inquired mysteriously, "Speak. What is it?" Zhang Xun scrutinized him briefly and gestured towards the villa across the way, saying, "Today, if a woman emerges from that villa, stealthily acquire her wallet." "How much?" the masked man asked. 30,000, Zhang Xun indicated with his fingers. Deal. Zhang Xun lingered for a while, and just as he was about to leave, a woman from the villa unexpectedly stepped outside. He signaled to the masked man, who then hurried away. Not long after, the man returned to Zhang Xun, presenting a pink wallet. No one noticed. Now, pay me, he stated. You did not tamper with its contents, did you? Zhang Xun inquired. The masked man hesitated before sheepishly admitting, there was 1,000 yuan inside. I took it. Return it. I will compensate you. Zhang Xun's tone left no room for argument. After a moment's hesitation, the masked man retrieved the money he had acquired. Zhang Xun produced a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to the masked man. Just as the masked man was about to depart, Zhang Xun called out, Do not leave yet. Later, you must return the wallet to that woman. What do you mean? Are you toying with me? No. Just tell her you found the wallet and returned it. If she reports it to the police, it could lead to complications. I'm merely assisting her husband in checking whether she is being unfaithful. Rest assured, returning it ensures we all fare well. Zhang Xun elucidated. Sounds like you've had too much to drink, the masked man muttered. However, Zhang Xun paid him no mind, opening the wallet to extract the identification card, bank card, and other contents to photograph them with his phone. He also discovered a photocopy of Qi Sijuan's identification card within the wallet. After capturing the necessary images, he returned the items to the wallet. 10 minutes later, the woman hurriedly approached the villa. The masked man took the wallet from Zhang Xun and, removing his sunglasses, feigned urgency as he addressed her. Excuse me, have you lost something? The woman, eyeing him warily, replied, Yes. I lost my wallet. It's pink and contains 1,000 yuan in cash. Did you find it? Please give it back. The masked man produced the wallet, saying, It appears to be yours. I waited here for quite a while. The woman snatched the wallet, inspected its contents, and, upon finding nothing amiss, she sighed in relief and beamed at him, exclaiming, I cannot thank you enough. She then extracted the 1,000 yuan from the wallet, offering, Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. The masked man hesitated, but seeing her sincere expression, he resolutely declined, stating, My mother taught me, since childhood, to return what is lost and to earn my keep. Zhang Xun, observing the tug-of-war from a distance, found the situation absurd and swiftly departed. After lunch, he sought a secluded spot and retrieved an anonymous phone to make a call. Hello, is this the pursuer? He inquired. It's me. What's the matter? Came the cold response from the other end. I need you to look up 2 individuals, focusing particularly on their property and private information. Zhang Xun calmly instructed. As long as you pay, I can do that. How much are you willing to offer? The voice inquired. If you can provide me with useful information, I will pay a flat rate of 100,000 yuan, but I can only offer a 10,000 yuan deposit now. With the remainder upon completion, Zhang Xun replied. Agreed. Provide me with your identification details. I will text you an email and my account number shortly. Just send the information there. The voice concluded before hanging up. Zhang Xun smiled, feeling that his plan had reached the halfway mark. The masked man from earlier was, in fact, a petty thief, and the person he had called was a hacker. Zhang Xun had previously acquired resources from various individuals, some of whom had extensive connections. Thieves, hackers, streamers, and models could all be procured for a price. This arrangement saved him considerable hassle. Within 3 minutes, the email and account details arrived. Zhang Xun sent all the photos he had taken, including Qi Sijuan's phone number, to the hacker and transferred the 10,000 yuan to the provided account. Having completed these tasks, he hummed a tune as he leisurely returned home. The following afternoon, his phone buzzed with an email notification. Upon opening it, he was pleasantly surprised to find a wealth of incriminating information. In addition to the villa, Qi Sijuan owned 3 other properties under his name, and 2 more under his wife's name, with a total value nearing 15 million yuan. Although the exact balance in his wife's bank account remained undisclosed, the bank statements had been retrieved. Periodically, his wife would transfer a substantial sum of money, amounting to approximately 20 million over the past year alone. Even more astonishing were the contents found on both their phones. Zhang Xun could only marvel at how adept they both were at leading secret lives, completely unaware of each other's activities. This included a plethora of personal videos, photographs, and chat records. Zhang Xun subsequently transferred 90,000 yuan into the hacker's account, then sought refuge in an internet cafe. He meticulously compiled this information and anonymously sent it to a newspaper and the Disciplinary Inspection Commission as a report. After completing this task, Zhang Xun finally felt a sense of relief. He transferred the evidence to his personal device via Bluetooth for safekeeping, then discarded the anonymous phone along with its SIM card. What followed was a moment of anticipation for a miraculous outcome. Upon returning home that evening, his girlfriend expressed her annoyance at Zhang Xun's recent mysterious behavior, which she deemed quite unusual. Zhang Xun awkwardly smiled and said nothing. As expected, the next day, Yang Mingjian urgently called Zhang Xun, stating that he had turned himself in to the Disciplinary Inspection Commission. What? You turned yourself in? Why would you do that? Zhang Xun inquired, puzzled, as he was aware of Yang Mingjian's acquaintance with Qi Shijuan, but was oblivious to their underlying connection. Yang Mingjian explained his request for Qi Shijuan's assistance, and added that the commission had informed him that Qi Shijuan had been detained that morning due to the unexplained source of his significant wealth, advising him to wait for further news. Yang Mingjian felt a pang of fear, and just then, Lu Xiaoya's voice crackled through the phone. Husband, you must see the news. It's all about Qi Shijuan. Yang Mingjian paused, glancing at the phone Lu Xiaoya handed him, which indeed displayed evidence of Qi Shijuan's infidelity and bribery. He then conveyed to Zhang Xun, "Thank you for informing me in advance. Otherwise, I would certainly have been implicated in bribery. Thankfully, I turned myself in early, which may provide me with a chance for leniency. Before I surrendered, I researched that those who voluntarily confess to bribery before prosecution can receive a reduced sentence or even exemption. This is a special provision in the law. Article 67 of the criminal law states that offenders who confess may receive lighter sentences, and those with lesser crimes can be exempted from punishment. I suppose I fall into the category of lesser offenders," Yang Mingjian mused. Zhang Xun reassured him over the phone. "You should be fine. The commission has asked you to return, which likely means they will need you to testify." Hearing this, Yang Mingjian felt a sense of relief. In truth, he was surprised to learn about Qi Shijuan's arrest. Didn't the commission conduct an investigation first? Now, returning to find a news saturated with Qi Shijuan's scandal, he grew increasingly curious about Zhang Xun's background and how he had foreseen such developments. However, he was wise enough not to directly question Zhang Xun. Chapter 30, Stocks. The arrest of Qi Shijuan alleviated a significant source of anxiety for Zhang Xun. Indeed, there was no necessity for him to act in such a manner. In reality, he aimed to construct a sanctuary, and it seemed unlikely he would ever intersect with Qi Shijuan in this lifetime. However, upon gazing at his visage, Zhang Xun's mind became inundated with memories suffused with wrath and animosity. His singular ambition was to see him utterly disgraced. As for Qi Shijuan, who had already been detained, he could not fathom who was orchestrating his downfall, especially with the plethora of evidence presented against him. Nevertheless, such matters had become inconsequential. Engaging in extramarital affairs, accepting bribes, and possessing a vast amount of unexplained wealth were sufficient to seal his fate. The following morning, while whistling, Zhang Xun set out to pick up his girlfriend after a shift. As they were enjoying breakfast outside, he suddenly received a call from Yang Mingjian. "Zhang Xun, do you have time this evening? I would like to invite you and your wife to dinner." "Sure, but let's not revisit past matters," Zhang Xun readily agreed. After hanging up, he smiled at his girlfriend, announcing that they had a delightful meal planned, courtesy of Yang Mingjian, an exquisite treat. Puzzled, his girlfriend inquired why the sudden invitation. "It's merely a gathering," Zhang Xun replied. That evening, Zhang Xun drove his girlfriend to the dining venue. Yang Mingjian and Lu Xiaoya were already awaiting their arrival and promptly greeted them at the private room's entrance. Du Jing was bewildered by the couple's warmth and was left in a haze as she unwittingly partook in the meal. Yang Mingjian, tactfully avoiding any mention of previous events, refrained from inquiring about Zhang Xun's background, and they instead reminisced about their school days. However, Lu Xiaoya, while conversing with Du Jing, attempted to subtly extract information, but Du Jing offered nothing of value in return. After the meal, as Du Jing had to return to work, the two departed early. What was with their behavior today? They were so warm towards us, almost reverential, Du Jing questioned in the car. Zhang Xun provided a cursory explanation to deflect further inquiry. "By the way, I have a business trip tomorrow and 1T be able to pick you up," he suddenly added. "Where are you going? How long will you be gone?" His girlfriend asked. "To the Magic City, probably 2 to 3 days," Zhang Xun replied. As June drew to a close, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Qi Shijuan and had paid little attention to the stock market. That morning, a call from the pharmaceutical company reminded him of his stock investments. He quickly opened his phone to discover that the shares he had purchased had been on a steady rise for quite some time. Originally acquired for 20 million, his stocks had now escalated to over 100 million, and he anticipated they would reach 200 million in a matter of days. Since the company had launched 3 new products, the market had been significantly shaken, leading to a meteoric rise in the stock price. As a minor shareholder, it was only natural for him to be invited to the shareholder meeting. Upon receiving the call, Zhang Xun promptly booked a flight to the Magic City. His purpose for attending the shareholders' meeting was quite clear. Firstly, he wished to gain insight into any newly developed pharmaceuticals within the company. Secondly, he intended to preemptively inform the decision-makers about his future intentions to divest his shares. As a retail investor, Zhang Xun, despite being a shareholder in name, held no voting or decision-making power at the corporate level. Furthermore, he lacked the luxury of time to closely monitor this particular stock. Thus, he preferred to liquidate his holdings promptly to avoid unnecessary complications. The following day, Zhang Xun boarded a flight to the bustling metropolis. After casually settling into a hotel, he spent some time in the evening video calling his girlfriend. During the call, she informed him that several hard drives needed to be filled, urging him to return swiftly after his business trip to collect the money. Zhang Xun smiled and promised to buy her a gift upon his return, along with an additional grand surprise. After spending a night in the metropolis the next morning, Zhang Xun enjoyed breakfast at the hotel before hailing a taxi to the venue of the pharmaceutical company's conference. This city served as the headquarters for their research and development. Upon his arrival, he discovered a considerable number of attendees, many of whom, like him, were substantial retail investors. Following the established agenda, they toured the company's R&D center in the morning, gaining insights into the company's history, structure, and future prospects. Zhang Xun seized the opportunity to inquire about matters of personal interest to him. He asked about the direction of their current drug development efforts, any forthcoming product releases, and the feedback received from patients regarding the 3 previously launched products. The head of the R&D department provided candid responses to Zhang Xun's inquiries. Our current endeavors are primarily focused on 2 fronts. Firstly, the improvement and enhancement of our previously released pharmaceuticals, and secondly, the concentrated research and development of oncology drugs. The development cycle for cancer medications is extensive. While we have made some progress, clinical trials will require considerable time. As for the products you mentioned, we have received overwhelmingly positive feedback from patients. Zhang Xun nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. He had a keen interest in the previously released 3 products, especially considering his mother and future father-in-law were aging. The emergence of various age-related ailments could pose significant challenges, and the availability of new medications might alleviate some of his concerns. The 2-hour tour and Q&A session left the shareholders thoroughly satisfied. They enjoyed a modest meal in the company cafeteria at noon, after which the shareholders' meeting commenced. The CEO presented an overview of the company's financial status, personnel policies, market performance, and future plans, addressing a series of topics that piqued the shareholders' interest. In summary, the company appeared to have a promising outlook, strong R&D capabilities, and, importantly, the potential to generate profits for its investors. Zhang Xun felt a surge of enthusiasm as he observed this scene. It was his first experience attending such a meeting, and he found it somewhat surreal. The afternoon swiftly passed, and the pharmaceutical company had arranged a banquet to celebrate with the shareholders. During the toast, Zhang Xun seized the opportunity to discuss his personal matters with the CEO, fabricating a pressing financial need that necessitated the sale of his stocks. The CEO, taken aback, felt a stir of interest. However, he was aware that Zhang Xun was a retail investor operating through a trust account, making one-on-one transactions impossible. Otherwise, he would have considered acquiring the shares himself. The CEO expressed understanding of Zhang Xun's actions, appreciating that he had informed the company in advance. He requested that Zhang Xun notify him of the precise timing of the sale to facilitate a timely buyback by the company. Consequently, they exchanged contact information. After concluding matters in the bustling metropolis, Zhang Xun strolled through a shopping mall, selecting several gifts for his girlfriend, while also remembering to procure something for his mother and father-in-law, which he intended to send to them later. He returned to the hotel late in the evening, and after a refreshing shower, he transferred 500,000 yuan to the card he had given his girlfriend. Approximately 10 minutes later, she initiated a video call. Astonished by the sudden influx of funds in her account, her expression tinged with anxiety about the money's origin. "No need to fret. Have you been following the news about Fuxing Pharmaceuticals?" Zhang Xun inquired. "I've heard of it. The company is quite renowned in our hospital, and lately, many in other departments have been discussing their new drug. But what does that have to do with the money in my account?" She responded, puzzled. "I purchased their stock before the launch of their new drug, and following the release, my shares skyrocketed, yielding 1,000% return. So what do you think?" Zhang Xun chuckled, sending her a screenshot of the invitation letter from his email. Du Jing appeared skeptical, but her excitement surged upon viewing the invitation. Lowering her voice, she exclaimed, "Wow, darling, you're incredibly lucky. Does this mean we become millionaires?" "Indeed, my wealthy lady. How do you like this gift? Look, I also bought you many other presents, and I got some for my parents too," Zhang Xun replied, showcasing the gifts he had previously purchased. "I love it, darling. You're so wonderful." Du Jing beamed with happiness. Chapter 31. Canned goods and emergency ration packs. In July, Jiangxing was becoming increasingly warm. Zhang Xun watched news reports on climate change, reflecting on the madness of human activity. He then called Ringong, instructing them to ensure the safety of the workers during construction. He emphasized the importance of heat prevention measures and personally dispensed several hundred yuan as a heat allowance to each worker. Although Qianji Company typically provided allowances at this time of year, Zhang Xun felt they were insufficient, thus supplementing the amount for his own peace of mind. Meanwhile, his girlfriend continued to work normally. Since her savings had surpassed 1 million yuan, she seemed somewhat buoyed by her newfound wealth, even noticing that her download speed for videos had significantly slowed. In the past, it took merely 3 or 4 days to deplete a stockpile, yet now it may take a whole week or even longer. During the second week of July, Zhang Xun decided to liquidate his shares in a pharmaceutical company. Having previously communicated with them, the majority of the stocks he sold were repurchased by the company. After deducting transaction fees, the cash that came into his possession amounted to approximately 230 million yuan, roughly equivalent to $33 million. Coupled with the remaining $150 million he had, his total assets reached $180 million. Zhang Xun calculated that this sum should suffice for the construction of the shelter. Initially, he had contemplated that should the budget exceed expectations, he would forego the final payment to the contractors, reasoning that with the impending apocalypse, it hardly mattered. However, now that he had sufficient funds, he felt it would be unethical to act in such a manner. With this additional income, he did not forget his prior commitment to donate to impoverished students at Jiangxing University to improve their living conditions. Upon locating the School S account, Zhang Xun transferred 500,000 yuan. He then called Professor Wang, stating, "Hello, Professor Wang, I have deposited some funds into the School S account. As I promised during my meeting with the Vice Governor, please have the school check it." Professor Wang responded, "Oh, I thought you had forgotten. I'll inquire with the financial department shortly." He jested, "Should I arrange for the school to award you a medal?" "No need for that. I have little interest in such things," Zhang Xun replied, shaking his head. After exchanging pleasantries with Professor Wang, he ended the call, having turned off the television. He intended to read for a while when he received a call from Heisey. "Old Zhang, a few days ago, I purchased a doomsday bunker from Rising S Company for over $500,000, Heisey revealed. "Really? I thought you wouldn't go through with it." Zhang Xun chuckled. "I had planned on it, but with all the news lately, China decoupling, the Russia-Ukraine war, and the potential use of nuclear weapons, I felt rather uneasy. So I used the money you gave me to buy one, seeking a sense of security," Heisey explained. "That sounds good. After all, you're not short on funds. By the way, how far is this shelter from your home?" Zhang Xun inquired. "Not far, just a 20-minute drive to the suburbs, which are quite close to my house," Heisey replied. Suddenly, Heisey joked, I even spent $60,000 to $70,000 on a doomsday package. My mind was just racing at the time. "What doomsday package? Tell me about it." Zhang Xun expressed his curiosity. Through Heisey's description, Zhang Xun learned that this doomsday package was actually a survival food kit offered by an American company named Costco. Its uniqueness lay in its exorbitant price. A single doomsday canned food kit retailed for $849,999, roughly 50,000 yuan, with a shelf life extending over 70 years. With a shelf life of 70 years, Zhang Xun could not help but marvel, pondering whether such canned goods might be laden with numerous preservatives. However, upon further reflection, he considered it unlikely. The stringent regulations imposed by the U.S. FDA would certainly prevent any problematic products from reaching the market. Through the introduction provided by Heisey, Zhang Xun learned that each doomsday package contains as many as 600 cans of various foods, alongside 30 buckets of provisions. The total weight of the canned goods reached an impressive 816 kilograms, which is over 500 pounds. For a Chinese family, hoarding such an amount of rice and flour would be more than sufficient to sustain them for 1 to 2 years, making the high price of these doomsday cans rather understandable. Moreover, this package not only includes staple grains like flour, cereals, and rice, but also features dehydrated fruits, vegetables, corn, legumes, meats, dairy products, and some essential spices. Each individual can consume 2,000 calories daily to meet their basic energy needs. It is said that a single package can fulfill the survival requirements of a family of 4 for an entire year. After listening to He Zi's presentation, it was no surprise that Zhang Xun felt a surge of desire. Setting aside the taste, the diverse selection and remarkably long shelf life were enough to tantalize his appetite. The issue of stockpiling provisions had always weighed heavily on Zhang Xun's mind. While staple foods generally have longer shelf lives, they're significantly affected by temperature and humidity, leaving him uncertain about their proper preservation. For instance, unhusked rice, when vacuum-sealed, might last up to 20 years. But he had no confidence that husked grains could exceed a decade. This was precisely why he felt compelled to establish an ecological zone, ensuring a continuous supply of fresh food. The doomsday cans and reserve grain packages that He Zi mentioned undoubtedly injected a dose of optimism into Zhang Xun's prospect for survival. Hey Zi, could you possibly assist me in contacting this company? I wish to purchase some, and you can tell them the order is substantial, Zhang Xun urged eagerly. Why do you need so many? He Zi inquired, puzzled. That is not for you to worry about. Our boss is interested, Zhang Xun replied. All right, I'll help you reach out. How many do you need? I'll see if they can offer you a discount, He Zi responded. Approximately around 200 packages, Zhang Xun stated. That many? Will you even be able to consume them all? He Zi exclaimed in astonishment. If we can't eat them all, we can sell the surplus. It's an opportunity, don't you understand? Zhang Xun chuckled. Very well, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. After hanging up, Zhang Xun reflected on his financial situation. Initially, he had 150 million in an overseas account, subsequently transferring 100 million back home. And with over 10 million remaining in his gambling app, he still had more than 60 million left. He had intended to convert all of it into renminbi and transfer it to his domestic account, but purchasing the doomsday canned goods should suffice for now. He might still need funds for potential purchases abroad, so it was prudent to hold on to some. The acquisition of 200 emergency food kits, retailing at approximately $1.7 million, fell well within Zhang Xun's budget. Regrettably, the prohibition of firearms in the country thwarted his desire to journey to the United States to procure some weaponry for the security of his shelter. The inability to acquire such items domestically, as they are classified as serious offenses, left Zhang Xun apprehensive about revealing his intentions. Having previously educated himself on this subject, he contemplated gradually amassing an assortment of cold weapons, such as nail guns, which are unregulated, tang swords, Mitsubishi daggers, folding knives, steel pry bars, and crossbows. Should the opportunity arise, he also wished to procure certain chemicals, preferably those capable of producing toxic gases. It appeared that the stockpiling of supplies was to commence. And as Zhang Xun reclined on the sofa, gazing at the densely packed inventory list in his notebook, he felt a twinge of frustration. Some items could be purchased immediately, while others would have to wait until the completion of the shelter next year. This process promised to be quite arduous. Chapter 32. Initial stockpiling of supplies. After informing his girlfriend of a forthcoming business trip, he promptly ventured to Inchi Prefecture and busied himself throughout July. The operation to accumulate supplies officially commenced, with food and fuel expected to be gathered next year, prioritizing the procurement of other essentials. Medicine was the first item on his list. He diligently visited various pharmacies daily, acquiring small quantities that would eventually accumulate. He sought items such as potassium permanganate, iodine tincture, medical alcohol, and antibiotics, penicillin, tetracycline, cephalosporins, etc., as well as antimalarial drugs, gastric medications, painkillers, hemostatic agents, dermatological treatments, gauze, disinfectant cotton, and bandages, vitamins, cold medications, anti-inflammatory drugs, surgical blades, and other surgical instruments were also included. These basic medical supplies were readily available. For those that were not, he resorted to online orders. Additionally, he procured some specialty and prescription medications, despite certain pharmacies requiring a doctor's prescription. However, many times, the staff would turn a blind eye. In addition to pharmaceuticals, he purchased weapons online in several discrete transactions, acquiring items such as nail guns, tang swords, and crossbow bolts in small quantities. Each week, he dedicated over 4 hours each day commuting between Inchi Prefecture and his storage facility. Unable to store a significant volume of supplies in the hotel where he resided, he promptly transported every purchase to the warehouse. After a week, Zhang Xun felt he had sufficiently acquired cold weapons and medical supplies, thus shifting his focus to other necessities. During the second week of July, he primarily sought survival tools, purchasing 5 sets of German Olight multifunctional toolkits, along with 5 sets of automotive repair toolkits ordered online. Additionally, he sourced labor protection supplies from wholesale markets, including entrenching tools, waterproof tents, safety helmets, and safety ropes. Cotton gloves, latex gloves, welding gloves, canvas gloves, white cotton gloves, microwave gloves, safety shoes, work aprons, masks, protective goggles, knee pads, and more. Additionally, considering the possibility of venturing out to seek supplies, a considerable number of wilderness survival tools were also acquired. Items such as blankets, sleeping bags, mats, lunchboxes, walkie-talkies, small iron pots, water bottles, compasses, whistles, high-intensity flashlights, lighters, magnifying glasses, hand-crank generators, candles, maps, nylon ropes, fishing lines, hooks, bait, and rechargeable batteries were included. There is an abundance of items. Each time at the wholesale market, he would procure a batch after prior negotiations, subsequently renting a truck and hiring a driver to collect and deliver them to the warehouse. The online purchases also arrived promptly. Over the past 2 weeks, Zhang Xun has been thoroughly exhausted, running back and forth daily. These items represent merely a fraction of his procurement list. Meanwhile, on He's side, the arrangements for the Doomsday package have been finalized. After Zhang Xun made a down payment of $1 million, Costco will begin shipping the goods within this week, with an expected delivery around mid-August. 200 Doomsday packages, due to their substantial quantity, came with a considerable discount from Costco, totaling $1,600,000, which is a savings of $100,000. Of course, the shipping costs are quite high, paid separately, amounting to over 200,000 yuan. The remaining $600,000 will be paid to Costco once Zhang Xun receives and signs for the delivery. While awaiting the Doomsday package, Zhang Xun also purchased staple grains and vegetable seeds, planning to acquire nutrient solutions next year, fearing spoilage due to prolonged storage. Furthermore, items such as lubricating oil, grease, and antifreeze were also procured, including 320-liter barrels of hydraulic oil and 20 large 200-liter barrels. He opted for viscosity grades 15 and 22, not considering the high viscosity due to the lower temperatures expected later, thus choosing a wide-temperature HV-type hydraulic oil. Gear oil was similarly purchased, with 80 barrels of grades 68 and 100, along with 70 barrels each of lithium-based greases in grades 00, 1, and 2. Additionally, he acquired over a dozen barrels of ethylene glycol antifreeze concentrate, which can be mixed with water to achieve antifreeze effects at various temperatures, capable of withstanding as low as -70 degrees Celsius. Naturally, these items are intended for the equipment and vehicles of the future shelter. For instance, excavators, off-road vehicles, and cranes will require not only fuel, but also lubricating oil and antifreeze. An excavator, for example, besides needing diesel, requires a significant quantity of hydraulic oil. Considering the challenges of cold starts, antifreeze is best supplemented with ethylene glycol concentrate. As for grease, it will be indispensable for both the shelter's various equipment and the lubrication of vehicle bearings. One should not underestimate these items. All machinery requires proper lubrication and maintenance to ensure longevity, as neglect can significantly reduce their lifespan. If one were to liken fuel to the heart of machinery, serving as its source of power, then lubricants would undoubtedly be the lifeblood, ensuring the seamless transmission of energy. Having procured these essentials in advance, Zhang Xun anticipated the need for additional construction vehicles next year. Following this, he dedicated 3 days to meticulously organizing the supplies in the warehouse, categorizing them with precision. The warehouse, though modest in size, was now filled to 3 times its capacity due to the recent acquisitions. After securing the warehouse doors, Zhang Xun exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief before driving back to Enshi Prefecture. After a restful night at the hotel, he returned to rented car the next day and embarked on his high-speed train journey home. On the train, Zhang Xun found himself reflecting on any overlooked considerations for the future, jotting down thoughts in his notebook as they came to him. Before long, the train arrived at its destination. Weary but content, he returned home to find his girlfriend waiting for him. "You're back," she exclaimed, rushing to assist him with his luggage. "Did you not work today?" Zhang Xun asked in surprise. "Yes, I took a day off," she replied with a hint of concern. "You've lost so much weight after being away for so long." "The hotel project is mainly in the mountains. It's unavoidable," he said, reclining on the sofa, his hands spread out in resignation. "My dear, you worked hard. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you shortly," she declared, reaching for her keys to head out. "Where are you going?" he inquired. "I'm off to the market to buy a chicken for soup to nourish you, and to get a fish as well," she explained. "That's unnecessary. I can manage with something light," he insisted. "No way. You've lost so much weight. Just wait and see what I prepare," she replied, dismissing his protest as she left. With a sigh, Zhang Xun settled back on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Before returning home, he had made a point to check on the shelter. The project leaders, Ren Gong and Feng Gong, informed him that in about half a month, the excavation of the internal space would be completed, paving the way for the next phase of construction. Moreover, the apocalyptic supply package from Costco would arrive around the same time, ready to be unloaded at the warehouse. After resting at home for 2 weeks, he planned to return to oversee the delivery and to supervise the construction of the shelter's main structure, as this was a critical juncture. While awaiting his girlfriend's return, Zhang Xun placed a call to Li Yin at the company to inquire about recent developments. He had missed her previous calls, often occupied with driving or procurement, leaving little time for conversation. Remembering today, he decided to reach out. Li Yin reported on various financial and procurement matters, none of which were particularly pressing. After offering a few casual remarks, Zhang Xun ended the call. When Du Jing returned, she busied herself in the kitchen, while Zhang Xun, unaware, drifted off to sleep. When he was awakened by his girlfriend, Zhang Xun discovered that the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, nourishing chicken soup, braised fish, pork rib and kelp soup, stir-fried celery with black fungus and meat, stir-fried pig's ear root with cured meat, stir-fried pickled vegetables with bamboo shoots, and sautéed cabbage. The aroma was enticing, and he couldn't help but salivate. Gazing at the spread, Zhang Xun felt his appetite surge. Throughout the month, he had resorted to consuming fast food in a bid to save time, to the point of feeling nauseated. "My wife's culinary skills are truly exceptional," he exclaimed, devouring the food voraciously. "Slow down. There's no one here to compete with you," she remarked. Chapter 33. Harvest and Milestones. As August approached, Zhang Xun took a 2-week respite. It wasn't a complete break, as he occasionally visited the office to attend briefings and review accounts. However, more often than not, he immersed himself in reading and learning. Once the apocalypse arrived, his survival in the shelter would depend solely on his own efforts. The maintenance and repair of all equipment would require extensive knowledge and experience. Although Zhang Xun had a background in equipment maintenance and possessed relevant experience, he still needed to deepen his understanding of many different types of machinery. In addition to this, he leisurely downloaded various books and films at home. As the weather grew increasingly warm, a troubling thought suddenly struck him. He slapped his forehead in frustration, realizing he had forgotten a crucial matter. He was unsure whether the doomsday supplies he had ordered could withstand the high temperatures of 35 or 36 degrees Celsius for an extended period. It was highly likely they could not. He had hastily placed the order without considering the impact of the heat. Furthermore, his storage facility lacked any temperature control system, which made him uneasy about leaving the supplies there for an entire year. Glancing at the order list, he was relieved to note that he had 2 days to prepare. After some contemplation, he called the contractor who had built his warehouse, asking for assistance in finding a logistics park with cold storage facilities in the area. Around 5 p.m., the contractor returned his call, pleased to inform him that he had located a logistics park willing to lease a portion of their space for storing goods. Elated, Zhang Xun expressed his gratitude and promptly checked for high-speed train tickets for the following morning. That evening, he prepared a sumptuous meal for his girlfriend and informed her of his impending business trip. Du Jing offered no objections, but merely reminded him to take care of himself. Upon arriving in Enchi Prefecture the next day, Zhang Xun hurriedly sought out the logistics park manager based on the contractor's provided address and contact details. After negotiations, the logistics park agreed to lease him space for his doomsday supplies. The monthly fee was set at 12,000, and after signing the agreement, Zhang Xun quickly called the delivery company to update the address to the logistics park. With the arrangements finalized, Zhang Xun finally breathed a sigh of relief. After spending a day in Enchi Prefecture, the first batch of supplies, consisting of 50 packages distributed across 3 trucks, finally arrived. There were still 2 more batches to come, which were expected to arrive in another 2 days. Upon witnessing the true apocalyptic package, Zhang Xun finally grasped the substantial weight and magnitude of its contents. He even began to question whether he had overpurchased. Without dwelling excessively on such matters, he enlisted the help of personnel from the logistics park and a forklift to unload the goods. Zhang Xun meticulously inspected the items once more and, upon confirming their integrity, affixed his signature to the documentation for this batch. After spending an additional 2 days on site, The remaining 2 batches of goods arrived in succession. As before, he conducted thorough inspections to ensure there was no damage, and he successfully signed off on those as well. Once he had received all the shipments, an email from Costco in the United States arrived, urging him to settle the outstanding balance of $600,000. Without hesitation, Zhang Xun called Li Yan, instructing her to transfer the payment to Costco's account. On August 17th, the first phase of construction for the shelter was completed ahead of schedule, nearly 2 weeks earlier than anticipated. Zhang Xun arrived at the site early, donning a hard hat and, accompanied by Engineer Run, stepped inside the mountain for the first time. The granite walls flanking the passage exuded a sense of reassurance as he touched the solid rock. The excavated walls were damp, shrouded in swirling white mist that imparted a stifling atmosphere, with some areas still seeping water. This was groundwater emerging through various crevices, which would be addressed once cement was laid, as Engineer Run explained. As they traversed the sloping passageway, which extended over 20 meters, they approached a right-angle turn leading further downwards, connecting directly to the first level of the shelter, approximately 20 meters below the surface. Looking down from the first level revealed a circular pit approximately 30 meters deep, for which a rumbling sound emanated under the glare of spotlights. Mr. Zhang, the workers down below are reinforcing the mountain and inserting steel bars, Engineer Rin shouted close to Zhang Xun's ear, as the din of construction made conversation challenging. Zhang Xun nodded in acknowledgement and observed the surroundings for a while before signaling to Engineer Rin to exit. Though he claimed to be supervising, in truth, Zhang Xun was somewhat of an outsider, merely intrigued by the construction process. Once outside, he had a casual meal at the on-site cafeteria, where Engineer Rin took the opportunity to discuss the upcoming tasks. Midway through their meal, Manager Li Pan from Xiangji Company arrived, specifically seeking Zhang Xun. Li Pan subtly broached the subject of the project funds, to which Zhang Xun smiled and assured him that he would transfer the money as per their agreement upon his return. The subsequent work would commence once the surrounding mountain had been reinforced, paving the way for the construction of the shelter's main structure. Numerous materials would soon arrive at the site, including specialized concrete, high-strength steel plates, insulation and fireproofing materials, rust inhibitors, and radiation-resistant coatings. The high-strength, corrosion-resistant alloy spring damping system from Rising S Company had also been delivered. This spring damping system stands as the most crucial shock absorption method within the entire shelter. According to Ren's introduction, the entire damping system comprises isolators, dampers, and other components. By incorporating rubber isolation bearings, the upper building structure is effectively separated from the lower foundation structure. Through a flexible isolation layer, seismic energy is absorbed and dissipated, preventing and mitigating the transmission of seismic energy to the upper structure. This approach extends the natural vibration period of the entire building, thereby alleviating the seismic response of the upper structure. Isolation devices are strategically positioned at the base or certain locations of the building to form an isolation layer, effectively decoupling the upper structure from the lower foundation to dissipate seismic energy. This method avoids or reduces the transmission of seismic energy upward, ensuring greater safety for both the upper structure and the personnel and equipment within. The concept is relatively straightforward. 1. If one imagines the house suspended above the ground, an earthquake would have no effect on it. However, such suspension is nearly impossible in reality. 2. Supporting the weight of the house necessitates a foundation, and using low-friction ball bearings illustrates the challenge of securing the house horizontally. 3. To stabilize the house horizontally, springs can be added, but once vibration occurs, halting it becomes difficult. 4. To bring the house to a halt, damping devices that prevent sustained vibration must be incorporated. The combination of ball bearings, springs, and dampers encapsulates the principle of seismic isolation springs. Zhang Xun listened with a mix of understanding and confusion, but practicality was his primary concern. In the afternoon, Li Pan also inspected the construction site before returning to Inchi Prefecture with Zhang Xun. That evening, he treated Zhang Xun to dinner, during which he subtly raised concerns regarding the apocalyptic-themed hotel project. The investment is considerable, and its geographical location is too remote, limiting the potential audience for consumption. Zhang Xun naturally grasped his well-intentioned warning. The overt matters were merely a facade to obscure his actual intentions, while other concerns were not as to ponder. Did I not mention before? The target audience consists of the upper-middle-class demographic within the country, and I certainly have channels for notoriety. As he spoke, Zhang Xun opened his phone and displayed a group photo, asking, "Do you recognize the person next to me?" Li Pan scrutinized the image and shook his head. "This is Vice Governor Li from Hubei Province," Zhang Xun chuckled, adding that the photo was taken during the Vice Governor's inspection of Jiangxing Geological University, where he had shamelessly requested the Vice Governor to pose with him. "Do you know leaders from the province?" Li Pan inquired, astonished. Zhang Xun merely smiled. Knowing that such a photograph could dispel many doubts, why not take advantage of it? "It seems your network is indeed extensive. Now I need not worry about the profitability of your project," Li Pan remarked. "Thank you. I have never doubted that aspect," Zhang Xun boasted, laughing heartily. Chapter 34. New Year. The subsequent main construction of the shelter will take several more months, not due to sluggishness but rather to enhance structural strength, as many new designs and material treatments proved to be somewhat cumbersome. The only thing Zhang Xun could do was wait, comforted by the fact that it was only August, and time was still on his side. Since the awakening of those memories in February, 6 months had already elapsed. He had transformed from an ordinary worker into a billionaire, and his heart was filled with profound reflections. Although the wealth he amassed was acquired through cunning means, what of it? The day after his return to Jiangxing, he went to the company. "Li Jia, the project funds for this phase from Xiangji Company have been dispersed," Zhang Xun informed Li Yin upon his arrival at the office. "Very well," Li Yin nodded, yet did not depart, her expression betraying a hint of hesitation. "Is there something else?" Zhang Xun inquired, puzzled. "Zhang Zong, the hard drives you requested us to fill are now complete," Li Yin replied. "Completed already? All right, please bring them to me shortly," Zhang Xun responded with a smile. After Li Yin left, he transferred 2,000 yuan to each of 3 individuals via his mobile phone. At noon, he treated several colleagues to an extravagant meal. Time always seemed to fly during busy periods. By November, the primary structure of the shelter, along with some piping and equipment installation, had been completed. Internal renovations and the installation of key equipment were still pending. The electrical conduits and equipment to be installed had all been specially designed and modified. In addition to enhanced rust and corrosion resistance, they were also equipped with seismic buffers. The materials used were of the highest quality, ensuring a prolonged lifespan and less subjected to severe impact. After reaching the 3rd project milestone, Zhang Xun's available funds diminished further, leaving him with approximately $11 billion. To complete the entire project, an estimated $6 million would still be required, with the remaining funds earmarked for stockpiling supplies, which should be sufficient. With just over a month until the new year, Li Pan had communicated that work on the shelter project would temporarily cease during the holiday period. After all, the workers had been toiling here for over half a year and deserved to return home for the festivities. Zhang Xun contemplated the impending apocalypse, which was still about a year away, and having already surpassed the majority of the timeline, he agreed to Li Pan's request. The supplies he had prepared were nearly filling the warehouse, primarily consisting of non-food items such as tools, spare parts, lubricants, and daily necessities. As for food supplies, excluding the doomsday canned meals, meats, and seafood, he had no immediate plans for stockpiling. On one hand, he lacked storage space, and, on the other, due to expiration concerns, it was prudent to delay accumulation. Furthermore, during this period, he successfully resolved a troublesome issue regarding the procurement of bulletproof vests and radiation suits. Initially, he believed these were regulated products inaccessible to the general public, prompting him to seek information through contacts abroad. Eventually, he discovered that these items were indeed available for personal purchase, and the domestic products were of exceptional quality. In October, under the auspices of the company, several dozen sets were purchased. These were not merely bulletproof vests. Rather, they constituted an entire ensemble, including vests, helmets, protective gear, gloves, and more. The radiation protection suits, being military grade, were considerably more expensive, featuring a tri-layer structure composed of modified polyethylene, PE, lead, and polyvinyl chloride, PVC. Besides shielding against radiation, they also provided chemical protection, particularly against ammonia and acidic substances. The ensemble included not only the protective clothing, but also a portable detection kit and an external oxygen supply device. Although the entire set appeared somewhat cumbersome, its protective capabilities were commendable. Previously acquired were 16 terabytes hard drives, of which a significant portion had already been downloaded. However, the pace had slowed considerably. On one hand, the downloaders had become somewhat desensitized, while on the other, they struggled to conceive what additional content to procure. With a year remaining, there was ample time to ponder, Zhang Xun mused, gazing at the multitude of hard drives filling the room. Another source of satisfaction for him was the substantial improvement in his programming skills and his understanding of various device and architectural structures. This enhancement of knowledge was not solely due to reading. During this period, he had also invested in numerous premium online courses. For programming, he diligently followed the course schedules and engaged in practical exercises on his computer regarding the maintenance of different types of equipment and architectural structures. He did not hesitate to consult professionals from the Qianji company whenever he encountered uncertainties. In essence, learning brought him joy and fostered his growth. February 3rd, 2024, marked 5 days until the Lunar New Year's Eve and roughly 11 months until the purported apocalypse on January 25th, 2025. That morning, Zhang Xun drove back to his hometown to bring his mother to Jiangcheng. His girlfriend's father had arrived the previous day via high-speed train, and this year, both families would celebrate the new year together in Jiangcheng. This decision was influenced by his girlfriend's work schedule at the hospital, which afforded her only a few days off, and also because this would be their second new year after purchasing their home, marking the first time they would celebrate in their new abode. Construction at the shelter had also ceased, with work set to resume 7 days after the new year. A portion of the installation of equipment and interior decoration had been completed before the holiday, and in approximately 3 months, they would be ready to enter the debugging and acceptance phase. The subsequent testing of various systems and the quality of the engineering were expected to take until around June for full completion and handover, a timeline that Zhang Xun found quite satisfactory, aligning perfectly with his expectations. As for the upcoming period, he had already devised a plan. First, to transfer all the accumulated supplies into the shelter, followed by continued stockpiling of food, fuel, and construction vehicles. In due course, he also intended to marry, take his family on outings, and relish the beauty of the old world's magnificent landscapes. In less than 2 years, constructing a shelter and stockpiling supplies may seem like a lengthy endeavor, but the tasks at hand are numerous. Firstly, there is the matter of funding. How will one secure the necessary finances? Next comes the design and planning of the shelter. Where shall it be constructed? What functionalities are essential? Who will undertake the construction? Only once these inquiries are resolved can one proceed to the formal building phase. During this time, idleness is not an option. Preparations for the required supplies must commence, along with learning about the future operation and maintenance of the shelter. How will the equipment be operated? What are the maintenance protocols? How will issues be addressed? These are all matters that demand personal study. One cannot wait until a cataclysmic event to scramble for knowledge. All of this requires time and cannot be approached with carelessness. Zhang Xun often muses that it would be splendid to possess a system or spatial abilities, akin to the protagonists in novels who seem to establish shelters with ease and convenience. However, such thoughts remain mere fantasies. The golden opportunities are not destined for him. Or perhaps his only blessing is that invaluable memory he holds. Moreover, his company has already closed for the holidays. After distributing salaries, Zhang Xun awarded his employees year-end bonuses ranging from 20 to 30,000, marking the official conclusion of the year's work. His girlfriend's schedule for the upcoming year has also been released, due to her working last year. She has been granted time off from New Year's Eve through the second day of the new year. For the couple, having toiled away for so long, finally establishing a home in a bustling city, accompanied by family, brings an overwhelming sense of warmth and happiness. On New Year's Eve, as his mother placed the last dish on the table, the family raised their glasses in unison to celebrate the arrival of the new year. Although the Spring Festival Gala is typically of little interest, this year, Zhang Xun's family watched with great joy. As the clock struck midnight, heralding the new year, they exclaimed, "Happy New Year! Wishing my mother and father good health and all the best. May you both be safe and merry soon." Amidst the chorus of well wishes, the family joyfully lit fireworks in the community square, illuminating the night sky with vibrant colors. Chapter 35, Purchasing a Vehicle. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, it was officially time to return to work, and the machinery at the shelter resumed operation. Zhang Xun was quick to visit the site. As he surveyed the 5-story space enveloped in a thick layer of reinforced concrete, a profound sense of security washed over him. Accompanied by Engineer Run, Zhang Xun meticulously inspected every corner, inquiring about numerous details. After presenting some additional requests and receiving affirmative responses, he departed with satisfaction. Subsequently, he made another trip to the bustling metropolis, primarily to purchase a vehicle. The first floor of the shelter had been designed to accommodate a spacious garage, essential for housing utility vehicles in the event of an apocalyptic scenario. For instance, excavators, loaders, forklifts, and cranes utilized in construction, as well as off-road vehicles, trucks, and RVs for the convenient collection of materials. Naturally, one cannot simply purchase common vehicles from a market. What is required are modified vehicles, specifically designed to withstand the harsh conditions of a post-apocalyptic world characterized by low temperatures, low oxygen levels, and intense radiation. The purpose of this trip to the magical city was to seek out a company with substantial experience in specialized modifications to undertake this task. After 3 days of inquiries and comparisons, I finally located a modification company. Following a day of discussions, a preliminary plan was established, whereby vehicles specified by Zhang Xun would be procured and subsequently modified by the company. These vehicles, destined for modification, would not only be enhanced for rust and corrosion resistance, but would also be equipped with energy recovery systems to conserve energy. Furthermore, to address the challenges posed by low temperatures, low oxygen, and high radiation environments, critical areas would be insulated with thermal materials, lead plates, and radiation-resistant coatings. Regarding the engine, in addition to thermal insulation measures, an oxygen supply system would be incorporated to ensure the engine could operate outdoors. The construction vehicles requiring modification included 2 medium-sized and 2 small excavators, 1 loader, 1 bulldozer, 2 electric forklifts, 1 small and 1 medium transport truck, and 1 crane. Additionally, 2 Dongfeng Mengshe ORV hybrid off-road vehicles, civilian version, were to be modified to meet military-grade protection standards, ensuring they complied with requirements for low temperature and radiation resistance, while also achieving a certain level of ballistic protection. Initially, Zhang Xun considered inquiring whether remote-controlled weapon stations could be installed on the roofs of these civilian ORVs, but ultimately decided against it, given the domestic circumstances. In addition to the aforementioned vehicles, a number of off-road motorcycles, bicycles, snowmobiles, and inflatable boats were also included. Speaking of boats, they're essentially small vessels, which may not necessarily be useful in a post-apocalyptic scenario. However, Zhang Xun recalled that prior to the Ice Age, there was a significant rainfall. Thus, as a precaution, he resolved to purchase several boats, as they might prove useful. While the inflatable boats are compact and convenient, they are also prone to damage, leading Zhang Xun to request the procurement of a specialized mini-yacht. This particular vessel, designed by the Italian Lazzarini design studio, is known as the Jet Capsule, a superjet capsule mini private yacht. Its hull is constructed from fiberglass, making it a sufficiently small and easily maneuverable watercraft. The yacht employs the latest Hamilton jet drive system, achieving speeds ranging from 32 to 62 knots. However, it is also quite expensive, with a starting price of approximately $250,000. In total, the cost of the vehicles, coupled with the modification expenses, amounted to over 17 million yuan. The primary expenses stemmed from the mini-yacht, construction vehicles, and the Dongfeng Mengshe, which alone accounted for nearly 8 million yuan. Once the negotiations were concluded, Zhang Xun signed an agreement with the company, who would procure the vehicles. The estimated modification time frame is around 2 months, as some of the models require importation from abroad. However, he did not urge them to expedite the delivery, primarily due to the fact that his refuge was not yet completed. Even if everything were ready, there would be no place to store it. Thus, he merely deposited a guarantee of 300,000 yuan, intending to request the commencement of renovation work in May. In the afternoon, the owner of the company also appeared, specifically to invite Zhang Xun to dinner. Previously, he had been received by the company manager, but given the substantial amount involved in this renovation, the owner deemed it significant enough to attend personally. On the 4th day of his visit to the metropolis, he had yet to return, instead heading to the largest dealership for Mercedes-Benz motorhomes in the city. He was captivated by a particular model, its imposing exterior drawing him in, the Mercedes-Benz Amadiro Conqueror T. In the post-apocalyptic world, should Zhang Xun wish to venture out or seek supplies, ordinary vehicles would be inadequate. Only a motorhome equipped with a life support system would suffice. Although he had previously purchased smaller off-road vehicles that had undergone modifications, they were not suitable for long-distance mobility, particularly for excursions. He would undoubtedly be clad in protective gear while driving, as the compact nature of those vehicles, coupled with limited modification space, did not provide a sense of security. The motorhome, however, offered ample space and superior visibility, making it more amenable to modifications. The Amadiro Conqueror T heavy-duty off-road motorhome is constructed on the Mercedes-Benz Arox chassis with an all-wheel drive system, starting at a price of 10.88 million yuan, with a length of 13.15 meters, a width of 3. 55 meters, and a height of 345 meters, along with a curb weight of 25,000 kilograms. Its dimensions indicate a truly colossal vehicle, categorized as a heavy-duty motorhome. It is powered by a 156-liter inline six-cylinder diesel engine, paired with a PowerShift 12-speed AMT automatic transmission. The maximum power output reaches 425 kilowatts, with a peak horsepower of 578 and a maximum torque of 2,800 newton-meters. The powertrain complies with the national 6B emission standards and is additionally equipped with a 600-liter fuel tank, fulfilling the requirements for extended range. Moreover, it features 3 interaxle differential locks and 4 interwheel differential locks, totaling 7 differential locks, accompanied by 300 planetary gear reduction and 8 1400 R20 Michelin XZL off-road tires. The Conqueror T exhibits unparalleled off-road capabilities on treacherous terrains such as ice, snow, deserts, and ravines, allowing for smooth navigation. The design layout significantly diverges from conventional rugged off-road vehicles, featuring an L-shaped arrangement for the driver's seat, equipped with 2 multifunctional display screens and a radio. In contrast, the passenger seat appears rather conventional, yet both seats utilize air suspension with ventilation and massage features, enhancing comfort for both the driver and passengers. What particularly attracted Zhang Xun was the vehicle's ability to operate in extreme cold conditions, capable of functioning at temperatures as low as minus 60 degrees Celsius, supplemented with multiple anti-slip measures. Incorporating features such as electronic door locks with password access, magnetic card operation, 5-tier aluminum alloy automatic staircases, outdoor lighting fixtures, fully automated water pumps, LED strip lighting, reverse imaging systems, an 8-channel surveillance camera system, and waterproof storage compartments. This vehicle is equipped with an Amadiro fully automatic high-power hybrid power supply system, which includes an 8 kilowatts ultra-quiet oil-cooled diesel generator, an 8 kVA inverter charging unit, a 216-degree electric 24V900, a lithium iron phosphate battery pack, a battery isolator, a BEP distribution panel, and a fully automated intelligent power management system. However, Zhang Xun intends to eliminate the external expansion capabilities of this motorhome, deeming them unnecessary. He does not require outdoor camping, and such a terrace expansion model is utterly superfluous in a post-apocalyptic scenario. The overall usable area of the vehicle reaches 25 square meters, encompassing a kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and living room, and is equipped with a colossal 800L fuel tank, with an additional 500L auxiliary fuel tank available for installation. Zhang Xun's arrival at the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership left the owner feeling honored, and he extended a warm welcome to him. Upon learning that Zhang Xun intended to purchase the Amadiro Conqueror T, the owner was somewhat astonished, but his surprise escalated upon hearing the customization requirements. This vehicle is capable of withstanding harsh low-temperature environments and boasts formidable off-road performance. Yet Zhang Xun's demands extend far beyond these attributes. 1. The motorhome must be able to endure attacks from 762 by 51 millimeters ammunition, necessitating extensive use of bulletproof steel and high-strength composite materials. The cabin's ceiling and floor should be enveloped in bulletproof protection, with windows constructed from multi-layer bulletproof glass that can withstand the simultaneous detonation of 2 hand grenades. 2. The vehicle should be capable of withstanding prolonged exposure to intense radiation environments and effectively mitigating nuclear radiation's impact on occupants, ideally by incorporating lead plates and strong radiation-resistant composite coatings. 3. An environmental control system akin to that utilized in the Chinese space station must be installed within the vehicle. 4. The exterior of the vehicle should be fitted with protective steel mesh, and the front should be designed with an extendable bulldozer blade, enabling the motorhome to function as a bulldozer when necessary. 5. There should also be relevant planning for the vehicle's defense system, including interfaces for remote-controlled weapon stations and laser targeting systems. Chapter 36. Discussing marriage. After a thorough explanation, the head of the Mercedes-Benz motorhome dealership finally believed that Zhang Xun harbored no ulterior motives. However, he noted that this heavy-duty off-road motorhome has not yet been marketed domestically due to its limited audience. If Zhang Xun wishes to place an order, he would need to contact the motorhome factory at Mercedes-Benz headquarters, which offers customization based on client needs, albeit at a significantly higher cost. Zhang Xun asserted that cost was not a concern. If the modifications from Mercedes-Benz could meet his specifications, further collaboration opportunities would arise. I have recorded your requirements. If it is convenient for you, please allow us a day. I will promptly report to our overseas team for evaluation. And we expect to provide you with an accurate price by tomorrow, the manager stated. Certainly. May I also inquire how long the modification and delivery process will take? Zhang Xun inquired. Rest assured, it will take only a few months. With a beaming smile, the manager bid farewell to Zhang Xun and promptly notified the overseas team. The following noon, Zhang Xun received a call from the manager of the Mercedes-Benz RV dealership. Mr. Zhang, the price assessed by our overseas factory is 19 million renminbi, which is relatively high, primarily due to the specifications you requested, such as special materials and a regenerative life support system, the manager explained at length. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xun realized that 19 million equated to approximately $3 million. Furthermore, the modification of another vehicle would require an additional 17 million, totaling around $6 million. Excluding the $60 million needed for the shelter, he had just over $40 million remaining, which should suffice for subsequent procurement. All right, let's discuss the price further. What about the timeline? Zhang Xun inquired. As for the timeline, we require a 70 upfront payment before the factory can commence modifications. The modification process will take about 2 months, plus an additional month for shipping, totaling approximately 3 months, the manager replied. I see, Zhang Xun mused, hesitating not due to the length of time, but rather the shortness of it. Once the RV arrived, he had nowhere to store it, and its conspicuous nature would easily attract attention. Sensing Zhang Xun's unease, the manager assumed he was dissatisfied with the price and said, Mr. Zhang, if you find the price steep, we can discuss it in person. We are open to negotiation. Moreover, if you place your order now, the modifications can be expedited for your project. Zhang Xun deciphered the underlying implication and asked, are you suggesting that the overseas modification team requires additional time to transition to the next project? Yes, I apologize for not clarifying earlier. The modification timeline does not include the preliminary preparation time for the team. After all, modifying an RV is not the same as a standard passenger vehicle. The factory can only maintain a limited number of modification teams, which must complete their current projects before starting new ones, the manager hastily explained. Be honest with me. How long will it really take? Zhang Xun inquired, internally cursing under his breath. I assure you, the modified vehicle will be in your hands within 6 months. The manager vowed earnestly. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xun finally responded, very well, but I need to discuss the price with you in person for a more suitable arrangement. The manager, elated, immediately proposed to visit Zhang Xun's hotel. 2 hours later, through a cordial exchange, the price of the RV was negotiated down from 19 million to 1 million. Additionally, the quality of the modifications would not be compromised, and Zhang Xun reluctantly accepted the timeline of around 6 months for receiving the vehicle. After signing the agreement, Zhang Xun transferred the 70 deposit to the Mercedes-Benz RV dealership. Having spent 5 days in Shanghai, primarily dealing with the modifications, he purchased some gifts for his girlfriend at a mall before booking a return ticket to Jiangxing. On the following day, when he returned home, his girlfriend had already prepared a meal for him, taking advantage of a day off due to a class change. Why are you on business trips so often this year? Du Jing complained as she ate. Alas, there is nothing to be done. The hotel projects have tight schedules and heavy workloads these past 2 years. Things should improve in the second half of this year. Let's find a time to get married then, and I'll take you on a honeymoon as a form of compensation. Zhang Xun replied with a smile. You're quite perceptive, but we must schedule the wedding date in advance, his girlfriend said earnestly. Of course. How about October or November? By then, I should be finished with work, and as the year comes to an end, the weather will likely be cooler, perfect for a wedding. Zhang Xun suggested in a negotiating tone. But these next 2 months are when I'll be busiest at work, his girlfriend replied with a frown. Come on, little Du. You're a millionaire now. When we get married, we'll definitely go on a honeymoon. Can you really take that much time off? Why not just resign before the wedding? After all, I won't let you go hungry, Zhang Xun countered. Yet, his girlfriend remained hesitant. But what will I do after we marry? I can't just stay at home all the time, can I? No worries, we'll figure it out after the wedding. If it comes to it, I could open a small supermarket in our neighborhood for you to manage. Just sitting there and collecting money would be quite nice. He reassured her. She shot him a skeptical look and retorted, do you think money is so easy to earn? There are already several supermarkets in our neighborhood. Zhang Xun chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. Well, I might as well resign before National Day. After working in the hospital for so many years, it's time for a change of scenery, his girlfriend murmured to herself. Exactly. Look at me. I earn over 20,000 a month, plus bonuses. With our savings, we could manage for 2 years without working. So it's fine, Zhang Xun said as he took another bite of his meal. Let us discuss this with the parents later and see when would be the best time to get married in these next 2 months. His girlfriend nodded in agreement and asked quietly, should we apply for our marriage license in advance? Zhang Xun chuckled in disbelief. I haven't even proposed to you yet. Why would we apply for a license? Their essay saying, one must have a proper reason for everything. Isn't it better to get the marriage license after I propose? What is the need for a proposal? It's all just pomp and circumstance, she pouted, feigning indifference. After a couple of minutes, noticing Zhang Xun remained silent, she kicked him under the table. Why did you kick me? He winced. What is that for? Nothing. Aren't you supposed to propose to me? When will that happen? She pressed. I need to prepare for that, Zhang Xun said, putting down his chopsticks and rubbing his calf. If I had known we would discuss this today, I wouldn't have brought it up. Now all my plans are out in the open, and I fear there won't be any surprises left. Haha, it's fine. Take your time preparing. I'll pretend I don't know, she teased. You said you didn't care, right? That's different. Whatever a girl says is the opposite. Just don't be lackluster when the time comes, she warned. All right, my dear wife. I promise to make a good impression. Is that sufficient? Now, that is more like it. After finishing their meal, they respectively informed their 2 elders about their plans for marriage. They conversed for over 2 hours. Yet the wedding date remained unconfirmed. However, Du Jing felt that there was still ample time, believing it would be prudent to finalize the details come September. This September, she also intended to resign from her job, which would facilitate matters. The 2 elders were quite pleased, witnessing their children finally resolve to marry, which eased their hearts significantly. Chapter 37. Renovation in progress. As May arrived, Zhang Xun received promising news regarding the shelter. The interior renovation had reached its final stages. They were about to embark on the testing and acceptance phase. Consequently, Zhang Xun hurried to the construction site, accompanied by technicians from Rising S Company and the foreman, to inspect the specifics of the shelter systems. Upon entering the shelter through the front passage, they ascended to the lowest level, the 5th floor, via the elevator. Here, their first inspection was of the power room, housing the power management control system. A total of 3 sets of small-scale 2-stage flash geothermal power generation units had been installed within the entire power system, utilizing geothermal energy while 1 unit operated. The other 2 served as backups. Additionally, a diesel generator set remained in a standby state, just in case. These substantial devices were custom-made, equipped with wheels that featured cushioning devices for ease of movement. Moreover, at the forefront of the equipment area, there was a separate distribution room, comprising a complete transmission, transformation, and distribution control system. In addition to this, the power system on the 5th floor also included a group of lithium iron phosphate battery packs, available for emergency use if necessary. Next, they inspected the air conditioning room, which was divided into 2 systems, one for air filtration and the other for temperature control. Working in tandem, the shelter's air filtration system was responsible for intake, exhaust, filtration, and cooling functions, with a primary focus on filtering air contaminated by nuclear fallout. The entire system was procured from Israel's Best Company, utilizing their NBC air filtration system, with filter cartridges being particularly expensive, 1VA150 costing 60,000 RMB. The intake and exhaust components could operate in unison or separately, with reinforced and concealed designs for the channels. Beyond filtration, various sensors were installed within the shelter to monitor and provide early warnings regarding air and water quality. These included thermometers, hygrometers, smoke detectors, low oxygen monitors, carbon monoxide alarms, radon detectors, differential pressure gauges, and water quality sensors. The temperature control system was intricately linked to the power system, primarily harnessing geothermal energy for climate management. The underlying principle involved utilizing shallow geothermal energy. During cooler temperatures, the heat pump units were powered by the geothermal generator. The evaporator absorbed energy from the underground soil and groundwater as a heat source, circulating through the heat pump to deliver warmth to the various levels via the condenser. In moments of warmth, the evaporator of the heat pump unit absorbs thermal energy from the interior, subsequently channeling it to the cooling air conditioning system. The condenser expels heat to the subterranean soil through thermal exchange. Having completed the inspection of the principal equipment on the 5th floor, Zhang Xun proceeded to the 4th floor. This space is designated as the agricultural ecological zone, with the predominant feature being the cultivation area, which employs both soil-based and hydroponic methods, divided into numerous tiers. Currently, the upper levels remain bare, as construction is still underway. Eventually, an intelligent agricultural ecological system will be installed in this cultivation area, aimed at minimizing the labor required from personnel. To the right of the cultivation area lies the water storage chamber, which also serves as the core of the water recycling processing system. It houses 10 specialized water tanks, each capable of storing and processing approximately 5 tons of water. These tanks are deemed specialized due to their considerable height and the division into 3 tiers. The water pump draws from the basement to the top tier of the tank, where a filtration device composed of activated carbon and various materials in the middle tier filters out impurities from the groundwater. The coarsely filtered water ultimately resides in the lowest tier of the tanks, a method that conserves substantial electricity. After all, aside from the living quarters, the quality demands for water in other areas of the shelter are not as stringent. Of course, within the living area, there are 2 independent water purifiers equipped with high-precision filter cartridges, ensuring that the water used for meals meets direct drinking standards after secondary filtration. This 2-stage filtration is crucial, as it removes heavy metals such as lead, weak acids, and unpleasant odors, safeguarding human health. After a brief inspection of the agricultural tool room and the seed and feed storage area on the 4th floor, Zhang Xun ascended to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor primarily serves as the living quarters, designed for a large family, with ample space available. The interior finishing is in the final stages, crafted according to Zhang Xun's preferred aesthetic. After a cursory examination of the room layouts, he arrived at the most significant area, the main control room. Before him was a 120-inch screen, already powered on, displaying various sections. The status of each system was indicated, although many devices had yet to be activated, resulting in a lack of data. This main control room, serving as the central control system, interlinks several independent subsystems, facilitating unified scheduling, distribution, monitoring, and early warning functionalities. Additionally, new data interfaces have been reserved for the integration of new devices or the programming of additional features. Flanking the screen are 2 large control hosts, utilizing both air and oil cooling, with 3 computers positioned centrally to manage the various systems. Furthermore, technicians from Rising S Company introduced him to additional systems. For instance, in terms of communication, each floor of the shelter is equipped with 2 sets of wireless devices for signal reception and transmission. Additionally, there are numerous intercoms and landline telephones installed to facilitate immediate communication and emergency responses between different levels of the shelter. Naturally, the entire structure comprises various control units, which together form a local area network, proving to be exceedingly convenient. On the 3rd level, there exists an oxygen generation area, which is of paramount importance given the anticipated decline in atmospheric oxygen levels during the impending apocalypse. Apart from certain algae in the oceans and ferns on land that can continue to facilitate conversion, the residual oxygen in the atmosphere has been severely depleted due to volcanic eruptions and rampant wildfires. By the 2nd year of this cataclysm, the oxygen concentration in the air has plummeted from 21 to 16, akin to enduring life at an altitude of 5,000 meters above sea level. Furthermore, this situation is expected to exacerbate over time. Thus, the oxygen supply within the shelter is critical. Although the ecological zone will contribute a portion of the oxygen, Zhang Xun is acutely aware that while this supply suffices for residential areas, many of his devices and vehicles require oxygen to function and combust. The oxygen generation area primarily employs electrolysis equipment to produce oxygen from water, with the resultant oxygen stored in gas cylinders while hydrogen is expelled. If necessary, it can also supplement the agricultural sector with oxygen. Upon concluding his tour of the 3rd level, he descended to the 2nd level, which, designated as a storage warehouse for supplies, appeared rather empty. The construction team has prepared numerous shelves here, facilitating the future transfer of materials. In the cold storage area, to address the substantial energy consumption, the refrigeration units utilize the latest technology. Once the desired cooling effect is achieved, the units automatically switch to low-power mode, minimizing electricity usage to the greatest extent possible. The top level houses the garage and processing workshop, which Zhang Xun had observed upon his initial entry into the shelter. Currently, a plethora of construction materials remains here. Without lingering too long, he noted that several small machine tools and other processing equipment were in the midst of installation and debugging. Exiting, he saw workers installing the airtight doors of the shelter. Gazing at the formidable steel doors, Zhang Xun felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. His shelter was nearing completion, and a significant weight had been lifted from his heart. After the tour, he did not linger. He had initially intended to treat Ringong and the others to a meal, but the remote location dissuaded him from that notion. On his way back, he contacted the modification company in Modu to inform them that they could commence the procurement and modification of vehicles. Upon returning, he instructed Li Yin to remit a portion of the advance payment to them. By the end of June, once all debugging and acceptance work for the shelter is completed, preparations for subsequent supplies must officially commence. He also has to consider his wedding and honeymoon, leaving him with little time. Zhang Xun once again felt the pressure mounting. Chapter 38. The Proposal. Upon returning home to Jiangsheng, Zhang Xun reclined on the sofa and retrieved his notebook. The notebook was filled with a myriad of tasks, and he picked up a pen to strike through the completed items. Many tasks remained unfinished, such as the procurement of supplies and subsequent transfers, which were highlighted for emphasis. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xun flipped to the last few pages of the notebook, gazing at the written words, lost in thought. His girlfriend was working night shifts this week, having completed half, and would only switch shifts on Sunday, allowing her a day of rest. He had already resolved to propose to her, but various trivial matters had delayed him for several months. With June fast approaching and the impending responsibilities of the shelter looming, he felt the urgency to act. The final pages contained his plans to surprise her with an unforgettable proposal ceremony. Most of the arrangements were already in place. It was merely a matter of expenditure. He had also informed his elderly parents back home, who would secretly arrive in Jiangsheng in a couple of days. Everything was ready. Only the opportune moment was needed. On Saturday, May 18th, Zhang Xun's mother and father-in-law arrived in Jiangsheng one after another. He welcomed them, but did not return home, opting instead to book 2 hotel rooms for the night. The following morning, after his girlfriend finished her shift, Zhang Xun rode his electric bike to pick her up. Noticing her exiting with colleagues, laughing and chatting, he inquired with a smile, "What's the occasion? You seem very happy." A colleague of his girlfriend replied that several from their department were heading to a certain street for dinner and shopping, finally having a day off to unwind. Zhang Xun joked, "Can I join you for a meal?" His girlfriend shot him a look, retorting, "What do you mean join? It's a girl's outing. What would you, a grown man, do there?" Zhang Xun shrugged, and a female colleague exchanged a knowing glance with him before advising Du Jing, "You should hurry home to rest and set off early tonight." Du Jing nodded, took a seat behind Zhang Xun, and said, "I'm off now, bye." Upon returning home, his girlfriend quickly freshened up before heading to bed. He had lunch with his parents at the hotel, and, in the afternoon, he checked the setup at the event site before returning. Zhang Xun felt overwhelmed by the prospect of planning the proposal, lacking experience and finding it too cumbersome. He decided to enlist the help of a planning company to fulfill this task. Besides his parents, he contacted several friends and classmates who worked in Jiangsheng and with whom he maintained a good rapport to assist him. Du Jing as colleagues in her department had also been enlisted, all aware of Zhang Xun's proposal plans, except for the main character herself. Therefore, the dinner and shopping outing they arranged was merely a pretext to conveniently lead his girlfriend to the designated location for the surprise. When Zhang Xun returned home that afternoon, his girlfriend was awake. "Why aren't you sleeping in a bit longer? It's only a little past 4, he asked. "I couldn't sleep, so I tidied up the house a bit and we'll just put on some makeup," she replied. As his girlfriend stood by the bathroom sink washing her face, she responded loudly. Zhang Xun paid her no heed. Instead, he picked up the television remote and turned on the news. His phone buzzed incessantly with messages from a newly created group chat, and he occasionally glanced at it to reply, while also stealing glances at his girlfriend's movements. Around 5:30, she finally got ready to leave, reminding Zhang Xun not to forget the half-roast goose she had bought earlier. He nodded in acknowledgement. Once she departed, Zhang Xun sent a message in the group chat, quickly changed his attire, and meticulously styled his hair. 10 minutes later, he too stepped out. Meanwhile, Du Jing emerged from the subway and spotted several colleagues waiting for her. Curiously, she inquired, "Why are you all here so early?" "Oh, we thought we'd browse a bit. I heard there's an event at the square behind the mall. Shall we go take a look?" Du Jing, feeling a bit hungry, intended to suggest they eat first before shopping. However, her colleagues unanimously insisted on checking out the event first, leaving her with no choice but to comply. The group purchased cups of milk tea from a roadside vendor and leisurely made their way to the square behind the mall, where the crowd was relatively sparse. As night fell, they arrived at the center of the square, where several frames stood holding a large transparent screen. In front of the screen, similar frames supported a few devices resembling projectors, with several individuals busily preparing. "It seems the event hasn't started yet. Perhaps we should wait," Du Jing proposed. Before she could finish her sentence, the projection lights flickered on and a blue wave shimmered across the screen, as if it were crashing toward the spectators. Moments later, dolphins leaped joyfully from the waves, frolicking in delight. Bystanders gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Is this a holographic projection? It's incredibly realistic." Du Jing was captivated by the display, stepping forward to capture on her phone. The scene shifted again, revealing a cartoon character meandering within a house. Suddenly, the door swung open, and another adorable female cartoon character appeared. Thus, the two characters met for the first time, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. As the narrative progressed, the male character was seen lying in a hospital bed, playing on his phone. Beside him appeared the female character once more, marking their second encounter. Both expressing surprise at seeing each other again. Watching the unfolding scenes on her phone, Du Jing's expression transformed into one of uncontainable joy. She realized this was a shared memory between her and Zhang Xun. She set her phone down, gazing at the captivating visuals still playing out before her, tears streaming down her cheeks. At last, a three-dimensional figure emerged from behind the transparent screen, Zhang Xun, holding a bouquet of roses. His eyes gazed ahead as a voice emanated from the speakers. "Du Jing, throughout these years, you have been my unwavering companion, encouraging me through difficult times. I have little to offer in return, so let my life henceforth be devoted to you." There was a brief pause before he continued. "Du Jing, will you marry me?" Upon uttering these words, a beam of light illuminated her figure, drawing the attention of all present. Du Jing wiped away the tears from her face and stepped forward amidst the cheers of her colleagues and friends urging her to accept. The figure on the screen remained fixed in his gaze, while she stood quietly, somewhat bewildered, contemplating the projection before her. "Du Jing, will you marry me?" The voice unexpectedly resonated from behind her, startling her. She swiftly turned around to find Zhang Xun kneeling behind her, one hand cradling a rose and the other holding a ring. Behind Zhang Xun stood her father and her future mother-in-law, beaming with joy. At that moment, Du Jing's heart swelled with happiness. Glancing at the jubilant crowd around her, she extended her right hand and replied, "I do." Zhang Xun placed the rose in her hand and slipped the ring onto her finger before enveloping her in a warm embrace. The couple finally reaped the fruits of their love, basking in their union. Meanwhile, the surrounding scene celebrated them with a vibrant sea of flowers and fluttering butterflies. In the depths of the ocean, countless colorful fish swirled around the animated couple, as if they were the very center of the universe. The proposal unfolded seamlessly, and afterwards, Zhang Xun invited his friends to capture a group photo, followed by a delightful meal. That evening, the older generation chose not to return home with them, but instead remained at the hotel, granting the couple precious time together. As June approached its midpoint, the long-awaited completion of the shelter finally arrived. Zhang Xun, along with Li Pan from Qiangji Company, a representative from Rising S Company, and members from a third-party inspection agency, gathered at the site. After touring the fully completed shelter, the third-party representatives commenced their 3-day acceptance inspection. Prior to this, the construction team had thoroughly tested all the equipment systems, ensuring their optimal functionality. The inspection process was expected to proceed without any issues. That evening, Zhang Xun invited several project participants from Qiangji Company and Rising S Company in Enshi Prefecture to express his gratitude for their dedicated efforts. Naturally, this was also a testament to Zhang Xun's financial prowess. Otherwise, who would pay him any heed? The completion of the shelter brought him immense joy, and thus he indulged in copious amounts of wine during the dinner, leaving him somewhat inebriated, ultimately requiring the assistance of Li Pan and others to guide him back to the hotel. Fortunately, his demeanor remained composed. He did not indulge in drunken antics or utter nonsensical prophecies of an impending apocalypse. On the afternoon of the third day in Enshi Prefecture, the assessment conducted by the third-party agency had reached completion. This agency, hailing from the metropolis, possessed commendable operational capabilities and uncovered several issues during the inspection. However, both the construction and design teams promptly arranged for rectifications, ensuring that progress was not hindered. The successful conclusion of the assessment marked a significant milestone in Zhang Xun's plan to establish a refuge. Initially, the Qiangji Company and Rising S Company had envisioned a grand key handover ceremony on site, but Zhang Xun vetoed this notion, preferring to maintain a low profile. Li Pan, left with no alternative, conducted a simple handover within the conference room of the temporary activity facility. Zhang Xun cheerfully affixed his signature to various official documents. The final payment of $60 million was still due. Therefore, Zhang instructed the company's financial officer, Lian, to transfer $53 million into Qiangji's account. The remaining $7 million would serve as a warranty deposit, payable after 1 year. With this arrangement, Zhang Xun retained nearly $50 million. Yet the modifications to the vehicle would require over $6 million. This left him with a limited budget for subsequent procurement. Should it prove insufficient, he was unperturbed. He could resort to aggressive borrowing, even high-interest loans, or consider selling property if necessary. Following the completion of the assessment, most individuals departed. Yet a few personnel from the construction and equipment teams remained. This was a deliberate request from Zhang Xun, as he aimed to familiarize himself with the operation and routine maintenance of the various devices within the refuge. He diligently sought to understand the data and operational methods of each control system. Fortunately, his foundational knowledge was robust. He quickly grasped the principles of the equipment and control systems. Approximately a week later, Zhang Xun had thoroughly acquainted himself with all operational devices and processes within the refuge, meticulously noting critical considerations in his notebook. After others had departed, he initiated several power generation devices, as well as the temperature and air systems, to maintain basic operations within the refuge. He would soon begin transporting supplies and procuring food to ensure the warehouse within the refuge maintained an appropriate temperature. He opted to reside there during this period, as traveling to the city daily was burdensome. The following day, after returning to the city to return the rented SUV, he rented a medium-sized truck. He then purchased 5 manual forklifts and 2 electric forklifts, loading them onto the truck. The distance between the urban area and the refuge was considerable, compelling him to first use the truck to transfer supplies from the warehouse to the refuge before procuring food, fuel, and other materials. The warehouse and the refuge were not far apart, merely about 5 kilometers. Yet Zhang Xun found himself making the round trip roughly 3 times each day. Once the supplies were transported to the shelter, they required careful relocation to the second level, where they needed to be meticulously organized and placed in their designated areas. This process consumed a significant amount of his time. Working alone undoubtedly reduced his efficiency. Yet he felt compelled to keep the true nature of the shelter hidden from the local populace, refraining from inviting outsiders. Given that both the construction and design firms were not from the Hubei province, any future intentions would be challenging to realize. The locals, however, were familiar with the area and lived nearby, making them a greater concern. Thus, he preferred to labor intensively rather than expose the comprehensive facilities within the shelter. Although he previously presented the shelter as a post-apocalyptic themed hotel, those who had not visited would likely dismiss it as mere gimmickry. However, once one stepped inside and witnessed the reality, their perception would undoubtedly shift, leaving a profound impression. Should an apocalypse truly occur, individuals would not merely seek nearby air raid shelters. Rather, they would go to great lengths to seize Zhang Xun's refuge. After nearly 5 days of labor, Zhang Xun completed the transfer of supplies from the warehouse, contending with the challenges of lifting and organizing the materials. Exhausted and with aches in his back and waist, he took a day to rest before resuming preparations for additional supplies. His primary focus was on staple foods, such as rice and flour. He had previously calculated that a family of 4 would consume approximately 450 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of meat, and 300 pounds of vegetables annually. However, vegetables have a limited shelf life, so he decided against purchasing them in excess for the time being, concentrating instead on the first 2 staples. The intelligence he gathered during his visits to wholesale markets proved invaluable, allowing him to swiftly place orders with suppliers. He procured a total of 20 tons of various rice types and 2 tons of assorted flour. It was not that he wished to limit his purchases. 20 tons of staple food, half of which was unhulled grain and vacuum packaging, would suffice for a family of 4 for nearly 50 years. Though he was uncertain if the grains could be stored for that duration, as their shelf life remained indeterminate. To ensure quality, he included not only common brands, but also fragrant and glutinous rice. The flour selection encompassed cornmeal, sweet potato flour, and high-gluten flour, with vendors providing a generous supply of yeast as well. In terms of meat, he focused on pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, goose, fish, and seafood. These items required freezing for preservation, yet the cold storage facility on the second level of the shelter had yet to be activated, making immediate procurement unfeasible. Furthermore, with summer still in full swing, he deemed it prudent to wait until close to the new year for meat purchases. Beyond staple foods, he also drew inspiration from product categories available in supermarkets, concentrating on daily necessities, household appliances, and a variety of food and beverages. This included items such as clothing, footwear, skincare products, laundry detergent, razors, towels, toothbrushes, kitchenware, bedding, and other essentials. Especially regarding clothing and personal care products, he made a special trip to the mall, selectively purchasing some branded items. Of course, the quantity was limited. Most of the items were sourced from wholesale markets, with garments priced in the thousands. He could not afford to buy in bulk. He did acquire a considerable amount of lingerie, as branded intimate wear tends to offer greater comfort. In the realm of home appliances, he procured a total of 50 laptops and desktop computers from various brands. Although most would not be immediately utilized, they could serve as backups, given that the lifespan of each computer varies, typically necessitating replacement every 8 years or so. He also acquired televisions, projectors, water purifiers, refrigerators, washing machines, water heaters, microwaves, ovens, dishwashers, vacuum cleaners, dryers, and irons in substantial quantities. However, the largest volume was in food and beverages, excluding staple grains, alcohol, snacks, instant noodles, self-heating meals, drinks, and more. Additionally, there were numerous vacuum-packed preserved foods that could be stored for extended periods. As Zhang Xun engaged in frenzied procurement, he frequently shuttled between the city and the warehouse, struggling to accommodate the sheer volume of goods. Reluctantly, he had to pause his purchasing efforts and focus on transferring the accumulated supplies in the warehouse to the second-floor storage of the shelter. Thus, it took him nearly a week to organize and categorize all the materials. Before long, July arrived. "When will you be back?" came the plaintive voice of his girlfriend over the phone. Zhang Xun grimaced, explaining that this was the peak period for the hotel project and that he would return around August. "You're working so hard. Make sure to rest well. I can see you getting darker and thinner in the videos," she replied. "Thank you, dear. I will," Zhang Xun responded, feeling a warm glow of happiness from her concern. "When I return, we can finally take our wedding photos." The day after his proposal, they had gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate. However, due to her work commitments, they had postponed their plans for wedding photos. The next time he returned, the first order of business would be to schedule their wedding photo shoot, followed by preparations for the wedding itself. "I'll go and resign tomorrow. I should be able to officially leave by August. Should we consider moving the wedding date up?" his girlfriend suggested excitedly. "How about September? With National Day approaching, many people will be rushing to get married in October." Zhang Xun pondered this, recognizing the truth in her words. Not only would there be a crowd of weddings, but many friends and family would also choose to travel during the holidays. After the holiday, it would be inconvenient to take leave, and the number of attendees might dwindle. It seemed wiser to hold the wedding before the holiday. "You think ahead so well." "Agreed. Let us plan for September," Zhang Xun affirmed resolutely. The couple indulged in a tender exchange over video call before he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Zhang Xun organized the last batch of supplies, and gazing at the shelves in the second-floor storage filled to the brim, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Apart from the cold storage, which is rather energy-intensive and temporarily inactive, all other areas have had their temperatures meticulously set. The overall level of automation within the shelter is quite impressive. In addition to manual temperature settings, during periods of inoccupancy, the AI steward of the control system can autonomously adjust all systems to enter a low-power mode. Indeed, the shelter is equipped with its own AI steward, developed by Rising S Company, which utilizes its vast data systems to create a localized AI management control system independent of cloud platforms. The core of this entire control platform consists of 2 mutually redundant servers. During this period, Zhang Xun has resided in the shelter, and after meticulously organizing the supplies, he found himself reluctant to engage in further labor, opting instead for a well-deserved rest over several days. He would awaken naturally each morning, prepare a simple meal, and afterward, with a comprehensive shelter manual and maintenance guide in hand, he would conduct a thorough inspection of every corner. These manuals were specifically commissioned by Zhang Xun from Rising S Company, available in both printed and electronic formats, allowing him to swiftly address any potential issues that may arise in the future. Although he could familiarize himself with these operations using a tablet, he found a small text uncomfortable for his eyes and preferred the tactile experience of holding a book. His inspections over the past few days have rendered Zhang Xun increasingly familiar with and adept at managing his new home. During this time, a minor equipment failure occurred, but he quickly identified the problem through the troubleshooting guide in the maintenance manual. It turned out that a compatibility issue with the filter element had caused static electricity to build up in the oil system, resulting in unusual noises and prompting the control system to automatically shut down due to perceived risks. Upon discovering the cause, Zhang Xun swiftly located the corresponding filter model in the 5th-floor spare parts warehouse, and after replacing it, the equipment resumed operation without further incidents. This experience bolstered Zhang Xun's confidence significantly. He had previously harbored concerns about whether his family could manage and maintain this expansive shelter of several thousand square meters. However, it now appears that with the intelligent management system and comprehensive maintenance procedures in place, the setup is remarkably user-friendly, taking into account various potential occurrences. Zhang Xun felt a surge of reassurance. It seems the design team at Rising S Company indeed put considerable effort into this project, showcasing their profound expertise, he mused. After a few days of rest, Zhang Xun embarked on a new round of supply procurement, directly contacting personnel from a petrochemical company to purchase a batch of gasoline, diesel, transmission fluid, and automatic transmission fluid. As the subsequent vehicles would undergo modifications, fuel consumption was inevitable. Adjacent to the shelter is a fuel depot, which was constructed separately for safety reasons and is not integrated with the main facility, connected only by a single access passage. Typically, it remains unused, and fuel can be supplied via pipelines when needed. The fuel depot houses 4 20-cubic-meter oil storage tanks and 2 30-cubic-meter gas storage tanks. Zhang Xun found himself in a predicament, compelled to arrange for a fuel truck to be stationed in the first level of the shelter's garage. He personally proceeded to the fuel depot to activate the oil pump, directly transferring the fuel into the tank, a procedure which was similarly applied to natural gas. The drivers involved in the transport were taken aback by this unusual situation. However, after Zhang Xun provided a reiteration of his earlier explanations, their suspicions were quelled. The first level was relatively sparse, devoid of anything particularly noteworthy. After filling several tanks, he procured dozens of barrels of gasoline and diesel. Additionally, he acquired a substantial number of oxygen tanks commonly used in hospitals, alongside refrigerants for cold storage. He also purchased an extensive quantity of charcoal and solid alcohol, accumulating several tons. The storage areas for fuel and charcoal were distinctly separated, each with differing temperature controls. The fuel, due to considerations regarding low-temperature pumping, could not be stored at excessively low temperatures, whereas the storage of charcoal and solid alcohol did not necessitate such temperature precautions. Given the already low temperatures of the post-apocalyptic environment, this arrangement significantly enhanced safety and reduced electricity consumption. The barrels of fuel and subsequent packaging for charcoal were standardized. This time, Zhang Xun opted not to have them delivered to the shelter, but rather arranged for a handover at a nearby makeshift warehouse. He utilized a rented truck to transport the items to the shelter, subsequently using an electric forklift to methodically transfer them into the fuel repository. Thanks to the prior stockpiling of hydraulic oil, gear oil, grease, and antifreeze, this endeavor was considerably less laborious. Next on his agenda was the procurement of various types of seeds. He ventured to a specialized trading market and acquired a plethora of seeds for grains, vegetables, and fruits, along with a significant quantity of nutrient solutions. To address consumption concerns, he also purchased chemical raw materials such as urea, calcium nitrate, potassium nitrate, monoammonium phosphate, potassium phosphate, potassium sulfate, calcium nitrate, and magnesium sulfate. With these ingredients, he would be able to formulate different types of nutrient solutions tailored to various crops. The recipes posed no worry, as a wealth of information was readily available online, and he had amassed quite a collection on his hard drive. For the procurement of seeds and nutrient solutions, Zhang Xun chose to transport the items himself using a truck, making 2 trips to the city to successfully complete the task. During his second trip, he also ordered a batch of steel and boards. While half of the first level of the shelter served as a garage, provisions were made for a processing workshop, a repair workshop, and a materials warehouse designed for future fabrication and maintenance of components. The steel included several varieties such as rods, hot and cold rolled sheets, wires, various profiles, construction materials, and pipes. A wide array of board types was also acquired, including density boards, carpentry boards, finger-jointed boards, particle boards, chipboards, fireproof boards, plywood, and ecological boards. In addition to these, a multitude of smaller items was procured, including pipe fittings, screws of various sizes and specifications, adapters, and electrical wiring. After completing these tasks, the majority of the contents in Zhang Xun's small notebook had been crossed out, with only a small portion remaining untouched due to considerations regarding temperature and seasonal factors. However, he was close to finalizing everything. Chapter 41, Other Matters. Time swiftly advanced to the end of July. Zhang Xun had not returned home since the completion of the shelter nearly 2 months ago, having been preoccupied with logistical affairs. Today, with a body weary from exertion, he slowly closed the hermetically sealed steel door of the shelter. The exit had been designed with a degree of concealment and was exceedingly robust, alleviating Zhang Xun's concerns about potential incidents during his absence. The entrance boasted a quadruple security system including fingerprint, key, iris, and facial recognition, necessitating the simultaneous activation of at least 2 of these methods to unlock the door. To circumvent potential failures of the biometric systems due to electronic malfunctions, a hidden combination lock akin to a safe style had been installed behind the recognition mechanisms. Even in the event of an RPG assault, only minor marks would be left on its surface. Nearby, several discrete cameras were strategically placed, having undergone specialized treatments to render them waterproof, heat-resistant, and highly impact-resistant. The entire security system of the shelter had been thoughtfully designed with future upgrades in mind. Should Zhang Xun discover superior thermal weaponry, he could seamlessly integrate it into this security framework. In fact, there was another door behind the hermetic entrance. However, due to the frequent movement of vehicles and the stockpiling of supplies, it had yet to be installed. Owing to its modular design, the installation would occur once all supplies were adequately stored. This secondary door was primarily a sliding double door, intended to facilitate vehicle access, while also serving 5 additional functions. 1. To further enhance the barrier against external radiation. 2. To function as a buffer zone for entry and exit. Equipped with a direct reading electronic dosimeter DM91 and a thermoluminescent dosimeter TLD for measuring radiation levels and gamma radiation accumulation on protective suits. Should one return from the outside, this area would act as a decontamination zone to mitigate radiation contamination on vehicles and protective gear. 3. As a temporary storage area for hazardous waste. 4. To serve as a physical security barrier, with potential future installations of remote-controlled weapon stations and a decontamination system capable of dispersing chemical agents. 5. To act as an early warning monitoring outpost, equipped with numerous explosion-proof, radiation-resistant conduits connected to the surrounding mountains. Through external sensors and cameras, it would enable real-time surveillance of external contamination and unauthorized intrusions. In the future, when his girlfriend and parents resided in the shelter, Zhang Xun would input their identity information into the system, facilitating collaborative management of the shelter, albeit with certain permissions being restricted. Additionally, the previously ordered modified vehicles have gradually arrived. After being shipped to an external warehouse, Zhang Xun personally drove them back. This serves to ensure the safety of the refuge, while also allowing him to familiarize himself with the driving experience of the vehicles. The provincial road is typically sparsely populated, allowing him to leisurely traverse it without concern. There are 2 medium-sized and 2 small excavators, 1 loader, 1 bulldozer, 1 crane, and 2 electric forklifts, along with 1 medium-sized and 1 small transport truck. Furthermore, there are 2 Dongfeng Mengshi ORV, civilian to military modifications, off-road vehicles. The electric forklifts and trucks were the first to be modified and transported, having played a significant role in previous logistics. As for the absence of a family car, it primarily stems from the substantial environmental impact. Small vehicles are ill-suited for the post-apocalyptic scenario, not to mention the condition of the roads. The protective gear worn makes navigation within such confined spaces impractical. However, several go-karts and balance scooters have been purchased primarily for internal use within the refuge. These can be utilized for inspections in areas such as warehouses, equipment rooms, and ecological zones. At present, the jet capsule, a sleek, futuristic private yacht, sits quietly stored in the garage. Upon receiving it, Zhang Xun was captivated by the smooth, streamlined hull and the sci-fi aesthetic of the cockpit. Yearning to find a lake to test it out, though for now, that remains a mere daydream. The only source of his irritation is the lack of a specific delivery date for the RV. Initially, it was agreed upon to arrive in about 6 months, but delays in overseas work pushed the modification completion to June. It is currently undergoing maritime transport and customs procedures. When it will actually arrive is uncertain, but he hopes it will be delivered smoothly before his honeymoon. The total expenditure on the supplies procured during this period amounts to nearly 30 million renminbi. Moreover, he subsequently purchased numerous digital products online, including gaming consoles, speakers, VR equipment, robotic vacuums, floor washers, mite removers, rugged smartphones, and watches, essentially acquiring a variety of items from all possible categories on Taobao. Notably, the latest VR sensory equipment set cost him over 8 million renminbi. Although there's already a VR gaming setup in the gaming room of the refuge, Zhang Xun felt it lacked sophistication. While browsing Taobao, the features and descriptions of this new set captivated him, prompting an immediate purchase. He also acquired a plethora of maternal and infant supplies, which were quite expensive, totaling around 3 million renminbi. The cumulative expenditure on online orders reached over 20 million renminbi, alongside the recent stockpiling of resources, approaching a total of 10 million US dollars. Fortunately, he still possesses over 30 million US dollars in funds, sufficient for a honeymoon and the subsequent stocking of fresh meat supplies. The delivery address this time is Jiangxing. Given the overwhelming variety of items ordered online, sending them to the warehouse at the shelter would likely result in daily visits from the local couriers. It would be far more practical to rent a storage space in Jiangxing specifically for receiving these online purchases, allowing for organized packing and sealing before dispatching them to the shelter's warehouse. Zhang Xun has already tasked Li Yin with arranging this matter, securing a storage unit conveniently located near his residential community for easier receipt of goods. Once these arrangements were finalized, Zhang Xun boarded the train back to Jiangxing. Upon his return, he busied himself with receiving packages while coordinating with his girlfriend to select a wedding dress. After a thorough comparison, they opted for a well-known local brand. Taking advantage of a break in his girlfriend's work schedule, they dedicated 2 days to completing this demanding task, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted. His girlfriend has already applied for resignation, with the process underway, and she is expected to officially become a free agent by mid-September. Furthermore, their parents have helped them finalize the wedding date, September 22nd, a week after the Mid-Autumn Festival during the equinox. Now in early August, with approximately 2 weeks remaining, Zhang Xun's online shopping venture has finally reached its conclusion, as all items have been received. He engaged a professional packing team to categorize and prepare everything for dispatch to the warehouse in Enshi Prefecture. The batch of hard drives he previously purchased was not overlooked either. After more than a year, he has filled 90% of their capacity, leaving a few empty drives for future use. To reward his girlfriend for her support, he set aside 70,000 yuan. After a period of recuperation at home, Zhang Xun embarked on a business trip to the Enshi warehouse to receive the online products dispatched. Following the signing of the items, he promptly transferred the packed goods into the shelter. However, he opted not to unpack them this time, finding it somewhat cumbersome, since they were already categorized and packed. There would be ample time to unpack them when needed later. After spending 2 days at the shelter and checking the operational status of the equipment and systems, he returned to his home in Jiangxing. In fact, the shelter's central control system is equipped with a dedicated program app that can connect via Wi-Fi to computers and smartphones, allowing him to monitor the shelter's status parameters in real time from the comfort of his home. Chapter 42, Welfare. Shortly after Zhang Xun returned from Enshi, due to the upcoming wedding, both his mother and father-in-law arrived in Jiangxing from their hometown. During dinner that evening, they discussed the details of the wedding, including hotel reservations, the wedding planning company, and the guest list. As he hails from Hubei province, which is relatively close to Jiangxing, they decided to hold the wedding there, foregoing a ceremony in his hometown, although the bride's family would also host an event. Early the following morning, Zhang Xun took the 2 elders to view hotels and meet with wedding planning companies. Du Jing, due to work commitments, could only join them in spirit. After searching all morning, the hotel was finally confirmed, but Zhang Xun was somewhat dissatisfied after reviewing several wedding planning proposals for various companies. Fortunately, in the afternoon, he discovered a wedding planning company that specializes in traditional Chinese weddings, and their proposal was a revelation for him. He promptly called his girlfriend to discuss it, and she, too, was enamored by the presentation. They decided to proceed and paid the deposit. Subsequently, he informed the hotel about the wedding planning company's details, ensuring that both parties would coordinate effectively for the setup of the ceremony. Once the venue and plan were finalized, the family spent the evening selecting the invitation styles online, and Zhang Xun quickly placed an order. By the end of August, all invitations had been dispatched, and now they awaited the day of the wedding, with both sets of parents bustling around in excitement. As September arrived, the infamous heat of Jiangxing intensified, making it difficult to venture outdoors. However, he was required at the company today to address some matters. Mr. Zhang, to be honest, we've had little to do since July. Li Yin lamented with a wry smile. I feel somewhat guilty about the salary you've been providing. Indeed, after the completion of the shelter, Zhang Xun had handled all procurement independently, without involving the company. During this period, aside from asking Li Yin to assist in renting a storage space, he had no other tasks for the company, which meant he had effectively been paying these 3 employees for 2 months without any work. Li Yin felt a bit awkward accepting her salary under such circumstances and had been urging Zhang Xun to assign them specific tasks. Now that the shelter project was complete, the necessity for the company seemed to have diminished. However, having worked diligently with him for over a year, he chose not to dissolve the company immediately, as he currently had no assignments for them. Reluctantly, Zhang Xun replied, "As you know, the resort hotel has been completed, and our working capital is dwindling. Therefore, I plan to focus on securing some funds for circulation this year, and we will have to delay opening until next year. You need not feel any burden. I can still manage to pay your salaries." After taking a sip of water and pondering for a moment, he continued, "Let us do this. From October until the end of the year, you need not come to the company. I will still send you a basic salary each month. During this time, you can rest or pursue side ventures." "Mr. Zhang, this seems inappropriate. We haven't done anything, yet you're still paying us." Li Yin and the others expressed, astonished. They had never encountered such a benevolent employer before. Not only was he lax in management, but he also provided various benefits during holidays, and now, despite their inactivity, they were still receiving salaries. "Very well, that is settled then. There is still some money in the company account. Li Jia, please come to the office once a month to distribute the salaries." Currently, most of Zhang Xun's funds were in his personal account. Previously, the company had a substantial amount, but once project payments were made, the funds had dwindled. As Li Yin observed her boss's unwavering determination, she felt a twinge of joy but chose to remain silent, thus solidifying their decision. Just as they were about to depart from the office, Zhang Xun retrieved 3 crimson invitations from his bag. "On the 22nd of this month, I am getting married. If you have the time, I would be delighted for you to attend my wedding," he announced with a smile. "What? Boss, you aren't married yet? I assumed you already had children." The others chimed in, curiosity piqued. "Is this your first marriage? How many wives do you intend to have?" Zhang Xun's expression darkened as he responded, "This is my first marriage. Do you expect me to take multiple wives?" "We certainly didn't anticipate that you were only now getting married," Li Yin jested, eyeing her boss's receding hairline. "When the time comes, let us refrain from discussing work-related matters." Zhang Xun cautioned in advance, "Rest assured, we are aware of the immense pressure you are under and do not wish to burden your family with concerns. We will keep our mouths shut," Li Yin assured him, patting her chest. Zhang Xun regarded her with newfound respect. He hadn't expected Li Jia to be so perceptive. He continued, "Regarding the company's financial constraints, you need not worry. I have alternative funding sources, though it is currently inconvenient to transfer to the company account." He paused momentarily before adding, "With the National Day holiday approaching, I have decided to arrange a benefit for you all. Li Jia, you can organize a team-building trip. The timing is at your discretion, whether before or after the holiday. Each of you may bring 2 to 3 family members, with expenses covered by the company." "Really? Boss, you are too generous," Li Yin and her colleagues exclaimed, nearly bursting with delight. "Of course, you will need to discuss the travel plans among yourselves and simply present the budget to me later." Zhang Xun hesitated, suddenly recalling other matters, and added, "As for the team building, you all can go without me. After my wedding, I will be heading off on my honeymoon, so I want to be joining you." "Understood," they replied. Once the details were settled, Li Yin and her colleagues eagerly set off to discuss their travel plans. After treating them to lunch, Zhang Xun departed early, making his way to Jiangshan University of Geology, where he met Professor Wang. Zhang Xun felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. A year ago, his consultation with Professor Wang had clarified the function of shelters and helped him pinpoint suitable locations, saving him considerable time. His previous donation to the school was a genuine act of appreciation. "Professor Wang, I have come to deliver an invitation. I am getting married on September 22nd and would be honored if you would serve as my witness," Zhang Xun said, his heart racing with anticipation. "You're getting married?" Professor Wang adjusted his glasses, surprise evident on his face. "Indeed, do I appear that old?" Zhang Xun retorted, feeling the sting of a second blow to his ego that day. Professor Bang Shuklata Quarli, congratulations. The 22nd falls on a Sunday, correct? After glancing at the calendar on his desk and confirming it was indeed a Sunday, he continued, "No problem. You are the 6th person to ask me to be a witness." Professor Wang, your esteemed reputation precedes you," Zhang Xun remarked, his voice laced with admiration. "Indeed," Professor Wang replied, a look of pride gracing his features. "By the way, are Xiao Zhou and Xiao Sun still at the university? I'd like to send them an invitation," Zhang Xun inquired, admitting that he had lost contact with them and was uncertain of their graduation status. "They still have a year until they complete their doctoral studies. Currently, They are conducting geological surveys in Sichuan, but they will return next week. Please give me the invitation. I shall pass it on to them. However, whether they attend afterwards is beyond my concern, Professor Wang stated. All right, thank you, Professor. Zhang Xun smiled as he retrieved the invitation he had prepared earlier, placing it on Professor Wang's desk. After a moment of silence, noticing Zhang Xun's awkward demeanor, Professor Wang chuckled and urged, "Speak your mind, do not hesitate." Well, Professor, could you possibly keep my donation to the school confidential? My family is unaware, and I fear my wife might react rather dramatically, Zhang Xun confessed, once more engaging his talent for deception. No problem at all. I understand the desire for discretion among the affluent, Professor Wang responded with a grin. The two continued their conversation for a while longer, but as Professor Wang had a class to teach in the afternoon, Zhang Xun decided it was best not to impose further and took his leave. Upon returning home, he briefly introduced Professor Wang to his parents-in-law and mentioned his intention to have the professor officiate at his wedding. Upon hearing that a professor would be the officiant, his parents-in-law were utterly delighted, showering Zhang Xun with praise for his ability to secure such a distinguished figure. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their compliments, Zhang Xun hastily shifted the topic. Chapter 43. Marriage. Around September 10th, Du Jing officially resigned from the hospital. The family celebrated joyfully, and in the following days, they busied themselves with wedding preparations. Thankfully, with both parents present, Zhang Xun found much of the burden alleviated. On September 12th, a call from the Mercedes-Benz dealership in Shanghai informed him that the RV had cleared customs at the port. Once the remaining paperwork was finalized, it was expected to be delivered within a week. Zhang Xun was elated, surprised that the delivery of the RV was ahead of his expectations. On September 18th, just before the wedding festivities commenced, he planned to make a trip to the shelter. Thus, he diligently monitored the RV's transport updates throughout that week. Due to its considerable size, being a modified vehicle, the transportation posed challenges. Hence, 2 skilled drivers were entrusted with its journey. On the afternoon of September 17th, amidst his mother's gentle reproaches, Zhang Xun boarded a high-speed train to Enshi Prefecture. Although the wedding was imminent, he could not delay the RV matter any longer. Its prominence was too glaring to ignore, and he felt compelled to ensure its safe arrival. That night, he stayed in Enshi, and the following morning, he rented a car to head to the warehouse at the shelter. As he arrived at the designated location, the RV finally came into view, a sight that filled him with anticipation. The vehicle, cloaked in a military gray hue and encased in a sturdy steel framework, boasted a formidable bulldozer blade at its front, exuding an air of dominance. The RV gradually came to a halt before the warehouse, where he exchanged brief pleasantries with the 2 drivers before eagerly stepping inside to explore. Although the manufacturer frequently sent images during the renovation process to solicit his opinions, nothing could compare to the thrill of witnessing the actual vehicle firsthand. The interior of the RV was nothing short of opulent. The rear section served as a storage area capable of accommodating 6 tires and an off-road motorcycle. Moving forward, one entered the master bedroom, which featured a 2x1 meter bed. At the foot of the bed was a small door, 2 meters wide, that led directly to the storage room. Flanking the master bedroom were a bathroom and a kitchen. The bathroom was designed with a wet and dry separation, although compact. It was a rare find given the premium nature of space in an RV. Further ahead, directly opposite the central door, lay the living area, furnished with a sofa, television, and projector. The sofa could be transformed into a single bed when unfolded. Above the front of the vehicle, there was an 8x1 6-meter bed that could be raised when not in use, thereby conserving space. At the rear of the vehicle, an external lift was installed, contributing to a total interior space of nearly 25 square meters. The cockpit was nothing short of futuristic, featuring an almost 2-meter-wide integrated screen and Level 3 autonomous driving capabilities. Coupled with the 4 modification requests previously made by Zhang Xun, the manufacturer had evidently devoted considerable effort to meet his expectations. After lingering in the vehicle for about half an hour, Zhang Xun, prompted by the drivers, finally signed his name on the acceptance checklist. He instructed the 2 to wait by the warehouse and handed them the keys to the rental car, while he cautiously drove the RV toward the shelter. After another half hour, he parked the RV in the shelter's ground-level garage and conducted a brief inspection of its condition before securely closing the main door. He then walked to the roadside to call the drivers for a pickup. Around 1 o'clock, Zhang Xun arrived in the urban area of Enshi with the 2 drivers, treating them to a meal before they purchased their tickets to return home. Zhang Xun then proceeded to return the rental vehicle. Having frequently rented from this establishment, he was on familiar terms with the owner, and after politely declining an invitation to dinner, he boarded the high-speed train back to Zhang Xun. On September 22nd, during the autumn equinox, Zhang Xun was set to partake in one of the most significant ceremonies of his life, his wedding. At 8 in the morning, accompanied by Yang Mingjian and several other family and friends, he drove to the hotel where Du Jing was staying. Upon arrival, a lively and spirited wedding reception ensued, with both the groom-s and bride-s entourages engaging in a battle of wits, creating a vibrant and civilized atmosphere. After nearly 2 hours of various games, challenges, and a generous distribution of red envelopes, Zhang Xun finally embraced his bride and stepped into the designated wedding vehicle. In a traditional Chinese wedding, under the witness of Professor Wang, Zhang Xun and Du Jing exchanged rings symbolizing their love. Following this, both families and friends delivered heartfelt speeches. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Zhang Xun and Du Jing bid farewell to the last guest, marking the conclusion of the ceremony. After settling the payments with the wedding company and hotel, they finally returned home. They rested for 2 days in Jiansheng before visiting Du Jing's hometown to hold a simpler wedding celebration. The next step was to arrange their honeymoon. With the National Day holiday approaching, they decided to postpone their trip to avoid the crowds, as Du Jing was not keen on mingling with throngs of tourists. Additionally, they were both quite fatigued from the wedding preparations and preferred to enjoy some restful time at home. Zhang Xun also arranged a group tour for his mother and father-in-law after the National Day holiday, allowing them to return to their hometown to prepare for their upcoming journey without disrupting the newlyweds. On the third day after the wedding, Li Yin reported to Zhang Xun regarding the budget for the company's team-building event, which included family members and was planned for after the holiday. The budget was modest, around 30,000 yuan, aimed at minimizing expenses by exploring nearby provinces. Zhang Xun, contemplating what could be accomplished with 30,000 yuan, generously allocated 150,000 yuan, encouraging them to arrange a trip to Hainan or Xinjiang as they wished. This unexpected generosity delighted Li Yin and her 2 companions, prompting them to revise their plans. On October 1st, the National Day officially arrived, just 3 months shy of the predicted apocalypse. That evening, Du Jing unexpectedly presented Zhang Xun with a card, saying, "This card is for you." Zhang Xun, puzzled, asked, "What is this?" To which she replied, "It's our savings, 3 million yuan. From now on, you are the head of the family, and the money will be in your care." Zhang Xun felt a surge of emotion, embracing his wife and declaring, "Darling, it is truly my fortune to have you as my wife." However, Du Jing gently pushed him away, playfully chiding him for being overly sentimental. He accepted the card, knowing that Du Jing's nature would prevent her from frivolously spending the money. Yet, with the impending doom, he felt it would be wasteful to let it sit idle. Just 2 days prior, he had commissioned Rising S Company to procure a batch of quadcopters, both wire and wireless, touted as nuclear emergency drones capable of autonomous flight and communication in high radiation environments. Concerned about the potential impact of nuclear radiation on communication, he envisioned these drones serving as aerial reconnaissance tools when they ventured outside. In addition to the drones, he had also ordered a supply of anti-cancer and anti-radiation medications. Due to the urgency of the order, the cost was considerable, approximately $3 million, with delivery expected around November. Furthermore, he also ordered 2 sets of the most advanced whole-house smart devices, adhering to the standards of the intelligent systems for the living quarters of the shelter, which amounted to an additional expenditure of $500,000. With the subsequent miscellaneous expenses, his available funds have dwindled to less than $20 million. The honeymoon trip, along with the travel for his parents, would not incur substantial costs. The majority of the expenses would stem from the procurement of fresh meat and other essential supplies, which constituted a significant portion of the budget. From last year's peak of $200 million, or 3 billion renminbi, he has spent 90 million in just 1 year. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, such behavior would undoubtedly be deemed reckless. However, for Zhang Xun, who possesses foresight regarding future developments, the expenditure is justified. He would not hesitate to spend even more if necessary. His sole focus is on safeguarding his family, while he lacks the capacity to assist others. Even if he were to publicly declare the arrival of the apocalypse, would anyone believe him? They would merely regard him as a fool. Moreover, last year he attempted to raise awareness online, but his efforts went unnoticed. Chapter 44, A Joyful Journey. On October 18th, 2024, during the 3rd week following the National Day holiday, Zhang Xun and Du Jing officially embarked on their flight abroad. 2 days prior, they had seen off their parents, who were on a group tour, and now it was time to begin their own adventure. Their first stop was South Korea and then Japan, where they spent 5 days exploring before heading east to bask in the sun on the beaches of Hawaii for 2 days. They then flew directly from Hawaii to New York. Initially, Zhang Xun contemplated visiting the Rust Belt, but ultimately decided against it for safety reasons. After experiencing the vibrancy of this international metropolis for 2 days in New York, they traveled to Boca Chica, Texas, coinciding with the debut of SpaceX's Starship SN7. Zhang Xun and Du Jing stood on a hillside 5 kilometers away from the launch site, witnessing the colossal fireball in the sky, an exhilarating experience unlike any other. Zhang Xun felt an urge to laugh, but observing the solemn expressions of the Americans nearby, he restrained himself. With heavy hearts, they continued on to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The failure of the Starship SN7 had repercussions for the Artemis II mission, initially scheduled for launch a day apart. The failure prompted the Americans to hastily postpone the manned lunar flyby mission. Fortunately, the delay was only 3 days, allowing Zhang Xun and his wife ample time to witness the event. On November 3, 2024, the Artemis II manned lunar flyby mission officially entered the countdown to launch. Amidst the eager gazes of countless spectators, the SLS Heavy-Lift Crew rocket soared into the sky, carrying 2 Americans and 1 Japanese into the vastness of space. As Zhang Xun watched the rocket gradually fade from view, he let out a sigh, glancing over at the jubilant crowd surrounding him, and contemplated pulling his wife away from the scene. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the massive outdoor screen broadcasting live. The SLS rocket's second stage separation was successful, yet the third stage ignition had failed, leading to a drop in altitude. The escape system was activated, and the Orion crewed spacecraft separated from the third stage. With its parachutes deploying successfully, no casualties reported. This dramatic turn of events not only startled Zhang Xun, but left the American spectators utterly astonished. His wife leaned in and whispered, "Do you think we might be the reincarnation of a jinx? Every time we witness a rocket launch, it ends in failure." Zhang Xun nearly burst into laughter at her observation, but realizing the setting was not his own, he felt a flush of embarrassment and stifled his amusement. Fortunately, the Americans nearby were oblivious to their conversation in Chinese. In the following days, the couple explored Florida for a few more days before their final destination, Washington, D.C. On November 7th, Zhang Xun and his wife boarded a flight to the capital. Upon their arrival, they sensed something amiss. Was this still the vast and sparsely populated America they knew? The airport and streets were teeming with people, all waving various flags in a chaotic display. Their driver, a Chinese American, provided insight into the situation. As the presidential election approached its climax in November 2024, a fierce competition was underway between Comrade Trump and Sleepy Joe, drawing a throng of supporters to Washington. Back at their hotel, the couple initially planned to venture out for a stroll, but upon witnessing the throngs of people outside, they abandoned that idea. True to form, the following day brought the results of several states voting, further intensifying the already fraught atmosphere in American society. The incumbent president, Sleepy Joe, had been enjoying some support from Wall Street's financial elite, leading in polls against certain rivals. However, the recent catastrophic failures of rocket launches and other incidents, such as the chemical spill from a train, had conspired to drastically reduce his approval ratings in recent days. The American populace was growing weary of Sleepy Joe, and at nearly 90 years of age, his bid for re-election was unprecedented in the annals of U.S. history. Trump supporters were becoming increasingly impatient, chanting slogans like "Let us go Brandon" and "Make America Great Again" on the streets. The former derided the elderly Joe, while the latter paid homage. Joe's supporters, not to be outdone, retaliated with fervor. What began as verbal sparring quickly escalated into outright brawls. Initially, the National Guard and police managed to maintain order, but as tensions rose, the situation spiraled out of control. Some police officers and security personnel, exhibiting bias, not only failed to maintain order, but also became embroiled in the conflict. Zhang Xun and Du Jing stood by the hotel window, observing the chaos in the streets, and promptly booked tickets to leave Washington. However, given the current extraordinary circumstances, with an overwhelming volume of passengers, the earliest flights and trains were not available until the 12th. Reluctantly, they had to remain in their hotel. On November 10th, Democratic congressmen, alongside some who had betrayed Trump, united to nullify his eligibility. This news incensed Trump and his supporters, who had previously faced defeat. This time, They were determined not to fail again. Rallying under Trump's call to reclaim Congress and achieve victory for the people, the slogan "Make America Great Again" resonated across the nation once more. Trump supporters, with an overwhelming and fervent spirit, crushed the supporters of Sleepy Joe and marched toward Congress and the White House. At 4 p.m. on the 10th, just before storming into Congress, the military arrived but struggled to contain the enraged crowd. Gunfire erupted, with many believing it was the military that had opened fire. Aside from some who fled in fear, a significant number directed their ire at Sleepy Joe and the armed forces, holding them responsible for the orders to shoot. It was not until nightfall that the military, unable to hold back any longer, truly began to fire. Meanwhile, Zhang Xun and Du Jing lay comfortably in bed, perspiring. The following day, upon catching the news, Zhang Xun saw the streets of Washington in disarray, with civilians and military exchanging gunfire, leading to preliminary reports of over 400 casualties. This conflict not only shocked American society, but also left the world astounded, as all media outlets reported on the events that had transpired. On the afternoon of November 11th, after a morning of recuperation, more Trump supporters took to the streets, while on the other side, a conspiracy to arrest Trump was brewing. As states across America observed the escalating situation, they also contended with the intensifying protests in their regions. Of course, none of this concerned Zhang Xun, who merely wished to leave. His parents called daily from their home country, worrying about their safety. Fortunately, on November 12th, they successfully boarded a flight to Europe, with England as their first destination. Upon landing, they learned through the news that London was also experiencing protests against Trump and for unity. The demonstrations here were relatively peaceful, though reports indicated that Scotland and Northern Ireland were witnessing more tumultuous pro-Trump and regional independence marches. Feeling weary, Zhang Xun did not even exit the airport and instead booked 2 tickets to France. Arriving in France, they finally felt a sense of relief. They spent 2 days wandering the streets of Paris, savoring the rich European lifestyle. Next came Switzerland and Norway. Upon setting foot on Swiss soil, news broke of a significant terrorist attack in Paris, resulting in over 200 casualties. This left the couple bewildered. Why did calamities seem to follow them wherever they went? They decided to hasten their return home and booked tickets for a flight to Moscow on the 3rd day. Before that, they made a trip to the Alps to indulge in the joys of skiing. The ski season was in full swing, attracting numerous visitors from around the globe. Zhang Xun and Du Jing spent some time skiing at the base of the mountain, but had to cut their experience short when Du Jing twisted her ankle. As they departed the ski resort, they caught sight of a massive avalanche occurring in the distance. Alarmed, they quickly changed their flight to return home early and, upon passing through Moscow, did not even leave the airport, directly handling their layover procedures. Upon their return to their homeland, they learned that the Kremlin had just thwarted a coup attempt against President Putin. Overall, their month-long honeymoon trip was exhilarating and delightful, leaving an indelible mark on their memories. Subsequently, they visited several tourist cities within their country, such as Beijing, Sanya, and Tibet, truly enjoying a fulfilling and joyous time without any unfortunate incidents. Chapter 45. Preparations before the end times. At the end of November, after wandering around various places in the country, Zhang Xun and his wife finally returned to their cozy home. Although their honeymoon was meant for leisure, the past month had been exhausting. Despite the numerous challenges faced abroad, the overall travel experience was still commendable. Their parents had primarily traveled within the country and returned home early. Now, both elders had returned to their respective hometowns and were not in Jiangxing. The batch of drones and smart home devices they had previously ordered had also arrived in Jiangxing, where they had entrusted Li Yin to receive the goods during their absence. The day after their return, he forwarded this shipment to the shelter's warehouse. On the 3rd day, he set off for Enshi Prefecture. While awaiting the logistics delivery, he tirelessly traversed the major fresh produce wholesale markets and farms in Enshi. The fresh produce markets were primarily for procuring seafood and fish. He negotiated with the wholesale vendors to have the products processed, vacuum-packed, and frozen before being sent to the warehouse. The farms were focused on ensuring the freshness of the meat. Pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese were slaughtered and processed on site. After several days of diligent effort, the cold storage of the shelter was finally operational, stocked with an array of meats: 5,000 pounds of pork, 3,000 pounds each of beef and lamb, 2,000 chickens, 800 ducks, and 800 geese, along with 1,500 eggs and various fish and seafood products totaling 5,000 pounds, based on the annual meat consumption of a family of 4. The provisions they have gathered would suffice for 70 to 80 years. Now that the majority of essential supplies for survival in the impending apocalypse have been secured, Zhang Xun dedicated nearly 2 weeks to align the inventory management system of the shelter with the store materials. He meticulously affixed barcodes to all food items, materials, fuels, and spare parts, entering them into the system. Each warehouse level is equipped with barcode scanners and an automatic sensing system, which displays the total amount of supplies, their consumption, and what remains in real time. Furthermore, this system automatically assesses the consumption levels, allowing managers to make more informed arrangements. Once this was completed, he reconfigured the status of the shelter, confirming everything was in order before returning to Zhang Xun. Having spent over half a month there, it was now late December, and only a little over a month remained until the apocalypse. The anxiety, tension, and unease that Zhang Xun had previously felt had significantly diminished, perhaps due to the sense of security the shelter provided. After returning, he concocted a reason for his family to celebrate the new year in Enchi Prefecture, claiming that the local resort hotel had yet to open, and the owner requested his presence during the festive season. His family had no objections, as they had witnessed their improved quality of life over the past 2 years. They were grateful to this elusive owner. Zhang spoke of, harboring no suspicions regarding his explanation. After spending a few days in Jiangsheng, Zhang Xun and Du Jing first visited her hometown, where they stayed for 3 days, taking the time to visit relatives and friends and enjoy a heartfelt reunion. Subsequently, they picked up her father and returned to Zhang Xun's hometown. The 4 of them spent nearly a week there, meeting everyone they needed to see and reminiscing about old times. Once they had gathered their belongings, they all returned to Jiangsheng. They celebrated their final New Year's Day there, with only 25 days remaining until the apocalypse. However, Zhang Xun decided to delay their move to Enchi Prefecture, opting to stay in Jiangsheng for a while longer. During this period, besides frequently taking his family to amusement parks, indulging in delicious meals, watching the latest films, and shopping at malls, he also visited colleagues, friends, and classmates, sharing drinks, singing, and reminiscing about life. In essence, this time would become one of the most cherished memories of his life. His recent extravagant behavior, however, drew the attention of his family, prompting a thorough hour-long interrogation. Zhang Xun had to eloquently defend himself to appease their concerns. On January 20th, 2025, Zhang Xun and his family packed their belongings, locked the door, and officially embarked on their journey to Enchi Prefecture. After over 3 hours of travel, they arrived at a hotel in the city. Before heading to the shelter, he had a few matters to attend to. To keep his family entertained for the next few days, he had booked a short 3-day trip near Enchi National Park. He once again ventured to the agricultural produce market, this time with a singular purpose: to procure the final supplies. The acquisition of various fresh vegetables and fruits was imperative, as their shelf life was rather brief, necessitating their arrangement for the final stage. Items such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, pumpkins, onions, radishes, and apples, which boasted a relatively longer shelf life, were purchased in greater quantities. Conversely, green vegetables, chili peppers, and grapes were acquired in modest amounts, sufficient for a few days' consumption. Having previously secured dried goods, this time he merely sought to supplement the inventory with categories such as dried bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and black fungus. Additionally, he procured a dozen live chickens, ducks, and geese, all in pairs. The 4th floor of the shelter featured a small breeding area, and with these live poultry, a reliable source of fresh meat and eggs was assured for the future. After transporting these supplies back to the shelter, he organized and categorized them, placing the live poultry in the breeding area before setting up the automatic feeding devices and departing. By this time, it was January 23rd. He reunited with his family in the afternoon, and on the 24th, they spent the day exploring the tourist area with a travel group. That evening, instead of returning with the group, Zhang Xun drove them to the nearest town to the shelter, located at Yasan Pass. Though nearby, it still lay over 30 kilometers away. Zhang Xun had chosen this secluded spot deliberately, as its remoteness reduced the likelihood of unwanted attention, and it was conveniently located near a provincial road for ease of construction. In this town, he booked a guest house near the provincial road. While the conditions were not exceptional, they were certainly adequate. The meals were primarily homemade farm dishes prepared by the owner. Enchi Prefecture is predominantly mountainous, and the air quality was excellent. For Zhang Xun and Du Jing, having resided in the city for an extended period, experiencing such an environment for a few days felt like a cleansing of industrial fatigue, leaving them with a profound sense of comfort. That evening, his mother, father-in-law, and Du Jing questioned him about why he had yet to take them to the themed hotel where Zhang Xun worked. This time, he did not equivocate, assuring them that he would take them the following day. On the morning of the 25th, the last day of the world, or rather, the last half day. Indeed, everyone's mobile signals were weak, and the television only displayed programming through cable. The guest house owner lamented the lack of mobile signal, which adversely affected their business. Yet Zhang Xun understood that this was due to a sudden and intense solar storm, which had caused significant disruptions to most of Earth's communication, satellite, and observational systems. Calculating the time, he realized that after the television broadcast warning, there remained only an hour and a half to prepare for the impending asteroid impact. The drive from there to the shelter would take, at best, half an hour. Typically, this provincial road saw little traffic, especially at night, alleviating concerns of congestion. In truth, he yearned to take his family to the shelter immediately. However, to convince them, he knew he had to rely on the authoritative broadcasts from government agencies. He could take his family into the shelter and simply shut the door, but what then? How could he explain to them that the apocalypse was upon them? How could they be convinced? Moreover, with no wired connection to the outside world and wireless networks disrupted, would his family not suspect that Zhang Xun was deceiving them? Could the tremors merely be a localized minor earthquake? Such actions would only deepen the suspicions among family members. After careful consideration, Zhang Xun decided to wait until he could see the television broadcast before bringing them into the shelter. As for whether the townsfolk would also have concerns about that place, Zhang Xun was not overly worried. On one hand, he had publicly presented it as a holiday resort, and on the other, most people had never been to his location. In times of catastrophe, people's initial instinct would likely be to seek refuge in official civil defense facilities, or, at the very least, to hide in the underground spaces of shopping malls. Conversely, the route to Zhang Xun's resort was long and situated in the mountains, which could render it even less safe. Chapter 46. The mundane lives of humanity came to an end. After lunch, Du Jing and her mother continuously inquired about visiting her boss's resort. Zhang Xun offered an excuse, claiming that the keys had yet to be delivered and that they would go after dinner. Following a brief afternoon rest, he accompanied them for a 2-hour stroll around the quaint town. Characterized by a vintage aesthetic, the town was dotted with restaurants, goose houses, and souvenir shops, astonishingly featuring a 4-star hotel. Being the off-season, there were fewer people, making the leisurely walk with family quite enjoyable. After returning to the guest house, Zhang Xun organized all their luggage and placed it in the car. He then requested the guest house owner to prepare a few specialty dishes after they had dined well. He invited his parents to his room under the pretext of playing cards, simultaneously tuning the television to the central news channel. Zhang Xun's actions increasingly raised suspicions among his family. It was nearly 9 in the evening. Had he not mentioned going to his boss's resort? Just as his mother was about to question him, a sharp alarm blared from the television, coinciding with the loudspeakers outside the guest house. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared on the screen, his visage marked by fatigue and despair. He solemnly bowed towards the camera and spoke in a heavy, hoarse voice. Fellow citizens, Iam Li Ziqian. Upon hearing this broadcast, please organize for self-rescue immediately. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. According to the National Astronomical Observatory, at 2045 Beijing time on January 25, 2025, a 15-kilometer wide asteroid will collide with Earth, impacting approximately 500 kilometers off the coast of the Chilean capital in Oceania. This catastrophic event will trigger a new wave of mass extinction, far surpassing the devastation caused by the impact 66 million years ago. The future of humanity remains uncertain. Fellow compatriots, upon hearing this, you may commence your self-rescue efforts. I wish you the best of luck and hope for the enduring existence of human civilization. Please forgive the global community for failing to predict this calamity in a timely manner. The asteroid designated as 347735 was monitored earlier this year, with initial assessments indicating that it would pass approximately 4 million kilometers from Earth later today. However, a monumental solar storm erupted early this morning, causing extensive damage to satellites, communication devices, and radio observation equipment. Optical telescopes also suffered a reduction in their observational capabilities due to this solar tempest, rendering timely warnings impossible. We speculate that after traversing the Earth-Moon system, this asteroid collided with another unknown asteroid, altering its trajectory and momentum, and is now hurtling towards Earth at a velocity of 636 kilometers per second. The voice on the broadcast grew increasingly choked. as it announced that it was now 19:03 Beijing time, leaving approximately an hour and a half until impact. I urge my fellow citizens to gather supplies and seek refuge underground or in civil defense shelters. Simultaneously, those in rural areas should endeavor to find basements or caves for safety. Additionally, following an emergency United Nations meeting, it has been decided that on January 25, 2025, at 2030, intercontinental nuclear missiles will be launched from both the eastern and western hemispheres towards the asteroid's projected impact trajectory. It is hoped that the shockwave from the nuclear explosions will mitigate the asteroid's collision velocity. Currently, humanity's planetary defense system is woefully inadequate to address such a rapidly approaching celestial body. Although we will simultaneously confront the enormous disasters posed by nuclear radiation and a cataclysmic impact, we have no alternatives. Aside from Zhang Xun, who was mentally prepared, his family was rendered speechless by this news, staring blankly at the television, unable to fathom the sudden onset of the apocalypse. "Come with me," Zhang Xun said solemnly, pulling his mother and Du Jing toward the exit without hesitation. His father-in-law followed closely behind. As they passed through the lobby of the guest house, the owner and his family remained transfixed in front of the television. Zhang Xun shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and gather your things and find a place to hide." It was only once Zhang Xun and his companions were in the car that the owner finally reacted. The streets outside were in chaos, with shops ablaze with lights, the blaring of sirens, and the panic cries of the populace intertwining, amplifying the atmosphere of dread. The vicinity of the town boasted numerous natural caves, and the largest five-star hotel in the area featured a 2-level underground parking garage. These were the first places the townsfolk considered for refuge. Zhang Xun's guest house was located on the outskirts of the town, adjacent to the provincial highway. He swiftly drove towards the designated shelter. Along the way, he spotted a few trucks moving sluggishly, but he refrained from warning them, as he could not afford to be distracted while driving. "Du Jing, Subing, Asked. Where are we going?" They were puzzled as to why Zhang Xun was steering away from the town and into the mountains. "To the shelter," Zhang Xun replied in a deep voice, then elucidated that the resort he had previously mentioned was, in fact, a sanctuary for the apocalypse. "What? Do you possess insider knowledge?" Du Jing exclaimed in astonishment, yet her confusion only deepened. Gathering his thoughts, Zhang Xun resolved to weave yet another tale, for he found himself at a loss to explain the origins of his foreknowledge. In truth, a warning had been issued online as early as last year, but it had garnered little attention. Coincidentally, my employer is a conspiracy theorist. Upon encountering these reports, he decided to construct a refuge for unforeseen circumstances. Even if the doomsday theory proves unfounded, the shelter could operate as a themed hotel, thus serving a dual purpose. Zhang Xun considered his explanation to be nothing short of flawless. "Will your boss evict us in the future?" his mother inquired with lingering concern. "My employer resides in the bustling metropolis. Even if he wished to expel us, it would be implausible. When the asteroid collides with Earth, coastal cities will be the first to suffer the consequences, and it is unlikely anyone will escape unscathed." Zhang Xun reassured her, adding thus, "This sanctuary has now become our home." The 3 occupants of the vehicle fell into silence after hearing his words, unsure whether to mourn the unseen employer or to succumb to the dread of impending doom. As they traveled, Zhang Xun gradually comprehended why the leader had refrained from mentioning the catastrophic impact of the impending collision. It was, in fact, because they were aware that the eastern coastal regions would be engulfed by tsunamis. Thus, they deliberately withheld this information, believing it necessary to preserve a semblance of hope. Once spoken, hope would dissipate. At 7:42 p.m., they arrived at the sanctuary's exterior. Zhang Xun opened the grand entrance and activated the corridor's lighting system before driving the vehicle inside. He then returned to secure the steel airtight door of the refuge, meticulously inspecting the condition of both the corridor and the main entrance. After confirming that all was in order, he summoned his father-in-law to assist in installing the second door. With 45 minutes remaining, Zhang Xun maneuvered an electric forklift to transport 2 steel doors to the site. With his father-in-law's assistance, he employed a hoisting device to affix the secondary protective door in place. Anticipating installation challenges, the design had incorporated a modular assembly approach, allowing completion with the cooperation of just 2 or 3 individuals. After conducting another thorough check, Zhang Xun guided them down to the main control room of the living quarters on the 3rd level, where he powered down the majority of the shelter systems. Except for the temperature control system, air filtration system, and monitoring system, temporarily sustained by battery packs, all other systems were halted. The refrigeration unit's cooling should endure for a while longer. Only after enduring the initial waves of intense shock and vibration, and confirming that the sanctuary remained unaffected, could they fully and officially activate it. With 5 minutes to spare, the current operations fell under the red level safety protocol, and now they awaited the moment when the world would meet its end. The monumental impact occurred at 2045, with the shockwave reaching this location at 2057, leaving approximately 17 minutes to react. Yet, within this fleeting span of mere minutes, time seemed to stretch infinitely, akin to the passing of a century. Chapter 47, Madness. Concurrently, across the nation, the majority of the populace engaged in frantic self-preservation efforts, particularly in our highly urbanized era. The choices of countless individuals were strikingly similar. The first priority was always air raid shelters, followed closely by subway stations, underground malls, and parking garages. They hastily gathered essential supplies, clothing, food, and daily necessities, anything that could be carried, except for money. Those fortunate enough found their families together, with nearby civil defense structures or subway platforms. Conversely, the unfortunate ones toiled away from home, isolated in the suburbs. While people might comprehend the aftermath of this catastrophe, few considered the unfolding process of disaster. Perhaps due to the urgency of time or the critical nature of the situation, fear consumed their thoughts entirely. Many, upon preparing to leave, stood bewildered at intersections, unsure of their destination. Urban areas fared slightly better, but what of the rural regions? The countryside proved to be the most perilous, lacking any viable refuge from the initial wave of devastation. Some rural areas nestled in mountainous regions might possess caves, yet the vast majority were left helplessly waiting in their homes. Villages, townships, and even small counties in the wake of the first impact may not have suffered as many casualties as the cities, yet the proportions of loss were significantly higher. In Jiangcheng, Qi Sijun, still incarcerated, along with his fellow inmates, found themselves perplexed by the sudden disappearance of all prison guards. The prison, situated on the outskirts of the city, was remote and sparsely populated, and being newly relocated. It lacked adequate facilities, such as a functioning broadcast system. His misfortunes had compounded over the past 2 years. First, he was inexplicably imprisoned by unknown assailants, and now, an unsettling feeling washed over him, plunging him into a state of confusion. Could this be a cruel prank orchestrated by the prison authorities? Would they, the inmates, attempt an escape in the absence of guards? While Qi Sijun considered this a plausible scenario, he remained resolute and chose to lie motionless on the narrow bed, measuring less than 14 meters in width. Meanwhile, 26 kilometers away in the city, Yang Mingjian and his wife were dining with a leader at a restaurant in Huqing. The din of patrons rendered it difficult for him to hear the announcements, and it wasn't until chaos erupted in the dining area that they were alerted. Yang Mingjian, disregarding the leader, seized his wife, intent on returning to fetch their child. However, as their vehicle exited the restaurant, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astonished. The streets were a chaotic tapestry of vehicles, many of which were entangled in rear-end collisions or head-on crashes, igniting fierce flames. Those who found themselves immobilized in the gridlock abandoned their cars and fled desperately in a singular direction. Yang Mingjian's vehicle was also unable to proceed. Gritting his teeth, he engaged the handbrake without even removing the keys, opting instead to dash home with his wife. Fortunately, the restaurant was not far from their residence, and they reached home within 10 minutes. Upon arriving, they found the elevator overwhelmed with traffic. Frustrated, they resorted to the stairs, ascending to the 12th floor, and by the time they reached home, it was already 7:30. Only an hour remained. If they did not reach the civil defense facility soon, their entire family would face dire consequences. Upon reaching their floor, Yang Mingjian noticed that their front door was ajar. It seemed the nanny had fled, leaving behind their child, who was wailing inconsolably. What remained in their home? The refrigerator was empty, the rice was gone, and snacks and fruits had also disappeared. Furious, he cursed vehemently, urging his wife to gather their belongings while he hurried to the kitchen to pour out the cooking oil from the Jinlongja bottle, filling it instead with water. His wife, momentarily ignoring the crying child, anxiously packed their clothes while casting worried glances at the time on her phone. The terror etched on her face rendered her particularly pale. In desperation, Yang Mingjian kicked open their neighbor's door, only to discover that it too was deserted. Undeterred, he searched for a moment longer, yet found nothing. Anxiety mounted as time slipped away. Less than 50 minutes remained. They had to find a refuge immediately. With the oil bottle in hand and his wife's packed items slung over his shoulder, he rushed out. Thankfully, the elevator was now free, and they quickly descended to the ground floor. However, upon reaching the entrance to the nearest underground parking lot, they found it sealed, and a throng of residents who had arrived later were gathered outside, shouting in anger. Where could they go? He felt lost. Suddenly, he remembered his phone. Setting down the oil bottle, he pulled out his device to search for nearby civil defense facilities. The network signal was weak, complicating matters further. With no other option, they dashed out of the community, joining the tumultuous flow of people on the street as they headed towards the nearest subway station. The frenzied crowd was a cacophony of cries, shouts, and desperate screams. Yang Mingjian clutched his wife's arm tightly, fearful of losing her and their child in the chaos. The din of anguish and outrage reverberated around them. Soon, what had been a congested throng devolved into a stampede. Yang Mingjian's family, positioned at the rear, had yet to be engulfed, but the calamity ahead was dire. At that moment, several out-of-control vehicles accelerated towards the already congested traffic ahead, crashing directly into the crowd and colliding with a concrete wall, resulting in a violent explosion. Not far away, Yang Mingjian and his wife instinctively crouched on the ground. Time slipped by, more than 20 minutes had passed, and only half an hour remained. If they failed to find refuge soon, their family would truly be doomed. Rising to his feet, a fierce determination appeared on Yang Mingjian's face as he pulled his wife into an unoccupied car by the roadside. With the steering wheel turned sharply to the left and a press on the accelerator, they plunged into the throng of people. Mastering the direction, he sped along the sidewalk, unaware of how many lives were crushed beneath the wheels of his vehicle. This reckless frenzy astonished everyone, including his wife, who was rendered speechless with fear. However, drivers on the road witnessing this scene instantly abandoned all notions of traffic laws. Morality was cast aside as they mimicked Yang Mingjian's reckless tactic, charging into the crowd. As the frenzy escalated among those with vehicles, the flow of people descended into greater chaos. The already crowded masses surged forward, resembling stacked figures, or more accurately, a horde of zombies trampling over one another. Yang Mingjian's car soon collided with this mountain of humanity, coming to a halt, while the besieged crowd, driven by fury, quickly turned against them. They smashed the car windows and dragged the family out. In his final moments, a phrase echoed in Yang Mingjian's mind. The wind blows the eggshells, and the signs lead to peace. Chapter 48, Chaos. The tragic fate of Yang Mingjian's family cannot be deemed an accident. It can only be described as self-inflicted doom. In stark contrast, Professor Wang from Jiangcheng Geological University was far luckier. Upon hearing the apocalyptic broadcast, his initial reaction was disbelief. While tutoring his grandson with elementary school homework at home, he found the content of the broadcast amusing, hardly having time to visit the restroom. However, upon seeing the throngs of people outside, his composure swiftly dissipated. In that instant, many thoughts flooded his mind. But the first image that surfaced was a face named Zhang Xun. Just then, his son rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Dad, the end of the world has come. Hurry, gather your things, and prepare to enter the bomb shelter." There was an abandoned bomb shelter at the back of the school, which had not been used for a long time. Although the school had recently refurbished it for students to cool off in the summer, it could hardly accommodate such a large number of people. Professor Wang struggled to accept this reality until his son forcibly dragged him, laden with bags, out of the room. Their family of 5 joined the stream of students pouring into the bomb shelter at the back of the school. As the crowd swelled, bold students organized themselves to forcibly shut the entrance door of the shelter. However, this action had dire consequences, as those outside recklessly began to destroy the door. A portion of the spectators, observing the impending passage of time, decisively abandoned their position and raced towards the subway station outside the campus. The remaining individuals, undeterred, persisted in their final efforts, somehow procuring a cutting machine. As a substantial opening was sliced into the gate, they surged forward en masse. Yet, an unnatural despair flickered across Professor Wang's visage. In that moment, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Perhaps some had long anticipated this day, meticulously preparing in advance. They had concealed everything. Was it a clandestine organization, high-ranking government officials, or perhaps both, abandoning the entirety of human civilization? The scene of his first encounter with Zhang Xun vividly resurfaced in his mind, the dialogue from that day inexplicably failing to raise his suspicions. Perhaps there were subtle hints, but he had failed to grasp them. Regret surged within him. Professor Wang wished he could slap himself awake. He now comprehended that, including himself, the individuals present, despite having survived previous calamities, would not endure for long. He had already deduced the sequence and ramifications of the impending disaster with chilling clarity. Moreover, he sensed that this catastrophe might prove even more severe than he had anticipated. A wave of helpless despair washed over him, prompting Professor Wang to close his eyes in anguish. Perhaps the absence of painful release was indeed the correct choice. In the final minute before the anticipated moment arrived, he opened his eyes and spoke to his son. If we survive this, once the nuclear radiation subsides and the heat and torrential rains pass, make every effort to head west. Tears streamed down his face as he glanced at his grandson and continued, Jiangcheng will no longer be a place for survival. Remember my words. His son looked at him with skepticism, nodding slightly. Clearly, he had yet to grasp the magnitude of the impending disaster's impact on human civilization. After all, he was a student of the humanities. Chaos engulfed the world. Governments across various regions had received the news nearly 20 minutes in advance. This meant that those in power had a 20-minute head start compared to the general populace. In many foreign nations, governments had even begun their exodus early, choosing not to disclose this information to avoid hindering their escape. At least domestically, after careful consideration, it was decided to inform the public. Regardless of the circumstances, humanity's balance had already tilted towards the precipice. Whether one withdrew or advanced, the fall was now inevitable. Railways, highways, and aviation hubs ground to a complete halt following the announcements. There was no need for passengers to cause a commotion. Pilots and ground staff had all fled. Due to having received information early, the measures taken by various governments varied significantly. In the coastal regions to the southeast and north, large-scale rescue efforts had essentially been abandoned, as they had become utterly meaningless. A select few may manage to soar inland, yet the outcome remains unchanged. Perhaps they ascend to the heavens. In certain inland regions, such as Guizhou, Chongqing, Sichuan, and Gansu, local governments, leveraging their geographical advantages, have clandestinely undertaken some initiatives. However, whether these efforts will yield results remains uncertain. In some locales, despite a fervent desire to strive for progress, they are swiftly overwhelmed by the frenzied populace. In helplessness, individuals are left to tend to their own affairs. A millennium is far too protracted. One must seize the fleeting moments. Yet, these moments seem rather brief, leaving little time for preparation. Far across the Pacific, Heisey learns of the impending doom through the news, as undersea cables transmit broadcasts from the ancient Eastern power, alerting the citizens of the United States to the imminent apocalypse. Almost instantaneously, Heisey, accompanied by his family, rushes to a suburban supermarket to embark on a grand $0 shopping spree. In America, due to proximity to the impact site, the preparation time is considerably shorter than that of other continents. Moreover, the American government astonishingly opts for silence instead of broadcasting warnings to the populace, choosing instead to conduct a covert evacuation. Heisey recalls purchasing a doomsday bunker. Meanwhile, Li Pan from Hunan, a small leader in a state-owned enterprise, receives the news early and hastily takes his family to a shelter. Additionally, a wealthy individual from the Central Plains eagerly awaits this day. This time, he arrives at his luxurious refuge with 3 companions, engaging in a candid, intense, and sorrowful conversation. Do not misconstrue. It is decidedly not a pleasant exchange. At this moment, the cumulative chaos of 2 world wars pales in comparison to the profound global turmoil unfolding. In the final moments before the shockwave's arrival, all pray internally, hoping it is merely a false alarm. Chapter 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse. Amidst a period of dread and anxious anticipation, the control room screen, once monochrome, gradually brightens as if dawn is breaking. The clouds in the sky are visibly transforming from white to red. 2 minutes later, the image distorts, accompanied by violent tremors. Shortly thereafter, countless plants on distant hillsides are swept away as if the sod has been lifted, and many towering trees are severed at their trunks. The external surveillance cameras, encased in robust concrete and shielded by bulletproof glass, are mostly spared from devastation, save for one unfortunate location that is struck by a massive boulder. As it is nighttime, the external visuals appear even more luminous than during the day, rendering the scene exceedingly terrifying. A few minutes later, the shaking subsides, revealing only the remnants of crumbled mountains and scattered debris. The shockwave has passed, and now the seismic waves commence. As anticipated, the entire shelter began to tremble violently, with the sensors on the screen indicating a seismic wave measuring 9 on the Richter scale. This was after the shock wave had traversed nearly 10,000 miles. Its intensity significantly diminished. One can only imagine the cataclysmic scene at the epicenter. Fortunately, the shelter's seismic buffering system withstood the force of the earthquake, sustaining only a slight shaking without any damage. The sensors around them transitioned from a green, healthy state to a yellow, warning state. Thankfully, a red alert did not manifest. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Zhang Xun exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Du Jing and the others appeared pallid, their hands gripping the chair backs tightly. And it was at this moment they truly comprehended the onset of humanity's apocalypse. Their eyes mirrored a tumult of emotions, fear, confusion, and a bittersweet relief at being together as a family. Zhang Xun sighed again, grasping his wife's hand, and reassured everyone by saying that since the catastrophe had transpired, they should strive to live well if they survived. The family gazed at him in silence, understanding that they simply needed time to process this monumental upheaval in their lives. The trembling of the shelter gradually subsided, yet it was not over. The first seismic wave had not fully dissipated when the second wave struck. Subsequently, a series of chain reactions caused by geological changes resulted in tremors lasting for over half an hour. The screen flickered dark as 2 images were obscured, not due to damage, but because they were blocked by boulders that had tumbled down from the mountain. The sky, resembling a scene scorched by fire, gradually dimmed, just as they began to relax. Dozens of meteors suddenly streaked across the darkened sky. They drew nearer, resembling fiery projectiles hurtling towards the Earth with great velocity. These fireballs were fragments of asteroids that had been propelled into the atmosphere upon impact, now plummeting back down. The adjacent mountain was unfortunate enough to be struck by these fireballs, the violent collisions resonating within the shelter and causing the occupants to cover their ears in sheer agony. Fortunately, they quickly regained their composure. Zhang Xun felt a surge of frustration, wondering what the designers were thinking, neglecting to account for such factors. "Are you all right?" He immediately glanced towards his wife and the others. They shook their heads, their pale faces etched with terror. The number of fireballs was limited, yet their coverage was extensive, and they were fortunate that their mountain remained unscathed. However, the screen brightened once more, revealing that the fireball impacts had ignited widespread wildfires. The vegetation that had survived the initial shockwave now faced a new calamity. Thus, the 4 of them sat in stunned silence, watching the raging inferno outside, realizing that such a scene could only be likened to a hellish landscape. In less than 10 minutes, countless glass beads rained down upon the surface like a sudden storm. This glass rain persisting for half an hour. By midnight, amid the howling winds, the flames outside not only failed to diminish but grew even more ferocious. The frequency of earthquakes has significantly diminished. Since 11 o'clock, only 2 minor aftershocks have occurred. It was already quite late when Zhang Xun turned to his wife, Du Jing, and said, "You and my parents should head to the second-floor warehouse to check the supplies on the shelves. If they're disorganized, please tidy them up a bit. I will go down to the 5th floor to inspect the equipment." Zhang Xun retrieved several walkie-talkies, distributing one to each person. Upon descending to the 5th floor, he made a beeline for the power generation equipment. Fortunately, the unit was equipped with a cushioning device. After a thorough inspection, he found that aside from some minor positional shifts, there was no significant damage. Utilizing tools such as jacks, he restored the generator to its original position and examined the temperature control and electrical control equipment, noting that there were no visible signs of impact or damage. He then spent an additional 2 hours consulting the manual and meticulously checking the status of each component against the specified parameters. Subsequently, he reviewed the condition of the fuel storage through the monitoring system. Thankfully, his foresight had led him to package fuels like charcoal and solid alcohol in wooden boxes, and these boxes, along with the ton barrels and gas cylinders, were properly secured, preventing any collisions or leaks. After completing these tasks, he proceeded to the second-floor warehouse and discovered that his wife and the others were still organizing the supplies. Although the edges of the shelves had been heightened, many items had still fallen, and the area remained rather disordered. Zhang Xun joined in the effort to restore order, spending approximately an hour and a half to achieve a preliminary organization. Some food items had torn bags and could not be stored for long, so he set them aside, intending to address them soon. Exhausted, the family found themselves worn out, with the clock striking 4 in the morning. Outside, a light rain had begun to fall, Yet the forest fire continued to rage, showing no signs of abating. The mountains now resembled a battlefield, starkly contrasting with their previous lushness, evoking sorrow in those who beheld them. Taking out several new blankets, Zhang Xun, worried for his mother, asked Du Jing to keep her company for the night while he stayed with his father-in-law. The following day, Zhang Xun awoke to find it was already past 10 o'clock. After rising, he noticed the atmosphere was still somewhat somber. Following his morning routine, he first visited the control room, where the temperature control system had issued a warning earlier, prompting the system to adjust the temperature automatically. For breakfast, Zhang Xun prepared 4 boxes of self-heating rice, opting for something simple. After eating, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. In the afternoon, Zhang Xun began to familiarize them with the shelter, starting from the 5th floor and detailing the functions and precautions of each area. He also entered their identification information into the system, encouraging their involvement in the shelter's management. The next day, Zhang Xun commenced assigning tasks, establishing a preliminary arrangement that could be adjusted as needed. His mother was tasked with overseeing the daily meals and laundry in the living area, as well as managing the poultry in the 4th floor breeding area, while his father-in-law was responsible for the agricultural sector's management and oversight. Du Jing is responsible for monitoring duties in the central control room, as well as managing the warehouse supplies. As for Zhang Xun, he is tasked with the daily inspection and maintenance of the various systems and equipment within the shelter. Although their responsibilities have been delineated, they are newcomers to the shelter and possess little understanding of its operations. Therefore, during the initial 2 weeks, Zhang Xun's plan was to engage in learning and training. For instance, he sought his mother's assistance in comprehending the usage of various intelligent appliances in the living area, such as the induction cooker, dishwasher, range hood, and washing machine. Du Jing, on the other hand, needed to familiarize herself with the materials management system and comprehend the parameters and types of alarms associated with the central control room, as well as how to respond to them. Zhang Xun's father-in-law is tasked with managing a large agricultural ecological zone, which, despite its high level of automation, still necessitates an understanding of operational principles and methods for handling unexpected situations. In truth, Zhang Xun himself is not well versed in many aspects, such as the cultivation within the agricultural zone, and will need to learn alongside his father-in-law. Fortunately, the technical guidance manual is quite comprehensive, supplemented by video tutorials that are straightforward and easy to follow, allowing for rapid learning. The subsequent step involves practical application. Gradually, everyone immersed themselves in a state of dedicated learning. There were aspects Zhang Xun could teach them, while there were also areas where he needed to learn alongside them. This state of engagement seemed to alleviate some of the fears and shadows cast by the apocalypse, and smiles began to emerge more frequently among them. Chapter 2. Life Underground. Just as Zhang Xun and his family began to acclimatize to their new life, the external environment grew increasingly hostile. From the following day, the air temperature outside the shelter began to rise steadily, soaring from 9 to 40 degrees Celsius. This wave of heat, accompanied by a gentle drizzle, persisted for approximately 3 weeks. Notably, during the periods of vegetation combustion, the surface temperature reached unprecedented heights. After 3 weeks, the temperature gradually began to recede, while the sky became increasingly dark and oppressive, devoid of any sunlight. The rain showed no signs of abating, intensifying significantly after the 2nd week, culminating in an extraordinary downpour within just a day. Zhang Xun recalled that this torrential rain would last for over a month, characterized by a highly acidic composition, rendering exposure to the outside world fatal. After weeks of intensive study, everyone had preliminarily grasped their respective responsibilities. Beginning in the 3rd week, after completing his inspections each day, Zhang Xun would head to the 4th level of the agricultural zone to assist his father-in-law in sowing the first batch of crops. The entire agricultural area spans over 500 square meters, employing both soil and hydroponic cultivation methods, with multi-layered growing structures. According to the suppliers, the actual planting area should amount to around 25 acres. Typically, this scientific cultivation approach yields outputs that surpass traditional farming methods. If fully operational, it could produce 3 harvests a year, yielding over 6,000 pounds of grain. However, Zhang Xun did not fully implement this. He utilized only about 1/5 of the cultivation area. Among this 1/5, half is dedicated to cultivating rice, while the other half is sown with various vegetables. The modest scale of cultivation primarily serves to accumulate experience, with the added factor that we currently possess a substantial reserve of food. We must first deplete a portion of our stored grain before fully engaging in agricultural endeavors. As for the oxygen issue, there is no cause for concern at least for the next 6 months, as the atmospheric oxygen levels are unlikely to experience a significant decline in the short term. The air filtration system within the shelter continues to facilitate gas exchange with the outside world. The initial days require a bit of toil, selecting seed varieties, activating sunlight systems, sowing, and incorporating growth agents, after which the work becomes somewhat easier, albeit daily record-keeping remains essential. Du Jing has quickly memorized much of the manual's content, and, in conjunction with practical experience, is now adept at performing simple operational and management tasks. The family has come to accept the arrival of the apocalypse, and life underground has become an unalterable reality. The paramount concern now is how to live well in the days ahead. By the 3rd week of survival in the shelter, the adjustment period has progressed smoothly, allowing us to effectively harness the shelter's inherent value and functionality. By the 4th week, a management protocol has begun to emerge. Upon rising at 7 or 8 in the morning, we first check the control room for any alarm notifications, ensuring that the status parameters of all systems are normal. Following breakfast, Zhang Xun conducts inspections across various floors while his father-in-law oversees and records the condition of the crops on the 4th floor. His mother tidies the living quarters and attends to the poultry in the breeding area. Du Jing periodically utilizes a tablet to monitor the consumption and inventory of supplies, also checking for items nearing expiration or showing signs of damage, which she organizes in advance. These tasks typically consume about 2 hours. After dinner, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law conduct another round of inspections throughout the shelter, confirming that all is well before they retire for the night. To be frank, the work is not overly strenuous and remains quite manageable. During the remaining hours, the family enjoys playing mahjong, engaging in games, or watching films together. Zhang Xun's mother has a fondness for square dancing and has cleared out a larger bedroom to serve as a dance space. Although the living room is more spacious, she prefers not to disturb others while dancing, thus opting for an unoccupied bedroom instead. Occasionally, after dinner, she invites others to join her in square dancing. Zhang Xun and Du Jing, lacking interest, cease participating after a few days. In contrast, his father-in-law has taken quite a liking to it. After learning various ballroom dances, such as waltz and slow 3 and 4, he has become increasingly enamored. The two dance for over an hour each evening. Zhang Xun, meanwhile, occasionally indulges in gaming, but is more frequently coaxed by his wife to accompany her to the movie room or to watch dramas in the living room. The relentless deluge from the outside world continues, with the air monitoring system's external sensors indicating that nuclear radiation levels are gradually stabilizing. At its peak on the 5th day, the radiation soared to 8,000 millisieverts per hour, but it has now settled at a more stable level of 2,500 millisieverts per hour. For context, consuming a banana exposes one to approximately 0.00001 millisieverts, while sleeping next to another person for 8 hours results in an exposure of about 0.00005 millisieverts. And a dental X-ray yields an exposure of 0.005 millisieverts. A radiation dose of 100 millisieverts exerts no immediate discernible effects on the human body. However, between 100 to 500 millisieverts, a reduction in white blood cells may occur, albeit without external symptoms or significant discomfort. When the radiation dose escalates to between 1,000 and 2,000 millisieverts, one may experience hair loss and symptoms such as nausea, at doses ranging from 2,000 to 4,000 millisieverts. A marked decrease in white blood cells is evident, accompanied by severe headaches and vomiting. This delineates the external radiation levels. Thanks to an efficient air filtration system and radiation shielding, the internal radiation levels within the shelter hover around 0.0002 millisieverts. Previously influenced by the external nuclear radiation spike, the shelter's radiation level had surged to 30 millisieverts, causing Zhang Xun considerable anxiety for several days. However, after reaching its zenith, the radiation levels began to decline, granting him a sense of relief. The torrential rainfall has also had significant repercussions, due to the shelter's corridors being situated within a ravine. By the 5th week of this apocalyptic scenario, flash floods began to emerge, with water levels continuously rising. Surveillance footage reveals that currently, half of the shelter's airtight door is submerged. As of now, the torrential rain has only been falling for half its expected duration, with an estimated 2 weeks remaining before it subsides. The silver lining is that the floodwaters have ceased to rise, averting the complete inundation of the corridors and exits. On February 27, 2025, during the 5th week of the apocalypse, after finishing breakfast, Zhang Xun proceeded with his routine inspection. 30 minutes later, the intercom crackled to life with Du Jing's voice. "Darling, I've discovered a crack in the corner of the warehouse. Please come quickly." A sense of urgency gripped Zhang Xun as he inquired. "I'm on my way. How large is the crack?" "About 20 centimeters. Fortunately, it was not excessively large." Zhang Xun swiftly arrived at the third-floor warehouse. He retrieved a measuring tape and found the crack to be 23 centimeters long and only 5 millimeters at its widest point, which posed no significant concern. However, he was apprehensive about whether the internal concrete structure of the shelter had sustained any damage from prior tremors. Were the steel plates and filling materials intact? Rather than hastily addressing the crack, he took out the ultrasound flaw detector provided in the shelter and commenced a systematic inspection of the internal structure. Ultrasound testing is well suited for detecting internal defects, boasting a broad detection range, high sensitivity, efficiency, and ease of operation. After a meticulous inspection lasting an entire day, he discovered over a dozen fissures within the concrete structure. Among these, 13 cracks measured less than 0.5 millimeters in width, while 3 exceeded this threshold, with the largest measuring 17 centimeters in length and 3 millimeters in width. Zhang Xun meticulously marked each one, deeming the minor cracks negligible, as they fell within the acceptable range according to national standards, and addressing them would be rather cumbersome. The priority lay with the 3 wider cracks, which required prompt attention. The following day, while conducting further inspections, he employed a portable radiographic testing device to examine the steel plates in the intermediate layer. Given that this radiographic testing emitted a degree of radiation, Zhang Xun exercised caution, limiting its use to critical welding joints. After selecting a few locations on each layer for inspection, he found no cracks in the intermediate steel layer, which alleviated his concerns. Next, it was time to address the concrete fissures, a task he undertook in collaboration with his father-in-law. They retrieved some cement from the material storage on the first floor, mixed it with an adhesive, and promptly sealed the exposed crack. For the internal fissures, they utilized a drilling machine to create small holes, through which they pumped the cement adhesive to fill the gaps. Once completed, this task was deemed resolved. Subsequently, Zhang Xun diligently recorded the entire discovery and remediation process in the shelter's operational log. Chapter 3. The First Expedition. On March 19, 2025, nearly 2 months after the apocalypse commenced, the torrential rains began to abate. Observations from the monitoring equipment indicated a slight decrease in the water levels outside the shelter. A week later, on March 26th, the rain finally ceased. Though the distant mountains continued to surge with torrential floods, the open ground outside the shelter had become visible, albeit muddy and littered with fallen rocks. The air temperature gradually returned to around 20 degrees Celsius, with expectations of further decline in the coming days. The radiation levels had also significantly diminished. Previously at 2,500 millisieverts, they had now dropped to 1,500 millisieverts, thanks to the cleansing effects of the heavy rains. Despite this reduction, the levels remained perilous for human health, as prolonged exposure without adequate shelter was intolerable. Recently, the shelter faced a new challenge. Half of the air filtration system's filter elements had become clogged. The early warning indicators in the control room were persistently alarming, and had it not been for the other half still functioning, Zhang Xun's family would likely have struggled to endure much longer. The shelter, in fact, maintained multiple communication routes to the outside world, including an escape tunnel and several air exchange passages located above the main corridor, though these latter passages were considerably narrower, measuring merely 0.8 meters in diameter. Due to the previous cataclysmic impacts and wildfires, the atmosphere was saturated with copious amounts of dust and ash, causing the filtering capacity and efficacy of these filtration units to rapidly approach their limits. Both internal and external filter systems operated concurrently. While the internal filters fared reasonably well, it was the filters in the conduits that required replacement. Generally speaking, the VA-150 filter from the Israeli company BICE, priced at over $60,000, could last up to 5 years under normal conditions. However, under the current circumstances, it was on the brink of failure after less than 2 months of use. Fortunately, he had previously stockpiled many replacements and was not concerned about the lack thereof, especially with the sustained decrease in airborne dust content. The subsequent lifespan would likely be extended, and the replacement intervals would not be as short. Moreover, several of the conduit exits had become obstructed by soil and stones, necessitating clearance. During this period, he awaited the cessation of rain, preparing for the cleanup while repeatedly reviewing the ingress and egress protocols under disaster conditions. On the morning of March 28th at 9 a.m., the sky remained shrouded in gray. After donning protective gear, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law opened the second gate and maneuvered a bulldozer between the two large gates. This time, the two men ventured out to perform the task, while Du Jing and his mother remained in the shelter, ready to monitor and provide assistance at a moment's notice. 20 minutes later, after relocating tools and supplies to the designated area, Zhang Xun notified Du Jing in the control room via radio to close the second gate, followed by the gradual opening of the first gate. As the large gate creaked open, the sound of falling stones echoed through the passage, swiftly forming a large mound of earth, with only about a meter of clearance at the top and the exit. Once the gate was fully opened, Zhang Xun drove the bulldozer to clear away the debris, making several passes until the passage was completely unobstructed. He then tidied up the area in front of the gate, pushing the fallen rocks to the sides. Having completed these tasks, he hurried down to assist his father-in-law in transferring tools and spare filters. The mountainside bore no traces of vegetation. His prior suggestion for a concealed design had become a mere jest. However, this also spared them the time spent searching for precise locations. Standing directly in front of the shelter, a brief observation revealed the spot. Zhang Xun and his father-in-law cautiously ascended towards the highest conduit, tools in hand and filters strapped to their backs, navigating the slippery terrain with great difficulty. After a strenuous climb, their first task was to clear away the stones and debris that covered the entrance. Using their tools, they spent over 10 minutes removing the stones. Once Zhang Xun removed the steel barricade at the entrance of the conduit, he squeezed inside. The passage was narrow, and as he crawled in, his father-in-law lowered the filter down with a rope. The conduit sloped downward, featuring a right angle in the shape of an inverted L, designed to effectively shield against direct nuclear radiation. As Zhang Xun received the filter, he hooked his toes onto a latch and, lying prone in the passage, removed the clogged old filter, subsequently installing the new one. After completing these tasks, he did not immediately exit to hand the old filter cartridge to his father-in-law. Instead, he requested that his father-in-law toss over another set of tools, as he needed to clear out some small stones and debris from the passage. Clad in protective gear, his movements were somewhat cumbersome, causing the replacement and cleaning of each passage filter to proceed at a sluggish pace. Each passage required over an hour to complete, and there were 5 such passages in total. Starting from 9 a.m., the endeavor extended well into the afternoon, concluding only after 3 p.m. with the final filter change. The exertion was considerable, necessitating frequent breaks for rest. Once the steel mesh at the passage's entrance was securely reinstalled, he sought out several surveillance positions, clearing the surface of soil and stones, and wiping away any adhering matter. One camera had been shattered by a boulder, and he could not address it at the moment. He would have to revisit it later to assess the possibility of replacement. After descending, Zhang Xun gathered all the discarded filter cartridges and used a bulldozer to push a mound of soil and stones over them, completely burying them. Preparing to enter again, Zhang Xun climbed atop the bulldozer's cabin and, through the protective window, gazed into the distance. The road leading to the provincial highway was now unrecognizable, littered with rocks of various sizes and covered by a layer of dark gray sludge. He mused that an opportunity to clean it up would need to be sought in the future. The corner of the provincial highway that had once been visible was now entirely submerged by the mountain flood, and he wondered if the water level would recede. In his heart, he hoped it would not, as the impending harsh winter would coat the surface with a thick layer of ice. If the water level fell, the previously damaged provincial highway would certainly be impassable, with many boulders obstructing the way out, making escape impossible. Conversely, if the water level remained high, vehicles traversing the icy surface would have an unobstructed path. After observing for a while, Zhang Xun returned to the cabin and drove the vehicle back to the shelter. Upon seeing the two return, Du Jing, in the control room, closed the first steel door after receiving Zhang Xun's notification. The air filtration system began its operation, exchanging the air in that section, followed by the activation of the spraying system. After approximately 15 minutes of rinsing, Zhang Xun retrieved a radiation detector from the tool cabinet on the wall to measure the radiation levels on the protective suits and the vehicle surface. Upon reaching the preliminary safety standards, both he and his father-in-law removed their first layer of protective gear and placed it in the nearby red trash bin. Notifying Du Jing to open the second door, Zhang Xun swiftly drove the bulldozer through the second door, which closed immediately after both were inside. At this point, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law each took a hose and connected it to the water tank that had been prepositioned. The tank was filled with soapy water, and they continued to wash the bulldozer from various angles. After the washing, they rechecked the radiation levels, which had now dropped to a harmless level for humans. However, Zhang Xun, still uneasy, decided to implement a third layer of precaution. A colossal cover was fitted onto the bulldozer, its surface coated with a black plastic layer made of composite materials. Subsequently, the two individuals doused themselves with soapy water to cleanse their bodies. They tidied up the litter on the ground, dried the moisture, and confirmed that the radiation levels were exceedingly low before finally removing the inner layer of protective clothing. To err on the side of caution, the bulldozer was temporarily left in the corridor and not returned to the first-level warehouse just yet. After tidying up, they hurried back to their living quarters, exhausted and famished after a long day. Covered in sweat, they first indulged in a hot shower, and by the time they emerged, their mother had already prepared a meal. During dinner, the father-in-law jested, saying that aside from the gravity, this outing resembled a spacewalk at the Chinese space station. What a hassle. Chapter 4. Daily Life on April 16, 2025, at 8:15 a.m., the external monitoring data was updated. Radiation measured 1320 millisieverts, temperature at 10 p.m. 5 at 2:47 p.m. 10 at 200, sulfur dioxide, SO2, at 600, and oxygen content at 197. Du Jing meticulously recorded these monitoring data in the operational log. The screen displayed the external area's data in bold red, indicating that humanity could not survive long-term in such an environment. Although the system could automatically log and classify the data, Zhang Xun insisted on retaining a paper record. Originally, these tasks were Zhang Xun's responsibility, but to alleviate his workload, Du Jing voluntarily took on this task. Recently, Zhang Xun had been preoccupied with the renovation of the waste processing station, primarily due to the increasing amount of waste generated by the shelter. After some time, this waste began to emit foul odors, mold, and various microorganisms, as the initial design had not accounted for such considerations. Initially, it was relatively straightforward, a standalone waste storage point, complemented by a home waste compactor. 2 additional units were stored in the equipment warehouse. However, Zhang Xun's family could not casually dispose of the waste, leading to issues when a refuse lingered too long. Last Tuesday, the air filtration system on the first level of the shelter suddenly emitted a warning. After thorough investigation, Zhang Xun discovered the problem lay with the waste station. Thus, the renovation of the waste processing facility was prioritized. The following day, he dedicated half a day to evacuating the accumulated refuse and properly burying it. The renovation primarily focused on deodorization and bacteriostasis, which did not entail a substantial workload. To commence, they utilized redundant pathways in the temperature control and ventilation system to lay out a relatively independent pipeline, connecting the waste station to the outside. Inside the waste station, they installed a fan and a spraying apparatus. Every 3 days, the collected refuse would be packaged and placed in the waste station for compression, after which the sprayer would dispense disinfectants and deodorants onto the refuse. After 15 minutes, the fan was activated for an hour to expel the air within the waste station, facilitating a thorough gas exchange. The newly introduced air, having been filtered and possessing a lower temperature, effectively curbed bacterial proliferation within the waste treatment facility. Given the station's modest dimensions and the substantial insulating materials accumulated by Zhang Xun, he took the initiative to apply a layer of such insulation to the inner walls of the station to prevent the escape of cool air. The entire process, including the time spent disposing of garbage, spanned 4 days. It was not exhausting, though it proved somewhat cumbersome. Upon completing this project, the family restructured their daily workflow, and after a few days of adjustment, they discovered it was both more rational and efficient than before. During this period, Zhang Xun had gained a noticeable amount of weight, the most among the 4. His mother and father-in-law danced daily without any weight gain, and his wife exercised for an hour each evening after dinner, also remaining unchanged in her physique. Only he had succumbed to weight gain, unable to bear it any longer. Du Jing insisted on accompanying him to the gym for workouts every evening after his inspections. While the living quarters may not be luxurious, they offer ample recreational activities. There is a movie room whose screen, though not as large as that of a cinema, is significantly bigger than the living room television, and the dim environment enhances the viewing experience. Additionally, there is a study filled with a variety of books. Occasionally, the father-in-law and mother would visit to read. They are not accustomed to ebooks, preferring the tactile experience of physical books. Zhang Xun and Du Jing's favorite, however, is the gaming room, which is likely the largest room aside from the living area. It is equipped with 3 desktop computers for various single-player games, alongside a Sony PS5, an Xbox console, and a laser simulation shooting system. The most expensive item is the VR set. Standing on a balance board, donning the VR headset, and wielding the game controller allows for an incredibly immersive experience. His mother and father-in-law lost interest after 2 attempts, citing the overwhelming visual stimulation, while his wife often competed with him for a turn of play. In the gaming room, they can also engage in mahjong, card games, and chess, among other pastimes. Initially, they contemplated acquiring a pool table, but due to space constraints, it was relegated to the corner of the living room. The control room requires little mention, while Zhang Xun has personally experienced the medical room once. During the last pipe relocation, he accidentally struck his calf against a steel belt, resulting in a cut that required a few stitches, promptly administered by Du Jing in the medical room. This marked the first injury, albeit a minor one, to occur thus far. Following the survival guidelines previously established for the shelter, Zhang Xun and his family deliberated on certain modifications, primarily dictated by their current environment and circumstances. Additionally, at the strong urging of his mother and Du Jing, they undertook a comprehensive optimization of the safety operating procedures. Moreover, it was unanimously decided that there should be at least 3 to 4 comprehensive drills each month, such as fire drills, evacuation exercises, chemical defense simulations, medical rescue training, and emergency response procedures. Zhang Xun felt a sense of comfort. At that moment, his family had truly integrated into this post-apocalyptic world, becoming part of the survival system within the shelter. On May 1st, 2025, the external temperature plummeted to -35 degrees Celsius, and the scene outside was shrouded in darkness. It was not that the cameras were malfunctioning. Rather, they were cloaked beneath a thick blanket of snow. The radiation levels in the air had further diminished, now measuring only 1100 millisieverts. This was primarily due to the previous torrential rains and the snowstorm that had brought most of the nuclear radiation down to the surface. The temperature continued to drop, and Zhang Xun understood that this was far from the limit. In his memory, the average temperature in this region during the latter half of the apocalypse had been -50 degrees, with the following year witnessing a further decline to -60. Furthermore, the snow and ice outside were rife with intense nuclear radiation. Consuming melted snow for water would likely shorten one's lifespan by more than half. And in the limited years that remained, one would endure extreme suffering. However, the underground water source beneath the shelter remained largely unaffected, primarily due to its depth and constant flow. The radiation levels of the groundwater had indeed risen slightly, albeit insignificantly, and the water they used underwent secondary precise filtration, posing no harm to the human body. Thus, Zhang Xun chose to overlook it. The daily consumption of water in the shelter was substantial, and the wastewater produced was also expelled. It was not that Zhang Xun wished to neglect it, but currently, it held little value, and storing it within the shelter would only waste precious space. His greater concern lay with the issues surrounding waste gases and wastewater, which were challenging to pump out and emitted a strong odor, necessitating the establishment of a dedicated cesspool. The designer had accounted for potential biogas utilization in the future. However, Zhang Xun was not currently facing an energy crisis. These waste gases and waters represented an unsafe factor for him. If the wastewater reached capacity, it would overflow through the pipes, and the same applied to the waste gases, which posed a poisoning risk during defecation. Therefore, he needed to prepare additional drainage and exhaust pipes in advance. When the cesspool reached a certain water level, the drainage valve would automatically open, connecting to the main drainage pump system to expel a portion of the water from the cesspool. The exhaust system operated similarly. When the internal pressure reached a warning level, the exhaust valve would automatically activate. Zhang Xun's insistence on a programmable control system had proven advantageous. Beyond the necessary pipeline design, he only needed to utilize a few sensors, IoT units, and write a new program to integrate into the main control system, enabling remote regulation of any area within the shelter. Chapter 5, Pregnancy. Darling, my father and your mother. That night, Du Jing lay in bed, her expression uncertain, her words trailing off. What about Mom and Dad? Zhang Xun inquired, turning his head to look at her. Have they been a bit too ambiguous lately? Du Jing bit her lip and stated directly. Zhang Xun chuckled upon hearing this. He hadn't paid much attention before, but upon reflection, it indeed seemed that way. 4 months had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, and spending every day together inevitably sparked some chemistry. What do you think? Zhang Xun first sought his wife's opinion. I'm not sure what to do. Du Jing shook her head. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xun spoke up again, suggesting, how about this? If they both have feelings for each other, why not support them? In this post-apocalyptic world, aside from their children, the elderly need some emotional solace. But I'm not certain, Du Jing replied. That's all right. Tomorrow we can subtly inquire and assess the situation. Zhang Xun continued with a smile. You can talk to my mother, and I'll engage with my father. Yes, that seems the only way, Du Jing nodded. Let's get some rest. Just as Zhang Xun was about to turn off the light, Du Jing suddenly sat up and rushed to the bathroom, covering her mouth. Zhang Xun, fearing she was unwell, quickly followed her. Du Jing leaned over the sink, feeling nauseous. Wanted to vomit, but unable to. What is wrong? Are you feeling ill? Don't scare me, Zhang Xun said anxiously. Du Jing remained silent, gripping the sink, and it took her a while to recover. Seeing her husband's worried expression warmed her heart, and she reassured him, I just feel a bit nauseous. Do you know what the issue is? Zhang Xun asked, being unfamiliar with such matters. His wife studied nursing and had since self-taught much medical knowledge. Du Jing nodded and then shook her head, telling him, go fetch a pregnancy test from the medical room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xun's pupils dilated, quickly filling with overwhelming excitement as he tentatively asked, are you saying? I'm not sure yet. Hurry up and get it. Du Jing shot him a look, pushing him out. 20 minutes later, Du Jing emerged from the bathroom. Under Zhang Xun's eager gaze, she nodded and said 2 lines. Hearing this, he felt a bit flustered. After all, it was their first child, and he had no mental preparation or experience. Du Jing remède composed, advising Zhang Xun. Let us not tell our parents yet. Let us clarify their situation first. All right, Zhang Xun agreed with a nod. The next day, they each took separate actions to delicately broach the subject with their parents. After some subtle probing, both parties expressed their feelings, albeit shyly, fearing Zhang Xun and his wife might have their own opinions. During dinner that evening, Du Jing and Zhang Xun expressed their support for the couple's budding relationship, which eased their parents' concerns. Once everything was laid out, Zhang Xun proposed organizing a simple wedding for the two. Although the parents feigned reluctance, they ultimately yielded to the couple's persuasion and agreed. In the following 2 days, after a few individuals completed their respective tasks, they dedicated some time to arrange the room. Naturally, these tasks were relatively simple, and everything was swiftly accomplished. On May 17, 2025, Zhang Xun's biological mother and Du Jing's biological father officially united in marriage. The refuge had not prepared wedding attire, so they had to settle for alternative garments. After a brief ceremony, they enjoyed a delightful meal, thus marking the completion of the wedding. During the meal, Zhang Xun announced the joyous news of Du Jing's pregnancy, which, for the parents, constituted the most cherished gift from their children. Life in the post-apocalyptic world continued, and due to Du Jing's condition, Zhang Xun initially intended for her to rest and refrain from any labor. However, she resolutely declined. I have just begun. I am not incapacitated, Du Jing retorted, adding that lying around all day would not be beneficial for the baby. Zhang Xun, ever accommodating, yielded to her wishes but remained increasingly attentive to his wife, often staying by her side. Seizing the early hours, Du Jing also took some time to provide training to her mother and Zhang Xun regarding childbirth. In the event of her labor, it would be perilous for the family to be unprepared. Although the medical facilities in the refuge were quite rudimentary, they still surpassed the capabilities of a typical rural clinic, equipped with devices such as ultrasound machines, small X-ray machines, shadowless operating tables, and blood cell analyzers. In the days that followed, Du Jing had undoubtedly become the family's treasured gem. Zhang Xun no longer permitted her to inspect the warehouse supplies, fearing any unforeseen circumstances. To ensure she had access to fresh produce, her father-in-law even cultivated some fruits in the agricultural zone, such as cherry tomatoes and strawberries, which, thanks to hydroponic techniques, could be harvested within 2 months, independent of seasonal constraints. The fruits purchased before the apocalypse had long been consumed, with some having spoiled due to their short shelf life. Fortunately, a portion of the previously cultivated vegetables was now ready for harvest, marking the family's first experience of consuming their homegrown produce since the onset of the apocalypse. The rice they planted was still growing and had begun to form ears, yet it had not yet reached the harvesting standard. According to the assessments of the Ecological Systems AI steward, the expected yield was approximately 700 kilograms. After threshing and drying, the weight would further diminish, with an estimated final yield of around 600 kilograms. In truth, this amount of grain would sufficiently meet the annual consumption of their family of 4. Zhang Xun felt quite satisfied with this outcome, and, comparatively, the oxygen levels in the 4th-level agricultural ecological zone were higher than in other areas. Occasionally, both his mother and Du Jing enjoyed spending time there, as the sight of the greenery brought them relaxation and joy, especially after such a long absence of vibrant colors. The impending arrival of a child filled the family with hope and anticipation. What sound? With her heightened sensitivity to sound, Du Jing, who was pregnant, strolled around with Zhang Xun after their meal. It's merely the noise generated by the equipment below, Zhang explained. Typically, the machinery in the shelter produces some noise, but thanks to special soundproofing measures, their operation does not disturb the living quarters. Moreover, sound-absorbing materials have been installed between the different levels, particularly in the living areas, ensuring that the sound insulation exceeds standard requirements. Something feels different today. Listen closely, Du Jing stated with precision. Zhang Xun raised his head, intently focusing on the sounds. And before long, he too discerned a notable increase in the operational noise of the equipment, accompanied occasionally by sharp, unusual sounds. Not wanting to take any chances, he said to Du Jing, "You should head back. I'll go check it out." Du Jing nodded, advising be careful. In truth, the change in sound was subtle, and, accustomed to the usual noise, had not immediately noticed it. Thankfully, Du Jing's keen observation had alerted him. This situation was also addressed in the shelter's operational maintenance manual, outlining the necessary procedures. First, Zhang Xun retrieved a vibration detection device and assessed the vibration levels of all equipment in axial, longitudinal, and horizontal directions. After recording all vibration data and comparing it with previous monitoring results, he found that, while the figures had not reached warning levels, they exhibited a rising trend. This scenario generally indicated 3 potential issues. 1. Significant assembly errors, leading to inadequate alignment and calibration. 2. Poor lubrication, resulting in wear on the equipment's drive shafts, causing dry friction, and, subsequently, localized high temperatures and vibrations. 3. Resonance occurring at rotating components, among other possibilities. Methodically, Zhang Xun ruled out each cause, ultimately identifying the second issue, insufficient lubrication. Perhaps in an effort to conserve materials, he had previously added too little lubricant, resulting in accelerated consumption, he speculated. He promptly went to the storage room to fetch a tub of grease and replenish the bearings and motor shafts of various equipment with fresh lubricant. After completing this task, he waited for half an hour before measuring the equipment's vibration levels again, only to discover a significant decrease across all metrics. While relieved, Zhang Xun reminded himself that these data should not merely be recorded during inspections. They must also be analyzed using the shelter's AI capabilities. After all, visual representations and graphs are far more intuitive than scattered data points. In the following 2 days, he rewrote an analysis program to incorporate vibrations, sound decibels, and other often overlooked data into the shelter's monitoring system. Chapter 6. Installing the antenna. In mid-June, nearly 5 months had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the first harvest of crops had begun. Zhang Xun's entire family mobilized, and within half a day, they had completely harvested the rice, which would not be replanted for some time. This endeavor was primarily aimed at accumulating relevant experience, especially considering Zhang Xun had previously purchased a substantial amount of food supplies. They must conserve a portion of their resources and be judicious with the limited nutrients available for cultivating crops. Currently, their primary focus is on growing a variety of vegetables and fruits. After harvesting the rice, they proceeded with drying and threshing. In the 4th tier of the agricultural ecozone, there exists a designated area for crop processing with a pre-prepared threshing machine and flour mill proved invaluable. That evening, the family delighted in the freshest rice, preparing an abundant feast to celebrate. After the meal, they gathered on the living room sofa to watch television. Observing the lively scenes in the drama, their mother sighed, pondering the state of the world outside. A sudden silence enveloped the 4 of them. None knew the answer. In such an environment, even if they had miraculously evaded the initial disaster, surviving long-term would prove exceedingly difficult. In Zhang Xun's memories, both he and Du Jing had succumbed to radiation sickness compounded by scarcity of food. The official shelters had mitigated most of the nuclear radiation, yet each day, lives were still lost to radiation sickness. Radiation, severe cold, and oxygen deprivation would inevitably claim 99 lives. It was merely a matter of time. The survival of the remaining 1 hinged solely on their luck. I shall devise a plan tomorrow to see if I can intercept signal from the outside. Zhang Xun reassured them. Early the next morning, Zhang Xun rose and quickly conducted a thorough inspection of the shelter, skipping breakfast to retrieve the previously purchased radio receiving equipment from the storage room. The complete system comprised an antenna, feed line, SDR receiver, and PC software. Since the shelter's design had initially accounted for radio communication channels, he merely needed to install the receiving antenna and proceed to the debugging phase. After dedicating 2 days to diligently studying the principles and methods of radio technology, he conducted a test within the shelter to confirm everything was functioning correctly before reopening the shelter's doors. This time, he was joined by his father-in-law, and instead of immediately installing the equipment, they first addressed the disposal of refuse. The installation site was adjacent to one of the ventilation passages, where the radio communication channel was strategically placed for optimal protection. The two collaborated to encase the pre-prepared aluminum alloy tubing, wrapped in insulation material, inserting the receiving line and establishing the connections before erecting the dish-shaped antenna, to prevent the antenna from being buried under heavy snow. The supporting steel frame was elevated 3 meters high and angled towards the east. After wrapping it in insulation material, they secured the 4 legs connecting the base frame to the ground with steel nails. Subsequently, Zhang Xun waved his arms at the camera. Du Jing, monitoring from within, began adjusting the orientation of the antenna. The antenna's ability to rotate signified a successful connection, but further adjustments would be necessary, a task Du Jing could not assist with. Rather than returning immediately, the two continued to clear the snow and debris from the upper passage of the shelter, ensuring the camera area received the same attention. As the temperature continued to plummet, monitoring before stepping out in the morning had already reached a chilling 48 degrees. It was truly frigid. Zhang Xun and his father-in-law were bundled in thick layers beneath their protective suits. This outing proved to be more exhausting than their initial venture. After clearing the snow from the pathways and around the cameras, the two cautiously supported each other back onto the flat ground of the main corridor. Before entering, he glanced once more towards the provincial road, a vast expanse of white that glimmered slightly, possibly indicating a layer of ice. The snow in front of the shelter had begun to melt into a solid form, firm enough that stepping onto it did not cause one to sink. This was promising news for Zhang Xun. Perhaps he would not find himself trapped beneath it when he ventured out to drive in the future. He would verify this later to ascertain the outcome. Following a complex decontamination process, the two re-entered the shelter. Fortunately, as they had not driven out this time, the decontamination took significantly less time. Upon returning to the living area and shedding their heavy garments, Zhang Xun approached the signal receiver and began to adjust it. First, he rotated the receiving antenna to test the reception direction. Due to the mountain's obstruction, the search angles were limited, with the northeast direction being the most accessible. Before the apocalypse, Zhang Xun had researched the effects of nuclear explosions on wireless communication online, and the prognosis was rather grim. The range and duration of a small-scale nuclear explosion's impact were limited, particularly with high-altitude, high-yield detonations, which produced 2 types of effects. The first was a nuclear electromagnetic pulse, occurring during the explosion, lasting a brief moment, capable of directly interfering with and damaging electronic systems, including communication devices. The second was the additional ionospheric effect, which had a severe short-term impact on shortwave radio communication and radar observation without damaging the equipment itself. In the pre-apocalyptic era, humanity had actively launched high-yield nuclear bombs that detonated at high altitudes, generating copious amounts of radioactive clouds. When many fission products ascended above 15 kilometers, they would create the additional ionospheric effect. Given the immense yield, the duration of this additional ionospheric effect was uncertain, even for Zhang Xun. He did not harbor much confidence for this attempt, nor was he an avid radio enthusiast. His knowledge on the subject was scant, yet he grasped the fundamental principles. Essentially, it relied on the receiving antenna to capture airborne radio waves, with the tuning circuit selecting the desired frequency signal, while the detector converted high-frequency signals back into audio frequency signals, demodulation. The demodulated audio signals were then amplified to achieve sufficient power, ultimately being converted back into broadcast content through electroacoustic transformation. In simpler terms, this device functioned as a more complex radio, equipped with the capability to transmit signals. Zhang Xun certainly had no intention of actively broadcasting signals. Not only was he unsure if the power could reach adequate levels, but he was also primarily concerned that doing so might reveal his location. He meticulously navigated through the channels on the radio, but was met predominantly with static. At times, a sharp, jarring sound accompanies the atmosphere, indicating that radiation has severely disrupted the radio signals. After 2 hours of fruitlessly scanning through various channels, Zhang Xun and his family conceded that receiving any external signals was simply impossible at this stage. The internal structure of the shelter effectively shields against external radiation and interference, allowing devices such as walkie-talkies and IoT equipment to operate safely and smoothly. Although somewhat disheartened, life must go on, mustn't it? The following day marked the day of the full-scale drill. After completing their respective tasks, this was their 5th rehearsal, and notably, the first medical emergency drill, with Du Jing serving as the chief commander. Recently, she had frequently trained her family in this area of knowledge and practice, utilizing a mannequin, a gift from the shopkeeper during a previous clothing purchase, to simulate various types of emergency care. This occasion served as a test of everyone's skills, focusing on how to handle emergencies such as smoke inhalation leading to fainting, excessive bleeding, strokes, fractures, and foreign objects in the throat. Under Du Jing's supervision, Zhang Xun, his mother, and his father-in-law each had to independently demonstrate the entire process. However, his mother and father-in-law repeatedly muddled the order of the rescue steps, which greatly frustrated Du Jing, prompting her to issue stern critiques. Naturally, Zhang Xun, who was secretly amused by the situation, was also caught by Du Jing and had to demonstrate the procedure twice more before she would relent. After nearly 2 hours of practice, the drill concluded to Du Jing's satisfaction. Chapter 7. Preparations for Departure. In the following week, Zhang Xun dedicated some time each day to activate the radio receiving equipment. Though he knew the chances of success were slim, he still harbored a flicker of hope. Having been isolated for too long, he yearned to hear even the faintest sound of human activity. Each attempt yielded nothing. Surrounded by mountains in a relatively remote area, even a high-powered transmitter signal would swiftly diminish under the strong radiation interference. He pondered the extent of the signal's attenuation. Should he conduct a test? He felt a stirring of temptation within him, which would necessitate venturing outside again, and this could be considered a considerable journey. However, upon sharing his thoughts with his family, he faced unanimous opposition from Du Jing and his mother. They conceded he could go out, but insisted he remain close to the shelter, deeming it too dangerous to stray far, as no one could predict what might occur, especially with Du Jing being pregnant, which heightened their concerns. Seeing their strong resistance, Zhang Xun calmed himself. Indeed, it was easy to speak of daring ventures, but without thorough preparation, venturing out recklessly was undeniably perilous. Nevertheless, he was not ready to abandon his intentions. He aimed to persuade his wife and mother while ensuring that all necessary preparations were meticulously arranged. It is now July, and the temperature outside has soared to 50 degrees Celsius. For nearly half a year, the Earth's environment has plunged into its most dire state, compelling Zhang Xun to brace for the worst. Furthermore, the oxygen levels in the atmosphere have dwindled even further. Prior to the apocalypse, oxygen concentration hovered around 21%, but it has now plummeted to a mere 8%. The shelter had long since activated its electrolysis oxygen generation system to maintain normal levels. Typically, every 10 liters of air contains approximately 2.095 liters of oxygen, a concentration equivalent to residing at an altitude of 3,658 meters in Lhasa. When Zhang Xun ventured outside to install an antenna, he had to carry an oxygen tank within his protective suit. Otherwise, he risked succumbing to hypoxia while working. This starkly contrasts the experiences of those living at high altitudes, as locals in Tibet have acclimatized to the plateau environment, while many tourists struggle to adapt even for a short duration. Should Zhang Xun decide to venture out, he must not only prepare for insulation, but also shield himself from radiation in a low-oxygen environment. Moreover, navigation poses a significant challenge, as maps have largely become obsolete, making the task of finding his way back a crucial consideration. In the garage, there's a recreational vehicle and 2 Dongfeng Mengshu RV off-road vehicles. To combat the harsh conditions of low temperatures, diminished oxygen, and intense radiation, Zhang Xun has meticulously modified these vehicles, filling critical areas with insulation materials, lead plates, and radiation-resistant coatings. In addition to the insulation measures for the engine, he has installed an oxygen supply system and an electric heating device to prevent the engine from failing to start outdoors due to hypoxia and low temperatures. The thought of going outside has constantly occupied his mind. While he prepares meticulously, he also finds himself explaining his intentions to Du Jing and his mother. Initially, their stance was resolute, But after Zhang Xun's patient persuasion, they eventually relented. Recognizing an opportunity, he intensified his efforts by sharing his plans and preparations. Ultimately, Du Jing and his mother were swayed and consented to his expedition. This time, he intends to go alone, as his father-in-law is rather elderly and may struggle physically. Zhang Xun conducted a thorough inspection of the off-road vehicle, confirming its airtight integrity. Although not completely sealed, it can block most of the frigid air from infiltrating. Additionally, the exterior of the vehicle has been outfitted with lead plates and coated with radiation-resistant material to mitigate radiation exposure. To ensure an adequate fuel supply, he prepared a 70L auxiliary fuel tank in the back seat. Leaving it outside would lead to rapid freezing, complicating refueling efforts. To prevent skidding and accidents, he also equipped all 4 tires with anti-skid chains. He has quite a few items to bring along. On the roof, he has secured a mountain bike for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, since the entire journey will require him to wear protective gear, eating will prove challenging, prompting Du Jing to devise a solution. She procured 2 new bags for injections, filling one with chicken broth and the other with an energy drink. The tubing was affixed to his face with adhesive tape, allowing him to sip whenever hunger struck. These bags nestled comfortably within the pocket of his inner garment, serving a dual purpose of insulation. Beyond these precautions, he remained focused on his primary objective, equipping the off-road vehicle with a high-powered radio transceiver. The plan was to send messages to the shelter at intervals, thereby assessing the extent of radiation interference on the radio signals. Additionally, there was an unplanned goal to explore the town where they had resided on the day of the apocalypse. Of course, his motives were not purely altruistic. He was driven by curiosity to see if any remnants of humanity survived in such an environment. With this thought in mind, he did not take any chances, procuring from the warehouse the previously purchased Tonto and crossbow for self-defense, dismissing the nail gun due to its susceptibility to freezing in low temperatures. Regarding navigation, 3 methods were at his disposal. The first relied on the vehicle's sensors to perceive surrounding structures, obstacles, and terrain, establishing a 3-dimensional model to achieve visual navigation without the aid of networks or maps. This method was primarily effective in urban settings before the apocalypse, and Zhang Xun was uncertain whether a visual navigation system could be constructed in the mountainous terrain. Thus, he prepared 2 additional methods. The second, albeit unreliable, involved using the vehicle's radio transceiver to track transmission sources for position confirmation, a rather rudimentary and potentially ineffective approach. The third method, the most effective, was labor-intensive and prone to exposing the general location of the shelter. It entailed placing a beacon device at intervals along the roadside as the vehicle progressed, allowing Zhang Xun to find his way back using the beacon signals. For the sake of caution, he resolved to prioritize this third method, employing the other 2 as supplementary measures. The preparation took a week, and to ensure absolute certainty, he installed an ice radar on the vehicle's roof to monitor the thickness of the ice approximately 60 meters ahead. According to ice rink standards, if the ice thickness fell below 50 centimeters, passage should be avoided. On July 16, 2025, under the eager gaze of his family, Zhang Xun officially embarked on his first long-distance outing, colloquially referred to as going out. Fully equipped, he gently maneuvered the vehicle out of the shelter, noting that the ice layer on the nearby road was relatively thin, measuring around 40 centimeters, as the previous mountain flood had receded, revealing the earthen ground beneath the ice. Zhang Xun drove slowly, steering towards the direction that connected to the provincial road, finding it not difficult thanks to the surrounding mountains as a reference point. After 20 minutes, the vehicle arrived at a junction, where he first signaled the shelter with the radio equipment before placing a beacon device on the ice. As preparations commenced, Zhang Xun had already imparted some operational techniques of the radio to Du Jing. Now it was time to ascertain whether the shelter could receive signals and respond. The sky remained shrouded in a gray haze, and the vehicle's lights were long since illuminated. Seated within the car, Zhang Xun gazed at the distant mountains, patiently awaiting the receiver's reaction. Chapter 8. The Ruins. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The radio equipment emitted a cacophony of static. After 5 minutes of waiting without a reply, just as he contemplated sending another signal, a voice emerged from the receiver. "Honey, can you hear me?" The voice was relatively clear, albeit interspersed with some noise. "I can hear you. How is the signal on your end?" Zhang Xun replied, surprised that the shelter had directly transmitted an audio signal. "We just received the signal. The channel was misconfigured during decoding, but it's rectified now." Following this, Du Jing's voice resonated once more. How are you feeling now? Is everything with you and the vehicle all right? Rest assured, everything is fine. I will be heading east shortly and will contact you again, Zhang Xun assured her. All right. The engine remained running as Zhang Xun glanced at the compass and retrieved a pre-prepared paper map for reference. He turned the steering wheel to the right, guiding the vehicle toward the small town. The provincial road had completely vanished, and the occasional protruding boulders on the ice bore witness to the devastation wrought by the earthquake. He maintained a speed of approximately 35 miles per hour, and the ice radar consistently displayed green scanning images, indicating that the ice layer's thickness was within a safe range. Every 7 kilometers or so, Zhang Xun would halt to deploy a beacon, glancing back to catch a faint glimpse of the previous beacon's flashing light, which offered him a measure of reassurance. After every 10 kilometers, he called a shelter. Since audio transmission was now direct, the previously prepared simulated signals were rendered unnecessary. The audio signals for the first and second 10 kilometers were relatively stable, with only a slight attenuation in signal strength that did not hinder reception. After an hour and 20 minutes, Zhang Xun discerned a structure, albeit a partial one, as half of it lay covered by ice. He recognized it as the sole 4-star hotel in the tourist town. Due to the hotel's elevated position, it had not been entirely submerged. However, there was no trace of the guest house where Zhang Xun's family had previously stayed. It may have been swept away by the flood. Sighing inwardly, Zhang Xun lamented that, after enduring 6 months of extreme conditions, no life could possibly survive here. To substantiate his suspicions, Zhang Xun parked the car 50 meters in front of the hotel and honked the horn repeatedly. The sound echoed through the mountains for quite some time, yet he saw no response. After retrieving a camera from the passenger seat, he filmed a panoramic view through the window, attempting to transmit the video back to the shelter. Hello, my dear. I have arrived at the small town where we used to stay. Can you hear me? As he spoke, he connected the camera's cable to the radio transmitter. After 30 seconds, a voice emanated from the receiver, reminding him to prioritize safety and inquiring about the situation. The town had been devastated, and he mentioned that he would send back a video shortly for them to see if it could be received. Zhang Xun declared loudly. Approximately 20 minutes later, Du Jing's voice resonated from the receiver. Darling, the video reception is quite sluggish. It has only just begun to decompress. Have you eaten? Zhang Xun, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle, feeling both touched and somewhat hungry. He turned his face slightly and took a hearty sip of chicken soup. If I eat then, I will continue forward shortly. Please monitor to see if we can still receive a signal. At 11 a.m., Zhang Xun advanced another 30 kilometers, finding the terrain behind him much more expansive, with the mountains diminishing in size. The number of beacons was limited and had been nearly deployed. He once more communicated with the shelter. When he was 50 kilometers away from it, the signal he could receive had weakened considerably. Time had elapsed significantly, and the noise had increased to a point where it nearly drowned out the original audio information. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on another 10 kilometers. This time, the audio communication with the shelter had completely failed. Reluctant to accept defeat, he maximized the transmission power and sent a text message. After about 5 minutes, he received a reply, which, upon decoding, displayed on the receiver screen. Received, return home as soon as possible. He turned the vehicle around and began his journey back. The autonomous navigation information on the display of his vehicle had been updated, revealing a winding yellow line, the route generated by the vehicle's visual assistance system on the way there. This indicated that Zhang Xun could return to the shelter without relying on the beacon's navigation. However, he remained skeptical of the onboard navigation system. He intended to verify all 3 methods thoroughly to ensure his safe return home. He activated the radio equipment to automatically search for signal sources, with the direction and approximate distance presented on the screen in data format. Along the way, Zhang Xun witnessed several villages, all reduced to ruins, built on the mountainside. They had not been swept away by the flood. There was no need to investigate further. He retraced his steps, retrieving the beacon for his vehicle. As he neared the town, the receiver emitted voices once more, this time with several audio messages that were much clearer. Darling, are you back yet? Where are you? If you receive this call, please respond quickly. Zhang Xun maneuvered his vehicle back to the front of the hotel, coming to a halt. He pressed the signal transmission button and declared, I have returned, feeling well. After a pause, he added, I expect to be home in about 2 hours. Awaiting my triumphant return. 30 seconds later, Zhang Xun received the reply. Received. In fact, the journey from here to the shelter should take approximately 40 minutes. The portable oxygen tank he carried could sustain him for another 3 hours. Before proceeding, he resolved to take the risk of entering the hotel to investigate. He turned off the headlights, but left the engine running. After donning a headlamp on his forehead, Zhang Xun opened the car door and made his way towards the hotel. With one hand gripping the oxygen tank and the other wielding a tang sword, he climbed through a window. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by a chaotic scene of shattered glass and ice, with the bedding crumpled into a heap on the floor. Cautiously, he approached the doorway, which had long since collapsed. Beyond it lay a lengthy corridor littered with fallen doors and remnants of wallpaper. He meticulously examined the rooms closest to the mountainside, but found no useful items or signs of recent human activity. Having thoroughly investigated this level parallel to the ice surface, he glanced down the staircase to the lower floor, which was also encased in ice. He had no choice but to ascend further, as 5 additional floors awaited exploration. Navigating the staircase, he reached the second floor, but uncovered nothing of significance. However, upon arriving at the 3rd floor, he was startled to discover over a dozen frozen corpses, resembling ice sculptures. Suppressing his discomfort, Zhang Xun continued his search. In several intact cabinets, he indeed found valuable items: ultraviolet disinfectant lamps, disinfectant sprays, a portable kettle, and even high-tech foot baths, irons, hairdryers, and speakers. He refrained from taking items like tea bags and disposable skincare products, as he could not risk using anything exposed to such radioactive conditions. The metallic items, being small in size, could be decontaminated through washing, provided the radiation had not altered their internal structure. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to discard them. After collecting a few items, he decided to return and test whether they could be effectively cleaned. He did not venture to the uppermost 2 floors, not out of fear, but rather due to the unsettling presence of the corpses. Finding a bag, he carefully stowed away his findings before exiting the hotel. Chapter 9. A fortuitous acquisition. Subsequently, he dragged the heavy bag back to his vehicle, straining to attach the items to the rear of the car. Once inside, he took a moment to regain his composure, erasing the disturbing images from his mind before shifting into gear and driving back. The pressure gauge on the oxygen tank had diminished significantly, indicating approximately 2 hours of remaining use. Meanwhile, the fuel gauge revealed that he had consumed 3/5 of his tank, having traveled a total of 90 kilometers. The 80-liter main fuel tank had nearly used up 50 liters, primarily due to the generator powering the heating system. Along the route from the small town to the shelter, he had deployed 4 beacons, all of which he needed to retrieve one by one. Halfway through his journey, while humming a tune, he suddenly felt a tightening in his pupils. A rugged off-road vehicle appeared to be parked beside the beacon. Was there someone here? Was it a mere coincidence? Or had they intentionally come to this location? He had a foreboding sense that this vehicle had arrived in search of the shelter. Yet, given the current conditions, a standard off-road vehicle could hardly travel far. Whence had this one come? The beacon flickered just ahead, but the vehicle remained stationary, its lights extinguished as if it had stalled. Suppressing his growing curiosity, he cautiously drove his armored vehicle toward the beacon. Zhang Xun's vehicle had been modified from military to civilian use, and after purchasing it, he had reconfigured it back to military standards, rendering it resistant to ordinary bullet attacks. Even if the occupants possessed more formidable means of assault, he could always rely on the robust durability of his vehicle to ram into theirs. He was confident it would withstand the impact. As he drew nearer, the high beams of his vehicle illuminated the scene, yet all he could discern was the rear of the car. Why was there no reaction? Zhang Xun pondered. Pressing the accelerator, he maneuvered his vehicle forward and executed a sharp turn. Still unable to see clearly, he noted that the front windshield was frozen, and the doors were tightly shut. Temporarily halting his vehicle, he honked several times, but there was still no response. After waiting 2 minutes, he gritted his teeth, released the brake, pressed the accelerator, and aimed directly at the driver's side. Although his speed was modest, the impact propelled the other vehicle back 3 to 4 meters. After waiting a few more minutes without any reaction, he took up his tang knife and exited the vehicle. First, he inspected the front of his own vehicle for damage. Fortunately, only the steel frame had crumpled slightly, thanks to the protective grille he had installed, coupled with the relatively gentle force of the collision. Zhang Xun's mind was razor-sharp as he gripped the tang knife tightly, cautiously approaching the deformed off-road vehicle. As he neared, visibility remained poor. A layer of ice coated the windows. He was certain this car had only appeared in the last few hours, as he had deployed the beacon at this spot no more than 5 hours prior. The door was locked tight, refusing to budge. Returning to his vehicle, he retrieved a hammer and shattered the window of the off-road vehicle. Inside, he discovered 3 individuals in the back seat, seemingly lifeless, huddled together. 2 men and a woman. Their faces marred with a purplish hue and covered in numerous festering scars. Zhang Xun felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was fortunate they were deceased. Otherwise, following the beacon to the shelter would have posed a significant dilemma. While it was improbable he could breach the shelter's formidable doors, there was no telling if his family might, in a moment of compassion, allow them entry. He then attempted to start the engine of the off-road vehicle. But to no avail, the display flickered briefly, indicating that the fuel had run dry. It appeared that it was not a lack of will on their part to continue, but rather a depletion of fuel, leaving the vehicle's power unable to provide any warmth. The festering scars upon their bodies evoked a sense of familiarity in Zhang Xun's dreamlike recollections, indicative of the symptoms brought about by radiation sickness. It was evident that these 3 individuals had suffered from severe radiation illness before succumbing to the cold, leaving them with little time left to live. Additionally, Zhang Xun was taken aback to discover that one of the men was clad in a special police jacket. After a moment's hesitation, he set aside his tang knife and began to search the man. Beneath several layers of clothing, this individual still perished. Was it from a cold, from asphyxiation, or from the effects of radiation sickness? He could not be certain. Perhaps it was a confluence of all 3 factors. Just as he was about to abandon his efforts to open the trunk, he noticed a dark object situated beneath the man's posterior. With great restraint against the discomfort of approaching the deceased, he extracted the black object, revealing a handgun. Elated, Zhang Xun carefully removed the magazine to prevent any accidental discharge. He then aimed the pistol skyward and pulled the trigger. A flash of fire accompanied by a deafening sound startled him, confirming that there was indeed a bullet chambered. Fortuitously, Zhang Xun had exercised caution, averting a potentially hazardous situation. The magazine contained 7 additional rounds, prompting him to scour the vehicle once more, including the pockets of the 3 individuals. Yet he found nothing of significance besides a spare magazine. It appeared that the man was also wearing a bulletproof vest, and after a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xun decided to remove it. Checking the time, he resolved to proceed. Given that the 3 had been frozen, it took him several minutes to extract the vest. With the vehicle now devoid of any further valuables, Zhang Xun turned his attention to the trunk. However, the lock proved unyielding, and in frustration, he wielded his hammer. As the glass shattered, the contents of the SUV's trunk came into view. The beam of his flashlight illuminated several black boxes, reflecting light in a captivating manner. His heart raced. There were 7 boxes of varying sizes, seemingly new, adorned with nameplates and labels. Zhang Xun inspected them meticulously. A Type 95 assault rifle, a Type 191 automatic rifle, a CSLR-4A Model 7, 62mm high-precision sniper rifle, DBP-191-5, 8mm standard ammunition, batch sample, steel, 1,500 rounds, CSLR-4A7. 62mm high-precision cartridges, 420 rounds, 7. 62mm tracer incendiary rounds, 60 rounds, QCAM, white light sight kit, and a holographic sight kit. Additionally, there was a Type 84-7, 62mm micro pistol, coupled with the Type 92 police pistol he had previously discovered. A total of 5 distinct types of firearms were now in his possession. He was astonished by the formidable firepower contained within this vehicle and felt an immense sense of luck that he had not encountered them while they were still alive, for it would have surely posed significant trouble. Hastily, Zhang Xun began transferring the boxes into his vehicle, maneuvering the armored truck to position its rear adjacent to the off-road vehicle. Except for the ammunition crate, which was rather heavy, the rest were manageable. Once the transfer was complete, he was utterly exhausted, primarily due to the cumbersome protective suit he donned. Subsequently, Zhang conducted a thorough inspection of the vehicle's interior to ensure nothing was overlooked, and to his surprise, he discovered a notebook nestled beneath the seat cushion, previously unnoticed. As he flipped through its pages, he discerned that it appeared to be a diary, containing valuable insights, which he promptly decided to keep. After closing the vehicle door, Zhang retrieved the beacon device and proceeded to connect the 2 vehicles with a rope. He intended to tow the off-road vehicle to a discreet location to avoid raising suspicions from passersby in the future. After starting the vehicle, he resumed his journey back. And approximately 20 minutes later, at a site where the ice layer had fractured, Zhang deliberately crashed his vehicle into the off-road one, sending it plunging down. Glancing at the time and the pressure gauge of the oxygen tank, he realized he could not afford any further delays and needed to return swiftly. During this time, Du Jing sent him several messages urging him to come back promptly. Zhang understood that his lack of response regarding the earlier incident had caused concern among his family. After sending a brief reply, he focused intently on driving, accelerating beyond his previous pace. Half an hour later, Zhang Xun's armor truck arrived successfully at the entrance of the shelter. Chapter 10. The Diary. Upon returning to the shelter, both Zhang and his family exhaled a collective sigh of relief. He had left at 8 a.m. and returned at 3 p.m., covering a distance of 120 kilometers, which took nearly 7 hours. After undergoing a lengthy decontamination process, he finally returned to the living quarters around 5 p.m., just in time for dinner. Among the items he had found at the hotel, several had retained radiation that could not be eliminated. Due to prolonged exposure to the external environment, the internal structure of the metals had deteriorated. They were rendered useless, leaving only the ultraviolet disinfection lamp and the electric kettle still operational. Disposing of the useless items, along with the first layer of his protective suit, he sealed them in a red trash bin located behind the front door, planning to discard them at a later opportunity. As for the equipment he had discovered en route, the decontamination process proceeded smoothly, with the radiation levels meeting standards after the initial cleansing. Zhang speculated that these items had likely been stored in a designated warehouse, shielded from significant external radiation exposure. It was probable they had only recently been transferred to the off-road vehicle, and the plastic casing surrounding the firearms had provided a degree of protection. Naturally, the outer casing was no longer usable, but Zhang felt no regret in discarding it, choosing to keep only the contents within. Regarding the diary, as it could not be decontaminated, Zhang resorted to utilizing the surveillance cameras within the corridor, holding it up for Du Jing to capture screenshots page by page. Once completed, he similarly disposed of it in the trash bin. The armored vehicle underwent 3 thorough washings. After closing the second door, Zhang Xun meticulously scrubbed both the interior and exterior with soapy water several times. Instead of driving into the garage, he removed the protective cover that had been placed over the bulldozer and rewrapped it around the armored vehicle. Subsequently, he washed the second layer of his protective suit with soapy water. Only after confirming that the decontamination met the required standards did he remove the suit and transfer his previous acquisitions onto the bulldozer, which he then drove back to the warehouse. Upon returning to the living quarters, Zhang Xun promptly took a shower and emerged to embrace each family member warmly. This excursion not only validated the extreme range capabilities of the high-powered radio equipment within the shelter, but also indicated that, should the radiological environment improve in the future, this range would undoubtedly extend significantly. Furthermore, it was established that within a radius of 60 kilometers, there were likely no survivors. However, he was certain that many individuals had survived in the urban area of Enchi City, as corroborated by some contents of a journal he had skimmed through previously. Additionally, the most significant gain was undoubtedly the weapons and ammunition. These coveted items, previously unattainable before the apocalypse, not only greatly enhanced the defensive capabilities of the shelter, but also ensured a substantial increase in safety for future excursions. After his shower, Zhang Xun felt an immediate sense of relief throughout his body. Gazing at the table laden with food, he felt his appetite surge and began to eat voraciously. After the meal, Zhang Xun noticed that several individuals appeared to be in poor spirits. Curiously, he inquired, "What is the matter? You all look rather dispirited." Du Jing rose from the table and retrieved the tablet, saying, "Take a look at the contents inside." The tablet displayed screenshots of the previously mentioned journal. Zhang Xun understood that they were experiencing a myriad of complex emotions after reading the journal. He had only briefly perused it before and had not examined it closely, so now was a fitting moment to delve deeper. March 1st, 2025. I found a notebook with a pen. It has been 5 days since the disaster struck. The heat is unbearable, and many around me have perished. That cursed asteroid. On that day, everyone rushed into the bomb shelter. I squeezed in holding my son, but failed to notice that my wife had disappeared. I miss her dearly, and I have had no news from my parents back home. I wonder how they are faring. March 15th, 2025. The food I hastily brought with me ran out the day before yesterday. My son has developed a high fever, and I truly do not know what to do. I just went to someone else's place and snatched a pack of instant noodles. It remains untouched on the ground. I hope I did not inadvertently cause his death. March 16th, 2025. It appears that the individual from yesterday has indeed died. How fragile they are. Was it truly just for a pack of noodles? The bomb shelter is excessively hot. My son's fever has yet to subside, and without medicine. What can I do? I have observed that some individuals possess medication, yet they refuse to share it with me, accusing me of murder. I feel as though I'm losing my sanity. On March 17th, 2025, a group of people spontaneously organized to venture out in search of supplies. As there was a supermarket near the air raid shelter, over 100 individuals set out, but only around 60 returned, bearing varying degrees of burns and scalds. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for they brought back a substantial amount of food, and amidst the chaos, I managed to secure some for myself. My son and I had not eaten for nearly 2 days. On March 19th, 2025, the entire group that had returned perished, having succumbed to intense nuclear radiation. Yet, sustenance remains a necessity. Fortunately, some individuals discovered protective suits within the air raid shelter, approximately 20 in total. The temperature today has also begun to drop, which is a welcome piece of news, but on this day I lost my son, who was merely 6 years old. In 2025, the exact date escapes me. A few days ago, 8 or 9 individuals clad in special police uniforms arrived and took control of the area, driving 3 armored vehicles directly into the air raid shelter. The order has improved considerably, yet many still lose their lives daily, suffering from skin necrosis and spitting blood. As a geology student, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding radiation, as many of our geological exploration tools contain radiation sources. Thus, I offered suggestions to the special police. Yesterday, they organized a group to search for supplies, returning with an abundance of goods. Today, another group dismantled the door at the air raid shelter's exit. In the morning, we used the cement they brought back to construct a wall, and I participated, donning a protective suit. After a full day of labor, we finally sealed the exit, leaving a small door for 2 individuals to pass through. Tomorrow, we shall continue our efforts to thicken this new wall, enhancing its ability to withstand nuclear radiation. In 2025, the passage of time eludes me as the rain outside intensifies, accompanied by corrosive qualities. We have organized numerous supply searches, which have resulted in many sustaining burns. The torrential downpour soon inundated half of the air raid shelter's entrance. Thankfully, we had preemptively constructed a sturdy wall, and the others commend me for my foresight. Subsequently, the special police have treated me with greater consideration. However, each day witnesses the demise of individuals due to illness, even as our previously stockpiled food supplies dwindle. In 2025, the date remains unclear. Today, a riot erupted within the air raid shelter, resulting in the deaths of 3 special police officers who were armed, while the casualties among others were far greater. Now, only a few hundred remain within the shelter, as the elderly, infirm, and weak have all perished. Just a few days ago, I witnessed someone furtively consuming food. I need not speculate on the nature of that meat. In 2025, winter, I presume, the weather grows increasingly frigid, unbearable in its chill. Only 2 special police officers remain, yet no one dares to resist. Everyone is reluctant to expend precious energy. My own health appears to be deteriorating, as I have become increasingly weak in recent days. At this moment, a sudden memory struck me. There seemed to be an underground resort hotel near Zhang, for which I had previously authored a geological survey report for a certain Mr. Zhang. Later, a friend from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau informed me that the resort hotel had apparently been completed. This place had become uninhabitable, necessitating a change of location. Yet I pondered how to proceed. I contemplated numerous solutions, all of which proved futile. Consequently, I shared this information with one of my close contacts in the special police. He was invigorated by the news, but his comrades disagreed, leading to a heated dispute among them. Chapter 11. The Shooting Game. 2025, isn't it? It should be. We prepared to set off, but our previous special police vehicle had broken down, compelling us to seek another. Eventually, we discovered a usable SUV on the 2nd floor of a 4S shop. The keys were still inside, but the fuel had frozen. We gathered plenty of wood and ignited a fire atop the engine to thaw it. After several attempts, we successfully started the vehicle, and with the ice being sufficiently thick, we forced our way down from the 2nd floor. We then made a brief stop at the air raid shelter to retrieve his gear. The special police officer suggested a precautionary visit to their former station, where they found several boxes of weapons. My physical condition was deteriorating, and I was uncertain if I could endure until we reached our destination. I even seemed to have forgotten the direction. He was driving, his face turning purple from the cold, while I busily recorded my thoughts. No, I should be writing my farewell, as I noticed the fuel gauge nearing empty. It was unbearably cold, and the woman in the back had fallen asleep. Yet, why did I perceive a glimmer of light? Zhang Xun set down his tablet and fell into silence, recognizing the individual he had encountered. before the apocalypse. During his inaugural visit to Inchi Prefecture to scout locations for a shelter, he had employed 2 locals from the geological department. Their names had escaped him, but their assistance had indeed been invaluable. Sighing, he contemplated the dwindling number of survivors in Inchi. This cursed apocalypse had ravaged them. Judging by the conditions described in the diary regarding this one shelter, it was reasonable to surmise that other areas fared little better. Dear wife, father, mother, let us remain optimistic. At least we are still alive, are we not? Zhang Xun suppressed his emotions, offering comfort. Yes, let us refrain from dark thoughts. Our daughter is expecting, so let us be joyful and considerate towards the child in her womb. His father-in-law continued, echoing Zhang Xun's sentiments. After a 2-hour rest, Zhang Xun proceeded to fulfill the shelter inspection before finally retiring to bed. The following day, he awoke past 9 o'clock. Du Jing had not called him. Understanding how exhausted he had been the previous day and allowing him some extra sleep. Upon rising, he reminded himself that the scheduled inspections must be conducted diligently. There could be no room for negligence. To conserve provisions, they had a meal of canned rations for lunch. It was not particularly delicious, yet it was not unfathomable either. The primary concern was the small portion that still managed to satiate. This canned food boasts an exceptionally long shelf life, and occasionally indulging in a change of flavor can be quite delightful. After lunch, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law proceeded to the first floor. They busied themselves with the toys that occupy the minds of all men, firearms. This time, he returned with 5 different models of guns, among which the Type 84 and Type 92 handguns are relatively older variants. The Type 191 automatic rifle and the CS LR4A high-precision sniper rifle represent the latest innovations. Notably, the former is distinguished by its illustrious name, a member of the Type 20 family. The CS LR4A high-precision sniper rifle and the Type 84 handgun utilize 7.62mm caliber ammunition, while the Type 92 handgun, Type 95 assault rifle, and Type 191 automatic rifle employ 5.8mm caliber rounds. Zhang Xun displayed a particular fondness for the Type 191 automatic rifle, which is equipped with 2 types of sights, a holographic red dot sight and a white light sight. The latter, though complex, is exceedingly practical, featuring automatic range finding, wind measurement, and ballistic calculations, alongside a 9-fold adjustable magnification. Additionally, it serves as an infrared aiming system during nighttime. The accessories for the Type 191 are not limited to this. They include a suppressor, an extended stock, and transparent magazines, showcasing formidable performance. Given the abundance of 5.8mm ammunition, should they venture out later, the Type 92 handgun and Type 191 automatic rifle would be optimal choices. This does not imply that the other 2 firearms lack utility. They possess their own merits in specific scenarios. For instance, precision sniping would necessitate the use of the CS LR4A high-precision sniper rifle, while the Type 84 handgun can serve as an emergency lighting tool by firing 7.62mm tracer incendiary rounds. After some time spent handling the weapons, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law reluctantly set them down. Amidst a scattering of ammunition pouches, they discovered 7 or 8 small boxes, which upon opening revealed hand grenades, something he had previously overlooked. At that moment, his father-in-law volunteered, stating he would fetch some materials to create a packaging box for these weapons. Zhang Xun nodded and resumed perusing the manual. He needed to devise a way to conduct live fire practice to accumulate experience. The space in the shelter was too confined, and he feared that stray bullets might injure someone. What to do? The game room is equipped with a laser simulation shooting system. ISNT it? I could attach the laser emitter from the prop guns and attach it to the real firearms, thereby using them in a dry fire capacity. This way, while no bullets will be discharged, the recoil and auditory sensations would still be present. A splendid idea, Zhang Xun exclaimed with enthusiasm. In truth, that system was not Zhang Xun's invention. It was an addition implemented by the designers at Rising S Company. Merely the existence of such a contraption commands a price of 250,000 RMB. Zhang Xun had previously researched online, discovering that the retail price for this system in the domestic market exceeds 120,000 RMB, illustrating just how exorbitantly priced the offerings from Rising S Company are. The laser emitter is compact and occupies minimal space. The prop gun is excessively light, lacking in recoil and sound, rendering the experience utterly devoid of sensation. Zhang Xun extracted the Type 95 assault rifle, affixing the laser emission device before the scope. He then connected the launch probe to the rifle's trigger, completing this straightforward task. The next phase involved testing. Zhang Xun raised the rifle, engaged the safety, assumed a soldier's stance, and squeezed the trigger. A series of sharp cracks echoed. The screen jolted as simulated bullets struck the hostage's forehead. Delightful. The gunfire startled Du Jing and her mother, prompting them to rush into the gaming room. They discovered him, adorned with a VR headset, immersed in his gameplay, which elicited both laughter and exasperation. Upon noticing Du Jing's mother and Du Jing there, he invited them to partake in the experience. Given Du Jing's pregnancy, her mother chastised Zhang Xun thoroughly. Nevertheless, she willingly tried her hand at shooting. Hitting the hostage instilled a degree of tension in her, and after a few attempts, her interest waned, leading her to return to her room for a dance. Zhang Xun continued playing for a while before assisting his father-in-law with boxes. By the time he reached the first floor, his father-in-law had already constructed 2 boxes, primarily modeled after previous packaging. They were fashioned from wooden boards to create a basic shape, enveloped in a layer of aluminum alloy. Inside, an insulation layer was added, followed by a layer of foam board. Finally, a radiation-resistant coating was applied to the outer aluminum surface, completing the task. As for the ammunition boxes, a layer of flame-retardant material was included in addition to these measures. Given that the ammunition was vacuum-packed, the safety level was relatively high. Grenades were stored separately on the first floor, while ammunition and firearms were housed in the second-floor warehouse. Today is July 17, 2025, with only a few days left until the 6-month mark. For an extended period, you would not be venturing outside again, excluding taking out the trash. Du Jing has likely been pregnant for 2 to 3 months now, and the immediate focus is to ensure the smooth birth of their child and the safe operation of the shelter. Last night, Du Jing posed a poignant question. Do you think our child will resent us? In a world at its end, why bring them into it? When we grow old and pass away, they will be left all alone. What then? Zhang Xun found himself unable to answer these profound queries. Perhaps the future world will improve, or perhaps having multiple children will prevent loneliness. The uncertainty of tomorrow remains. But Zhang Xun is resolute in ensuring that he and his family live well in the present. That is sufficient. Chapter 12. The Great Cleanup. As August approached, his wife's belly visibly expanded. The family treated her with reverence, eager to spare her from any labor. However, after days of indulging in games and watching television, Du Jing found herself utterly fatigued by the idle life of a slacker and could no longer bear it. She insisted on finding something to occupy her time. Reluctantly, Zhang Xun acquiesced to her desire to resume her previous activities, but he laid down 3 strict rules. Firstly, she was prohibited from accessing the 5th and 1st floors. The 5th floor was relatively noisy and filled with equipment, posing a risk of injury. The 1st floor, being close to the exit passage, had a higher level of radiation due to Zhang Xun's previous comings and goings from the shelter, although it was harmless to adults. The potential effects on children were of great concern. Secondly, she was forbidden from consuming expired food. Although Zhang Xun had stockpiled considerable supplies, many were past their expiration dates. He had hesitated to discard them, choosing to continue consuming them. But Du Jing required assurance that the food she ate was safe. Thirdly, she was not allowed to wander alone. The living area was quite small, making it easy to find others, but venturing to other floors without accompaniment posed significant dangers. These stipulations represented Zhang Xun's final boundaries, and Du Jing had no choice but to comply. In the subsequent months, the frequency of the mandatory drills was reduced from 3 to 4 times to just 2, as Zhang Xun adjusted the standards to accommodate pregnant women. During this time, Du Jing's mother was particularly jubilant, as the chickens and ducks she tended had successfully hatched their young. After half a year of care, despite consuming a considerable amount of feed and laying eggs regularly, the birds had not shown signs of nesting. Zhang Xun suggested that she refer to the book Friend of military and civilian dual-use talents. After a period of study, she discovered the issue. The constant temperature within the shelter led the poultry to believe it was not yet the season for nesting. Once the cause was identified, she administered a small amount of aspirin to the birds and gradually lowered the temperature in their habitat, eventually restoring it to normal levels. After about a month of this regimen, the hens, ducks, and geese began to exhibit nesting behavior to ensure the survival of the hatchlings. She subsequently raised the temperature by 2 degrees. During mealtime, she jokingly remarked that once the young ones grew a bit larger, they could send their parents to the guillotine. This was a necessity, as the breeding area was limited and the previously stockpiled feed was insufficient to sustain a larger number of poultry. Often, they utilized leftover food scraps to feed the birds, thus conserving their feed supply. Once the older chickens, ducks, and geese were slaughtered, their meat could be stored in the cold storage for future nourishment. The waste from the breeding area was cleaned daily, with part of it used as fertilizer for the agricultural zone and the rest discarded as garbage. Maintaining cleanliness in the breeding area was of paramount importance, as it not only ensured the health of the birds, but also prevented the growth of mold within the shelter. While mold was not entirely absent, its presence was minimal, with much of it already having been eradicated. In the month of May, my mother unexpectedly discovered a colony of mold in a corner of the agricultural zone. Initially, she did not think much of it and casually mentioned it to Zhang Xun. However, Zhang Xun approached the situation with utmost seriousness, recognizing the potential danger posed by the mold if left unaddressed, as it could release spores harmful to human health. Mold spores can circulate in the air, infiltrating the respiratory system and proliferating rapidly. Prolonged exposure to mold may lead to respiratory ailments and allergic reactions, as well as conditions such as rheumatism. Individuals with weakened immune systems may experience headaches, fevers, inflammation of the skin or mucous membranes, and in severe cases, the development of carcinogenic substances. Particularly vulnerable are infants and young children, whose frail bodies are easily susceptible to skin disorders in mold-infested environments. Zhang Xun, unwilling to take any chances, immediately mobilized the community to launch a vigorous public health improvement initiative. The air monitoring system in the shelter had not accounted for the mold issue in its overall planning, hence the absence of early warnings regarding this predicament. Zhang Xun and his family meticulously inspected every corner of his shelter while simultaneously retrieving all previously stored cleaning robots and floor scrubbers to conduct a comprehensive cleaning of the 5-story space. Areas that the robots could not reach, such as walls and corners, necessitated manual cleaning. They first applied a diluted solution of potassium permanganate and soapy water to cleanse every nook and cranny, followed by a rinse with clean water. The shelter's ventilation system was activated to prevent excessive odors from accumulating. The operation commenced on the 4th floor of the agricultural ecological zone, where the most mold colonies had been discovered, designating it as a high-priority area. They meticulously examined and cleaned distribution cabinets, storage rooms, and the insides of boxes. Following this, the 5th floor's equipment area, the 3rd floor's living quarters, the 2nd floor's storage area, and the 1st floor's garage were addressed. Knowing that Du Jing was pregnant, she and my mother were assigned the cleaning of the 2nd and 3rd floors, while Zhang Xun and his father-in-law took charge of the 5th and 1st floors. This extensive cleaning effort lasted nearly a week, as the entire shelter spans approximately 4,000 square meters, making it quite a challenge for the 4 of them to complete the task in a short time. The workload on the 2nd and 1st floors was particularly daunting. The 2nd floor housed numerous shelves and storage boxes, all of which required thorough cleaning, having accumulated considerable dust. The 1st floor, being connected to the corridor, had higher radiation levels in the lower floors and contained 2 vehicles that had been outside. Zhang Xun and his father-in-law prepared copious amounts of soapy water for repeated rinsing and scrubbing, especially on the inner walls of the corridor. Due to the immense water consumption, the 4 water tanks lost half of their nearly 50 tons of stored water, and the soap supply dwindled by a third. Consequently, Zhang Xun had to reactivate the water pump to replenish the lost water reserves. And filtering the water through the activated carbon layer of the tank took an additional 2 days. After completing the cleaning of the floors, Zhang Xun proceeded to methodically remove and inspect the air filter cartridges of the shelter's internal filtration system in batches, ensuring that even the plumbing in the bathrooms was scrutinized to eliminate any potential oversights. This period of thorough cleansing left the family utterly exhausted. However, safeguarding the well-being and health of his loved ones rendered such preventative measures indispensable. Following the cleaning, Zhang Xun specifically reviewed the data from the electrical system, noting that the power consumption for the week had surged by 45 compared to usual. This increase was primarily attributed to his decision to activate all the fans within the shelter, as they typically operated only partially, thus exerting additional pressure on the oxygen supply system. In an effort to expel unpleasant odors, the oxygen within the shelter was inevitably squandered. Consequently, the oxygen supply system was compelled to shorten the electrolysis cycle while extending the oxygen production time, resulting in a dramatic rise in power consumption, which also accounted for the electricity used by the water pumps. Nevertheless, the family conducted a retrospective analysis of their recent actions, incorporating the subsequent mold issues into their monitoring agenda, and committed to optimizing the cleaning procedures to curtail the shelter's energy expenditure. They unanimously agreed that dispersing the problem into manageable segments was the most effective solution. For instance, instituting weekly inspections and bi-weekly localized cleanings would contribute to an overall improvement. This meeting convened on the afternoon following the conclusion of the cleaning efforts, lasting 2 hours, and was presided over by Zhang Xun, the shelter's director. During the meeting, the Minister of Hygiene and Logistics, Zhang Xun's mother, the Minister of Supply and Demand, Du Jing's father, and the Director of the Political Department, Du Jing, each delivered keynote speeches. The leaders expressed strong support for the initiative and commended the emerging group of outstanding contributors, while also addressing shortcomings and engaging in self-criticism regarding reckless behaviors. The conference yielded a series of productive agreements and resulted in a formal meeting record. Thus, the meeting proclaimed a preliminary victory for the recent actions, pledging to continue implementing the meeting's principles in pursuit of even greater triumphs. Chapter 13. Li Pan's plans in Changsha, the capital of Hunan province. Within the confines of a large-scale civil air defense project, there exists a tank constructed of canvas and wooden frames adjacent to a nearby passage. This expansive air defense structure, meandering nearly 3 kilometers in length, is densely populated with such tents. The better ones are sheathed in metal, while the lesser ones are merely covered with tattered newspapers. Within these tents reside individuals, predominantly families, huddled together in cramped quarters. Each family is confined to less than 5 square meters, their expressions vacant and pallid, enveloped tightly in layers of clothing, with only a flicker of vitality appearing during food distributions. This air defense project stands as one of the more significant shelters in Changsha, having initially accommodated nearly 100,000 individuals. However, now fewer than 10,000 remain, perishing from hunger, illness, heat, cold, thirst, suicide, and countless others trampled or killed. Everyone has succumbed to apathy, lingering here while awaiting the day of their demise. A profound despair envelopes this space. The overseers, once organized by the government, are no exception. Each day, they mechanically mobilize teams to search for supplies, distributing what they find while those who return empty-handed face hunger. Although the entrance to the passage has been sealed with concrete, traces of radioactive contamination still seep through the ventilation ducts, even with rudimentary filtration measures in place. It is too late. All have been affected by radiation sickness, albeit to varying degrees. The biting cold afflicts everyone, rendering the rebellion and chaos of the post-catastrophe period utterly meaningless. No one is willing to expend their frail bodies. Any vigorous movement could signify the shortening of one's life. The entire city, each refuge, stands as an isolated island. Communication exists, yet it is overshadowed by theft and violence. Resources are limited. What one consumes leaves another bereft, and one's survival spells doom for another. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, moral constraints have become a mere jest. Today, Li Pan leads a team in search of supplies. Their shelter dispatches dozens of teams daily, and Li Pan's group is among them. Their attire is peculiar. Li Pan himself is swathed in layers of tin foil, with only goggles shielding his eyes. Others have fashioned thin sheets of metal into cylindrical forms to encase their limbs and torso, with the rest of their bodies similarly protected by foil. Sigahink, Lipan Muses. I wonder if we will find any supplies today. I hope we do not encounter those from the Yulu district. He considers himself fortunate to have survived thus far, having received news 10 minutes before the impending apocalypse. As a mid-level leader in a state-owned enterprise, he had access to more timely information. Those precious 10 minutes allowed him and his family to secure their place within the civil defense facilities ahead of others. Yet, shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, his parents succumbed to various complications arising from radiation. Now, only he, his wife, and son remain, and their situation is far from optimistic. This cannot continue. To alter their fate, they must take action. How to rescue themselves? The 2 shelters previously constructed by their company represent his greatest hope. The first shelter, located in Central Plains Province, cost 600 million yuan to build, spanning 9 stories and covering 7,000 square meters. The second shelter, situated in Enshi Prefecture, is 5 stories tall, encompassing 4,000 square meters. Its construction cost an astonishing 900 million yuan. Each shelter has its advantages and disadvantages. The latter, with its higher investment, offers superior protection, providing greater reassurance against various calamities. Although the former is distant from Xiang province and has subpar protective capabilities, its age is a greater concern. This shelter was constructed much earlier. Consequently, it is likely to harbor a more substantial stockpile of resources. An entry into it would presumably be less arduous. Zhang Xun's refuge, however, was completed only recently, and thus, its supplies would be meager. Li Pan recalled that on the day the world fell apart, Zhang Xun had called him for a chat, mentioning that he was traveling with his family, which suggested that this shelter was likely abandoned. Yet, this presented a conundrum. How would he breach such a formidable fortress? Opting for Central Plains province? That seemed impractical as well. The distance was prohibitive, and he might perish from exposure or illness before even arriving. Li Pan's heart sank at the thought. Was making a choice truly this challenging? The dim sky provided a certain semblance of cover, allowing Li Pan's group to traverse the area for several hours without encountering anyone. Unfortunately, their luck was lacking beneath the fractured ice. They unearthed only a box of expired spicy strips and a few self-heating hot pot boxes. These were salvaged from the ruins of a small vendor in an underground mall. Everything else had either been scavenged by others or had succumbed to decay. Even these items were tainted with radiation, but there was no choice to survive another day. They had to muster the courage to consume them. Exhausted, the group had no option but to retreat home. To avoid drawing attention, they distributed the scant provisions among themselves for concealment. Old Zhang, I've never asked you what you used to do, Li Pan remarked, attempting to dispel the somber atmosphere during their journey. Survival dictated my endeavors. I've dabbled in many trades. Initially, I worked in a factory assembling screws, then moved on to installing air conditioning and later provided after-sales service for security doors. Before he could finish, Li Pan's eyes brightened with urgency. Security door repairs? Are you familiar with smart locks? Old Zhang hesitated momentarily, pondering the relevance of such inquiries now that all tools were lost. What is the point of discussing this now? He replied. Li Pan scanned the group and replied, if you could pick locks, we could explore the neighborhoods next time. Which neighborhoods are intact? Even if there are any, they've already been thoroughly scavenged, Old Zhang countered. Li Pan chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent. Upon returning to the shelter, Li Pan surrendered the meager supplies and collected his rations for the next day before retreating to his dilapidated dwelling. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to leave this place. He needed to arrange a private meeting with Old Zhang in a secluded spot, as the neighboring shelters crowded around made conversation difficult. Gazing at his sleeping son and wife, Li Pan regretted not having prepared to leave sooner. At the onset of the apocalypse, time had been too scarce, forcing him to seek refuge in public shelters. After enduring the cataclysmic upheaval and searing heat, they faced acid rain, followed by torrential downpours. Once the deluge subsided, he had contemplated leading his family to the two shelters. However, they had all fallen ill, and Li Pan had to venture out to procure medicine and food for them. As time passed, unexpectedly, the temperature plummeted sharply and the oxygen levels diminished. To step outside became an excruciating ordeal. Those fortunate enough could secure a set of protective gear, while the less fortunate were left to await their demise. Throughout the past 6 months, he scarcely comprehended how he had managed to endure. In such an apocalyptic world, there was little left to cherish. Were it not for his family, he might have wished for a swift end to it all. Li Pan cradled his son, who was curled up beside him, and closed his eyes in contemplation. Since they must leave this place, he would need to find 2 vehicles. If Old Li could manage to unlock them, his family would need to accompany him. Besides the vehicles, they would also require fuel and provisions for the journey. Should Old Li be unable to open the locks, they would have to devise a plan to breach the great door. Even if they failed to gain entry, he would accept it. That was their fate. He had driven to that location many times and would need a map for assistance. Otherwise, they would have to rely on a compass and instinct. Fortunately, the compass he had salvaged during a previous outing, initially intended as a toy for his son, might prove invaluable. Li Pan felt a sense of relief that the compass operated on the Earth's magnetic field, rendering it impervious to the effects of nuclear radiation. Unlike electronic devices, such as mobile phones, which had become utterly useless since the apocalypse began. Currently, his wife and son were gravely ill, occasionally coughing up blood, and he hoped that the refuge managed by Zhang Xun contained some medicinal supplies. Old Zhang had a young daughter. Her mother had perished in a car accident before the cataclysm. Recognizing the signs of illness among many, he had preemptively crafted a suit of tinfoil for his daughter, wrapping her securely, which had spared her from severe symptoms. Chapter 14. Highrisk. On the outskirts of Houston, Texas, in a small hollow atop a hill, a thick layer of ice covered the ground, encasing the hillside. Beneath the ice, a white square object resembling a manhole cover was slowly opening. The ice above was not particularly thick, and there appeared to be signs of prior human excavation. The white cover first revealed a small opening, from which a plume of white mist emerged. Once fully opened, a head appeared at the entrance. This figure surveyed the surroundings to confirm safety before climbing out via a ladder. Dressed in protective gear and carrying a red bucket tethered with a rope, he stood near the exit, removed a chisel from his person, and began to chip away at the ice. The fallen blocks were placed into the bucket, which he then lowered slowly through the opening. Minutes later, an empty bucket was drawn back up, and he resumed his task of chiseling ice. Before long, he found himself panting heavily. His breathing rate significantly increased, and he sat down abruptly at the edge of the exit. The individual in question is Haizi, a high school classmate of Zhang Xun. Prior to the apocalypse, Zhang Xun won a considerable sum from gambling and, in gratitude to Haizi, bestowed a portion of his winnings upon him, suggesting that he invest in a doomsday bunker from Rising S Company. Haizi, whose family was not financially struggling, deliberated for a time before heeding Zhang Xun's advice and purchasing the shelter. In fact, it was Haizi who originally procured the emergency rations of canned food that Zhang Xun later recommended. However, since the cataclysmic event unfolded without warning, Haizi's gratitude towards Zhang Xun has deepened immeasurably. It is precisely due to Zhang Xun's counsel that his family has managed to survive amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. On the day the world changed, the American government's doomsday announcement was notably absent, with the populace receiving information from across the ocean in China. Despite the alarming news, everyone was left in a state of shock, fervently questioning the authenticity of the government's information. Unfortunately, the American government offered no response, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding disaster, and simply vanished. Haizi's family was engulfed in immense panic, and after processing the grim news, Haizi recalled the doomsday bunker he had acquired. He promptly urged his family to gather their belongings and head to the shelter. He had chosen a location not far from home, nestled in a hollow behind a small hill on the outskirts of the city, where the population was sparse, facilitating a smooth journey to their refuge. Given that the American government had abandoned any form of broadcast notification and that the populace received news with a significant delay, coupled with the asteroid impact occurring a mere 1,000 kilometers off the coast of South America, the public had less than an hour to prepare. The Americas were among the first to be affected, suffering the brunt of the devastation. A colossal tsunami, towering at 500 meters, nearly engulfed a substantial portion of the American mainland. A violent earthquake reactivated the Yellowstone volcanic system, exacerbating the environmental catastrophe. The central and eastern regions of the United States transformed into a desolate marshland interspersed with volcanic activity, rendering human survival impossible. Houston, located on the southeastern coast of the United States, experienced significantly less impact from the tsunami, and the receding waters did so in a relatively brief period. For the time being, Haizi's family narrowly escaped calamity. Nevertheless, they encountered countless crises within the confines of their bunker. Despite the shelter's 500 square meters of space, it cost a mere $500,000, quite a bargain, one might say. However, its affordability meant that it nearly succumbed to the initial waves of impact during the onset of the disaster. Like other shelters, it was constructed of reinforced concrete, yet its seismic resistance was notably inadequate. When the tremors struck, the shaking was so violent that one could hardly stand, and the walls began to crack. The preemptively stored diesel generator was also on the verge of being damaged. The bunker consists of 3 levels, with the uppermost floor designated as a storage area. The second level comprises the living quarters and a modest agricultural planting area, while the bottom level houses the equipment and fuel sections. Although this small refuge is equipped with essential amenities, their lack of prior preparation rendered them ill-equipped to confront such a colossal calamity. For instance, when faced with the cracked walls, the He family possessed no materials for repair and had to venture outside to procure mud for patching. The air filtration and water circulation systems were rather rudimentary. Following the catastrophic meteor shower, the ashes engulfed Hughes Town, rendering the shelter incapable of filtering out these particulates, which resulted in the entire family succumbing to respiratory ailments. Particularly during the sweltering heat wave, they nearly faltered. The sole consolation was that Haizi had purchased several survival canned goods and food reserves, sufficient to sustain them for several years. Today, their expedition was necessitated by the cessation of water supply. Since the torrential rains, they had resorted to chiseling ice to extract water, despite the radiation risks, as abstaining would lead to dehydration. They still had a limited supply of diesel, and to conserve it, they operated the diesel generator for just an hour every 2 to 3 days to recharge their batteries. Above the shelter's exit lay a thick layer of ice, approximately 3 meters deep. Heezy had once climbed out and gazed towards the city, now unrecognizable, reduced to mere remnants of walls. Currently, Heezy's greatest concern was the severe coughing afflicting his family, compounded by headaches and nausea, leaving him at a loss for solutions. He had contemplated venturing into the city in search of fortune, yet lacked any means of transportation, as their vehicle had long been swept away. Although the urban area and suburbs were contiguous, a distance of 7 to 8 kilometers still separated them. Furthermore, the sparsely populated suburbs offered little in terms of salvageable supplies. Fortunately, their shelter housed a mountain bike, which Heezy planned to drag onto the ice the following day in hopes of scouring for resources. Finding some medicine would be a fortuitous stroke. After lowering several barrels of ice, Heezy finally secured the exit door and returned to the shelter. The storage still contained 7.5 survival packages. Originally, they had purchased 8, consuming half a package over the past 6 months, which would likely last them another 7 or 8 years. Additionally, they had 7 or 8 cans of seasoned sauce, 2 bags of flour, a box of instant noodles, and 3 packs of toilet paper. These provisions were acquired during their escape from a small supermarket, where they had taken them at no cost, and they were reluctant to utilize them, having preserved such a substantial amount. Upon reaching their refuge, Heezy had hastily opened all the taps for water, filling every available container, and had siphoned gasoline from the vehicle. It was this water that enabled the family to endure until after the torrential rains, preventing them from resorting to the caustic water. Beyond medicinal supplies, the shortage of energy posed another grave concern. With the frigid temperatures, the shelter's heating had ceased, forcing the family to huddle together in a single room each day. In comparison to the individuals in the United States, numbered at 999, Heezy's family can be deemed fortunate. However, the living endure far greater suffering. His parents' health is deteriorating rapidly, leaving Heezy, his wife, and an unmarried sister as the principal labor force. Recently, they have been engaged in transferring supplies and equipment from the first and third levels to the second level, aiming to establish it as the primary activity zone, while sealing off the passageways, leaving only one ventilation duct to the outside, primarily to mitigate the loss of heat in their refuge. Heezy often finds himself reminiscing about days gone by, sometimes pondering whether his old classmates are still alive, and if they, too, are facing such hardships as he does. Yet, he is fully aware that they will never cross paths again in this lifetime. Chapter 15. The Small Garden. Since the last incident, Zhang Xun has been contemplating ways to further fortify the defenses of the shelter. Prior to the apocalypse, due to the unavailability of firearms, the shelter security system was primarily centered around surveillance and early warning. The crossbows and nail guns that were purchased back then could only be operated manually, and the recent acquisition of firearms lacks automated control as well. It's not a matter of feasibility, but rather a deficiency in resources. After all, it is impossible for him to consider every aspect, despite having procured even miniature control motors. Initially, he intended to acquire some toxins, but they were simply unavailable on the market, and so he abandoned that idea. The pressing issue now is how to eliminate intruders before they can breach the door. Zhang Xun frequently reviews the inventory list of the shelter, pondering whether there are any viable solutions. After several days of intense contemplation, he has yet to devise a satisfactory plan and reluctantly decides to pause his efforts for the time being. In reality, when compared to urban civil defense facilities, Zhang Xun's shelter boasts a commendable level of safety. Firstly, its remote location ensures that few are aware of its existence. Finding it necessitates enduring the harsh conditions of the outside world. Secondly, the shelter is situated deep underground, accessible only through a heavy steel door and an escape passage, both of which remain impervious even to an RPG barrage. Even if they manage to breach the first door, what then? There lies a second door, and if they breach that as well, he could still use a motorhome to crush them. The security is indisputable. Zhang Xun's primary concern lies in preventing the external facilities from falling prey to enemy destruction. This includes the identification system outside the door, the keyhole, the ventilation system and its filters, as well as external surveillance cameras and radio antennas that might suffer from malicious damage. These assets are invaluable to Zhang Xun and must not be allowed to be ruined by adversaries. However, the current predicament is rather awkward. as there are no effective means to eliminate threats before they approach. On one hand, the external conditions are harsh, rendering ordinary methods incapable of maintaining weapon efficacy over extended periods. On the other hand, there is the challenge of ensuring timely warnings, as well as the control and precision of the weaponry. If these issues remain unresolved, it will be exceedingly difficult to fend off adversaries. A few days ago, during dinner, Zhang Xun inquired of his family regarding a previous incident where individuals arrived armed. He asked whether, should the next arrivals consist of elderly individuals, women, and children, they would be inclined to pity them and permit their entry. After a moment of silence, Du Jing spoke first, stating that it would depend on the circumstances. If a boy were born among them, she might choose to take in a girl. Conversely, if a girl were present, she would opt to take in a boy. However, if they were afflicted with severe radiation sickness, she would certainly refuse them. Mother nodded in agreement, expressing that the thought of those individuals arriving with firearms still instilled a sense of fear within her. Had Xiao Du not been pregnant, she might have considered offering refuge. But now that Xiao Du carries the lineage of the Zhang family, the family's assets must not be entrusted to outsiders. Father concurred, expressing that he shared the same sentiment as mother. With everyone in accord, Zhang Xun found little more to say. The shelter had been designed according to the survival standards of a large family, with all functional metrics reflecting the highest standards. After enduring over 6 months of the apocalypse's harsh and complex environments, it had demonstrated exceptional resilience against risks. Overall, he was quite satisfied, though he lamented that certain considerations were overlooked during the design and stockpiling of supplies. Unless he ventured out once more to the city in search of necessary equipment and materials, he would have to make do. However, with his wife still pregnant, he ultimately decided against it, reasoning that the shelter would likely not attract anyone's attention. After all, it had been a considerable time since the onset of the apocalypse, and it was uncertain whether many of those who participated in its construction had survived. In addition to contemplating the shelter's protective measures from August 13th to 15th, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law undertook another endeavor to bring the living area closer to nature and to consider the future of their baby. They intentionally created a garden in the connection corridor between the living room and the upper and lower levels, as well as parts of the staircase. Spanning nearly 4 meters in width and 7 meters in length, with additional stair space, they crafted a verdant environment, a tribute to the past. They left a 2-meter passage in the center, with 1 meter on each side, constructing adjacent walls of cement and stone to a height of approximately 30 centimeters. Soil was transported from the reserve in the agricultural zone on the 4th floor, roughly 5 cubic meters, laid along the corridor's edges, followed by a mixture of nutrients and water poured over the soil. Finally, they trimmed some of the originally decorative potted plants from the living area, inserting them into this garden. Plants such as pothos, spider plants, cacti, and asparagus ferns were chosen for their robust vitality and air-purifying properties. After the shelter's construction was completed, to prevent the living area from appearing monotonous, a variety of bonsai and potted plants have been prepared for design, ranging from trees to flowers to grasses, with a substantial reserve of plant and flower seeds stored in the warehouse. In addition to the aforementioned plants, there are also roses, climbing ivy, and grapes, among others. Under the guidance and meticulous planning of my mother and Du Jing, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law carefully planted various types of flora according to their specifications. For instance, they determined the appropriate spacing for tree-like plants, the precise locations for red flowers, the placements for purple blooms, and where to position the succulent plants, among other considerations. In matters of aesthetics, men indeed fall short when compared to women. Once those climbing plants flourish, wooden trellises will be erected overhead to support their vines. In Du Jing's words, it will evoke a sensation of being enveloped in a lush jungle, where one can simply look up and pluck grapes to enjoy, a delightful prospect indeed. With this endeavor concluded, Zhang Xun immersed himself in new tasks, conducting a comprehensive inspection of the electrical and plumbing systems. During a previous examination, he had discovered signs of aging and overheating in several electrical wires. Although the entire shelter was constructed with the finest materials, there may still be design flaws. Thus, he seized the opportunity to rectify any unreasonable designs and replace the deteriorating wiring and pipes. Additionally, he labeled those often overlooked areas to remind himself during daily inspections. Corresponding with these responsibilities, Zhang Xun also conducted checks and tests on the shelter's fire safety equipment, particularly the sprinkler system and smoke detectors. These tasks were particularly demanding, as they required a meticulous examination of every corner, Even a moment's negligence could result in overlooking a critical point. Should an incident occur in the future, it would jeopardize the normal operations of the entire shelter. Viewing the shelter as a machine, daily maintenance is essential for its proper functioning. Though Zhang Xun's daily tasks may seem repetitive and tedious, he finds joy in spending each day with his family. Chapter 16. Nuclear Contamination. On August 20th, 2025, external monitoring data from the shelter indicated radiation 720 millisieverts, temperature 572 C, PM2, 198 PM10, 120 sulfur dioxide, SO2 170, oxygen level 163. Du Jing continued to transcribe the data displayed on the screen, marking the 8th month of the apocalypse. All indicators are on the decline, which should be a positive development. However, the figures for temperature and oxygen levels are glaringly alarming. Sigh. She mused silently. How much longer will this situation persist? Zhang Xun, relying on his previous recollections, surmised that the temperature was nearing its nadir at 57 C. As for the oxygen content, it is likely to continue its descent, with the Earth's addition of new oxygen dwindling to almost negligible amounts. The eruptions of volcanoes, the rampant fires, and the decomposition of flora and fauna are all consuming precious oxygen. It remains uncertain how many years the Earth's oxygen reserves can sustain life. Zhang Xun silently prayed for the resilience of marine algae. Otherwise, hope would truly be extinguished. Since the early days of the Earth, primordial algae in the oceans have been providing oxygen. The cataclysmic impacts of large-scale collisions have undoubtedly affected marine life. Yet there are currently no means to assess the extent of such impacts. While the issue of nuclear radiation is substantial, it is expected that the radiation levels will gradually diminish over time. Zhang Xun was unaware of the total megaton yield of nuclear weapons deployed by various nations. Yet the immediate radiation from nuclear detonations is indisputable. However, in the long run, the effects are likely to be less severe. He had not grasped this concept until he recently encountered literature on nuclear matters, which illuminated his understanding. Since 1945, a total of 2,061 nuclear tests have been conducted worldwide. Among these, the United States has conducted 1,032, the Soviet Union 715, France 210, the United Kingdom 45, China 45, India 5, Pakistan 6, and North Korea 6. Such a multitude of nuclear tests has allowed the atmospheric dilution of radiation pollution to an almost negligible level. However, the recent deployment of nuclear weapons has caused a prolonged and extensive impact, which Zhang Xun speculated could be attributed to two main factors. 1. The yield of the nuclear weapons deployed by governments far exceeds that of the nuclear tests, and the one-time release has exponentially magnified the scale of nuclear contamination. 2. Nearly 600 nuclear power plants and thousands of reactors have generated persistent radiation pollution. The primary distinction between nuclear power plants and nuclear weapons lies in the duration of energy release. Nuclear bombs release their energy in a brief moment, and the resultant nuclear radiation is swiftly diluted by the atmosphere. Conversely, leaks and accidents at nuclear power plant reactors can persist for centuries, if not millennia. This radiation will gradually drift through the atmosphere to all corners of the globe, leading to widespread, long-term nuclear contamination. The Chernobyl disaster serves as a reference point, with radioactive materials spreading to Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, and other European nations, affecting an area exceeding 200,000 square kilometers. Furthermore, the radioactive substances have inflicted varying degrees of harm on the environment, flora, fauna, and humanity. For instance, the catastrophic incident resulted in the contamination of vast expanses with radioactive substances, rendering certain regions' soil unsuitable for the cultivation of crops and grasslands. Prior to the apocalyptic events, Ukraine still harbored over 4,000 square kilometers of land severely afflicted by radioactive pollution, leading to the tragic demise of 950,000 individuals and causing cancer in 270,000 others, a perpetual human sorrow. This devastation occurred despite the Soviet government's willingness to sacrifice lives by erecting a towering concrete wall, measuring 60 meters as a barrier. Consider the present, with over 600 nuclear power plants and thousands of reactors worldwide, all now in disarray. The absence of any management raises grave concerns about the daily release of nuclear pollutants. Although external radiation levels continue to decline, this reduction is merely a remnant of the nuclear explosions. The true anguish lies in the insidious, gradual destruction of all species by these nuclear facilities, akin to frogs being slowly boiled in water. It is certain that due to human negligence, the calamity that Earth now endures will eclipse the one experienced 66 million years ago, with recovery taking exponentially longer and becoming increasingly arduous. Yet, Zhang Xun still harbors hope for the external world, believing that human existence alone could expedite this process. While the vast majority may perish in this disaster, he is convinced that a minuscule fraction of individuals akin to himself will manage to survive this cataclysm, endeavoring to adapt and transform the Earth's environment. Numerous shelters exist globally, both private and governmental, some of which have undoubtedly withstood the initial onslaught. Particularly in nations distanced from the impact site, core political figures and military leaders, ensconced in these refuges, possess a far greater likelihood of survival compared to ordinary citizens. Moreover, such national-level shelters not only boast immense areas but also possess facilities and equipment far superior to those in Zhang Xun's own refuge. Additionally, many elite scientists and technicians are available for maintenance and modification. Zhang Xun believes that emergency plans at the national level will undoubtedly prioritize the selection of a cadre of elites for entry into these shelters, thus ensuring the continuity of a miniature human society. After contemplating all this, Zhang Xun lets out a bitter smile, acknowledging a singular truth. Even in the face of disaster, inequality among humans persists. Had he not retained that fragment of memory, he might still be languishing in the official small shelter, enduring a painful existence. Each day would involve risking radiation exposure to scavenge for supplies, only to have them appropriated for collective distribution. Zhang Xun finds it hard to fathom how he and Du Jing managed to survive nearly 2 years in such dire conditions. Fortunately, fate granted him an opportunity to choose a different path, enabling him to rescue his family and bring closure to the regrets of his memories. Life spans merely a few decades. With his parents growing older, he cherishes every day spent in the shelter by their side, regarding this companionship as a form of happiness. Throughout the first half of August, a state of busyness enveloped Zhang Xun, whether tending to the garden or inspecting the renovated piping systems, creating an illusion of still being at work. In the latter half of the month, apart from the routine inspections, Zhang Xun found himself in a state of languor. Each morning commenced with breakfast, followed by inspections across various floors, then indulging in games with his wife. After lunch, he either took a nap or practiced shooting. The afternoons were spent watching films with his wife or inviting his parents for a round of mahjong. In the evenings, after dining, he would conduct a brief inspection of all floors before engaging in prenatal education with his wife. Thus, this unadorned day would draw to a close. The shelter also possessed an energy-saving mode. Drawing from months of work and living patterns, Zhang Xun, with the assistance of an intelligent AI steward, adjusted certain unnecessary or seldom used electrical devices. For instance, the lighting systems on specific floors or in certain rooms could automatically shut off in the absence of occupants. The refrigeration units in the cold storage were programmed to operate intermittently rather than continuously. Moreover, the first and second floors, particularly the first, were seldom visited and did not require constant temperature maintenance, allowing for a reduction in heating supply. Each time he inspected the first and second floors, Zhang Xun would don additional layers of clothing. Though this was somewhat cumbersome, such measures effectively alleviated the shelter's burden and energy consumption. Optimizations like these required periodic reassessment and improvement, aiming not only for the systems to achieve their optimal state, but also for a more harmonious coexistence between individuals and the shelter. Chapter 17, Testing. As September approached, after a couple of weeks of idleness, it was time to venture out to dispose of the garbage. However, this excursion entailed more than just waste management. 2 additional tasks awaited. The first was to install a ladder for the air filtration passage and cameras situated above the main entrance. Due to the icy and steep mountainside, scaling it had proven arduous, prompting his father-in-law to devise a series of ladders to be affixed there. During this period, he had been working on these ladders, utilizing rebar and steel plates. 4 rebar pieces formed a framework, with 2 at the bottom connecting steel plates at intervals, while the upper rebar served as a handrail. With Zhang Xun's assistance, his father-in-law constructed over a dozen ladders of varying lengths. During their last excursion to dispose of the garbage, they collaborated to measure the approximate distances. The lengths of these ladders were determined based on prior measurements, followed by route planning to ascertain the required number of ladders. When the time came, they would align the positions and drive and nails to secure the ladders to the mountainside, albeit first addressing any uneven surfaces to facilitate the installation. The other task involved testing the performance of the drone. Previously, Zhang Xun procured a batch of quadcopter nuclear emergency drones from the United States, which had been languishing in storage, gathering dust. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to test them. The primary objective was to ascertain the drone's performance in terms of flight capability and control distance under such frigid and radioactive conditions, as well as their endurance. The manual indicated a maximum flight distance of 230 kilometers and a battery life of 12 hours under standard pre-disaster conditions. However, in the current apocalyptic scenario, he needed to determine how significantly the drone's performance would diminish should the need arise in the future. The flight systems of these drones were supplied by DJI, not due to Zhang Xun's reluctance to purchase domestic products, but rather because DJI primarily focuses on consumer-grade drones, with larger models yet to be developed. Moreover, domestic equivalents of nuclear emergency drones have not been made available to the public. The American manufacturer of these drones holds shares in DJI, which explains the incorporation of DJI's flight systems, as they possess considerable expertise in this domain. As for the drones themselves, they amalgamate advanced American materials and sensors, rendering them relatively formidable among quadcopters. The batch acquired by Zhang Xun features both wired and wireless modes. His initial concern had been the potential interference from nuclear radiation on the drone's wireless communication. In July, he undertook a journey and confirmed that radio communication functioned adequately within a certain range, thus validating the utility of the drone's wireless mode. Upon arrival at the testing site, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law first retrieved all ladders, tools, and drone equipment, subsequently disposing of trash in a distant ravine. While his father-in-law went off to clear obstacles, Zhang Xun operated a wired drone, elevating it to the maximum length of its tether and setting it to hover mode. He then shifted his focus to assisting his father-in-law with the ladders. Approximately an hour later, after successfully connecting 2 passages with ladders, the drone's battery neared depletion, prompting an automatic return. This test aimed to evaluate the drone's endurance while maintaining a fixed position and altitude. Indeed, in such low temperatures, the drone's operational time was reduced by 20 minutes. Once the wired drone descended, Zhang Xun promptly returned it to its custom case and opened another box containing a wireless version. In fact, both wired and wireless modes are interchangeable. Attaching the line activates the wired mode, while detaching it reverts to wireless. After placing the drone on the icy surface, Zhang Xun gestured towards the shelter's camera, while Du Jing, inside, operated the drone, directing it towards Enshi City, approximately 80 kilometers away, making the round trip a mere 160 kilometers. Du Jing had undergone training in the shelter a few days prior, thus maneuvering the drone with relative ease. Lacking a navigational map, she could only rely on her approximate sense of direction and distance, utilizing the drone's transmission capabilities for recognition. However, the video transmission was painfully slow, with considerable latency, rendering many functions ineffective. At this juncture, the advantages of the DJI flight system's autonomous control became evident. In conditions of weak signal, as long as the operator set parameters for distance, direction, and speed, the drone would fly according to these directives. Simultaneously, it would transmit images from its journey, while the sluggish video transmission would only be viewable upon the drone's return. Next came Du Jing's turn, as Zhang Xun had gone to assist his father-in-law. Within the shelter, Du Jing examined the incoming images and swiftly pinpointed the location of the hotel in the previously identified small town, though other buildings had entirely vanished. With little time to reflect, she adjusted the flight path accordingly, directing the drone to glide along the valley towards the urban center of Enshi. After approximately 10 more minutes, Du Jing discerned a cluster of buildings in the upper left corner of the drone's transmitted images, which likely indicated the city center, with a preliminary analysis suggesting a distance of about 15 kilometers to reach it. However, as the image transmission was somewhat sluggish, Du Jing decided to input a command for the drone to continue flying for another 20 kilometers, directing its path toward the upper left corner. For a while, no further images were transmitted, and the last update indicated that the battery still had 60 charge. 23 minutes later, the drone sent back images signaling its return, autonomously navigating back along its original route. Generally, civilian drones on the market have 3 return modes: one-key return, low battery return, and out-of-control return, with the latter 2 being essentially mandatory. However, the drones procured by Zhang Xun were more akin to military drones, capable of autonomously deciding to continue flying or return, based on battery information in cases of loss of control. After a while, Zhang Xun, stationed outside the shelter, spotted the returning drone. Once it had landed, he went to retrieve it. The installation of the ladders was already halfway completed, and it was estimated that they would require about another hour to finish. They continued working diligently, and once the ladders were securely in place, they tested them together, finding them stable and satisfactory. This facilitated their efforts, allowing them to clear the ice from both the internal passage and the exit, which took nearly 2 additional hours. They concluded their tasks after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, tidying up the remaining tools before re-entering the shelter. Despite the biting cold, both found themselves sweating profusely, with the father-in-law exclaiming that each outing felt akin to running a marathon, utterly exhausting. Zhang Xun simply smiled in response. As the lengthy decontamination process was still ongoing, Zhang Xun inquired via the intercom in the passage about whether the drone's video had been saved. With the shelter nearby, the video transmission was considerably faster, eliminating the need to remove the storage disk. Moreover, the wireless drone still had some battery left, sufficient to support the video transmission to the display device. Upon hearing Du Jing's reassuring response, Zhang Xun finally felt a sense of relief. This outing was not only marked by the installation of a ladder, but also by a thorough verification of the drone's performance metrics, rendering it a resounding success. In the future, when clearing pathways and protecting camera housings, there would be no need for strenuous climbing. Aside from the exertion, there lies an inherent danger, especially for an elder such as his father-in-law. Any mishap could lead to considerable complications. As for the drone, its endurance in hover mode reached an hour while in flight. It lasted approximately 50 minutes, with a range of 160 to 190 kilometers. Contrary to Zhang Xun's expectations, the performance still fell short in several aspects. Although the communication distance had seen some improvement, during a previous test drive, the range had ceased to function at around 50 kilometers. Yet this time, it extended to 65 kilometers before interruption, likely due to the elevated flying altitude. Later, he reviewed the 3-minute video captured by the drone, which depicted the city as an expanse of white, littered with collapsed structures and devoid of human presence. A veritable ghost town enveloped in ice and snow. Chapter 18. Departure. Location: Changsha. Li Pan had been diligently preparing during this period, as the journey from here to Inshi Prefecture spanned approximately 400 kilometers. Driving there would take at least a day, contingent upon knowing the general direction and favorable road conditions. The speed of the vehicle could not be excessive, particularly on such treacherous, icy surfaces. Presently, the ground was shrouded in a layer of ice, regardless of whether it had once been submerged by floodwaters, its thickness varying considerably amidst the pervasive cold. He procured a relatively intact 5-meter-long van, which still contained fuel, albeit frozen, an issue easily remedied. The group comprised 5 individuals: Li Pan, his wife and son, along with Lao Zhang and his 3.5-year-old daughter. When Li Pan broached the subject with Lao Zhang, he readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. To be candid, Li Pan felt uncertain about opening the entrance to the supposed refuge, since conventional methods had proven futile. Alternative strategies must be sought, such as implanting a virus to reset the identification system. Fortunately, he possessed the knowledge to execute this method, as it had once been a closely guarded company secret, intended for surmounting particularly resilient smart lock systems. Lao Zhang had also been a key figure in the company's lock repair division, and thus had the authority to deploy such a formidable weapon. Regrettably, their company had ultimately faced closure due to the illicit nature of their operations. Within Lao Zhang's backpack lay a USB drive embedded with this virus. To ensure thorough preparation, they also acquired a quantity of C4 explosives and various tools, such as hammers. Although they initially sought power tools like drills and saws, they were unable to locate batteries, rendering those options impractical. Other essential supplies, including food and heating materials, proved difficult to find, consuming a considerable amount of their time and effort. In an attempt to discreetly siphon off some supplies right under the noses of their comrades, the two devised numerous schemes. The pilfered food could not be brought back to the shelter and had to be concealed outside instead. Even under such circumstances, they were constantly anxious about whether it would be discovered by others. Fortunately, their perseverance bore fruit. After more than a month of diligent effort, they managed to prepare enough sustenance for 5 individuals over the course of 3 days. To insulate the cargo truck and shield it from radiation, they utilized blankets and other items from home. They wrapped the interior of the truck bed and then layered it with aluminum foil. Initially, Old Zhang contemplated placing a metal basin inside the cargo area to create warmth through fire, but was met with scorn from Li Pan, who deemed it a foolish idea. Given the already scarce oxygen, igniting a fire in such a confined space would be akin to lighting a lamp for an old man, a surefire path to demise. Even if not suffocated by lack of oxygen, one could easily succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning. After receiving a scolding, Old Lee became more astute and proposed hanging 2 metal boxes outside the truck to create a fire, with several water-filled pipes extending into the cargo area, thereby utilizing the principle of a radiator to provide warmth. After some contemplation, Li Pan realized it could indeed work. However, he then considered that the blankets lining the walls of the truck would suffer damage. Upon further reflection, he concluded that given the frigid external temperatures, the heat from the metal boxes would likely not have a detrimental effect as long as there were no open flames. To conserve fuel, he and Old Zhang had no intention of running the air conditioning while driving. Without delay, on the days their small team was not dispatched, the two ventured out alone to gather the necessary materials and supplies. During this time, Li Pan fortuitously met a local of Enshi Prefecture. He was a driver who frequently transported goods between 2 locations, and on the day of the disaster, he had happened to be delivering supplies to an underground market in Changsha, thus evading calamity. This individual, named Du Chun, had been attempting to return home over the past few months, yet all his efforts had ended in failure. He had parents, a wife, and children in Enshi Prefecture, and his sole desire was to return to them. Li Pan decided to recruit him into their team as a guide, but this would mean they would need more food. After some deliberation, he resolved to wait a while longer to ensure that their preparations were thoroughly completed before setting off. During this interim, Li Pan and Old Zhang continued to search for materials, while Du Chun scoured for food. After expending considerable effort, they finally gathered the necessary supplies, and it was time to modify the truck. As September approached, their progress remained sluggish. On one hand, there were still obligations at the shelter that consumed significant time. On the other hand, they had to remain vigilant to avoid detection, often halting for long periods at the slightest sound. Fortunately, they completed the modifications without incident. Du Chun also managed to locate some food and had pried open several abandoned vehicles' fuel tanks, bringing back dozens of liters of solidified gasoline. Due to the dwindling oxygen levels in the atmosphere, the ignition of vehicles has become increasingly arduous, and the combustion within the engines is insufficient, leading to a greater consumption of fuel than in the pre-apocalyptic era. Consequently, it is imperative for them to stockpile a more substantial quantity of fuel. Previously, such vehicles consumed approximately 60 to 70 liters over a distance of 400 kilometers. However, under the current conditions, without a reserve of 200 liters, they may scarcely manage to cover that distance. Currently, the amount they have gathered, including the vehicle's own fuel reserves, amounts to merely around 120 liters, which remains grossly inadequate, necessitating further efforts to siphon fuel. The gas stations within the city are out of the question, having been obliterated in the wake of the calamity. In addition to gasoline, they also seek heating fuel, wood, solid alcohol, books, and other essential supplies. However, these items are exceedingly scarce since the onset of the Ice Age. The primary resource lists of various shelters have been dominated by food and heating materials. After months of scavenging, the already ravaged city has become even more challenging for the procurement of such necessities. Li Pan and his companions are reluctantly compelled to direct their attention to the outskirts of the city, albeit at the cost of exposing themselves to radiation for extended periods. All of them suffer from radiation sickness, and after more than a month spent outdoors, their skin conditions have worsened, with red spots and ulcers becoming increasingly severe. Moreover, both Old Zhang and Du Chun are experiencing gastrointestinal issues, often plagued by vomiting and coughing up blood. Li Pan feels utterly helpless. The three of them have resigned themselves to the possibility of death, clinging to a singular belief. He and Old Zhang are motivated by the desire to protect their children, while Du Chun yearns to return home. Reaching the city's periphery on foot poses a formidable challenge. At times, if they cannot return before dusk, they must seek shelter and huddle together to endure the night. Observing the deteriorating conditions of Old Zhang and Du Chun, Li Pan is genuinely concerned about whether they will be able to hold on until the day of departure. He himself is not faring much better. For the sake of their children's survival, they are willing to forsake everything, even their own lives. After several arduous searches, they have managed to gather the essential supplies. But time is of the essence. They must set out promptly. Li Pan has instilled hope in Old Zhang and Du Chun, and now it is their turn to provide hope for the children. On September 11th, 2025, Li Pan officially set forth in the small cargo van, destined for the Yashangwan shelter in Enshi Prefecture. Yet, the vehicle bore an oddity, with a metal box emitting black smoke suspended from either side of the cargo area. When retrieving his family from the shelter, Li Pan and Old Zhang synchronously adorned their children with layers of tin-foil protective suits. Li Pan's wife silently observed, understanding his resolve without uttering a word. Previously, during Li Pan and Old Zhang's excursions, his daughter had been cared for by his wife. In the passenger seat sat Du Chun, guiding Li Pan with directions. As the vehicle set off, a flicker of vitality appeared on the terrifying face. As if in his gaze, he could see his family standing at the door, smiling and welcoming him home. The following day, within the confines of the carriage, Old Zhang struggled to pry open an irregular window on the side of the compartment. He added firewood to the metal box outside. Then, summoning all his strength, he closed the window. He maintained that posture for an exceedingly long time. Li Pan heard the sobbing from behind and fought to hold back his own tears, fearing they would freeze, while his hands had already grown numb. Old Zhang was gone, and even upon reaching their destination, no one would be able to open that door. Li Pan did not look back, and Du Chun remained silent, for that place was Old Zhang's wish and their shared hope, as they journeyed together towards the promise of a brighter future. Chapter 19, The Objective. In the urban area of Enchi City, "Boss, everything is ready. When do we depart?" inquired a frail young man with dyed yellow hair. "Can the small vehicle-mounted radios we found last time be used?" asked the man referred to as the boss by the yellow-haired youth. Lu Feng replied that they were operational, as long as there was electricity in their vehicle. The yellow-haired youth continued, "What about the heavy artillery? Has Lu Feng learned how to operate it?" The man inquired again. "I've grasped the basics, but we only have 2 rounds. Isn't that a bit insufficient?" The yellow-haired youth expressed his concerns. "As long as we aim correctly and fire. I refuse to believe we cannot breach the warehouse door. Make sure to remember the target. We can't afford to waste a trip," said the man identified as Sun Xiaoguo, the boss of the wholesale market in Enchi. After the apocalypse, he had managed to control a civil defense shelter through cunning means. However, that shelter was now on the brink of collapse, dwindling from 5,000 to 6,000 inhabitants at the outset to just over 300 now, rendering his title of boss somewhat hollow. Last month, an offhand remark from the yellow-haired youth rekindled a flicker of hope within him. Previously, the yellow-haired youth had been a delivery driver, frequently traveling between the wholesale market and delivery points. As supplies grew scarcer, he remarked in the presence of the boss, "If only we could reach the area of Yesan Pass. Their warehouses are brimming with supplies." The warehouse he referred to was, of course, the one built by Zhang Xun, a place he vividly remembered from several deliveries. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was keen. Sun Xiaoguo inquired further and realized it was indeed that individual, who had previously procured numerous items from his wholesale market, sparking some gossip among the shops. He had never thought much of it until the yellow-haired youth mentioned seeing a plethora of grain in the warehouse, which unsettled him, prompting an urgent inquiry about its location. The distance of 80 to 90 kilometers loomed like an insurmountable chasm for them. Just 2 months prior, Sun Xiaoguo would never have dared to contemplate venturing such a distance. However, at present, he possesses a formidable asset, an armored vehicle. Last month, while scavenging for supplies, they unearthed it beneath the ruins of a military-industrial facility. Although referred to as a military unit, it was essentially a repair shop where some military vehicles from the province were sent for maintenance or repair. In truth, they had discovered more than just this remarkable piece. However, regrettably, only this vehicle could be extracted from the debris, while the others remained inaccessible. Simultaneously, they dismantled 2 small radios for communication purposes. During this period, Sun Xiaoguo had been diligently preparing, which included an armored vehicle, an off-road vehicle, as well as some fuel and provisions. He initially harbored hopes of locating firearms or similar weaponry, but refrained from venturing too deeply into the collapsed workshop. To his relief, the armored vehicle was equipped with a small caliber cannon, which surprisingly contained 2 rounds of ammunition, presumably used for testing after the vehicle's repair. According to Lu Feng, this was likely a reconnaissance type of armored vehicle, featuring not only the cannon, but also a retractable mast with optical reconnaissance sensors atop. With food increasingly scarce outside, venturing to the location indicated by Huang Mao had become an imperative. The survivors in the shelter were predominantly friends and family of him and his younger brother. Without new supplies, their fate was sealed. Sun Xiaoguo was not one to be trifled with. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had claimed numerous lives, which was why he had risen to the position of leader in the shelter. Huang Mao was astute and obedient, while Lu Feng was a technical expert. The shelter's radiation protection measures had been his recommendation. Thus Sun Xiaohua valued both of them greatly. He summoned his cousin, informing him, "We will set off shortly. If I do not return within 2 days, manage the shelter as best you can. Can I come along?" His cousin inquired. "What purpose would you serve? Look at how few of us remain. Every additional day we can survive counts. If we can wait for reinforcements from the provincial capital, perhaps we can avoid demise." Sun Xiaohua reprimanded. He then sighed and continued, "Perhaps I am being overly pessimistic. At worst, we may return empty-handed. If fortune favors us, we might yet enjoy a spell of good fortune." With reluctance, his cousin nodded in agreement. Sun Xiaohua pondered for a moment and added, "If we do not return, remember not to seek us out." 20 minutes later, Sun Xiaohua set off with 6 individuals and 2 vehicles. He, Huang Mao, and Lu Feng occupied the armored vehicle's front, while the remaining 3 followed in the off-road vehicle. The reconnaissance mast of the armored vehicle remained retracted, and to conserve fuel, even the vehicle's air conditioning system was set to the lowest setting. On September 19, 2025, the 2 vehicles departed the urban area of Enshi City, heading towards Yisengwen. However, prior to their departure, a box truck had briefly paused here before continuing on the same path. The individuals within the vehicle were none other than Li Pan's family and Lao Zhang's 3.5-year-old daughter. Earlier, when passing through Enshi Prefecture, he had dropped Du Chun off. As he gazed at the hunched figure stumbling away into the dim, icy wilderness, Li Pan glanced back at his wife and children, released the brake, and pressed onward. They had traversed nearly 400 kilometers over the course of 2 arduous days, still far from their destination. Had it not been for Du Chun's faint recognition of the mountains flanking the road, Li Pan would have been utterly lost. With just 80 kilometers remaining, a mere descent through the valley ahead would lead them to safety. Li Pan pressed the accelerator slightly further down. In less than 10 kilometers, a glimmer of clarity seemed to illuminate his eyes, the biting cold sharpening his focus. It was uncertain how many times illusions had manifested before him. He struggled to maintain control of the vehicle. Inside the cabin, his wife stifled a cough, blood staining her sleeve. Sensing the vehicle's instability, she cradled their 2 children, casting a worried glance towards the driver's seat without uttering a word. After 2 days of relentless travel, she had surrendered all hope. With 2 children to care for, perhaps it was best for them to perish together as a family. An hour later, Li Pan thought he recognized the small town he had frequented in the past. They must be close. Suddenly, he noticed a bird soaring ahead. Cursed be the visions. He slapped himself and pressed on. 40 kilometers behind, Sun Xiaohua's convoy had just exited the city limits when Huang Mao shouted, "Boss, look, is it a tire track on the ice to our right?" Sun Xiaohua turned swiftly to observe, barely making out 2 sets of tire impressions. He instructed Lu Feng, the driver, to halt and signaled to the crew in the off-road vehicles to disembark and investigate. Indeed, the subordinate confirmed that a vehicle had passed through not long ago, and notably, it was a single vehicle. After pondering this revelation, Sun Xiaohua concluded that one vehicle posed little threat, but the vehicle's intentions remained unclear. Was it pursuing the same supplies as he? Or perhaps it belonged to the warehouse owner? How many individuals could be at their main base? Yet, upon recalling that they were in an armored vehicle with 2 shells at their disposal, Sun Xiaohua's confidence surged anew. He urged Lu Feng to accelerate, eager to uncover what treasures lay ahead. Chapter 20, Old Friends. September 15th, 2025, afternoon. A pair of kings, Zhang Xun dealt the cards. An ace, the response was swift. Du Jing unhesitatingly played 2 cards. "We are on the same team. Why play against me?" Zhang Xun grimaced. Irritation etched on his face as he regarded Du Jing. She stuck out her tongue playfully and retorted, "What s with the scowl? I simply forgot." This round, their mother emerged victorious once again. Just as Zhang Xun contemplated yielding his position to his father, the alarm system of the shelter blared ominously. The 4 were startled and hastened to the control room. Zhang Xun's eyes widened as he read the alert, indicating the detection of a suspicious moving target. He hastily called up the surveillance records for review. The footage revealed a suspicious object resembling a cargo truck passing along the provincial road in front of the shelter. A road had been constructed leading to the shelter for its establishment. One of the surveillance cameras positioned above the shelter was perfectly aimed at the intersection of these 2 routes. Due to the distance of approximately 1 kilometer, the image only displayed a fleeting white blur, appearing rather indistinct. When Zhang Xun paused and magnified the view, it became evident that this was indeed a box truck. His brows furrowed into a deep furrow, and both Du Jing and her parents felt a sense of unease, sensing that these individuals might be heading towards their refuge. However, the truck had clearly driven straight past. Had they not noticed this place? "Darling, stay here while I go take a look," Zhang Xun said, filled with concern. "I'll accompany you," his father-in-law replied. "The truck has already gone far. Perhaps we shouldn't go out. It might just be passing by." Du Jing hesitated. "It's not that simple. Our location is so remote. It's unlikely for people to pass through continuously. Don't worry, I'll take the armored vehicle, and I've got a firearm. So everything will be fine." Zhang Xun reassured Du Jing, then turned to his father-in-law. "It's best if I go alone. If anything happens, please be ready to assist me at the entrance." His father-in-law nodded in agreement. Just as Zhang Xun was contemplating changing into his protective gear, the early warning system sounded an alarm again, less than 3 minutes after the last one. The live surveillance footage displayed the box truck returning, stopping momentarily at the fork before heading towards the shelter. Zhang Xun hurried to the first-floor garage without saying farewell to his family. Approximately 10 minutes later, the truck came to a halt in front of the shelter, and a man wrapped tightly in layers emerged first. This man was Li Pan. After laboriously supporting himself against the vehicle door, nearly stumbled due to having been seated for an extended period. Regaining his balance, a look of joy spread across his pale face as he surveyed the surroundings of the shelter, noting the cleared debris and the tall antenna standing above the passageway. Someone was indeed living inside. Li Pan felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. He was thrilled that his wife and son might be saved, yet anxious about whether the inhabitants would welcome him. With old Zhang gone, Li Pan had no means to breach the shelter's formidable entrance. He attempted to straighten his hunched body, though his strength was waning. Raising his head and extending his arms, he waved at the overhead camera, knowing the people inside should be able to see him. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the shelter's grand door swung open, and an armored vehicle slowly emerged. Li Pan instinctively stepped back, his heart racing. "Who are you, and what do you want here?" came a voice from the loudspeaker. "Zhang, it's me, Li Pan." He recognized Zhang Xun's voice and felt overwhelming joy. "Li Pan?" Zhang Xun scrutinized the frail figure before him, perplexed by how he had come to resemble this. "Who is in your vehicle?" he retorted, his voice laced with suspicion. Li Pan forced a bitter smile, sensing Zhang Xun's lack of trust. Trembling, he cautiously approached the compartment of the car. Zhang Xun pressed the accelerator, one hand gripping the steering wheel while the other reached for the gun resting in the passenger seat. Moments later, a woman emerged from the vehicle, cradling 2 children in her arms. Upon reaching the front of the armored vehicle, she placed the children down, and to Zhang Xun's astonishment, all 4 of them knelt before him. Li Pan cried out, "Zhang, I implore you to take in our children, please." Zhang Xun's brow furrowed, caught in a moment of indecision. He opened the car door and approached Li Pan, scrutinizing the 4 individuals. Li Pan and his wife appeared gravely ill, likely with little time left. The young boy, around 8 or 9, also bore the pallor of severe radiation sickness. However, the little girl, her face wrapped in tin foil, save for her bright eyes, still seemed to possess a flicker of vitality. "Li Pan," Zhang Xun stated firmly, "despite our past camaraderie, I cannot allow you to enter my refuge. My provisions are scarce, and your radiation sickness poses a risk to my family." Upon hearing his words, the kneeling woman erupted into tears, pleading, "Please allow just our 2 children to enter. Li Pan, and I will not burden you." Li Pan continued to bow, sobbing, "I understand that my wife and I are beyond help, but these children are still so young. For the sake of our past friendship, I beseech you to shelter them." Sighing, Zhang Xun refrained from making a hasty decision. "Please wait a moment," he instructed Li Pan. He retrieved his walkie-talkie to relay the situation to his family and gauge their opinions. He was not devoid of compassion. His heart was entwined with the sanctuary he had painstakingly built. He feared any unforeseen events that might jeopardize the tranquility of their lives. Du Jing and her parents observed the surveillance footage, though the audio was inaudible. After a moment of silence, Du Jing turned to her mother, saying, "Mom, could you step outside for a moment? I need to speak with Zhang Xun privately." Her mother nodded, allowing the children to decide for themselves. Once the elders had exited, Du Jing picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Step back a bit. I have something to ask you." As Zhang Xun retreated a few steps and adjusted the volume, holding the device to his ear, Du Jing inquired, "Darling, how are the 2 children faring?" "The older boy is likely suffering severely from radiation sickness, while the younger girl's condition appears less dire," Zhang Xun replied. "Honey, based on your description, I fear the boy may not have long to live. But we can reassess the girl's situation later." Agree to their request. This way, You won't have to bear the weight of your conscience. From that point onward, they temporarily resided on the first floor. As for sustenance, we could still manage, and should the two children perish in the future, we could not be held accountable. Dujin calmir. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xun found it quite reasonable, and his admiration for his wife grew immensely. The young boy appeared to be in a precarious state. His only contribution was a modicum of food and energy, which would not impose a significant burden on the shelter. Zhang Xun set down the walkie-talkie and approached Li Pan, saying, "Li Pan, sister-in-law, my wife and I have discussed it and decided to take in the two children." The couple was instantly overwhelmed with joy, bowing deeply before him in gratitude. "What are their names?" Zhang Xun inquired. "The boy's name is Lian, my son. He's 9 years old. The girl is the daughter of a friend of mine, named Zhang Pingping," Li Pan hurriedly introduced. A smile graced Zhang Xun's face, and he added, "Now, you should bid farewell to the children. Staying outside for too long increases the danger." Li Pan was moved to tears, and along with her wife, she embraced the children, weeping as they entrusted their future to Zhang Xun. 5 minutes later, Li Pan retrieved a notebook from the vehicle and handed it to Zhang Xun, saying, "This contains the children's names and birthdays. I entrust this to you." Zhang Xun accepted the notebook with a nod, remaining silent, before turning to the two children and saying, "Uncle will take you to have something delicious." The two shivering children looked up at Li Pan and her husband, saw their tearful nods, and then walked toward Zhang Xun. Chapitre 21, Mutuelle Destruction. "Huang Mao, are you certain of the location? All I see here are mountains and ice. Where's the warehouse?" Lu Feng questioned as he brought the vehicle to a halt. "The position of these mountains? I should think it is here. How could there be nothing?" Huang Mao replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Sun Xiaowu disregarded their banter, scanning the surroundings before asking Huang Mao, "Are you sure this is the spot?" Huang Mao hesitantly nodded. "It seemed a significant flood once occurred here, likely washing the warehouse away." Sun Xiaowu sighed. "What do we do now? Should we head back?" Lu Feng's face was a mask of disappointment. "No, let us follow that vehicle from earlier. They likely possess supplies, or they wouldn't venture into such a remote area," Sun Xiaowu asserted. "Boss, if this place is so secluded, why would they come here? Do they have somewhere to stay?" Huang Mao queried. Sun Xiaowu, equally perplexed, speculated, "Perhaps there's a large cave nearby. We should follow them for now." Huang Mao and Lu Feng nodded in agreement and continued onward. They drove slowly, keeping the headlights on to discern the tire tracks on the ice. After approximately 40 minutes, they arrived at the fork in the road, just as Zhang Xun was preparing to lead the two children into the shelter. "Darling, we have an emergency." Du Jing's urgent voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Zhang Xun swiftly grabbed the device and asked, "What is the nature of the emergency?" Beyond the fork in the road, two vehicles emerged, one of which bore a striking resemblance to your armored vehicle. They were undoubtedly heading towards our refuge, and would likely arrive within 10 minutes. "You must return swiftly." Du Jing was on the verge of tears. Zhang Xun furrowed his brow, casting a dark glance at Li Pan, inquiring if they were brought by him. The voice from the intercom was heard by both Li Pan and his wife. He forced a smile and said, "We traveled all the way from Changsha and have not encountered anyone. We truly did not lead them here. How coincidental." Zhang Xun questioned as he swung open the door of the armored vehicle. "Enough. Since you do not believe me, I shall have to demonstrate the truth," Li Pan said, glancing at his son, a fierce glint in his eyes. He then addressed Zhang Xun. "Please take care of my son. I'll go assist you in dealing with him." With that, he strode toward his own vehicle. Li Pan's wife gazed at their son, tears streaming down her face, suppressing her sobs as she resolutely turned away and joined Li Pan in the truck. Zhang Xun watched them, and, as the truck made a U-turn, he embraced the two children and brought them into the vehicle. The children nestled in the passenger seat, particularly the young boy, whose eyes were filled with longing and anguish. After enduring the protracted apocalypse, he was no longer a child. Silence did not equate to indifference, for he understood that his parents had found liberation. Zhang Xun extended his right hand, shielding the child's gaze from the other side. Huang Mao pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Boss, that vehicle is approaching us." Sun Xiaowu smiled and said to Lu Feng, "Let us pull over and signal the vehicle ahead. It seems they've noticed our presence." However, his smile quickly faded as he shouted in terror, "Hurry, turn the steering wheel." That maniac! The truck accelerated, evidently intent on colliding with them. There was no time to load ammunition and fire. Although they were in an armored vehicle, such an impact would be unpleasant. The armored vehicle barely grazed past the truck, but the following off-road vehicle, appeared on the verge of crashing into it. Suddenly, a violent explosion flipped the off-road vehicle, shattering its front. The truck erupted into flames, and the armored vehicle, where Sun Xiaowu was seated, was caught in the massive shockwave of the explosion, spinning several times on the icy surface before violently slamming against the nearby rocky terrain. The three occupants were instantly stunned, their bodies dramatically collapsing onto the vehicle. White smoke billowed from the front, and with a loud clang, the left door fell off, piercing the frigid air that rushed into the vehicle. Zhang Xun observed this spectacle, bewildered. How could such a tremendous explosion occur in such cold weather from a collision? Unbeknownst to him, this was the C4 explosive that Li Pan and Lao Zhang had intended to detonate to breach the refuge's entrance. In that moment, in a bid to ensure his child's survival, he chose to trust Zhang Xun, opting for a fate shared with the others. He safeguarded his child while simultaneously liberating himself. Zhang Xun paid silent tribute to the two children before descending from the vehicle to embrace them in his arms. He turned to Lian and said, "Let us go. Your father and mother shall no longer suffer." With one hand grasping Lian and the other cradling Zhang Pingping, he made his way towards the refuge passage. Upon reaching the first grand gate, he briefed Du Jing and his father-in-law before returning to the armored vehicle. The entrance to the refuge began to close slowly, while the children's grandfather would administer the decontamination procedure. Due to radiation exposure, the two could only be accommodated on the first floor, where makeshift folding beds will be provided for their rest. Outside, Zhang Xun sat within the vehicle, retrieving binoculars to survey the horizon. The flames atop the truck had yet to extinguish. The rear off-road vehicle had suffered severe deformation, precariously wedged against the icy surface and slope, with two bloodied figures half leaning out of the window. As for the oddly shaped armored vehicle, its front had crumpled upon colliding with the mountainside, with the front door dislodged, leaving its interior shrouded in uncertainty. Zhang Xun remained still, quietly awaiting developments, biding his time. He was waiting for death, for others to perish, exposed to the elements. Without heat or movement, the human body would swiftly lose warmth, leading inevitably to demise. He feared that those within the two vehicles might still be alive. Thus refraining from taking risks, patience was his only ally. After 2 hours had elapsed, the clock indicated it was now 4:30 in the afternoon. Believing the moment to be ripe, he approached the perilous armored vehicle, 92-style pistol in hand, moving with utmost caution. Peering inside, he beheld 3 individuals lying within, their faces a ghastly shade of purple, their skin coated with a thin layer of frost. A sense of relief washed over him as he proceeded to inspect the other vehicle, where the 3 occupants had met a more brutal fate. Gazing upon the grim scene, he inwardly lamented, "What a wretched apocalypse this is. Everyone clings to life, and in the struggle to survive, notions of right and wrong dissolve. In this desolate world, could Zhang Xun still denounce them as bandits? No, the distinctions of morality had long since evaporated. Whether one was a thief or an act of self-defense mattered not. Survival was the ultimate objective. Subsequently, he dragged the lifeless bodies out and gathered them together, planning to return the next day for burial. As for the Li Pan couple, their remains had been obliterated beneath the explosion of several C4 explosives. Zhang Xun intended to erect a symbolic tomb for them later. The truck and off-road vehicle held little value now, while the armored vehicle, despite its dented front, seemed salvageable. What piqued his interest was its apparent nature as an army reconnaissance vehicle, complete with a retractable mast adorned with various optical sensors. A multitude of thoughts raced through Zhang Xun's mind, yet the most pressing concern was to return for supper, as the hour approached 6. The time allotted for him to dwell on the sorrows of spring and autumn was fleeting. He needed to hastily tow the armored vehicle back to the shelter. Thus, he retrieved ropes and a tow hook from the warrior vehicle, secured them, and returned to the vehicle to drive toward the refuge. Chapter 22, Resettlement. Upon entering the shelter, Lian and Zhang Pingping found Zhang Xun's father-in-law clad in protective gear, prepared to decontaminate them, as the 2 children were entirely wrapped in aluminum foil. Shivering from the cold, they waited until the shelter's ventilation system warmed the interior, and only then did they commence the decontamination process. Without protective suits, they resorted to immersion. The father-in-law had previously procured a large tub, heated soapy water, and instructed the children to remove their clothes and soak in the tub. After approximately 20 minutes, he utilized a radiation meter to assess the children. Lian appeared pale, with numerous sores on his skin, uncertain whether they were frostbite or radiation-induced dermatitis. Moreover, he frequently coughed. his condition markedly poor. For a child who had just endured the loss of both parents, such trauma rendered him exceedingly fragile. Following the measurements, the radiation levels on Li Yin and Zhang Pingping had significantly diminished, especially for Zhang Pingping, who seemed to be in markedly better condition than Li Yin, exhibiting only minor frostbite on her hands without any other apparent symptoms. Upon entering the second door, they underwent another round of decontamination. The mother had already prepared 2 beds, a set of new clothes, and some food on the first floor before returning. The father-in-law, still in his protective suit, led them in, not out of forgetfulness, but because the boys still bore residual radiation that necessitated their temporary separation, placing them in the machine processing area. For the first time in over 6 months, the 2 children savored such delightful food and experienced the warmth of a nurturing environment, prompting them to cry during their meal. Watching the 2 ravenous children, the father-in-law felt a pang of sorrow. "Slow down. There's plenty more. Don't choke," he reminded them. Once the children had finished their meal, he settled them at opposite ends of the area, maintaining a distance of 8 or 9 meters due to Li and significantly elevated radiation levels, ensuring the girl was not further harmed. He contemplated whether a separate small room should be arranged for Li Yan's isolation. With his daughter pregnant, he could not bring the 2 children into the living quarters. He would wait for Zhang Xun's return to make a decision. Later, the mother delivered some toys and children's books. Around 7 o'clock, Zhang Xun returned, parking the 2 vehicles at the second door without driving them inside. Glancing through the glass outside the processing area, he noticed the 2 children quietly lying on their beds, engrossed in their books, which eased his mind. He then descended to prepare for dinner, where the family awaited him. After showering, Zhang Xun sat at the dining table and inquired about the children's condition. The situation concerning Ong Li is quite dire. It remains uncertain how much longer he can endure. Zhang Pingping appears to be in good condition, and after some time, they will arrange for preliminary examinations in the medical room, Du Jing stated. He nodded, and at that moment, his mother inquired about the events outside. 6 individuals have perished. It is unclear whether they were lured by Li Pan or if it was mere coincidence. Zhang Xun recounted the previous occurrences in detail. He found no firearms or similar weapons inside the vehicle, though 2 shells left him in a state of dread. He also discovered a marked map, with several circles drawn in specific locations, one of which was labeled Military Repair Factory. By the way, there should be some radiation protection medications in the shelter. Zhang Xun recalled that during his procurement of drones, he had also acquired some anti-radiation drugs from abroad. These medications come in 3 varieties. 2 were sourced internationally, while the other is a traditional Chinese herbal remedy. Anti-nuclear radiation medications refer to drugs that protect against nuclear radiation damage, with different types targeting various effects. For instance, the herbal remedies such as ginseng, reishi, and rhodiola possess excellent properties for enhancing immunity, improving hematopoiesis, and boosting the body's antioxidant capacity, effectively mitigating DNA damage and enhancing its repair functions. Free radical scavengers like WR2721 S2, 3-amino-propyl amino ethyl thiophosphate, act by binding to free radicals through their unsaturated bonds or redox reactions, thereby eliminating or diminishing radiation damage. Biochemical agents like anti-radiation cytokines, primarily including IL-1, IL-6, and IL-11, play significant roles. IL-1 effectively reduces radiation damage by scavenging free radicals, while IL-6 significantly lowers reactive oxygen species in normal tissues, offering protective effects against radiation by diminishing the extent of free radical damage, and IL-11 enhances hematopoietic functions, thereby increasing peripheral blood cells. These substances should not be consumed indiscriminately. I will study the instructions thoroughly and correlate them with the initial medical examinations, Du Jing asserted. After a moment's thought, she added, however, it would be prudent to administer some herbal remedies first, as they carry minimal side effects. Very well, Zhang Xun, lacking medical expertise, decided to leave it to Du Jing. In fact, both Li Pan and the elder Zhang have been exceptionally protective of their children, never permitting them to venture outside the shelter since the onset of the apocalypse. Particularly, the elder Zhang was the first to implement radiation protection measures in their makeshift dwelling. Additionally, Zhang Pingping is still quite young, and the limited materials used for her tin foil coverings have spared her from substantial radiation harm. The following day, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law procured several aluminum panels and constructed a makeshift room in the processing area, isolating Ong Li within. The young boy was remarkably obedient, not crying or causing a fuss. Zhang Xun, clad in a layer of medical protective gear, patiently consoled him for a while and explained the reasons for the isolation. Li, despite the absence of a smile upon his face, was quite cooperative. As for Zhang Pingping, the radiation levels in her body had diminished significantly, yet they remained 3 times higher than that of an average individual. It appeared that she would need to stay here for a while longer. Although she had met the safety standards and posed no threat to others, the presence of a pregnant woman at home made Zhang Xun hesitant to take any risks. At noon, under Du Jing's guidance, Zhang Xun's mother prepared the medicinal herbs, which the 2 children consumed. However, the effects would not be immediately apparent, necessitating daily intake. To stave off boredom for the children, in addition to the toys and books previously arranged, Zhang Xun also procured for each of them a tablet equipped with animated films. He had acquired a plethora of electronic devices, perhaps numbering in the hundreds, ranging from various brands of laptops, tablets, smartphones, to smartwatches and handheld projectors. Another suggestion from Du Jing was to cultivate vegetables that would bolster resistance against radiation, essentially enhancing immunity. For someone like Zhang Xun, who frequently visited the shelter, such precautions were paramount. Over the past few days, Du Jing had made a point to initiate video calls with the children in the evenings, concerned that they might feel frightened sleeping alone, while also providing psychological comfort. Having recently endured the loss of their parents, the children's spirits were understandably low, but with Du Jing's encouragement, their moods and states began to stabilize. Zhang Pingping was relatively well, being younger and less burdened by understanding. A little consolation quickly restored her smile. However, the situation was more challenging for Li, who not only battled emotional trauma, but also physical pain that tormented him. During the day, Du Jing had administered some pain relief, and he felt much better now. Having experienced so much, Li's character had matured. Even when the pain became unbearable, he gritted his teeth in silence. Yet, Du Jing could see the unnatural expression on his face through the screen. Sensing his struggle to endure his discomfort, what surprised her most was the exemplary behavior of the 2 children, who were remarkably obedient. Perhaps it was the fear of displeasing their hosts in such a favorable environment that prompted their compliance. Du Jing, being knowledgeable in nursing, understood the complexities of a child's psyche. Chapter 23, A Medical Examination. On September 21st, 2025, the day after taking the children in, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law ventured out. Their primary objective was to handle the aftermath of the recent events. He operated an excavator to dig a pit near the intersection, where he buried the 6 bodies. Subsequently, he erected a grave for the couple, Li Pan and his wife, marking it with a sign to serve as a tombstone. After paying their respects, they began to move away the 2 severely damaged vehicles, relocating them to a less conspicuous area previously designated for trash. Although the off-road vehicle contained a small radio, it too had suffered extensive damage and was rendered inoperable. After spending over 2 hours completing all the tasks, Zhang Xun commenced repairs on the armored vehicle upon returning to the shelter in the afternoon. The vehicle had merely sustained damage from the shockwave of an explosion and a minor collision that caused the door to detach. Overall, the condition was not severe. The garage housed a basic set of repair tools, sufficient for the necessary restorations. Surface damage was swiftly addressed, and after testing the armored reconnaissance vehicle in a corridor spanning several dozen meters, Zhang Xun found it to be functioning adequately. Driving it bore little difference from operating a civilian car, both being automatic. The only unfamiliarity arose from the weight of the steering wheel. To be candid, the vehicle's size posed considerable challenges for modifications, leading him to abandon such plans. Instead, he merely applied a layer of radiation-resistant coating to the exterior and reinforced its airtightness. Should modifications be pursued, it would necessitate the addition of lead plates, insulation materials, as well as heating and oxygen supply systems, proving to be economically unfeasible. Particularly, the weapon system proved cumbersome. It could neither be disassembled nor did it possess an ample supply of ammunition, rendering it somewhat superfluous. This system comprised a small-caliber rapid-fire cannon, and without an instruction manual, Zhang Xun was at a loss regarding its operation. Thus, he chose to leave it undisturbed for the time being. What truly piqued Zhang Xun's interest was the electro-optical reconnaissance mast, a remarkable piece of equipment. As he understood, the vehicle-mounted reconnaissance mast could simultaneously provide electro-optical channels, infrared, and radar monitoring capabilities, facilitating the acquisition of reconnaissance information from multiple angles, with a range extending to several dozen kilometers. More importantly, the electro-optical mast was capable of elevation, allowing it to exploit advantageous higher vantage points in low-lying terrain. thereby obtaining information from adversaries while maintaining concealment, a genuine embodiment of stealth reconnaissance. On the vehicle's surface, a multifunctional display screen and a control joystick were present, enabling convenient adjustments of the reconnaissance direction and angle. To his surprise, upon powering the mast, the display revealed an electronic operational manual stored within its files. His intention was to disassemble this reconnaissance system and establish a small concrete fortification on the hillside near the provincial road in front of the shelter. Deploying this system that would afford him a broader field of view and extended early warning time. However, he faced a significant dilemma. The ability of this system to function reliably under such environmental conditions posed a considerable concern. Being retractable, the electro-optical devices would be vulnerable to radiation and extreme cold, raising questions about their longevity. He had envisioned constructing a smaller concrete structure to encase the system, similar to a fireplace with a flue design, topped with a high-strength glass cover. This approach would address both insulation and visibility concerns. Yet, upon further reflection, he abandoned this plan for a straightforward reason. The disparity in internal and external temperatures could lead to condensation forming on the inner surface of the glass cover, obscuring the view of the external landscape and ultimately hindering the electro-optical system's effectiveness. In a state of helplessness, he reluctantly abandoned this notion and opted for a more feasible solution. Together with his father-in-law, he constructed a tin box, on the top of which was affixed a small hydraulic cylinder. This apparatus allowed for the control of the lid's opening and closing. Once completed, Zhang Xun welded this contraption to the rear section of the armored vehicle, serving as a platform for the takeoff and landing of drones. In future excursions, he could leverage the aerial advantages of the drones to acquire topographical information from dozens of kilometers away. Coupled with the detailed reconnaissance provided by the electro-optical mast, Zhang Xun would undoubtedly maintain complete control. On September 25th, the radiation levels in the little girl finally returned to normal. After several days of traditional Chinese medicine, her complexion brightened, and the frostbite on her hands began to scab over. Zhang Xun relocated her to the living quarters, sharing a room with her mother. Meanwhile, Lian's condition remained unchanged, though it appeared to have worsened slightly. His pallor was not indicative, yet the frequency of his cough had significantly increased. The phlegm was tinged with blood, and more distressing was the fact that his sores had begun to spread into his oral cavity. His radiation levels were still alarmingly high, but time was of the essence. Du Jing instructed him to don a protective suit and brought him to the third-level living area, followed by a visit to the medical room for examination. While awaiting the results, Zhang Xun took him on a brief tour of the area, encouraging him to persevere, assuring him that once his health improved, he could move down to reside there. It was the first time in a long while that Li had seen greenery, been able to walk around freely, and experienced such brightness. A long-lost smile finally graced his face. He joyfully inquired of Uncle Zhang's son, "Will I really be able to live here in the future?" "Yes, once you recover, there are computers in the game room for you to enjoy. For now, you must diligently cooperate with the treatment and take your medicine on time," Zhang Xun reassured him, observing the youthful yet resolute face behind the mask of the protective suit. Sighing inwardly, the reality of their situation was that their efforts were now limited to extending his life as much as possible. Previously, Du Jing had examined Zhang Pingping. Aside from a slight deficiency in hematopoietic stem cells and white blood cells, along with mild anemia, her condition was not critically severe. However, the DNA level damage remained undetermined due to a lack of equipment. At this point, it was contingent upon her own resilience. If no new issues arose, it would be manageable. But should complications occur, even Du Jing would be powerless. To err on the side of caution, in addition to continuing her herbal treatment, Du Jing prescribed a course of WR-2721, which functions to eliminate free radicals, facilitate hydrogen transfer, induce tissue hypoxia, and enhance DNA stability. During this time, Lian was also taking the same medication, along with IL-6 and IL-7, albeit with limited effectiveness. After a while, Du Jing disinfected the medical room and removed her protective suit. After printing out the data, she meticulously cross-referenced it with medical texts, her furrowed brow deepening with each passing moment. Sighing, she set aside the report and called Zhang Xun in privately. "This child has been diagnosed with leukemia, and it is suspected that he also has thyroid cancer, in addition to issues with his digestive system." Du Jing did not elaborate further. Zhang Xun remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "How long do you estimate he has left?" "Perhaps a month, or possibly 2 to 3 months, Du Jing replied. "From your recent tests, Is the radiation level he is currently exposed to significant? Zhang Xun asked again. It is relatively high, but it poses minimal risk to others. She answered, let us proceed this way. For the next few days, administer the chelating agent DTPA along with a stabilizing salt, and ensure he undergoes several rounds of detoxification. Then we can allow him to move downstairs. After contemplating, Zhang Xun resolved to bring Lian down. Du Jing nodded in agreement. The mother tidied up a bedroom anew and arranged it thoughtfully, relocating a computer filled with numerous games. 2 days later, Lian finally descended, liberated from his protective suit, and he was overjoyed. Perhaps aware of his health condition, he seized the remaining strength he had, reveling daily in playing games and dining in front of the computer. However, his appetite gradually diminished, and he frequently experienced nausea. Eventually, his frail state confined him to the bed, rendering him unable to engage with even his beloved computer.